On July 26, 2006, in Xinjiang within a city village near an industrial area of Anbao district, a young man named Wang Mingyang lived in a rented single room. At that moment, he wearing a pair of glasses was fixedly staring at the computer monitor on the desk. Focused, Wang Mingyang swiftly moved the mouse with his right hand, occasionally clicking with his index finger. Meanwhile, several fingers of his left hand moved in synchrony, pressing various keys on the keyboard. This frenetic rhythm lent an intense fervor to the scene. Time passed, and at last Wang Mingyang's action ceased, and he cried out in excitement, "At last the boss has been defeated. My superb equipment, haha." After his exclamation, he lightly thrust his right foot against the ground, causing his computer chair to slide backwards. He then rose to walk towards the cabinet beside the bed, intending to grab a bottle of drink for a couple of sips to replenish his strength. Unexpectedly, misfortune struck as the freshly risen Wang Mingyang was suddenly overcome by a dizzy spell, collapsing onto the bed. After what felt like an indeterminate span, Wang Mingyang slowly opened his eyes and reached out to feel by his side. Upon taking his phone and glancing at the time displayed on the screen, he leaped up, as if shocked by electricity, exclaiming, "Ah, how could I have slept for so long? I'm bound to be late for work." Immediately thereafter, Wang Mingyang hurriedly dialed the number of Lu Xianxing, his superior and the head of the technical department at the factory, to request an urgent leave for the day. In response, the ordinarily amiable Lu Xianxing launched into a tirade at Wang Mingyang on the other end of the line, castigating him for his irresponsibility at work. Accusing him of being absent for 2 consecutive days, the HR department had marked him as a no-how and deducted his wages, demanding that he report to work early the following morning to provide an explanation. After hanging up the call, Wang Mingyang was utterly baffled. "Didn't I only sleep for 1 night and simply oversleep this morning? How have I missed 2 days of work?" he wondered. A flurry of question marks seemed to float above his head. Perplexed, Wang Mingyang scrutinized the date displayed on his phone once more, only to realize that indeed 2 days had elapsed. Reflecting on the events in detail, he gradually discerned the truth of what had transpired. Over the weekend, after an unremitting spree of gaming that left both his body and mind utterly drained, his collapse upon rising after defeating a game boss had compelled him to sleep for 2 continuous days, leading to his absenteeism. Upon contemplating these events, a fitting apprehension welled up within Wang Mingyang. Regaining his composure, he became aware that his empty stomach was already voicing its protests. Rising to his feet, he walked to the refrigerator, opened its door, and took out a loaf of bread, nibbling it before also retrieving a small electric kettle to pour himself a glass of water. As he munched on the bread, an inexplicable sense of dissonance tingled within him. In a sudden moment of reflection, he realized that though no longer wearing his glasses, everything in his view was rendered with unprecedented clarity, even more so than when he typically wore them. Could it be that a miracle had befallen him, curing his myopia? After a period of restless speculation, Wang Mingyang finally acknowledged the reality that his nearsightedness had been restored to normal. Determined to ascertain the cause of his bodily anomaly, Wang Mingyang meticulously inspected his room before commencing recollection of the events preceding his collapse. There was nothing in the room that defied explanation, nor had he experienced any unusual occurrences before. The sole irregularity lay in his binge of all-night sessions playing World of Warcraft and teaming up with others to defeat game bosses over the weekend, snacking on dry rations when hungry and sipping on drinks when thirsty. Indeed, the beverage he consumed had been brought back by his childhood friend Chun Ming from a trip to Taixiangguo, reputed for its ability to invigorate the mind and ward off fatigue, one among many miraculous drinks from that land. Could it be that there was something amiss with the drink? With that thought, Wang Mingyang hastily grabbed the empty beverage bottle from his desk for inspection. The bottle's label was adorned with a jumble of foreign characters resembling cryptic scribbles, yet interspersed were a few in Hualongguo script, proclaiming its properties to invigorate the mind and stimulate human potential. Just as Wang Mingyang was scrutinizing the enigmatic foreign text on the bottle, his phone rang, and it was his friend Chen Ming, calling. "Mingyang, you haven't consumed the drink I gave you a few days ago, have you? Damn, the travel agency just informed me that the batch of drinks brought back from Taixiangguo has encountered a problem. Apparently, a newly recruited employee at the beverage factory had mishandled the ingredients, resulting in a severely excessive amount of a substance meant to stimulate the brain. Consuming it could induce excessive excitement, and in extreme cases cause irreversible neural damage, even endangering life. Several such cases had already been observed locally. Fortunately, the issue was detected in time, and only a few units had entered the market. The entire batch has now been recalled and destroyed. Moreover, the manufacturer was ordered to cease production, and an announcement was made in the media urging consumers to dispose of any remaining drinks with assurances of appropriate compensation for losses. Discard the drinks I previously gave you. Next time I travel, I'll buy you something better as compensation, Chun Ming said. "Oh, I haven't drunk any yet. I will dispose of them all in a moment," replied Wang Mingyang. After a brief animated conversation with Chun Ming, Wang Mingyang ended the call feeling incredibly fortunate. With his myopia cured and his mind unscathed, he felt immensely grateful as he observed a dozen or so empty cans in the trash, musing to himself. Snapping back to reality, he quickly settled into his computer chair, illuminated the screen, logged out of the still-running game, and then seamlessly typed into the Chengdu chat box to search for news, executing the entire sequence effortlessly. After perusing the information he wished to review, Wang Mingyang confirmed the veracity of what Chen Ming had mentioned on the phone. He then closed Chengdu search, logged into his email, and began downloading document files. Last week, his supervisor had instructed him to complete the test results and improvement plan for a new product which he had yet to start, and after missing 2 days of work, he knew he must expeditiously finish it today. If he could deliver it first thing tomorrow, perhaps his top superior Lu Xianqing would scold him less and the deduction from his wages might be reduced. Wang Mingyang clicked through the documents with his mouse, and in his mind a clear and rapidly forming concept for improving the factory's new MP3 emerged. As he scrolled continuously page by page through the materials, the components and circuit nodes that needed replacement materialized in his thoughts, the entire process unfolding smoothly without a hitch. Soon the documents on the computer screen reached their final page, consolidating the finalized solution in its wake. With his fingers dancing across the keyboard, a rapid clattering resonated throughout the room as the entire technical proposal was composed in just half an hour. After uploading and saving the document to his email, a surge of relief filled Wang Mingyang. His productivity today had been remarkably high, with inspiration cascading without end. The issues uncovered during the testing of the new MP3 were swiftly resolved, a feat he had never witnessed before. Could it be that sleeping in bed for 2 days had somehow spawned a genius evolving his mind? Wang Mingyang indulged in a moment of self-satisfaction, daydreaming proudly. Yet he quickly admonished himself, don't get carried away, just stick to reading. Having finished his reverie, he picked up a borrowed copy of Advanced Digital Circuit Design and began to study it. Before long, aside from the whir of a desktop electric fan, the only sound in the room was the soft rustling of pages as Wang Mingyang flipped through his book. As time slipped away, his page-turning grew increasingly brisk, and soon evening had arrived. After an afternoon of validation, Wang Mingyang discovered that his earlier daydreams were no mere fantasies, but rather his dreams had indeed materialized into reality. His mind was functioning far more efficiently than before. In just one afternoon, he had finished several electronics books. Not only had he read them swiftly and memorized their contents, but he was even able to synthesize the knowledge holistically compared to before when it took him 2 months to complete a single book. This was remarkable. His mind had grown extraordinarily formidable, a capability that far surpassed that of an ordinary person. He resolved that he must never let others know lest he be taken for dissection in medical research. Wang Mingyang set down the book, clasped his hands around his chest, and pondered deeply. The next morning before 8 o'clock, Wang Mingyang arrived at the factory. After clocking in, he went straight to find administrative clerk Li Meihua, a notably attractive young woman. Her face, with soft contours and well-defined features, bore the gentle arch of willow-like eyebrows that exuded serenity. Her large luminous eyes shone like a starry river, while her pert upturned nose and subtly smiling lips evoked a sweet charm. Her skin was smooth and her shiny hair cascaded gracefully down to her waist in exquisite harmony of beauty. Wang Mingyang hastily inquired about the consequences of his recent absence, asking how much would be deducted from his salary. Unexpectedly, Li Meihua replied, the attendance sheets for the past 2 days have already been submitted. As for your matter, Lu Gong asked me to change your record to leave of absence, and the leave note has been prepared. When calculating your wages, they will only deduct pay for those 2 days. You will not be fined, though you will forfeit the full attendance bonus. Upon hearing this, Wang Mingyang heaved a sigh of relief and promptly expressed his gratitude. Li Meihua returned his thanks with a gentle smile, her enchanting large eyes shimmering beneath her arched eyebrows. After a brief exchange, Li Meihua asked Wang Mingyang why he was not wearing his glasses today, teasing that he looked far more attractive without them. Wang Mingyang hurriedly explained that he had switched to using contact lenses. After finishing his conversation with Li Meihua, he briskly returned to his workstation. Soon he would have to endure a reprimand from his superior Lu Gong, emphasizing the need for proper attitude. After all he had aired. As expected, upon seeing Wang Mingyang, Lu Lao immediately commenced a lecture on the virtues of steady work and punctuality. As a competent worker, one must adhere to the rules laid down by the boss, diligently complete tasks, and create value for the company, for only then might opportunities for promotion, higher pay, and even marrying a rich, beautiful partner emerge. After Wang Mingyang's ideological re-education, Lu Gong instructed him to get to work, urging him to swiftly finalize and submit the revised plan for the new MP3 for his approval. Lu Lao, whose full name is Lu Xianqing, is the head of the technical department. Every product's enhancement plan ultimately requires his meticulous examination and signature to be approved. With practiced ease, Wang Mingyang powered on his computer, logged into his email, and forwarded the plan that he had drafted the previous afternoon. He then turned and remarked, "Lu Gong, I've revised the proposal. Please have a look and let me know if it meets approval." Lu Xianxing replied, "Simply very well, I understand," before returning to his own tasks. After submitting the proposal with a brief lull, Wang Mingyang logged into the factory's internal ERP system to peruse new emails and announcements, acquainting himself with the latest happenings in the factory. Within minutes, he had gone through the ERP notices, finding nothing particularly noteworthy taking place. Wang Mingyang rose to fetch a glass of water from the dispenser. Upon his return, he logged into OQ, browsed his friends' updates, casually giving a few likes, and then proceeded to peruse online news. Whenever their current tasks were completed and new assignments had yet to arrive, everyone passed the idle time in this manner. An hour later, Lu Gong approached and said to Wang Mingyang, "I have reviewed your proposal. It is excellent and may be used as is. Now produce 3 prototypes according to this plan and commence testing." All right. Wang Mingyang retrieved 3 old prototypes from his drawer and began searching for the new replacement components. After fruitless efforts, he had to resort to asking Lu Lao and several nearby colleagues. After questioning everyone, it turned out that none in the office had these components. Finally, with no alternatives left, Lu Lao had to call the factory's driver and have Wang Mingyang accompany him in the large Dajianbei van to Huqiangnan. Huqiangnan is the nation's largest market for electronic products and components, where every kind of electronic part can be found. The Dajianbei van moved with frequent stops until it finally reached the parking lot at Huqiangnan. Once the driver parked, the 3 of them proceeded together towards the Gasai building. Along the way, one could spot people hurrying along, among them fashionable and beautiful women, and hear the shouts of vendors calling out invoice, invoice, in various accents. All these scenes epitomized the fast-paced vitality of Xinjiang, a bustling metropolis. Although Wang Mingyang had spent more than half a year in Xinjiang since graduating, today was his first visit to the famed Huqiangnan. He felt like an inquisitive child, turning his head from side to side, marveling at everything around him with fresh wonder. Inside the Gasai building, numerous glass display cabinets were arranged in long rows, each about 1.2 meters in length, their interiors and surfaces brimming with goods. Almost every counter had customers selecting their desired products while haggling with the proprietors. As you walked along the aisles, the counter owners would enthusiastically call out, "Boss, what sort of items are you looking for? Come over and have a look." As the trio strolled and chatted, Lu Lao remarked to Wang Mingyang, "Don't be fooled by these counters being just a little over a meter. The rent here runs as high as 5,000 to 6,000 yuan per month, or even more for prime spots." Each counter essentially represented a factory or a company boasting astonishing annual turnovers. Many foreigners come here to wholesale electronic products for resale abroad. The goods here reach markets all over the world, making Huqiangnan a name known to anyone in the electronics trade. Leading the way, Lu Xianxing wandered into the electronic components section, stopped at a counter, and greeted the owner, a familiar face suggesting that he frequented these parts often. Wang Mingyang glanced around, noting that the counter displayed a bewildering array of components, from chips and SMD capacitors to resistors and more. Lu Xianxing specified the model numbers of the components to the owner, who promptly retrieved them. With a swift flurry, the owner issued the invoice as Lu Xianxing efficiently completed the payment. Having secured the components, the trio headed back to the parking lot. As they exited, Wang Mingyang observed the driver paying a parking fee of 15 yuan, remarking, "These fees are exorbitant. 15 yuan for less than an hour." The driver responded, "Indeed, in the city center, every inch of land is precious, and everything costs more than in the outskirts." Hearing this, Wang Mingyang suddenly recalled the towering buildings and bustling prosperity he had witnessed earlier. In stark contrast to his modest monthly salary of 350 yuan, while ordinary workers earned merely 1 or 2,000 and often labored until 10 at night, he felt a surge of poignant emotion and disquiet. He recalled the days of his carefree student life when he believed that merely passing exams and earning a diploma would secure a good job in Xinjiang and a high salary. How naive those thoughts were. Unaccustomed to the factory dormitory, he rented a room outside for 230 yuan per month. Yet with expenses for food, internet, utilities, and more, he found himself not only without any surplus, but even relying on his parents for financial support. During weekends, he used to spend entire nights engrossed in online games, a habit that now seemed utterly inappropriate. Now that adulthood had arrived, earning his own living was imperative, and he resolved to strive to live a more commendable life. On the return journey, Wang Mingyang's mind teemed with thoughts and impulses. Back at the factory, he used the newly acquired parts to repair the circuit board of an old prototype, just as the end-of-shift bell chimed. Setting his tools aside and unplugging the soldering iron, Wang Mingyang joined the stream of workers to clock out and head to the canteen. At lunch, he discovered that his appetite had doubled compared to before. Where once a single bowl of rice sufficed, today he needed 2 to feel full. Could it be that his mind had somehow transformed? Reflecting carefully, Wang Mingyang realized that during the replacement of the circuit board components earlier, the dexterity and steadiness of his hands had markedly improved. Wondering if there were other changes in his body, Wang Mingyang simply shook his head in uncertainty, resigning himself to discover them in time. After lunch, he returned to his rented accommodation for a brief nap, only to be back at the factory promptly at 2. After spending some time revising the remaining 2 circuit boards and confirming everything was in order, he proceeded to the warehouse to collect 3 new MP3 casing sets from the material handler, engaging in a brief chat there. The warehouse material handler was generally the most idle among all at the factory, ever eager for someone to chat and boast with him. With the new MP3 casings in hand, Wang Mingyang swiftly fastened a few screws, assembling the 3 prototypes. He pressed the power button and systematically tested every key according to the procedure. Satisfied with the outcomes, he then took 2 finished units to the QC team leader in the quality department for testing. After handing over the prototypes, Wang Mingyang returned to his station, donned his headphones, and persisted in rigorously testing the sole remaining unit according to the new protocol. The factory currently manufactures and sells several products for export, including DVDs, multimedia players, MP4S, and MP3S. Among these products, the MP3 requires comparatively lower technical specifications. After years of development, its design has matured and generic solutions are widely available in the market. Any electronics factory wishing to produce MP3s would typically adopt a standard proposal from design firms and make minor modifications to add specific features. The key chips and components within an MP3 are largely similar. High-quality models simply employ better parts, whereas low-end versions rely on cheaper alternatives. Thus, even having been with the company for less than a year, Wang Mingyang now found himself entrusted with revising the new MP3 design. Naturally, the prototypes ultimately required approval from the technical department head Liu Xianxing. The afternoon was spent in a flurry of testing the new device. That evening, during overtime, Wang Mingyang purchased several packs of cigarettes for his superior, Liu Xianxing, in gratitude for his assistance during his recent absence. Wang Mingyang was on close terms with Liu Xianxing. He affectionately called him Liu Lao, and from the moment he joined the factory, he had always aligned himself with him. Liu Xianxing was a fine man, skilled and responsible, and whenever technical questions arose, he would generously share clear and detailed explanations without holding back. Liu Lao imparted much wisdom to Wang Mingyang, who in turn would occasionally offer him a pack or 2 of cigarettes, a modest expense but a sincere token of regard. Around 9 in the evening, through the OQ communication software, Wang Mingyang tentatively asked Li Meihua if she were free after work to join him for a late-night snack in gratitude for her assistance a couple of days prior. Li Meihua agreed, much to Wang Mingyang's delight. The two exchanged casual messages on OQ until the end of the workday. At 10 o'clock, signaling the end of the day, the factory workers filed out of the building to explore the nearby night market and grab a late snack. The period following an overtime night was the most joyful and relaxed time for the workers, who often gathered in small groups, with Wang Mingyang no exception. While Wang Mingyang usually ventured out in groups with his colleagues, tonight he was on a solo date with a beautiful woman, an occasion that left him both excited and a bit nervous. According to Wang Mingyang, many male colleagues had tried to ask out Li Meihua in the factory, yet none had succeeded. At the factory entrance, when he met her, their initial conversation was somewhat awkward, betraying their mutual nervousness. However, as both showed willingness to go along with the moment, the atmosphere gradually warmed, becoming relaxed. Within 7 to 8 minutes from chatting at the factory gate, Wang Mingyang and Li Meihua arrived at the night market. At that hour, the night market was bustling, imbued with the aroma of street food and alive with the sounds of vendors and the cheerful chatter of passers-by. Strolling along with the crowd, Li Meihua chose a spicy hot pot stand, expressing her craving for it. Wang Mingyang readily agreed. He procured 2 plates, handing one to her with a smile, as he said, "Help yourself to anything you fancy." Li Meihua accepted the plate with a smile, and the two soon selected their ingredients before settling at a small vacant table to dine. Wang Mingyang first expressed his sincere thanks to Li Meihua, and then they engaged in light-hearted conversation. After finishing their meal and settling the bill, they strolled around the market a while longer. Around 11:30, Wang Mingyang escorted Li Meihua back to the factory dormitory. After exchanging goodbyes, he departed, humming happily all the way. "Meihua, you're back. Someone spotted you and Wang Mingyang strolling together tonight. Since when are you dating? Don't forget to share some sweet nothings tomorrow." Upon entering, the roommate in the lower bunk of Li Meihua immediately began inquiring, and the others nearby hushed and leaned in to listen attentively. "No, it's just that we went out for a late-night snack." "He, don't deny it. Would you two ever go out alone if there were no romance brewing? Tomorrow, just obediently buy some sweet treats. Wang Mingyang as your boyfriend. I'm already envious of you." Hearing such remarks from her roommates, Li Meihua was not at all surprised. In past casual chats and gossip about the single guys in the factory, Wang Mingyang's name was mentioned most frequently. Among ordinary workers, factory managers and RD engineers were considered a class apart, exuding an almost unattainable aura that instinctively kept others at a distance. But Wang Mingyang was different. Having once resided in the collective dormitory, he had mingled amicably with everyone, leaving a favorable impression. Plus, he was single. Many of the female workers were willing to befriend him, yet it was rumored that he had been modestly turned down on 2 or 3 occasions when pursuing a date. Li Meihua, who had never before given such thoughts any consideration, found herself sleepless tonight after an onslaught of teasing from her roommates. The next day at midday in the canteen, a well-acquainted fellow townsman approached Wang Mingyang and asked, "So, are you dating Li Meihua? Really, you've managed to win over the factory beauty." Upon hearing this, Wang Mingyang felt perplexed and promptly denied it. "Really? It was just a late-night meal together. How has it become such a big deal?" Shaking his head, Wang Mingyang smiled and remarked that when it came to matters of the heart, he left it to fate. Through conversation with the fellow townsman, he later realized that word of his romance with Li Meihua had already spread throughout the workshop that morning. For 2 consecutive days, the new MP3 prototypes underwent testing without any issues arising. With some free time on his hands, Wang Mingyang took the opportunity to read several technical books from his department. In discussions with his departmental colleagues, Wang Mingyang grasped many technical issues that previously eluded him, even demonstrating the ability to extrapolate an advancement in skill that left his peers somewhat astonished. With little work at hand and no weekend overtime, Wang Mingyang contemplated venturing out over the next couple of days in search of opportunities to earn extra money. On Friday evening, instead of staying indoors playing World of Warcraft as usual, Wang Mingyang took a bus ride of over 30 minutes to visit his good friend Chun Ming's rented place, where he gathered with a few old buddies. Chun Ming and his group had entered Xinxiang several years before Wang Mingyang. They were childhood friends. When Wang Mingyang first arrived in Xinxiang without a place to call home, he stayed with Chun Ming, who had taken good care of him until he eventually landed a job at the current factory. As long as Chun Ming didn't have to work on weekends, the group would invariably gather on Friday evenings for a meal, a few drinks, and casual conversation. Among the friends who came to the city for work, Chun Ming is doing the best. He is now the production department manager at an electronics factory, earning the highest salary, renting the largest apartment, which is a suite. Moreover, he is loyal and always willing to help his friends. Recently, the factory where Chun Ming works completed a significant foreign trade order, so the boss rewarded the management team with generous bonuses. In a moment of excitement, Chun Ming took the bonus and booked a tour to Thailand through a travel agency, bringing back a locally produced refreshing beverage. However, during the last gathering, the others hardly touched the beverage Chun Ming brought back, finding the taste unappealing. Only Wang Mingyang sampled it and thought it was quite good, so he took the remainder home. When Wang Mingyang arrived at Chun Ming's place, there were already 5 or 6 others present. Everyone was busy helping out, washing vegetables, cutting them, and the food was almost ready in the pot. Wang Mingyang lived the farthest and arrived the latest. After dinner, he would wash the dishes. The meal was quickly prepared, and Wang Mingyang stopped by a convenience store downstairs to grab a chilled beer, and everyone started eating while gossiping. In their early 20s, the hottest topics among the young men included who started dating, how pretty the new girl at the factory was, and the electronic products that were selling well at work, along with discussions about overtime and pay. Listening to the conversations, Wang Mingyang suddenly had an idea. After the meal, he asked Chun Ming, "Lao Chen, what is the best-selling product in your factory right now?" MP3 and MP4. The price of MP3 has dropped, and many workers in our factory have bought them for fun. The price of MP4 is still high, and ordinary workers find it hard to afford, so we have more foreign trade orders for them, Chun Ming replied. To know which electronic products are selling well, just take a stroll around Huiqiangbai, Chun Ming answered. Our factory also sells the most MP3s. Since so many people are buying, could he go to Huiqiangbai to buy parts and assemble products to sell? That would be a bit difficult. You can buy electronic components, but you'll need to find another factory to do the circuit board assembly for you. You can't solder all the parts yourself. If the order volume is too low, they won't accept it. Additionally, you'll also need to find a manufacturer to make the casing. Finally, there's the issue of sales channels. All in all, this is quite a large scale, like starting a small electronics factory, he explained. Actually, making MP3s is quite profitable. Our boss bought a Benz this year, Wang Mingyang remarked. What about the leftover materials from customer orders? How does your factory handle that? The leftover quantities are generally not much, and the parts are incomplete. The memory is universal, usable for other models, so the leftover materials usually consist of circuit boards and casings, which are typically treated as scrap after completing orders, Chun Ming replied. Can I buy those leftovers? Wang Mingyang asked. You want them? Sure, I'll bring them back for you after work tomorrow, Chun Ming responded. They continued to discuss ideas late into the night, and Wang Mingyang stayed over. He thought about selling his gaming account, so he could have some money to try doing what he wanted, assembling and selling MP3s. After all, he was already in this line of work and had decent skills capable of solving most problems. The next morning, when Wang Mingyang got up, Chen Ming had already left for work. Their factory had a lot of work, often requiring overtime on weekends. Wang Mingyang opened Chen Ming's computer, logged into the game, and quickly announced he was selling his account, receiving offers from interested players. After the other party reviewed the equipment in Wang Mingyang's account, they immediately bargained, and finally they agreed on a price of 1680 yuan. At 11:50 in the morning, Wang Mingyang went downstairs to the restaurant to get 2 takeout meals and called Chen Ming to inform him. 20 minutes later, Chen Ming returned carrying a large plastic bag filled with MP3 parts. He handed it to Wang Mingyang and said, "Here are the MP3 parts. I just informed my boss, so you won't have to pay anything for them. There aren't many parts, so try them out first." Wang Mingyang replied as he accepted the bag, and then they began their lunch. After Chen Ming went into his room for a nap, Wang Mingyang approached the nearby workbench and started taking out the parts from the bag to categorize and organize them. This pile of parts counted to include components for 3 to 4 different models of MP3s, with a surplus of 30 to 50 sets and a shortage of a dozen sets. After taking some time to summarize the missing parts with a pen, Wang Mingyang tucked the paper into his pocket and headed out to Huiqiangbai to buy the parts. The bus ride took over 4 hours, including the time spent shopping. During this time, he learned that now in the city, when entering from outside, one must get off to have their ID checked. After returning, Wang Mingyang assembled the usable MP3 parts one by one and packed them into the new boxes he had just bought. Then he began calculating the costs. The largest cost was the memory, followed by the display screen. The remaining costs were minimal since the casings and circuit boards were free. However, if he wanted to sustain this business long term, he would definitely have to invest in purchasing parts. After completing these tasks, Wang Mingyang stretched and took a breath, then checked the time on his phone before going to the nearby market to buy some vegetables. After a flurry of activity, Wang Mingyang prepared dinner. At 6:20, Chen Ming returned and asked Wang Mingyang, "How's your stuff coming along?" "It's done. I plan to take it to the fuel bridge to set up a stall and give it a try," Wang Mingyang replied. "That's a good spot. There's a lot of foot traffic. How much do you plan to sell them for?" 260 yuan for the 128 megabytes model and 350 yuan for the 256 megabytes model. Wang Mingyang replied, "That's reasonable. It's slightly cheaper than the brand name products on the market. Let's try it out." After dinner, Wang Mingyang grabbed his backpack, took the assembled MP3s, and headed to the nearby pedestrian bridge. The pedestrian bridge was illuminated by streetlights, making it bright enough to see everything clearly. As night fell, more pedestrians began to appear. Most of them were workers from the nearby industrial area, chatting and laughing. Wang Mingyang glanced around and noticed scattered stalls selling various small goods. Finding an empty spot, Wang Mingyang opened his backpack, laid out a small square cloth on the ground, set up the MP3s, and placed a piece of paper beside them. The paper read, "Foreign trade leftovers, MP3, 128 megabytes for 260 yuan, 256 megabytes for 350 yuan. After finishing everything, Wang Mingyang leaned against the railing behind him, waiting for customers. After waiting idly for more than half an hour, the expected bustling business did not materialize. Instead, Wang Mingyang struck up a conversation with a nearby vendor selling headphones and universal phone chargers. The vendor mentioned that his goods were also sourced from Huiqiangbai. The headphones were priced at 2 yuan and the universal charger at 15 yuan. He asked Wang Mingyang how much he was selling his MP3s for and pointed out that if he sold them at Wang Mingyang's price, he wouldn't make much profit since he had inquired at Huiqiangbai before. Wang Mingyang replied that he got them for 200 yuan and 290 yuan, very little, as they were leftovers from friends' factories being offered at low prices. Just then, 3 young female workers around 17 or 18 came over, squatting down to ask Wang Mingyang, "Can we try this MP3? Wang Mingyang ended his chat and handed each of them a 128 megabytes model, saying, "Sure, these are foreign trade leftovers, which is why they're so cheap. The quality is guaranteed." The 3 girls each took the MP3, powered them on, plugged in the headphones to listen, and tested all the button functions while carefully inspecting the devices in their hands. One of the tallest girls quickly put down the MP3 she was holding and picked up one with 256 megabytes of memory instead. The 256 megabytes model looked a bit better. During the testing, the 3 girls chatted a bit and finally decided to buy one each, 2 of the 128 megabytes models and one of the 256 megabytes model. Wang Mingyang packed the 3 MP3s into boxes, exchanging them for cash. Finally, he made his first sale and felt an exhilarating rush inside, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. As he watched the 3 girls leave, Wang Mingyang instinctively glanced over and noticed the words "Yuehua garment" printed on their uniforms, and a moment of realization flashed through his mind. In the following time, Wang Mingyang sold another 8 MP3s. In total, he sold 8 128 megabytes models and 3 256 megabytes models that night, making a revenue of 3010 yuan with a few discounts given to customers. Watching the number of pedestrians on the street gradually dwindle, Wang Mingyang took out his Nokia phone to check the time. It was just past 11 o'clock. He then said to the nearby vendor, Yang Gang, it's time to call it a day. We need to change locations tomorrow. This place isn't good for selling, Yang Gang said. Come on, can't you just stop pretending? You sold so many devices tonight, and you're still complaining it's not enough. My universal charger is only selling as many units as yours, but your profit margin is much higher, all right. The two had grown more familiar throughout the night and spoke casually. Wang Mingyang was aware of the prices Yang Gang paid for goods at Huiqiangbai. His universal chargers cost him around 23 yuan each, while headphones cost 0.23 yuan each, with profit margins significantly higher than his MP3 players. However, Wang Mingyang's products were priced higher, yielding a profit of 160 yuan per unit sold. The price he initially quoted to Yang Gang was not the true cost. The cost of goods is a core business secret, so how could he casually share that with others? If you're not coming here tomorrow, where are you planning to sell? Not sure yet, I probably won't come here anymore, it's too far from where I work. At that moment, Yang Gang watched Wang Mingyang pack up his things with some hesitation. He tentatively spoke up, how about you sell me 5 units of the 128 megabytes ones? I want to try selling 2 to see if I can make some extra money. But you need to give me a discount to leave me some profit margin. Hearing this, Wang Mingyang paused his packing and looked at Yang Gang, saying, sure. But as I just mentioned, my cost price for the 128 megabytes is 200 yuan. Oh, I need to earn something too. How about 215 yuan for you? 215 is fine, and I'll sell it for 280, and if they don't sell, I can always give them away. Let's exchange phone numbers so we can keep in touch if anything comes up. With that, Wang Mingyang sold another 5 MP3 players, and at this price, he still made a decent profit. Wang Mingyang slung his backpack over his shoulder, glanced at the time, and hurried to the bus stop, realizing it was the last bus back to his rented place. While waiting for the bus, Wang Mingyang called Chen Ming to discuss the sales situation that night, and informed him he wouldn't stay over tonight. Seeing the bus approaching, Wang Mingyang quickly hung up the phone and squeezed towards the front door of the bus. There were too many people, and if he didn't push through, he might miss the ride. There was no choice, this was how things were in Shun City nowadays. Once he returned near his rental place, Wang Mingyang, mindful of the poor security in the area, found a bank's ATM and deposited the cash he received that night. After leaving the bank, Wang Mingyang turned to a late-night food stall and ordered a plate of fried rice noodles for 6 yuan, enough to fill him up. While eating, he began planning to set up his stall at the entrance of an industrial area where many garment factories were located the next day. After observing throughout the night, Wang Mingyang noticed a trend. Most of the customers inquiring about and purchasing MP3 players were young girls, particularly those working at garment factories, places that didn't deal with electronic products. The reason for this trend seemed to be that employees in those factories had little exposure to MP3 players, leading to curiosity and demand. In contrast, those working in electronics factories were typically involved in producing these devices themselves, seeing them daily, which made them feel mundane, perhaps even annoying. It was precisely this conclusion that prompted Wang Mingyang to decide to sell at a new location the next day. After finishing his fried noodles, he bought a bottle of ice-cold cola and took a few refreshing sips. Having found a new direction, Wang Mingyang felt incredibly uplifted, humming a tune all the way back home. The next morning, after having breakfast, Wang Mingyang decided to head to Huiqiangbai to check the market prices for MP3 components and see what popular products were available. Setting up the stall would only be viable at night, since daytime was when workers were busy and wouldn't come out to buy. Wang Mingyang spent the day browsing Huiqiangbai until around 4 p.m. when he took the bus back, arriving just in time for dinner. Located in the city center, Huiqiangbai had high prices. A simple lunch cost him 15 yuan, nearly double what it would in his neighborhood. After dinner, Wang Mingyang browsed the web until 7 p.m., then set off with his backpack filled with MP3 players. Strolling leisurely, he found a spot at the roadside near the entrance of the industrial area to set up his stall. After standing for a while, Wang Mingyang felt something was off, so he went to a nearby grocery store to buy a foldable chair and sat down. Sitting is definitely more comfortable than standing. As the streetlights flickered on and night fell, Wang Mingyang felt a renewed sense of anticipation watching groups of people pass by. Boss, how many songs can this MP3 store? Generally, it can store 40 songs, while the 256 megabytes one can hold 80. Which one do you want? How much for the 256 MB? 380 yuan. Can you give me a discount? The 256 megabytes one. Wang Mingyang feigned a troubled expression. For you, since you're so pretty, I can offer a 20 yuan discount. The young woman across from him burst into a laugh, a bit shyly glancing at Wang Mingyang, and handed over the MP3 player, smiling. Wrap it up for me. All right, beautiful. Does this MP3 come with any songs preloaded? Just a few demo songs. Oh, so I'll need to pay to download songs later. Hearing this, Wang Mingyang had a flash of inspiration. If he preloaded trending popular songs onto the MP3s, oh, wouldn't he be able to sell them for more? Earlier on the way here, he had seen many stalls advertising MP3 song downloads for 0.2 yuan each. Why hadn't he thought of this? The young woman in front of him was becoming more and more attractive to him. If you're not in a hurry, you can write down the songs you want, and I'll download them for you for free. But you can only pick it up after work tomorrow afternoon. You can pay me then. All right, I'll come back after work tomorrow. Leave me your phone number. I'll call you tomorrow afternoon when I arrive. After exchanging numbers, Wang Mingyang took out a notebook and a pen from his bag, handing it to the woman to write down the songs she wanted. After the woman finished writing, she left, and Wang Mingyang continued to watch the passing beauties while tending to his stall. Ahem, he meant to continue selling while admiring the ladies. As time passed, Wang Mingyang noticed his stock of MP3 players dwindling until it reached 11 p.m. Time to pack up and head home, he told himself. While having late-night snacks, Wang Mingyang calculated the results of the night. He sold over 20 units, doubling his sales from the previous night, and gained a new sales strategy. The results were promising. Tomorrow he would see if that girl could help introduce her colleagues to buy, and he'd offer her a commission. The girl seemed cheerful and easy to talk to. It should work out, Wang Mingyang pondered on his way home. After finishing his late-night meal and washing up, Wang Mingyang turned on his computer to download songs onto the MP3 players. By the time he finished, it was already 2 a.m., and he quickly went to bed. The finished MP3 players were divided into two parts, one set with songs downloaded and the other without. Suddenly, the alarm clock rang. At 7:30 a.m. the next morning, Wang Mingyang opened his eyes and sat up feeling fully energized and filled with strength. This was strange. If it had been the past, waking up so late would have left him feeling exhausted. Feeling so energetic today, could it be that his mind has improved and his body followed suit? Wang Mingyang pondered as he brushed his teeth and washed his face, rushing out to clock in at the factory just before 8 a.m. It seems I need to buy a bicycle. Walking like this every day takes too much time, Wang Mingyang thought. Arriving at his office desk, Wang Mingyang opened his computer as usual to start a new day of work. He typically browsed through the factory ERP emails and announcements before heading to the aging room for the products. After bringing back the prototype for a thorough check, he found no issues, and now he was just waiting for the quality department's test report. If the test report was fine, Wang Mingyang could submit the new product development report, and once approved, the factory would arrange for the procurement of materials for production. With some free time on his hands, Wang Mingyang began chatting with his colleagues in the office, hoping to learn some technical skills. Although Wang Mingyang's brain was far beyond the ordinary, there were many things that couldn't be learned from books, especially the hands-on skills. In the past, whenever experts discussed software aspects, Wang Mingyang was always left in the dark, unable to grasp the concepts. After reading several technical books recently, he began to understand the general concepts, though he had yet to practice hands-on. The few books he had read recently were not comprehensive enough. His level was still lacking, indicating he needed to buy more books to solidify his foundation. Wang Mingyang thought to himself. During work hours, aside from the factory owner occasionally visiting the technical department, there was nothing particularly noteworthy happening. As soon as work ended, Wang Mingyang quickly walked to the spot where he set up his stall last night. After about 10 minutes, he spotted the woman who wanted to buy the MP3 standing under a tree by the roadside. She has a serene aura with a touch of a mature charm. It's a different style from Li Meihua, Wang Mingyang judged inwardly. He approached her and greeted with a smile. Sorry for being late. It's fine, not too late. Do you also work in a factory in this industrial area? I noticed you are in work attire, she replied. Oh no, the factory I work at is not in this industrial area. It's in the nearby Anhao Industrial Park, which is why I arrived late, he explained. Since you came over so quickly, have you eaten yet? Not yet. I was planning to grab the MP3 and then head to the cafeteria for a meal, he replied. If we go to the cafeteria now, there probably won't be much food left. Let me treat you. We can find a small place nearby to eat something casual. The other person looked at Wang Mingyang with a wary expression. I have a few questions I'd like to ask you, nothing else. Wang Mingyang instantly understood the meaning in her eyes and said, oh, that's fine. The two went to a nearby noodle shop, ordered 2 servings of noodles, and chatted while eating. During the process, Wang Mingyang learned that her name was Zhou Yinzi from Sichuan province. After finishing high school, she came to Shenzhen to work with her fellow townsfolk and ended up in the current garment factory. After a few years, she had already become a team leader. Wang Mingyang answered all her questions, and upon learning that he had studied in Sichuan, they became even more engaged in their conversation, even exchanging QQ numbers. Does your factory still have many people without MP3s? Wang Mingyang asked Zhou Yinzi. Yes, many. If you find the MP3 useful, could you help me introduce them to buy from me? For every one sold, they'll give you 30 yuan as a commission. Is that the real reason you're treating me? I thought. Zhou Yinzi looked at Wang Mingyang with her big fluttering eyes. What did you think? That I wanted to pursue you? I actually do, but you're so beautiful, there must be many suitors for you. If you're willing, give me a number to queue up, and he'll join the line for a keepsake. As they became familiar, Wang Mingyang started to joke around, and Zhou Yinzi was amused by his words. Zhou Yinzi's personality reminded Wang Mingyang of a junior he knew when he was studying back in Sichuan, which brought back pleasant memories of his school days. I'll give it a try. Do you usually set up your stall at the same spot at night? Zhou Yinzi asked. It depends. If I don't have to work overtime at night, it'll probably be there, he replied. Also, I can pre-download songs for free on my MP3. Okay, I got it, let's leave it at that for now. Zhou Yinzi took the MP3 and stood up to wave goodbye to Wang Mingyang. I hope you succeed and I can succeed too. Wang Mingyang waved back, thinking about leaving as well. During the afternoon work, the test report for the prototype from the quality department also came out. Wang Mingyang glanced at the report and confirmed there were no problems before submitting it along with the new machine development plan to his superior Lu Xinxing. The remaining time was typically spent chatting. During this time, Wang Mingyang specifically asked Lu Xinxing for information about parts procurement in Huiqiangbai. He learned that the parts sold in Huiqiangbai included not only new goods, but also refurbished old goods, and some were black market items stolen from factories. The latter two types of goods were priced much lower than new goods. Knowing this, Wang Mingyang thought that the next time he went to buy memory, he would check it out. If the price difference was significant, he would buy some to try. After work in the evening, Wang Mingyang was heading to the cafeteria. Halfway there, his phone rang in his pocket. Looking at the screen, it was Zhou Yinzi calling. Wang Mingyang pressed the answer button, saying, "Hello, beautiful, what's up? Hey, are you setting up your stall tonight? I want to bring someone over to take a look." "Yes, I'm going. I don't have to work overtime tonight. By the way, you haven't eaten yet, right? How about we wait and eat together?" Wang Mingyang was quite happy to dine with such an attractive companion. "No, we have to work overtime until 9. They'll come find you after the night shift." "Okay, bye." "Bye." After ending the call, Wang Mingyang hurried into the cafeteria to queue for food. Once he finished eating, he planned to see if there were any second-hand bicycles for sale nearby. Given the current situation, there was no need to buy a new bike. One was expensive, and two, it was easy to get stolen. After leaving the cafeteria, Wang Mingyang headed toward the street where the night market was located, where there were 2 bicycle rental shops. He had rented bikes there with his colleagues on weekends, and there might be old bikes for sale. Upon arriving at the rental shop, Wang Mingyang directly asked the owner, "Do you have any second-hand bicycles for sale?" "Yes, we sell all the bicycles here. Which one do you like?" After looking around, he found that there were basically no duplicates. It seemed that these bikes were also bought second-hand by the owner, Wang Mingyang thought. "Do you have any foldable ones?" "Yes, over there." The owner pointed to another corner. The foldable bike had smaller wheels than regular bikes, so it couldn't go fast. Nobody rented it, and it was left in the corner ready to rust. Wang Mingyang walked over and carefully picked a blue one, pushing it out. The bike felt very light and was just right for taking upstairs to prevent theft after work. Wang Mingyang tried riding it back and forth in front of the shop and asked the owner, "How much is this?" 200. "That's too expensive for such an old bike. Give me a fair price, and if it's reasonable, I'll take it." 180. "That's a very favorable price. If I lower it any more, it'll be losing money." "Haha, if it's really a losing business, would you have been able to do it for so long?" After some haggling, the bike was sold for 150 yuan, and Wang Mingyang even got the owner to throw in an external bike basket. Riding the bike, feeling the wind humming a tune, Wang Mingyang enjoyed the ride back home. Upon returning, he packed up everything he needed for the stall tonight and placed the folding chair into the basket in front of the bike. Riding a bicycle was indeed faster than walking. Wang Mingyang quickly arrived at the spot where he set up his stall. Setting up the bike, Wang Mingyang took out the MP3 from his backpack and arranged it neatly. He leisurely sat on a small stool, watching the men and women coming and going, waiting for customers to arrive. By 9 o'clock in the evening, Wang Mingyang had sold 16 MP3 players. Just as he was calculating tonight's sales in his mind, Zhou Yinzi arrived with a few people. She said to Wang Mingyang, "These are my roommates. They want to see the MP3 players and download some songs." "Oh sure. Since they're your good friends, I'll definitely give them the best price," Wang Mingyang replied with a smile. Hearing this, Zhou Yinzi felt proud in front of her friends and began joking with Wang Mingyang. Soon the others had picked out the MP3 players they wanted, all with 256 megabytes memory. Wang Mingyang said he would give them a discount of 30 yuan because of Zhou Yinzi's presence, and they happily made the purchase. Earlier they had seen someone bargaining with Wang Mingyang to buy an MP3 player, and Wang Mingyang reluctantly gave that person a 10 yuan discount. After buying the MP3 players, Zhou Yinzi and her friends left to explore the night market. Around 11 o'clock, Wang Mingyang called Zhou Yinzi to meet in a quieter place nearby to hand over the commission from the MP3 sales. After ending the call, Wang Mingyang started packing up his things, preparing to go ahead and wait. It wasn't long before Zhou Yinzi showed up. After chatting for a bit, Wang Mingyang handed 150 yuan to Zhou Yinzi, smiling as he said, "Thank you, boss Zhou, for taking care of my business. I'll keep working hard." "Are you trying to make me lose myself in all this boss talk?" "If so, keep calling me that. It sounds nice," she replied playfully. After saying this, Zhou Yinzi laughed happily, clearly in a good mood from earning some extra cash, and began joking with Wang Mingyang. "How about grabbing some late-night snacks together? After a busy night, I'm starving." "Are you busy? I don't see you doing much. I just see you sitting there watching beautiful girls." Well, my eyes must be busy. I already had a bite while shopping with them, so I won't go, Zhou Yinzi replied. Well, then you can head back. Call me if you need anything. Being so beautiful, be careful on your way back, haha. Enough. You. Zhou Yinzi rolled her eyes. With their first collaboration successful, both felt happy. After some joking, they said their goodbyes and left. While enjoying his late-night snack, Wang Mingyang thought, this industrial area has mostly garment factories with over 50,000 workers, so the consumption potential should be considerable. The batch of MP3 players in hand should all be sold by the end of the week, and he would make around 10,000 yuan. Earning money this way is much faster than working a job. He needs to find a way to keep it going. By the weekend, he planned to go to Huaqiang South to buy some parts and shells, aiming to get as much as possible. If he could find more people like Zhou Yinzi to bring him clients, that would be great. Right, I should call Lao Chun to ask about the shells. With that thought, Wang Mingyang picked up the phone and called Chun Ming, who was also off work and enjoying a late-night snack. After chatting for a while, Wang Mingyang asked Chun Ming to help buy some leftover materials from the factory, and he readily agreed. Just after ending the call, another call came in. Upon picking up, it turned out to be Yang Gang, whom he met while selling on the overpass. Yang Gang said he had sold out the few MP3 players he got last time and wanted to buy 10 more. 10 units is a bit low. How about this? If you buy 20 or more, he'll give you an even bigger discount, 30 yuan off each. How does that sound? Sure. When will you come by? It'll take 10 each of the 128 and 256 models. Tomorrow at 1 p.m., let's meet at the same overpass as last time. They'll call you when I arrive, Wang Mingyang replied. Okay. After hanging up, Wang Mingyang was overwhelmed with joy. It was like his wishes were coming true. He felt fantastic. Even though the profit per unit had decreased, as long as there was volume, he could grow steadily. The next day, during lunch break, Wang Mingyang skipped eating and rushed to meet Yang Gang on the bus, planning to return immediately after the delivery. After several days of work, Friday arrived quickly. Wang Mingyang called Chun Ming, suggesting they have dinner after work and check out the MP3 parts he brought back. Wang Mingyang had sold out the MP3 players by Thursday night. After tasting success, Zhou Yinzi kept introducing her colleagues, friends, and fellow townspeople to him. Since the MP3 players Wang Mingyang sold already had songs pre-downloaded, people didn't need to spend money downloading them again, making them very popular. At the same price point, everyone would definitely prefer Wang Mingyang's products, especially with discounts. Consequently, Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yinzi's relationship deepened, turning them into good friends. Zhou Yinzi often faced teasing from her colleagues, joking that her effort in promoting Wang Mingyang meant they must have something more going on. Arriving near Chun Ming's place, it was already past 6:40 p.m. Wang Mingyang stopped by a nearby market to buy some roasted chicken and dishes, and also picked up a cold beer. He earned some money from his side business over the past few days and wanted to treat Lao Chun and the others to a nice meal. Moreover, when he first arrived in Shenzhen, Lao Chun and his friends had taken care of him. Now that he was capable, he should contribute, even though everyone would not mind such small matters. When Wang Mingyang arrived at the rented apartment carrying beer and food, Lao Chun and the others were already busy, and it looked like dinner would be ready soon. After dinner, Wang Mingyang and Chun Ming went into the inner room while the others were in the living room watching TV and chatting. Chun Ming took out the MP3 parts and Wang Mingyang paid him for the items, then sorted through the components on the table. Wang Mingyang planned to set aside the usable parts and assemble them after buying the corresponding components in Huaqiang South the next day. The next morning, he and Chun Ming got up early and took the bus to Huaqiang South. Huaqiang South was still bustling with activity. The sounds of invoices filled the air with passion, and daily financial miracles were still unfolding. Wang Mingyang and Chun Ming wandered around. After some bargaining, they finally managed to gather most of the necessary components, only missing the memory. Memory makes up the highest proportion of the cost of MP3 players. Wang Mingyang wanted to see if he could find relatively cheap gray market or second-hand stocks. They asked several counters in the memory section before finding a suitable one. Wang Mingyang spent all the cash he had on him to buy over 200 memory chips. After some back and forth with the sales staff, they finally nodded in agreement to give a larger discount and exchange contact numbers. After shopping, Wang Mingyang and Chun Ming strolled around other areas before heading back. Back at the place, Wang Mingyang started assembling the MP3 players, planning to head out to sell them tonight. With the thought of making over 1,000 yuan in one night, he was filled with motivation. By 5:30 p.m., Wang Mingyang had assembled over 80 MP3 players at terrifying speed. After eating at a fast food restaurant downstairs, he bid farewell to Chun Ming and left. Returning to his rented room, Wang Mingyang formatted all the MP3 players he had assembled in the afternoon and downloaded songs onto them. This service had become one of his competitive advantages. Since many workers go to internet cafes to play games or browse the web, they don't know how to download songs on computers. At outdoor stalls, downloading songs is charged per song. Once this batch of goods is sold, I should have some extra cash. Then I can buy a cheap notebook specifically for downloading songs. As long as people come to buy MP3s, I can offer them free downloads on the spot. Hee, I truly am a business genius, Wang Mingyang thought to himself, feeling a bit proud as he considered the money he had earned in recent days, making him somewhat giddy. After a series of operations, Wang Mingyang successfully downloaded songs onto 80 MP3 players. He then took out his phone and called Zhou Yinzi to inform her that he would be setting up his stall tonight. Okay, I'll bring people over later. I've been waiting for 2 days and finally I have goods now. After hanging up the phone, Wang Mingyang gathered his things and rode his bike to the stall location. Wang Mingyang quickly set up the items, sitting on a chair to await customers. Time ticked by, and before he knew it, it was 11 o'clock. That night, Wang Mingyang sold over 20 machines, including the 16 that Zhou Yinzi brought her friends to buy. After deducting costs, he earned over 1,600. After packing up, Wang Mingyang called Zhou Yinzi to arrange a meeting at the night market street. Soon he arrived at the night market street and ordered some food at a late-night stall while waiting for Zhou Yinzi. After about 10 minutes of waiting and looking around, Wang Mingyang finally saw Zhou Yinzi appear. At that moment, she had her long hair tied in a ponytail, wearing a white chiffon short-sleeve top and fitting black pants, exuding vibrant youthfulness with a touch of allure. Sister vibe, haha, I like it. Wait, how did I not notice such a beautiful girl before? Is it because I only focused on solving basic needs? Ugh, that must be because she always wore work clothes before, that's why I never noticed. Yes, it must be that, not my problem. Quickly, Wang Mingyang found a suitable reason for himself. What are you frowning about? Got something on your mind? Zhou Yinzi casually asked, noticing his expression. Hearing this, he put on a heavy expression and said to Zhou Yinzi, I'm sorry, I've overlooked something very important. I failed to notice your beauty in time. Only now do I realize the mistake I made. You usually so serious, how could you say something like this? You're killing me with laughter, ha. Oh no, my stomach hurts, ha. Zhou Yinzi rolled her eyes at Wang Mingyang before bursting into laughter, gasping for breath. Can I ask you something? Are you single? She wanted to find out first in case she felt a spark one day. Zhou Yinzi, still laughing, finally managed to stop her shoulders from shaking and said, how did I not notice you're so smooth talking before? Speaking seriously now. Here's your appearance fee for tonight, hold on to it for her. Give it to her when you have the chance, if not then don't. Wang Mingyang handed over 480 yuan. Hee, thank you, boss. I'll treat you to late night snacks tonight. Zhou Yinzi accepted the money, playfully acting like a little money grubber. Have you been working late shifts a lot lately? If not, how about helping me sell MP3s at my stall? I want to set up another stall here at the night market. I'll give you 30 yuan commission for each item you sell. Think about it. Whether I work overtime or not, I can't say for sure. Wang Mingyang picked up a mouthful of fried noodles, chewed a few times, and looked at Zhou Yinzi. But if you trust me, I'd like to give it a try. Even if I have to work late, it'll only be until 10. After work, I can set up my stall for an hour, but I can't guarantee the sales. That would be great. As long as the stall is there, there will be customers. Plus, in the sales industry, women have an advantage over men, especially a beautiful girl like you. Here you go again with your sweet talk. I'm not joking, there's a theoretical basis for it. Women have more charm and appearance than men, and that's the first step to attracting customers. Since I've started pretending, I might as well go all out. So Wang Mingyang rambled on about a plethora of knowledge points he had gleaned from business marketing books. In front of the beautiful girl, he focused on the theory of the beauty economy. Wang Mingyang spoke eloquently, completely unaware that Zhou Yinzi was listening intently. So if you dress as beautifully as you do tonight, boys will definitely come looking for you to buy MP3s. Wang Mingyang joked, trying to lighten the mood. You make a valid point, and I'll try to dress better tomorrow night. Wait, you're not serious, are you? I was just joking, Wang Mingyang replied, looking stunned. If what you said is correct, then we could sell more MP3s. All right, but you need to be careful, especially of those yellow-haired wolves. What? Are you jealous? I'm not that easy to fall for tricks. A straightforward girl like me wouldn't let herself be taken advantage of. No, I just am. As the two continued their playful banter, the food on the table gradually diminished. In the end, they agreed that Wang Mingyang would deliver 25 MP3s at 6:30 tomorrow afternoon, and Zhou Yinzi would set up her stall for the first time tomorrow night. Before leaving, Wang Mingyang hurriedly settled the bill. No way a man could let a beautiful girl pay for dinner. In this aspect, Wang Mingyang was a bit of a chauvinist. After dropping Zhou Yinzi off at the dormitory building where she worked, Wang Mingyang turned back to return to his own place. The next day at noon, Wang Mingyang returned home, and instead of taking his usual nap, he took out the MP3 parts one by one and assembled them into finished products. With over 100 machines still to assemble, he had to hurry. At this moment, time was money for Wang Mingyang. Tonight, Wang Mingyang planned to set up his stall at the night market street, where the foot traffic was much greater than at the industrial area where Zhou Yinzi worked. He wanted to prepare more goods. Inside the rented room, the buzzing fan blew cool air over Wang Mingyang's face, taking away some of the heat and drying off beads of sweat. As time passed, the finished products piled up on the right side of the table. At 2 o'clock, his phone alarm suddenly rang, reminding him that it was time to head to work in the afternoon. Wang Mingyang had to quickly tidy up the things on the table and rush out the door to head to the factory. After returning at 6 in the evening and having dinner, he continued to be busy. After downloading all the songs onto the machines he assembled at noon, Wang Mingyang called Zhou Yinzi to inform her that he was preparing to deliver 25 machines to her. At the entrance of the industrial area, after chatting with Zhou Yinzi for a while and helping her set up her stall, Wang Mingyang hurried off to the night market street. Riding his bicycle from one end of the street to the other and then back again, Wang Mingyang finally found a spot in front of the dollar store where he could set up his stall. After spending 20 yuan and getting the dollar store owner's consent, Wang Mingyang set up his stall. Having completed all this with no business coming in right away, Wang Mingyang chatted with the store owner to break the ice and inquire about the situation at the night market. He had heard that the rents and transfer fees for the night market shops were expensive. Now that he understood the specific situation, it was beneficial in case he grew bigger in the future. Wang Mingyang thought to himself. As night fell, the streets became more crowded and the atmosphere grew lively. In the nearby industrial zones, workers would often come here to stroll in the evenings whenever they weren't working overtime. This was the greatest pastime for the working class. Wang Mingyang unexpectedly encountered several colleagues from the factory, and everyone exchanged greetings. By the time they wrapped up around 11 o'clock, Wang Mingyang was mentally calculating his earnings. Sure enough, doing business in high-traffic areas was profitable. Tonight, he sold over 30 units, making the 20 yuan rent well worth it. Before leaving, Wang Mingyang made arrangements with the owner of the 1 yuan shop to rent the spot for the long term, paying 200 yuan as a deposit, while also asking for the owner's phone number. Afterward, Wang Mingyang left with his belongings. He headed to a wonton shop on the street to wait for Zhou Yinzi to come over for a late-night snack and to share the results of the evening. He ordered 2 bowls of wontons, and it wasn't long before Zhou Yinzi appeared. Seeing Wang Mingyang, she was filled with excitement. "I sold 12 tonight. How many did you sell?" "He am better than you. Over 30. After finishing their meal, Wang Mingyang received the payment. Zhou Yinzi handed over, counting 360 yuan, which was her earnings for the night. "You can take the remaining machines back for now. Once you sell them, I'll bring you new ones," Wang Mingyang said. "No need, it's not safe to leave them in my dormitory. Just bring them over before we set up tomorrow night." "Okay then." The two young people chatted back and forth, filled with hopes for a bright future, with a hint of flirtation lingering in the air between them. After dropping Zhou Yinzi off at her dorm, Wang Mingyang returned home. Upon arriving, he didn't immediately take a shower or rest, but continued to work hard. The number of assembled MP3 players had reached over 80. With another busy day tomorrow, he wondered if these 200 units could last until the weekend. Lying in bed, Wang Mingyang was deep in thought. Before he knew it, it was Thursday. By 9 that evening, he had sold out all his MP3 players, and Zhou Yinzi had done the same. The next morning at work, Wang Mingyang wrote a leave request note and approached his department supervisor Lu Xinqing, saying he needed a day off. After Lu Xinqing agreed and signed, Wang Mingyang found Li Meihua handing over the leave note. "I need to take a day off today. You've been working fewer overtime shifts lately, and now you're asking for leave again. You'll lose your full attendance bonus this month. I heard you're selling MP3 players at the night market. With no new products to develop at the factory, I'm just passing time at night, so I took some MP3s from a friend to try selling them. Do you want to support me? I can give you a discount." At this moment, Wang Mingyang looked like a wolf tempting Little Red Riding Hood, with a carrot, his eyes gleaming. "Really? I'll come check it out tonight. Where are you selling?" Li Meihua asked with a smile. "Right in front of the 1 yuan shop in the middle of the night market. If you buy, I'll help you download songs for free." He seized the chance to advertise. "If you bring people to buy, I'll give you a referral fee. You could earn a few $100 in a month." Wang Mingyang tempted. "Let me check and see if I can. I'll come find you," Li Meihua replied. After leaving the factory, Wang Mingyang headed straight to Huacheng South. In the Gusai building, due to the small quantity needed, he asked several counters before finding suitable shells and circuit boards, all from the same batch. Carrying a large bag, Wang Mingyang went back to the counter he visited last time to pick up more than 300 memory chips. Having dealt with this shop owner several times, the quantity increased each time. Today, Wang Mingyang received an even better price than before. Struggling to carry his purchases, Wang Mingyang squeezed onto the bus, bumping all the way back home. After quickly grabbing a fast meal, he started assembling the devices. By 6:30 in the afternoon, he had already assembled more than 70 MP3 players. Ever since his brain had evolved, his thinking and manual skills were far superior to the average person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved this number. Just as he was about to tidy up the desk, the phone rang. It was Yang Gang calling, wanting 30 MP3 players since his last batch had sold out. Holding the belief that the customer is king, Wang Mingyang quickly prepared the goods and delivered them, also inviting Yang Gang to grab a meal together to strengthen their business friendship. After returning home, Wang Mingyang couldn't rest. He went out again to deliver some MP3s to Zhou Yinzi before heading to the night market to set up. Around 8 o'clock that evening, Li Meihua called Wang Mingyang soon, bringing along 2 fellow workers from other factories. After chatting with Wang Mingyang for a bit, they bought 2 256 megabytes MP3 players. Another busy night. The next day at noon in the cafeteria, Wang Mingyang sat at a table with Li Meihua enjoying their meal and chatting. Taking the opportunity, Wang Mingyang handed over the 60 yuan commission from last night to Li Meihua. Seeing her eyes squinting with laughter and her smiling eyebrows, he knew she was very happy. You said you and Wang Mingyang weren't dating, but we saw you two sitting together and laughing in the cafeteria today. At the dorm's bedtime meeting, Li Meihua was interrogated by her roommates. Suddenly, the image of that slightly handsome face reappeared in her mind. Busy and fulfilling days made Wang Mingyang's life energetic and full of motivation. Days passed quickly, and by the end of August, Wang Mingyang's bank account balance exceeded 100,000. Looking at the ATM display showing his balance, he felt a surge of ambition and determination, suddenly realizing that working at the factory was no longer appealing. The next morning at work, Wang Mingyang expressed his desire to resign to his supervisor, Liu Xianxing. After a discussion, Liu Xianxing agreed, and Wang Mingyang prepared his resignation letter to proceed with the process. What is this? Li Meihua asked with a smile as she took the A4 paper Wang Mingyang handed her, instinctively glancing at it before becoming stunned. It's my resignation letter. Why? Li Meihua's tone unconsciously carried a hint of reluctance and anxiety. During this time, due to selling MP3 players, they had been chatting daily, and their relationship had become much closer than before. Having often sat together in the cafeteria, the two were rumored to be dating by their colleagues, who frequently joked in front of them about wanting them to share candy. I'm a bit too busy selling MP3s to keep up with work now, Wang Mingyang replied. Li Meihua opened her mouth, hesitated, and then responded with a hint of disappointment. Oh, is that so? After finishing the conversation with Li Meihua, Wang Mingyang returned to his workstation, picking up books from the technical department to read. Since there wasn't much work to do lately, he took the opportunity to study. With Wang Mingyang's brain now significantly more advanced than the average person's, he could remember the content after reading each book once and understand it thoroughly after 2 readings. Thus, his knowledge and skills advanced rapidly during this time. It seems he needed to visit the Shenzhen book city to buy more professional books to improve himself. Putting down the books he had finished, Wang Mingyang pondered and let his thoughts wander. Now Zhou Yanzi's nightly sales volume had decreased slightly, maintaining around 10 units. It seemed the market capacity in her industrial area had reached its limit. Should he discuss with her about selling at the night market here? He could find a new spot at the night market on the Fuyong side, or perhaps try opening a store on Taobao to explore online sales. Online shopping is currently quite popular domestically. Taobao's owner Ma Yun is seen as a potential rival to the richest person in the country. With this thought, Wang Mingyang became energized, grabbing the mouse and keyboard to swiftly register for a Taobao account. Wang Mingyang's hands moved rapidly, creating dazzling lights and shadows that dazzled the eyes, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds. Before finishing work, Wang Mingyang finally completed all the registration procedures for his Taobao online store, but the products were not yet listed, leaving the store's inventory interface completely empty. After work at 6 p.m., Wang Mingyang had dinner outside with Zhou Yanzi, sharing his ideas and asking for her opinion. Without hesitation, Zhou Yanzi nodded in agreement to set up a stall at the night market. Quickly finishing her fried rice, Wang Mingyang took her to the night market. First, he greeted the owner of the dollar store, then took out the folding low table he used for his stall, which he had found at a second-hand furniture store. Having sold items here frequently, Wang Mingyang became familiar with the dollar store owner Liang Ming and would leave his table stored in the shop after closing. The shop owner Liang Ming always thought Wang Mingyang was just a guerrilla seller, but seeing him bring Zhou Yanzi made him instantly curious. Hey Mingyang, who's this beauty? Your girlfriend? Don't get it wrong. She's my good friend, and she'll help me sell MP3s here, Wang Mingyang replied. I get it, just a good friend, haha. Liang Ming replied with a lewd smile. So you're not setting up here anymore. Where are you going? Selling here seems good. Oh, I see you sell dozens every night. This place sells well, but I want to open a stall at Fuyong to sell more. Otherwise, selling this little bit every night isn't enough for meals, Wang Mingyang lamented. Stop pretending. Oh, I believe you can't get rich, but if you can't even afford meals, that's just nonsense, Liang Ming retorted with a sideways glance at Wang Mingyang. After some banter with Liang Ming and chatting with Zhou Yanzi, Wang Mingyang returned to his rental apartment, ready to continue being an excellent assembler. Now his MP3s were cheaper than others because he bought materials himself from the market and assembled them, often using leftover stock, leading to lower prices. The only downside was the inconsistency in model types and appearance. However, the low product prices were Wang Mingyang's core advantage. Busy until 1:40 p.m., he finally set down his work, heading out with Zhou Yanzi to pack up and grab a late-night snack. How do you feel about tonight here? Wang Mingyang asked. Pretty good. It's livelier here than in our industrial area, and there are more machines being sold. You did really well tonight, selling more than when I was here. Keep up the good work. I'll leave this place to you, Wang Mingyang said, playfully patting Zhou Yanzi on the shoulder with a smile. Zhou Yanzi rolled her eyes at Wang Mingyang and gently brushed his hand away, asking, it's a bit far from here to Yongfu. Will there be a bus back at night when you go there? The last bus back here seems to be at 10 p.m. I'll ride my bike back. If worse comes to worst, I'll take a taxi, Wang Mingyang replied. Taking a taxi is so expensive, isn't it a waste of money to do that every time? How about you buy an electric bike? Our warehouse manager sometimes rides one for errands. It's convenient. That works too. I'll check it out tomorrow afternoon, Wang Mingyang said. It's far riding a bike all the time is also a waste of time. Do you know where they sell electric bikes? They exchanged casual remarks. The next afternoon, Wang Mingyang went to the place selling electric bikes and bought one. The bike was 48 volts, capable of riding 40 kilometers on a full charge, costing over 3,000 yuan. This electric bike was really expensive. If he hadn't made some money recently, he wouldn't have been able to afford it. On the way back, Wang Mingyang appreciated its convenience while lamenting its price. After finishing work in the afternoon and arranging other matters, Wang Mingyang rode the electric bike loaded with goods to Fuyong. The night market here was different from where he lived. It was larger and managed by dedicated personnel requiring rent. A square meter of space cost over 1,000 yuan per month, and Wang Mingyang paid 3 months' rent at once. Setting up his table and placing the MP3s on it, Wang Mingyang officially opened his new stall, watching the growing crowd on the street. The Fuyong night market was near several large factories, attracting a lot of foot traffic, with people occasionally stopping by to inquire about the machines. When Wang Mingyang packed up, he calculated that he had sold 30 to 40 units that night, feeling quite satisfied as he had covered this month's rent. For several consecutive nights, Wang Mingyang's MP3 sales were good for him. This new stall was a successful venture. Over a week later, Wang Mingyang completed his resignation process. After finishing the paperwork and stepping out of the factory, he felt invigorated, thinking about all the things he had been working on these days. After several days of wandering around Huaqiang South, Wang Mingyang purchased several models of MP3 shells and parts, planning to add new models and enrich his product line. Busy assembling the components at home, Wang Mingyang took several prototypes to a photo studio on the street and had a few photos taken of each model. The Taobao store he registered was still empty and unopened. These photos were prepared for that purpose. Returning to his living space, Wang Mingyang copied the photos of the MP3s to his computer and sent them to Zhou Yinzi, Li Meihua, and Yonggang on OQ, informing them that the new models were ready. After familiarizing himself, Wang Mingyang began to list products for his online store. He uploaded photos, added product descriptions, and was busy until dinner time. At that moment, Zhou Yinzi came by after work to pick up the goods she would sell that night. After helping Wang Mingyang sell MP3s for a few months, Zhou Yinzi had earned more than double her salary from the clothing factory, and now she seemed energized every day. Since Wang Mingyang started selling at Fuyong, Zhou Yinzi did not want to trouble him every afternoon to deliver machines, as she came to pick them up herself, and Wang Mingyang had given her his old bicycle to ride. After packing the MP3s, the two prepared to go eat. On the way, Zhou Yinzi called Li Meihua to invite her to join them, which had become their routine lately. After starting to sell at Fuyong, Wang Mingyang had told Li Meihua that if she had friends wanting to buy MP3s, they should go to Zhou Yinzi to check the goods directly. As they interacted more, Zhou Yinzi and Li Meihua became good friends. Having earned money over the past few months, Wang Mingyang no longer wanted to eat fast food every meal, especially when the three of them went out to eat. They would order dishes at restaurants and always fought to pay the bill. For this reason, Zhou Yinzi often teased him. How can you let the beautiful girls pay when dining together? You're not short on money, now someone who's getting a bit carried away. In this regard, Wang Mingyang still adhered to his traditional masculinity. At the food stall, Wang Mingyang ordered 2 dishes and a soup, and soon Li Meihua arrived. I saw the picture you sent earlier. That bright silver device looks quite appealing with a large display. Even I want one, though it's more expensive than other models. That one is an MP4. Nowadays, more and more MP4 players are appearing in Huaqiang Bai. Besides playing music, MP4s can also play videos and read novels, but they cost more than MP3s. They'll give each of you one, Wang Mingyang said. According to his analysis, electronic products update quickly. MP3s on the market are already quite mature, and their prices and profits are gradually declining. MP4s are still at a relatively high profit stage and have great room for improvement. Our products must follow market trends. Thank you so much for the gift. Everyone is talking about the factory moving to Songgong, but I don't know if it's true, Li Meihua said with a smile while looking at Wang Mingyang. No need to be polite, you all have helped me a lot. By the way, if you really go to Songgong, it's so far away, will you still come here? Wang Mingyang looked at Li Meihua eagerly. It is a bit far, I don't know if he'll go, Li Meihua replied. I just opened an online store on Taobao. I don't have much free time during the day. How about you help me keep an eye on it? You can use your computer at work. They'll give you the account and password, and if any customers come to inquire or place orders, you can handle it. They'll pay you a commission for any sales. What do you think? More and more young people are shopping online, Wang Mingyang continued. Sure, Li Meihua agreed. After dinner, Wang Mingyang gave Li Meihua the Taobao account and password. After parting ways, Wang Mingyang took a detour on his electric bike to deliver a device to Yanggang. After settling the payment, he headed to Fyong's stall. Back at his place that night, Wang Mingyang logged into Taobao to check on the online store status, but found no inquiries. After washing up, he went to bed. The next morning, while having breakfast, Wang Mingyang suddenly thought of his family and decided to call his mother. Holding the phone, he heard his mother's voice and feelings of nostalgia washed over him. Before starting work, he would brush off his parents' concerns, but after more than a year of being out in the world, hearing those words now felt warm to him. Mom, I'm doing well. I resigned a few days ago and am now running a small business. I've made some money more than when I was working. Please send me your bank account, and I'll transfer 2,000 yuan back. You and Dad need to take care of your health and not be too frugal. Hearing her son can earn independently, Wang's mother was very pleased, but couldn't help but remind him to take care of himself. After ending the call with his mother, Wang Mingyang called his sister. After graduating, she worked at a small enterprise in town as an accountant, earning little money. After chatting about recent events, Wang Mingyang asked her for her bank account to transfer 1,000 yuan. His sister Wang Mingyue had always been good to him, and the two siblings shared a close bond. After breakfast, Wang Mingyang first went to a nearby ATM to transfer money to his family, then prepared to visit the Deep City bookstore. After changing buses twice, it took nearly 2 hours for Wang Mingyang to reach the nearest bus stop to the bookstore. After getting off the bus, Wang Mingyang walked along looking around as he made his way to his destination nearby. At a corner, he passed several people from various training institutions were handing out flyers for courses in foreign languages, software programming, Photoshop operations, PCB design, and diploma exams. Lost in thought for a moment, he was handed a flyer. Upon closer inspection, he saw that this one was for diploma upgrade training and exams. Seeing Wang Mingyang hesitate, the flyer distributor eagerly tried to persuade him with their smooth talk. With an impressive pitch, Wang Mingyang was intrigued. Remembering that his mechanical design and automation diploma was only an associate's, he thought that if he could upgrade it to a bachelor's through self-study, it would be great. With his current learning ability, subjects that once seemed difficult would now be easy. After a brief moment of daydreaming, Wang Mingyang lowered his head to check the flyer details and found that the costs weren't cheap. He began to negotiate with the promoter. In the end, Wang Mingyang reached an agreement with the other party. He would only buy the necessary textbooks for self-study and not attend classes. The training institution would help him register for exams, and he could just show up for the tests without paying for classes. Thus, Wang Mingyang saved a significant amount of so-called training fees. With the self-study materials in hand, he entered the Deep City bookstore. The bookstore had several floors, and many people were browsing and buying books. Wang Mingyang walked slowly, observing his surroundings. In the books section, rows of bookshelves extended neatly forward, displaying a variety of books of different thicknesses. A heavy cultural atmosphere enveloped him, as if it swept away the noise and restlessness from outside, leaving only curiosity and a desire for reading. The aisles between the bookshelves were over a meter wide, and many people stood or sat, selecting or browsing their favorite books. Looking at the pages that others were flipping through, it was evident that many had been in this reading state for a while. In this fast-paced city, this place allowed busy people to find peace for their souls and gave those feeling lost about their future a sense of direction. Wang Mingyang followed the directional signs to the electronic technology section and spent time selecting a book to flip through. Since he was currently dealing with electronic consumer products, the pace of technological development and updates was rapid. To go further in this field, he must continually improve his technical skills. Wang Mingyang had a clear understanding of his current needs. Holding the book in his hands and reading several pages, Wang Mingyang quickly became absorbed in the content, entering a focused state where his super brain began to activate, making learning highly effective. After finishing one page, he swiftly turned to the next. As knowledge related to the book intertwined in his mind, Wang Mingyang's reading efficiency increased dramatically, with the intervals between page turns becoming shorter and faster, eventually stabilizing at 3 pages per minute. To others, it appeared that this passerby was merely flipping through the book quickly and casually. After all, when people typically select and purchase books, they need to glance through the content to see if it meets their needs. Only Wang Mingyang knew that the words, formulas, and illustrations he had just seen were already stored in his mind, and he had understood most of them. Given his current state of knowledge absorption, he realized that he only needed to read through the book once more to fully integrate the content. Wang Mingyang assessed his learning ability and concluded that this was his greatest advantage over others. As long as he was willing, he could acquire the knowledge of top experts in one or more fields through study. Imagine a person who can fully master several interdisciplinary fields and integrate them. That would be an incredible advantage in technology development. In the modern age of knowledge explosion, such geniuses would have a crushing advantage in research work compared to other experts unless they were particularly unlucky. Otherwise, their research outcomes would surely be far ahead of the entire industry. Understanding this point, Wang Mingyang's desire for new knowledge became even more fervent, and he solidified his intention to use advanced technology to gain a competitive edge in products. Wang Mingyang spent more than an hour and a half reading a professional introductory book of over 300 pages, and then he flipped back to the first page to start reading it again. The time taken for the second reading was half of the first. Wang Mingyang estimated that his brain had accumulated more relevant knowledge, which improved his understanding ability, thereby reducing the time needed to learn new knowledge in the same field. Putting down the book in his hand, Wang Mingyang picked up another one, which was an advanced version of the previous book. There was also a mastery edition, making a total of 3 books in the series. After picking up the second book, Wang Mingyang found a nearby place to sit down. He had unknowingly stood for over 2 hours and his feet were numb. As time passed, Wang Mingyang, immersed in the ocean of knowledge, raised his head, stood up, returned the book to the shelf, and checked the time on his phone. It was already 4:35 p.m. He needed to head back, or he would be late for his evening market stall. Staying in the bookstore today felt wonderful. He finished reading all 3 books in one go, integrated the knowledge, and even reviewed the electronic circuit technology he had learned before gaining a deeper understanding. According to the standards of the technology forum he often frequented online, he was now at a master level. Of course, this was only theoretical, as he had yet to practice Hansen. Taking a deep breath to relax, Wang Mingyang thought to himself. It was incredible that a master-level expert could be developed in just half a day. He must keep his secret well, otherwise he might be pulled for research, which would be tragic. Wang Mingyang reminded himself again of the importance of confidentiality. As he walked out of the bookstore, Wang Mingyang glanced back at the door, thinking about how he had learned the knowledge of 3 books in half a day and saved several hundred yuan on buying books. What a thrill! Happiness should be shared so that joy can spread further. Wang Mingyang took out his phone and sent a text message to Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi, agreeing to have dinner after work. While squeezing onto the bus, Wang Mingyang's mood soured. There were too many people and it took longer. There was no direct route back. He had to transfer twice, losing over 2 hours. He could have read 2 more books in that time. Holding onto the handrail on the bus, Wang Mingyang swayed with the moving vehicle, contemplating how to solve the inconvenience of transportation, as he would often come here to take advantage of opportunities. At dinner time, seeing Zhou Yinzi ride up on her bicycle, Wang Mingyang suddenly had an idea. How about modifying his electric bike to improve its endurance? Currently, his electric bike used lead-acid batteries, which weighed dozens of pounds. Most mobile phones and electronics now used lithium-ion batteries, which had much higher energy density and weighed only a fraction of lead-acid batteries. However, there were still many technical issues to solve if he wanted to make modifications, but he could give it a try. He would look for books on this topic at the bookstore tomorrow. Before long, Li Meihua arrived as well. The 3 ordered dishes and slowly started chatting. Eventually, the topic unconsciously returned to Wang Mingyang's small business. Zhou Yinzi excitedly spoke about how many machines she had sold in the past few days, while Li Meihua chuckled, saying she had only sold a few MP4 players offline and none online, just inquiries, but no orders. Even so, there weren't many inquiries. Upon hearing this, Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yinzi began to comfort Li Meihua. Amid the laughter, Wang Mingyang glanced at Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi sitting beside him and suddenly felt something was off. Why did he contact these 2 first when he wanted to share happiness? Wasn't it always the case that he immediately called Chun Ming and the others to feast and drink beer? Could it be that he was prioritizing romance over friendship? He shook his head and quickly dismissed this terrifying thought, mumbling to himself about the importance of maintaining his friendships. He couldn't help but glance at the 2 girls across from him again, wondering who he had developed feelings for, or when he had started to fall for them. When the 2 girls casually glanced over and noticed Wang Mingyang staring at them, their conversation abruptly halted, and they became a bit shy and awkward, creating a strange atmosphere among the 3. Eventually, Zhou Yinzi gently kicked Wang Mingyang and tilted her head, saying, "You look like a lustful pig. What are you thinking? Are you interested in Meihua?" Cough, cough. No, it's just what? Just through my careful observation, I concluded something. You both are very beautiful, both are great ladies, Wang Mingyang suddenly said with a serious expression. Someone finally spoke the truth, Li Meihua teased with a smile. Of course, honesty is my greatest virtue. Looking at the 2 girls who resumed chatting and laughing, Wang Mingyang wiped his brow, relieved that he had managed to navigate through that. After dinner, the 3 parted ways. Zhou Yinzi headed to the night market, while Li Meihua went to the factory office to check on her shop. She lived in a dormitory without a computer, so to go online she had to go to the office, where workers were always working overtime at night. After bidding farewell to the 2, Wang Mingyang rode his bike to Fuyong for his stall. Perhaps tonight was Wang Mingyang's lucky night. Business was unexpectedly good. Customers came in waves, and by 9:30 p.m., he had sold everything. Looking at his empty backpack, Wang Mingyang quickly packed up his things, hopped on his electric bike, twisted the throttle, and zoomed away like the wind. Half an hour later, he appeared in front of Zhou Yinzi. "Why are you here? Didn't you go to Fuyong?" "Hee, with my good looks, everyone loves me. As soon as I set up my stall, a bunch of beautiful girls were crying and begging me to sell them my stuff." You're so full of yourself. Speak plainly, Zhou Yinzi giggled. Zhou Yinzi playfully slapped Wang Mingyang. With Wang Mingyang's company and banter, the lights of the night market seemed brighter and more colorful than ever, which Zhou Yinzi thought was wonderful. At 11 p.m. the crowd began to thin out, and the two young people were packing up their stall, smiles on their faces. Huff, huff. A gust of wind blew by, followed by raindrops as Xincheng's weather changed suddenly. Huff. Fortunately, they had just finished packing up. Wang Mingyang sighed in relief as he tightly wrapped his items in plastic bags. This rain is getting heavier. Looking at the trash bags blown away by the wind, Zhou Yinzi remarked. Pulling her towards the innermost part of the eaves to hide, Wang Mingyang glanced helplessly at the closed shop behind him, realizing the timing was unfortunate, as it was closed tonight. Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yinzi didn't bring any rain gear, and the wind blew, carrying raindrops with it. The places on their bodies that got wet increased. After waiting for half an hour, the rain had not completely stopped, but had indeed lightened up significantly. Are you feeling cold? Wang Mingyang asked Zhou Yinzi, noticing her lips were slightly pale under the dim light. A little, but it's okay, I can hold on. Zhou Yinzi replied, glancing at Wang Mingyang, who was taking off his shirt. Here, put this on quickly. Wang Mingyang handed over his checkered long-sleeve shirt. Seeing Wang Mingyang's bare upper body, Zhou Yinzi instantly understood his intention, feeling a touch of warmth in her heart. Unable to resist, Zhou Yinzi stole another glance at Wang Mingyang, thinking to herself that she wouldn't look again. Her heart raced, and she became somewhat shy, hurriedly, saying, "No need, I'm fine, just put it back on." Wang Mingyang pointed at her, and Zhou Yinzi instinctively looked down at her shirt, instantly understanding his meaning, feeling utterly embarrassed. It turned out that her white shirt was soaked from the rain, clinging to her body, revealing the outline of her skin and undergarments, making it hard to hide the beauty underneath. With unprecedented speed, Zhou Yinzi grabbed the checkered shirt and put it on her face, heating up and her heart racing even faster. Fortunately, there was no one around, or so she thought. Oh, wait, there's still Wang Mingyang. At that moment, Zhou Yinzi felt like a dozen little deer were racing in her heart. To ease Zhou Yinzi's embarrassment, Wang Mingyang pretended to be nonchalant, calmly watching the raindrops outside, though internally, he was overwhelmed with excitement, thinking, so big, so white. I want to look a little longer. Let's go back now, we can't wait any longer. Remember to take a shower and change clothes when we get back, or you'll catch a cold. From beside, Zhou Yinzi's voice came softly. You ride the electric bike, and he'll take the bicycle to send you back first. Wang Mingyang pedaled his bike quickly, while Zhou Yinzi rode her electric bike behind him, lighting up the path. Watching Wang Mingyang pedaling hard with his bare upper body, a warm current surged in Zhou Yinzi's heart, and she didn't even feel cold from the raindrops anymore. Arriving at the dormitory of the clothing factory, Wang Mingyang urged Zhou Yinzi to hurry back and take a shower. Only after watching her wave goodbye from the third floor did he ride his electric bike home. To be honest, the rain at midnight was a bit chilly. The next morning, Wang Mingyang, who dreamed of eating steamed buns, woke up late. After washing up and having something to eat, he went to the Deep City bookstore. This time, Wang Mingyang chose to read books about batteries. He started with the Blue Book on the energy storage battery industry to understand the current market status and development trends of battery technology, and then looked into the technical challenges of lithium battery stacking technology and the technical directions for solving these issues. Following this development direction, he eventually returned to addressing the unification of lithium battery compatibility and dynamic power management, which involved hardware circuit design and programmable control technologies. Thus, for the next few days, Wang Mingyang began studying industrial control chip programming technology. His ravenous reading allowed him to quickly acquire a wealth of professional knowledge. Soon he felt that with his current level, he could attempt to design the power management circuit board he desired. During another trip to Huaqiang South to buy MP3 and MP4 parts, Wang Mingyang also bought various electronic components, industrial control chips, and programming equipment he might need. He first took time to assemble the MP3 and MP4. The remaining days, aside from his unchanging routine of street vending at night, Wang Mingyang spent his days tinkering with the power management module he envisioned. He calculated the current and voltage himself, designed the PCB, and wrote the control program. The challenging problems he encountered and solved during this process filled Wang Mingyang with a sense of accomplishment, and the theoretical knowledge he had mastered was validated to some extent through this practice, enabling him to work more adeptly in the future. After spending half a month and going through numerous tests and corrections, the lithium battery power management circuit board was finally completed. Wang Mingyang tested all its functions to confirm that the finished product met the expected results. Stretching and standing up, Wang Mingyang took a deep breath, feeling an indescribable excitement in his heart. Stepping out of his house, Wang Mingyang walked a few steps up and down the stairs, pulled out his phone, and called his old friend Chunming, arranging to go out for drinks tonight. Riding his small electric bike, he swayed to Shixiang Street. When Chunming and his colleagues got off work, they headed straight to the barbecue stall. No street vending tonight, Wang Mingyang declared after clinking glasses of chilled beer, with everyone silently making the decision in his heart as he thought about the balance in his account reaching over 180. Gathered together, everyone was in high spirits, chatting and laughing happily. After finishing a hearty meal and drinks around 9:30, they left together, not forgetting to take 2 bottles of erguo to home. This was the group's traditional game, drinking erguo 2 while playing cards. The losing side had to drink, taking 1 sip for a loss and 2 for a double loss, and so on. The next day was Sunday with no work at the factory, allowing everyone to relax. While playing cards and chatting, Wang Mingyang asked if anyone knew where to buy discarded old mobile phone batteries. Everyone offered suggestions, saying there were counters in Huaqiang South that specialized in buying old phones, or they could contact those ads on utility poles and under bridges. Those people collected old electronic products to extract precious metals, and they might have some, but caution was needed to avoid being scammed. After listening to everyone's advice, Wang Mingyang decided to check out Huaqiang South first. The next day at noon, he wandered through Huaqiang South, spending 200 yuan to buy over 300 old mobile phone batteries to take back to his place. These batteries were collected from several refurbished phone repair shops. Some were usable, while others were not. Wang Mingyang meticulously examined all the batteries he bought, grouping the usable ones with the same capacity, then charging them all together with his modified charger while recording the necessary data on current and voltage. After waking up from his afternoon nap, he saw the charging indicator light showing that the batteries were fully charged, so Wang Mingyang sorted through them again. This time, he selected the batteries with the same voltage to ensure consistency among all the batteries, which would help reduce internal loss and improve performance and lifespan. After another simple calculation, Wang Mingyang connected all the usable batteries in parallel into several small groups, and then wired them in series, ensuring all connection points were soldered securely, and finally packaged them into a rectangular shape. Adjacent rows of batteries were separated by aluminum heat-dissipating sheets, and they were placed in a box made of iron sheets to prevent short circuits, surrounded by flame-retardant cushioning material. Finally, he soldered the power management module circuit board, completing the task. Eagerly, Wang Mingyang carried the newly made battery pack downstairs, pushed out his electric bike, secured the new batteries to the back seat, connected the wires to the original battery line, and disconnected the original lead-acid battery group. Having done all this, Wang Mingyang excitedly rode his electric bike towards Fuyong. He kept going back and forth between his place and Fuyong until the battery ran out. Then he switched the wires back to the original lead-acid battery group to head home. Upon returning home, Wang Mingyang took the lithium battery pack off his electric bike and measured each cell with a meter, discovering that the remaining charge of the individual lithium batteries still varied. It seemed that his power management module still had room for improvement, and he needed to continue researching ways to enhance accuracy and unification. Wang Mingyang stared at the data sheet he had just compiled, lost in thought. Then he reassembled the lithium battery pack, connected it for charging, and recorded the relevant data. After finishing these tasks, Wang Mingyang calculated he must have ridden around 60 kilometers that afternoon, which validated the feasibility of his lithium battery pack modification. Now the main concern was the lifespan of this battery set. The higher the accuracy of the power management module, and the greater the control consistency, theoretically, the longer the battery pack's lifespan. As Wang Mingyang pondered how to improve the software control logic, his phone rang. Upon picking it up, he saw that it was a call from Li Meihua. After pressing the answer button and saying hello, Li Meihua's eager voice came through the receiver, filled with excitement. Mingyang, the Taobao store has finally received an order. Someone has ordered an MP4 player. It's been tough for me, haha. In Wang Mingyang's mind, Li Meihua's smile, which he never tired of, appeared. Her brows arched like a crescent moon. That's great. Finally open for business. We need to celebrate after work. Please tell Zhou Yinzi to meet at our usual spot. Alright, I'll call her shortly. The manager is coming, I have to hang up. See you after work. Li Meihua ended the call. Listening to the beep, 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 coming from his phone, Wang Mingyang thought to himself that the online store finally had business after nearly a month. It wasn't easy. However, this was just a good start. What other ways could he bring more business to the online store? With that thought, Wang Mingyang walked over to his desk, opened his computer, and entered a search for Taobao store strategies on Baidu. The search results were varied and colorful. Wang Mingyang quickly scanned through the answers like a scanner, and after analyzing, he realized that the most reliable method was to spend money on Taobao to buy traffic and attract potential customers. With more people browsing the store, as long as the product prices were reasonable, the number of buyers would naturally increase. Wang Mingyang logged into the back end of the online store and contacted Taobao's customer service, expressing his intention to spend money on advertising. After understanding Taobao's policies from the other party's explanation, Wang Mingyang decided to invest 50,000 yuan to test the waters. Without further ado, Wang Mingyang quickly went out and transferred 50,000 yuan from his bank card to Taobao's designated account. After a series of operations, the cooperation agreement with Taobao was finalized. Next, he just needed to wait and see the results. The offline sales of MP3s and MP4s had stabilized, but encountering a growth bottleneck, Wang Mingyang wanted to explore other avenues to expand the business. With a super brain, he was not content with the status quo, always aiming for greater achievements. That evening, while dining at a food stall, Li Meihua brought over a piece of paper with the MP4 model and address that the customer wanted to buy. Wang Mingyang looked at the address and found it was from Ningbo University in Zhejiang province. Indeed, online shopping was more developed in Zhejiang. No wonder it was the home of Taobao. After dinner, Li Meihua returned to the factory, saying she needed to oversee the online store. Wang Mingyang had just told her about spending money to buy traffic, and now Li Meihua was full of enthusiasm, eager to take on more orders. The next morning, the first thing Wang Mingyang did was to send the MP4 bought by the customer via express delivery. Then he returned to continue tinkering with his power management module. While performing charge and discharge tests on the battery pack and writing new code for the control software, Wang Mingyang was busy and excited like a child who had just received a new toy. A week went by, and after several improvements, the new power management module was finally complete. As before, Wang Mingyang assembled the battery pack onto the electric vehicle and tested it several times, measuring various values, and he was very satisfied with the results, which were much better than before. In the past few days, the traffic from the Taobao store had started to show results, and the number of orders was gradually increasing. Fortunately, Li Meihua's job as a clerk was not too busy during office hours, so she could manage. However, the factory's relocation to Songgang was confirmed when an announcement was made the day before, and many employees who were unwilling to go resigned. Running freely with the wind is the direction, chasing thunder and lightning is the power. While busy at his workbench, Wang Mingyang heard the familiar ringtone of his phone. It was Li Meihua calling. "Hello, Meihua, I was just thinking of inviting you and Yinzi to dinner later. I made something good, let's celebrate together." "Haha, then we should indeed celebrate." Wang Mingyang often found unreliable excuses to invite Zhou Yinzi to dinner, saying things like, "I'm in a bad mood today, let's go eat. I'm in a good mood today, let's go eat. It's June 1st today, we should celebrate. I found 50 cents while shopping at the market, let's celebrate. The first hair that grew today looks better than yesterday, let's celebrate." Thinking of this, Li Meihua's originally bad mood instantly brightened. She smiled and said into the phone, "I sold 15 high-spec MP4 players today, but I can't come over right now. You can come get the recipient's information and let's send it out tomorrow. I'm here at the dormitory. Also, I'm not coming over tonight, you and Yinzi go. Remember to log into the online store tonight. I'm not going to the factory, I can't supervise it." After hearing Li Meihua's words, Wang Mingyang felt a bit strange. Now that the online store's business was improving, Li Meihua usually stayed until 10:30 when the factory workers finished work. It was unusual for her to want to leave early tonight. Wang Mingyang didn't think much and got up, riding the electric bike he had just fixed, and headed to the dormitory building in the electronics factory area. He greeted former colleagues along the way. "Yo, are you here to find Li Meihua again?" Li Meihua's roommate wore an obvious smile as they were heading out to the cafeteria. "Meihua, someone has prepared your dinner, so we won't help you pack it up." After parting ways with the cheerful group, Wang Mingyang skillfully knocked on the door, waited a few seconds, and then pushed open the half-closed door and walked in. Usually male and female workers in the factory often visited each other without much formality. Wang Mingyang entered and saw Li Meihua half-leaning on the bed, leaning against the wall with her feet resting on a chair at the bedside. Her right ankle was swollen, and the light blue jeans she wore had a large water stain creeping up from the hem, clearly from getting wet and not drying properly. Wang Mingyang frowned, his tone softening. "What happened? Why is your foot so swollen? Does it hurt?" "I twisted it at noon today, or it doesn't hurt much, just swollen and inconvenient to walk," Li Meihua replied with a smile. For some reason, her previously aching ankle suddenly felt better upon seeing Wang Mingyang. "It rained heavily at noon today. Why weren't you resting in the dormitory? What were you doing outside? Your pants are all wet, you should change them first." "I didn't want to either. I was about to take a nap after returning from the cafeteria at noon when Manager Lon called and asked me to bring him a few umbrellas at the Good Flavor food stall on Xinghua Street because they got stuck in the rain after eating." She continued, "It was a bit deep on the way back, and I accidentally stepped into a puddle, which caused me to twist my ankle." Hearing this, Wang Mingyang, who felt a bit pity for Li Meihua, couldn't help but curse. Damn it, it was raining so heavily and the street was flooded. That bastard manager still made you deliver umbrellas. You are just his clerk, not his maid or servant. Why should he order you around during off-work hours? The manager of the production department tries to flirt with every pretty girl in the factory. He even shamelessly gave himself the nickname Beauty Slayer. He has a wife back home, but often brags in the office about wanting to find a mistress here in Shenzhen, wanting to keep the red flag flying at home while the colorful flags flutter here. When Li Meihua first arrived, he tried to make a move on her, but Li Meihua didn't give him a chance. 2 weeks later, after he was rejected by Li Meihua, he shifted his target. Wang Mingyang was aware of all this from before. However, at that time, Li Meihua and Wang Mingyang weren't very familiar, and she only regarded these rumors as casual gossip between colleagues. Now Wang Mingyang was so angry that he wanted to curse the manager's ancestors for 18 generations. Why didn't you come back at noon to change your pants? Did you apply any medicine? I didn't have time. By the time I delivered the umbrellas and got back, it was almost time to start work. I was worried about being late, and at that time I only felt a bit of numbness in my ankle, so I didn't pay much attention and went straight back to work. While working, I realized something was wrong, and it ended up like this. Glancing at the furious Wang Mingyang, Li Meihua's voice was timid. Forget it, getting angry is pointless and solves nothing. Taking a deep breath, Wang Mingyang calmed himself, feeling an inexplicable twinge of pity. What do you want to eat? He'll go buy it for you. Eat first, and he'll grab some medicine for your foot on the way back. Thank you, just buy something from the cafeteria, Li Meihua replied softly. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway, as Wang Mingyang quickly made his way to the cafeteria. Reaching the stairs on the first floor, Wang Mingyang thought to himself, forget it, at this hour the cafeteria won't have any good food left, better to get takeout from outside. Jumping onto his electric bike, he twisted the throttle and zoomed to a fast food restaurant over 300 meters away, loudly calling out to the owner to stir-fry Li Meihua's favorite beef and tomato. Having paid, Wang Mingyang took advantage of the owner's cooking time to go to a nearby small pharmacy and bought a bottle of a bone-setting liquid from Yulin City, Guangxi Province. This stuff works wonders for sprains, and people from Wang Mingyang's hometown love using it. After buying the medicine and waiting a few minutes, Wang Mingyang took the freshly prepared fast food, twisted the throttle, and zipped back to the dormitory building, shutting off the power and quickly locking up the bike before heading upstairs. In room 6 on the 3rd floor of the electronics factory dormitory, Wang Mingyang pulled over a small wooden table and placed 2 lunchboxes on it, inviting Li Meihua to eat. Why haven't you changed out of those wet pants yet? It's not good for your health, Li Meihua said with a wry smile. My legs are too swollen, the pant legs are stuck, and I can't take them off. Where are the scissors? Hand them to me. After receiving the scissors, Wang Mingyang crouched down carefully, supporting Li Meihua's calf, and without further ado began to snip away, cutting from her pant legs all the way up to her knees. As he was about to continue, a blushing Li Meihua called out, I'll handle the rest myself, you wait outside for a moment. Standing outside the door, Wang Mingyang examined his left hand, reminiscing about the earlier sensation, which felt surprisingly soft and elastic. Girls at this age have skin that is fair and tender, seemingly glowing with a layer of radiance in their prime. Li Meihua was undoubtedly one of the best, with not only silky skin, but also well-proportioned long legs. What? You think I don't want to stay in there a bit longer to experience that wonderful sensation? I was just kicked out. All right, you can come in now. Just as Wang Mingyang was lost in thought, he heard Li Meihua's voice and pushed the door open. At that moment, she had changed into a pair of loose white pants and was opening the lunchbox ready to eat. You eat first. I just bought this bone-setting liquid. It works really well. We all use this back home. Let me apply it for you first. Wang Mingyang tore off a piece of cotton from the medicine he had bought, soaked it in the liquid, and gently applied it around Li Meihua's ankle, then started to massage it tenderly. Fortunately, Li Meihua didn't cry out in pain, indicating that it shouldn't be too serious. Wang Mingyang gradually increased the pressure, intending to rub the injured area until it felt warm before applying another layer of cotton. Focused on his task, Wang Mingyang didn't notice Li Meihua's expression at that moment. He chatted with her about how he used this bone-setting liquid for his sprained hands and feet when he was a child. Li Meihua, slowly savoring her boxed lunch, wore an expression of enjoyment mixed with shyness, her eyes gently gazing at the figure squatting down to massage her feet. What is happening? For the first time in her life, her small foot was being held and massaged by a male. It was so embarrassing. What if he acted like in the movies and tried to take things further? Should she refuse? Or go along with it? Li Meihua's heart raced, torn between wanting Wang Mingyang to stay close and fearing he would overstep. All right, once you finish eating, I'll take you to see the doctor. I remember there's a traditional Chinese medicine clinic for sprains at the corner of Qihang Avenue. I've seen a lot of people queuing there. The doctors must be skilled. There's no need. Just applying this liquid should be enough. That place is 4 or 5 kilometers away from here. It's better to check. I came on my electric bike. It's easy to go back and forth. Looking at Wang Mingyang, who had already stood up, Li Meihua felt a strange sense of loss. After all, he and I are just good friends, and everything he did today was out of concern for a good friend. Wang Mingyang helped Li Meihua into the sprain clinic at the Qihang Road intersection, assisting her to sit down as the doctor approached from behind the counter to inquire about her condition. The doctor, wearing disposable gloves, pressed and asked Li Meihua about her feelings. It's not a big issue. Just apply the medicine twice and rest for a couple of days, and you'll be able to walk normally. Try to avoid walking for the next 2 days. This medicine, come back tomorrow afternoon to change it. As the doctor wrapped Li Meihua's ankle with gauze, he mentioned, call Lan Youqiang to take a leave. You want me going to work for the next couple of days until your foot heals? On the way back, Wang Mingyang said to Li Meihua, no need for that, it's the end of the month already. If I take leave now, I'll lose my attendance bonus. Besides, the leave might not even be approved. It's his fault for making you deliver the umbrella in the first place. How could he refuse your leave? Don't worry about that 100 yuan attendance bonus. I'll cover it for you. Now with a wealthy mindset, Wang Mingyang had completely forgotten the struggles of being an ordinary worker, waving his hand grandly as he spoke. I don't want your money. Isn't the factory planning to move to Songgang? It's so far from here, I might as well quit my job. After all, there are many who don't want to follow and are quitting. By resigning, he'll avoid dealing with Lan Yuqiang's nonsense. What a disgrace for a manager with no quality, always cursing at employees on the production line. It's only because the boss rarely visits that he was deceived by his facade and allowed him to be manager. If you don't work this job, will you support me? Li Meihua playfully replied from the back seat, feeling quite cheerful. Sure, I'll support you. As the classic line from King of Comedy came out, both of them froze for a moment, and the air suddenly fell silent, rippling with tension. 2 days later, after her foot was almost healed, Li Meihua immediately filled out her resignation form when she returned to work. During lunch together, Wang Mingyang asked her if she would help manage his online store full-time after leaving the factory, offering a salary of 7,000, which is considered quite high. Normally, it would just be a base salary plus commission totaling around 3,000 to 4,000, but since she is Li Meihua, Wang Mingyang offered her this much. Li Meihua understood this was Wang Mingyang's way of taking care of her. Initially, she hesitated to accept such a high salary, but in the end she agreed under Wang Mingyang's coercion and temptation. At that moment, Zhou Yanzi, who was also present, had a momentary strange expression, but Wang Mingyang didn't notice. When Wang Mingyang went back to replenish stock at Huaqiang South, he added 2 new styles of MP4 players. This decision was based on sales data from the online store indicating that most customers placing orders were university students, primarily buying MP4 players. To meet market demand, Wang Mingyang adjusted the product structure. After assembling the new devices, Wang Mingyang started tinkering with an electric bike, intending to convert Zhou Yanzi's bicycle into an electric one. However, the bicycle's hub was unsuitable for installing a drive motor, so the motor had to be designed as an external unit mounted directly on the rear axle to drive the back wheel. To achieve this, Wang Mingyang visited a metal machining shop near the industrial area to customize several parts for securing the motor. Typically, these metal machining shops have 1 or 2 small CNC machines surviving on processing orders from nearby factories. Wang Mingyang, having studied mechanical design and automation, curiously watched the shop owner operate the machine. Combining what he had learned in the past, Wang Mingyang quickly grasped about 70 to 80% of how to operate these machines, which utilized UG programming software. With the motor mount completed, the next headache was purchasing the motor, as Wang Mingyang had no idea where to buy it. The results found on Taobao were either ridiculously priced or did not meet the requirements. Although he found a disassembled diagram of a brushless motor on Chengdu, he couldn't realistically make everything himself. After a few days, a breakthrough came. Through various inquiries, Wang Mingyang learned that a high school classmate, Chun Hua, was an agent for branded stepper motors in Yangqing. After asking for his phone number in the class group, Wang Mingyang called Chun Hua. Chun Hua mentioned that he didn't have brushless motors for 2-wheeled electric vehicles, but could arrange for them from a colleague. Wang Mingyang spent 800 yuan to buy 2 400-watt motors, asking the seller to ship them directly. As the motors would take some time to arrive, Wang Mingyang took the opportunity to make another trip to Huaqiang South to stock up, as selling MP3 and MP4 players was now his main business and sole source of income. Since purchasing traffic for the website, the number of customers visiting the online store to browse products had effectively increased, and sales were steadily rising, creating a favorable situation that relieved Wang Mingyang from worrying about his investment of 50,000 yuan going to waste. Through back-end data analysis, Wang Mingyang discovered that the majority of customers purchasing his products during this time were university students. This made sense, as this demographic was more accepting of new things and had disposable income. The models they purchased mostly belonged to the higher-end category, indicating their high demand for product quality. Wang Mingyang examined the MP4 circuit boards he bought from Huaqiang South and decided to replace the original audio chips with higher quality models to meet the expectations of high-quality customers in the online store. After soldering the new chips, Wang Mingyang powered on the device for a test listen. As expected, the sound quality significantly improved. To align with the advertised high-quality player features, Wang Mingyang also equipped this batch of devices with better headphones, moving away from the previous cheap pairs. The new headphones were selected from various products in Huaqiang South, costing over 10 yuan, and the sound reproduction and fullness across low, mid, and high frequencies were incomparable to the previous options. After the listening session, Wang Mingyang nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased with the performance of the new devices. Recently, the market competition for MP3 and MP4 players had intensified, leading to a sharp decline in prices and profits, resulting in numerous inferior products flooding the market. For future development, Wang Mingyang planned to create some higher-end products and pursue a brand quality route. Of course, at this stage, high-end products were only suitable for sale in the online store as their prices were higher and street vendors rarely considered such items. After spending a few days finishing this batch of goods, the two brushless motors also arrived. Wang Mingyang eagerly installed one of them on his bicycle along with the control handle and other necessary components, then took it for a test ride to experience the modifications. After one lap, there were no major issues, but the speed control was not smooth enough. It jerked a bit at the start. After a few adjustments to the throttle controller, this problem was resolved. After another lap, Wang Mingyang was somewhat satisfied. The only drawback was that the motor power was not sufficient. It was fine for a single rider, but struggled with a passenger. Zhou Yinji, who came over after work, took a look around the modified electric bicycle at Wang Mingyang's invitation, then rode it out for a spin, returning with great joy, constantly praising the modifications. Wang Mingyang felt happy upon hearing this, but seeing Li Meihua's envious gaze nearby, he quickly promised to modify one for her in a couple of days. Li Meihua's big eyes immediately turned into crescent moons as she smiled at Wang Mingyang. After having dinner outside, Zhou Yinji prepared to ride away. Wang Mingyang reminded her to remember to take the battery pack off the back seat when she returned to the dorm at night to prevent theft. Watching Zhou Yinji leave, Wang Mingyang rode his electric bike to take Li Meihua back to the electronics factory dormitory, also handing her the commission from last week's online store sales. Each unit earned 30 yuan, totaling over 40 yuan, nearly double the salary at the factory, which made Li Meihua extremely happy, and she immediately announced that she would treat them to a late-night snack tonight. That evening, while setting up his stall at Fuyong, Wang Mingyang silently calculated the accounts in his mind. Given the current situation, he and Zhou Yanzi's two stalls could earn about 50 yuan in profit a month. Adding the 600 from the online store, he had over 110 yuan in income per month. However, if he needed to generate traffic for the online store, he would have to spend 110 yuan monthly, leaving him with a rough profit of 110 yuan, which was more than he earned in a year working at a job. Such income was something he could only dream of before, and he never expected it to become a reality now. However, the current business could not be considered stable. It was far from being in a worry-free situation. He still needed to think more about how to move forward. Perhaps he could try listing some mobile phones and netbooks on the online store. These items were selling well in Huaqiang South and could potentially become mainstream products in the next phase. He could list them online first, and when someone placed an order, he could buy them from Huaqiang South without producing them himself. This would lower profits, but it was still feasible. Sitting in his chair, Wang Mingyang continued to ponder. That evening after work, Li Meihua invited Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yinji for a late-night snack. They enjoyed nearly 100 skewers of barbecue and 2 large bottles of soda, feeling satisfied and full before returning home. The next morning, Wang Mingyang went to the bookstore to browse some business management and product marketing books, spending half the day there. After having a bowl of noodles for lunch, he rushed to Huaqiang South. At Huaqiang South, Wang Mingyang first went to the area selling secondhand mobile phones and bought a bunch of old phone batteries, then purchased some electronic components, and finally left with 3 counterfeit phones and 2 unbranded laptops. The reason he bought all these unbranded items was that branded goods had no price margin for reselling, making it impossible to earn money. By the time he returned to his residence, it was already past 5:30. Looking at the increasing number of items in his house, Wang Mingyang suddenly felt the need to rent a larger place. Wang Mingyang carefully placed his belongings, holding a counterfeit smartphone and a laptop as he arrived at the photo studio he often frequented. "Boss lady, could you help me take some pictures of these items, just like before?" Seeing a familiar customer, the charming boss lady walked over with a smile. "All right, handsome, are you selling the smartphone and laptop this time?" "Yes, business has been tough lately. The competition is fierce, and I need to diversify my products to survive," Wang Mingyang lamented as he did before. After the photos were taken, Wang Mingyang exited the photo studio and called over Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi to join him for a meal. Wang Mingyang handed a USB drive to Li Meihua, saying, "Here are some photos of the smartphone and laptop. Once you get back, please upload them to the online store. The phone is priced at 800 yuan and the laptop at 2,200 yuan. The specifications are in the manuals, just write the introductions accordingly. All right, by the way, I have something to tell you. Our factory announced a new notice today. We will be moving in 2 days. I need to find a place to rent tomorrow, or I won't have anywhere to stay. After a few years in the factory, I oldly have never felt as wealthy as today, or I finally won't have to squeeze into a collective dormitory anymore. By the way, Yinzi, you should move out too. We could keep each other company. Now that you live at the factory every day, it's inconvenient to return late at night after selling. Besides, your income isn't low. You don't need to worry about money," Li Meihua remarked. "Right, Yinzi, if you moved out, it would be much more convenient for you to manage everything. Have you thought about it?" Wang Mingyang said, looking at Zhou Yinzi. "To be honest, I've been thinking about quitting my job. Lately, I haven't been working overtime at night, and my supervisor has been very critical of me. Now selling MP3s with you makes me much more money than working at the factory, Zhou Yinzi confessed. I want to quit and help you sell things. Can I? Zhou Yinzi continued after a moment of silence, looking at Wang Mingyang. Wang Mingyang understood the implication behind Zhou Yanzi's words and suddenly felt a heavy pressure falling into deep thought. Seeing that Wang Mingyang was silent, Zhou Yinzi hurriedly said, I was just suggesting it. If you think it's inappropriate, then forget it. Looking at Zhou Yanzi's slightly flushed face, Wang Mingyang smiled and said, There's nothing inappropriate about it. If you want to quit, just quit. I wholeheartedly welcome you to help me. However, you need to think clearly about one thing. What if this business doesn't work out and I can't make money anymore? That's okay. At worst case, I can find another factory job later. Zhou Yinzi replied cheerfully, her tone clearly happy, showing off her 8 teeth as she spoke. Yes, worst case, I can just go back to the factory, Li Meihua chimed in. All right, then let's make this a happy decision. Cheers, Wang Mingyang exclaimed, raising his teacup while the three of them laughed together. After putting down their cups, Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi chatted about looking for rental houses together for lunch tomorrow. Wang Mingyang thought for a moment and said, While you're at it, could you help me keep an eye out too? I want to change to a larger place, preferably renting an entire floor on the second floor. It would be more convenient for me when I work, as there's no space left to store my things in my current room. Once you find something, let me know, and I'll go take a look. The two women cheerfully agreed. After a joyful dinner, the three parted ways to attend to their own tasks. The next morning, Wang Mingyang went to a bike rental shop on the street to buy a second-hand bicycle. On his way back, he stopped by a dollar store to chat with Liang Ming. Naturally, they got to talking about their respective businesses. Wang Mingyang mentioned wanting Zhou Yinzi to sell goods over at Fuyong and asked Liang Ming if he could help him sell MP3s, offering a 50 yuan profit per unit. Liang Ming agreed, saying he'd noticed that Zhou Yanzi's MP3s were selling well lately and was considering adding some electronic products to his store. They decided to add a glass display case on one side of the store's entrance to showcase and sell MP3s, MP4s, and other electronic products. MP3s and MP4s would be sourced from Wang Mingyang, and Liang Ming would purchase other goods himself from Huiqiangbai. At noon, Wang Mingyang treated Liang Ming to a meal, and after some mutual business flattery, they bid farewell. Wang Mingyang went back to work on the newly bought bicycle and an old battery, while Liang Ming arranged matters regarding the glass display case. Busy in the small space downstairs until 6:10, Li Meihua called to inform Wang Mingyang that they found a place for him to rent, asking him to come see if he liked it. After confirming the address, Wang Mingyang rode over. The place was not far, only about 200 or 300 meters from his current location. When Wang Mingyang arrived, both Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi were there, along with a middle-aged woman standing next to them, clearly the landlord, though it was unclear if she was a native or a second-hand landlord. After exchanging greetings, Li Meihua led Wang Mingyang inside to view the house, while Zhou Yinzi stayed behind to chat with the landlord. This is a self-built house, 3.5 stories high, built over 10 years ago. The landlord's family has lived here, and the person downstairs is the landlord herself. She said they have been living in Hong Kong for a long time and rarely come back. If you want to rent, it must be a long-term lease. Each floor has about 140 square meters. The second and third floors each have 3 rooms, a living room, and a shared bathroom, while the first floor has 2 large halls, and there's a 20 square meter area by the entrance for parking and storage. Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi think it's quite good, but the location is a bit off for this urban village, she continued as they walked, before finally asking Wang Mingyang for his opinion. It is quite suitable. They'll rent the second floor, but I don't know how much the rent is. Oh, have you found your place yet? If you think it's suitable, that's fine. For the rent, let Yinzi and the landlord discuss it. We've found our place, and since we don't have much to move tomorrow, you don't need to trouble yourself, she replied. I need to buy a computer soon, otherwise I can't manage the online store. Would you come with me to help me check it out? I don't know much about computer configurations, Li Meihua said. You don't need to buy a computer yet, I still have 2 laptops here, Wang Mingyang replied. You and Yinzi can each use one, and while you're at it, check the quality of these laptops. That way you'll have a better idea when it comes time to sell them, he continued. They're over 2,000 yuan, you can deduct it from my commission later, he added. No need for that, I'll consider it a work computer for both of you. You'll definitely need computers for many tasks in the future. When you have time, please teach Yinzi how to use office software. If the workload increases later, she'll need to know how to use it, he suggested. As they walked out of the house, Li Meihua leaned over to Zhou Yinzi and said, Mingyang is quite satisfied with this place, he wants to rent the second floor. After hearing this, Zhou Yinzi smiled and nodded at Wang Mingyang, then began negotiating the price with the landlord. At that moment, Wang Mingyang's phone rang. It was Yang Gang, whom he had met when he was first setting up a stall on the overpass. He called to say that he had nearly sold out of the MP3s and wanted Wang Mingyang to deliver some goods now. Wang Mingyang walked over after hanging up the phone and said to Zhou Yinzi and Li Meihua, I need to rush to deliver some goods. You can let me know when you finish discussing. He'll pay when we sign the contract, and we'll meet for dinner later. Then he rode away on his electric bike. By the time Wang Mingyang returned from delivering goods and arrived at the food stall, it was already past 7. Li Meihua and Zhou Yanzi had prepared the dishes and were waiting for him. Did you finalize things? How much is it per month? When can we move in? Wang Mingyang asked in rapid succession. 3,000 1-month deposit and 3 months rent up front, Zhou Yanzi replied. Ah, so expensive, let's not rent it, let's find another place, Wang Mingyang exclaimed. But Li Meihua laughed and said, it's too late to change, the contract has already been signed and the money has been given. This won't do, hurry and find the landlord to get the money back. We can't be taken advantage of like this, Wang Mingyang said anxiously. The two people sitting opposite watched Wang Mingyang's anxious expression and burst into laughter. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Let me explain, 3,000 is for renting the entire building, not just the second floor, Zhou Yanzi said. Why rent so much? I can't use that much space by myself. I discussed it with Meihua. We will move to the 3rd floor, and you will stay on the 2nd floor. The 1st floor will be kept for work purposes, Zhou Yanzi explained. Since Meihua and I are no longer working at the factory, you can bring back the parts, and we can assemble them together. This way you won't be as busy and exhausted as before, she added. Hearing this, Wang Mingyang felt a thrill of joy in his heart. Who wouldn't like living with beautiful women? If some sparks were to fly, wouldn't that be even more perfect? That's how it always goes in dramas. He secretly glanced at Zhou Yanzi, but she caught him. Wang Mingyang pretended to be calm and shifted his gaze to Li Meihua, only to find her looking at him too, causing their hearts to race and the atmosphere to become somewhat awkward. 1-month deposit and 3 months rent, a total of 12,000. They'll go get the money and pay you, Wang Mingyang quickly said, trying to break the awkward silence with Zhou Yanzi. No need. Meihua and I will pay the rent for this house from now on, Zhou Yanzi stated. You've already given us quite a lot of things. You always pay for our meals. Now that Meihua and I can afford the rent, you don't have to worry about it too much, she added. Wang Mingyang felt Zhou Yanzi's voice was particularly gentle tonight and secretly glanced at Li Meihua again. Yeah, this is what I discussed with Yanzi, Li Meihua said, her sparkling eyes still looking beautiful, making it hard for Wang Mingyang to resist looking at her again. Pretending to chew a piece of meat to calm his racing heart, Wang Mingyang told Zhou Yanzi about having Liang Ming help him sell MP3 players at the dollar store today and expressed his desire for Zhou Yanzi to set up a stall in Fuyong in the future. After all, that area has a fixed stall rental and the foot traffic is larger than the night market here, making it a better business opportunity. This arrangement would allow him to have time to focus on other tasks. Once the opportunity arises, he could consider renting a storefront in Fuyong. After listening to Wang Mingyang, Zhou Yanzi nodded gently and responded with a soft After dinner, Li Meihua said she was busy going back to the new rental house to tidy up her room and would also go to the factory to bring her things. Wang Mingyang offered to help, but was sent off by her and Zhou Yanzi to set up the stall in Fuyong, while Zhou Yanzi went to her night market stall. In their words, making money by setting up stalls was the most important thing right now. The next day, Zhou Yanzi went to work at the factory as usual, which was her last day, while Wang Mingyang and Li Meihua busied themselves moving their belongings to the new rental house. After moving everything and cleaning the house, Wang Mingyang went to return the rental deposit to the old landlord. He had already informed him about the eviction, so the process went smoothly without any legendary disputes over damages. After finishing the handover, Wang Mingyang continued tinkering with his bicycle downstairs at the new rental house. Li Meihua sat on a small chair nearby, resting her chin on her hand, staring at Wang Mingyang in a daze, seemingly lost in thought. The girl's thoughts are hard to guess, so the author won't embarrass himself and will leave it to the talented, handsome men and beautiful women present. Having learned from the experience of assembling and modifying the electric bicycle last time, Wang Mingyang was much faster this time. After finishing the bike, he waved for Li Meihua to come over. Come Meihua, the bike is ready. Try it out and see if there's anything that needs changing. Li Meihua happily rode the bike first, slowly tiptoeing to test it for a while, and then she rode out under Wang Mingyang's watchful gaze. Wang Mingyang retracted his gaze and calculated the cost of the electric bicycle, wondering if he could turn this bike into a regular product for sale. Based on the 2 electric bicycles he had made, selling the bike for 1,500 yuan would still yield a decent profit. This price is also quite appealing. After all, the commonly seen electric bikes on the market sell for 3,000 to 4,000. Although the bike he made is similar to a bicycle, it is foldable and compact, which should appeal to many girls. Moreover, as a worker in Deep City, many people have experienced having their bicycles stolen. This bike can be folded and taken back to the rental house after work, ensuring safety. This should also attract some factory workers to buy it. I could try putting this electric bicycle on an online store, initially limiting sales to within Deep City. A partial deposit could be paid with the final payment upon delivery. As for offline sales, I could still use the old method, asking Zhou Yanzi and Li Meihua to post updates on their OQ space and see if they know anyone else. Perhaps I could also negotiate with bicycle rental shops to sell them there. Wang Mingyang kept thinking about various possibilities. When he returned from work in the afternoon, Zhou Yinzi stopped by the market to buy some vegetables. Yinzi, why did you buy these vegetables? We could just eat outright. Cooking is too much trouble, Wang Mingyang said. Eating out all the time is too expensive. Now that we have the means, it's definitely cheaper to cook at home, and it's healthier too. We want to eat gutter oil, she replied. Wang Mingyang silently noted that she was quite capable. The kitchen was on the third floor, and the sounds of pots and pans echoed as dinner was prepared. Tonight, Zhou Yinzi was the chef, while Wang Mingyang and Li Meihua acted as sous chefs. Come, let's celebrate our move into the new home, even if it's rented, haha. Wishing us a bright future and prosperous business, they cheered. Make tons of money. Haha, cheers to our first meal in our new home. During dinner, Wang Mingyang shared his idea of selling electric bicycles, and both Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi actively supported him. The three raised their glasses and happily downed a drink, excitedly shouting that they would make their business strong and successful. Throughout the dinner, laughter and joy filled the air, creating a very lively and cheerful atmosphere. Zhou Yinzi mentioned that in recent days, she had been riding the lightweight electric bicycle to and from work, and some colleagues at the factory asked her where she bought it and how much it cost, their tone filled with envy. After dinner, the three of them worked together to tidy up the house from top to bottom, and then Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yinzi went out to set up the stall. The next day, at noon, Zhou Yinzi returned from work with 2 orders for electric bicycles for Wang Mingyang. After having lunch, Wang Mingyang rode his exclusive vehicle to Huaqiang South to buy batteries. In the future, with the increase in electric bicycle production, it would be essential to have a stable battery supplier. Upon arriving at the place in Huaqiang South where old mobile phones were collected, Wang Mingyang saw some shops displaying ads for customized lithium batteries and went to inquire. Initially, the prices quoted by the other party were quite high. After some conversation and bargaining, when Wang Mingyang indicated the potential for long-term cooperation and a large demand, they finally relented and offered a relatively favorable price. Wang Mingyang calculated in his mind, based on the agreed price, if he wanted to make a 48-volt 20-amp battery, it would cost 450 yuan. The electric bicycle could run about 50 kilometers, meaning converting a brand new bicycle into an electric one would cost around 130 yuan, which was 200 more than modifying an old second-hand bicycle. It seemed he needed to raise the originally set selling price from 1500 to 1800 yuan. After securing the battery, leaving his phone number with the boss, Wang Mingyang proceeded to buy a batch of MP3 and MP4 components before heading back. Not long after, Wang Mingyang received a call from Liang Ming, the owner of the 1 yuan shop, saying that the display cabinet was ready and asked him to come take a look. Alright, I'll be there shortly. Wang Mingyang hung up the phone and took several models to Liang Ming. These were all intended for sale in Liang Ming's store, where they would settle accounts after sales, leaving 50 yuan profit for Liang Ming for each unit sold. Zhou Yinzi would no longer set up stall here and would instead move to a rental stall at Fuyou. During dinner at home with the three of them, Wang Mingyang said the display cabinet at Liang Ming's is ready and I've delivered the machines. From now on, Yinzi, you want me to go there? Okay, then I'll go to Fuyou with you tonight. Then Li Meihua mentioned that she had assembled 2 machines by herself in the afternoon, while Zhou Yinzi said her resignation process would be completed in a couple of days, allowing her to assemble machines during the day and sell at night, but she would need Wang Mingyang and Li Meihua to teach her. After a cheerful dinner, Wang Mingyang took Zhou Yinzi to the place in Fuyou for setting up stalls where she would be able to operate independently after a couple of days of getting familiar. Over the next 2 days, Wang Mingyang busied himself buying second-hand bicycles and then modifying them. After testing both modified bicycles, Wang Mingyang informed Zhou Yinzi that they were ready for delivery. She immediately expressed that she would bring her 2 colleagues to pick up the bikes after work. You finished your resignation paperwork today, right? Wang Mingyang asked. It's all done. Tonight I want to invite 2 friends over for dinner, okay? It's the 2 friends I bought the electric bikes with, they're my best friends, Zhou Yinzi replied. Sure, no problem. I will go with Meihua to buy groceries to celebrate your successful resignation, What's there to celebrate about resigning? After hanging up, Wang Mingyang imagined Zhou Yinzi rolling her eyes at him. After hanging up the phone, Wang Mingyang hurried upstairs to call Li Meihua. Shortly after, the 2 of them went out with 2 bags. They needed to first go to the nearby courier point to send out the packaged machines in the bags, which were orders received by the online store today. After sending the goods, they went to the vegetable market to buy several ingredients. Zhou Yinzi invited her friends over for dinner, so they bought more ingredients than usual. Upon returning home, the 2 of them got busy washing pots and dishes, rinsing rice, cooking, washing vegetables, and cutting meat. Wang Mingyang picked the greens and intended to help in the kitchen, but Li Meihua shooed him out, saying she could handle it inside and that he didn't need to help with the rest. After wandering around, Wang Mingyang had no choice but to go assemble machines. Due to the advertising effect, the sales of MP3 and MP4 devices in the online store were increasing, leading Wang Mingyang to frequent Huaqiang South more than before. However, he had only sold 2 counterfeit phones and not a single laptop. Wang Mingyang thought this might be due to the higher value of those products, people still preferred to transact in person for expensive items, as online purchases felt less secure. At around 6:15 p.m. Zhou Yanzi returned with her friends, calling Wang Mingyang down. Zhou Yanzi's two friends smiled meaningfully upon seeing Wang Mingyang, teasing her a bit before happily trying out the electric bicycle and paying the remaining balance. As everyone chatted and laughed, they all went up to the third floor where the dining table was already set with 6 dishes and a soup, 4 meat dishes, and 2 vegetarian ones looking colorful and fragrant. Wang Mingyang thought to himself that Meihua's cooking skills were not inferior to Yanzi's. While Zhou Yanzi went into the kitchen to bring out bowls and chopsticks, Li Meihua also came out with the last dish just cooked, and Wang Mingyang followed her with a pot of soup. Zhou Yanzi introduced her 2 friends to Li Meihua, saying, "This is Lu Li and this is Zhang Yi, both of whom I met shortly after arriving in Shenzhen. This is Li Meihua." After everyone exchanged greetings, they quickly became familiar since they were all young people of the same age. The atmosphere during dinner was naturally relaxed and pleasant, lasting until 8:20 p.m. While tidying up after the meal, Lu Li and Zhang Yi also jumped in to help without being formal, showing that their relationship with Zhou Yanzi was genuinely close. "Yanzi, let's go out for a ride. We haven't gone shopping in a while." After everything was cleaned up, Lu Li suggested to Zhou Yanzi while relaxing on the sofa. "Not going. I still have to go sell things at Fuyong later." "You guys go," Zhou Yanzi replied, waving her hand at the time displayed on her phone. "It's all right, Yanzi, but it's late now. Don't sell tonight. Go have fun with them," Wang Mingyang said after hearing. All right, let's go out. Do you two want to join?" Zhou Yanzi asked Wang Mingyang and Li Meihua, but both shook their heads in refusal. Before long, Zhou Yanzi and her 2 friends exited, while Wang Mingyang and Li Meihua chatted casually in the third-floor living room. "What is your relationship with Wang Mingyang now? How did you 3 end up living together?" Zhang Yi eagerly asked Zhou Yanzi as soon as they stepped out, while Lu Li beside her was wide-eyed, looking like a typical onlooker. "You know, I've been helping Wang Mingyang sell things these days. We're friends, and so is Li Meihua. We just happened to want to rent a place, so we decided to share a house together. It's not like you two are dating, but are living together. That's unlike you. I remember you used to turn away a lot of boys," Lu Li remarked, her curiosity piqued. "Do you like him? Otherwise, why the sudden change?" "But there's also another girl living with you," Lu Li's curiosity flared. I don't know. He and Li Meihua used to work together, so they knew each other longer than I do." "Are they dating now?" Lu Li pressed on. "Not yet, because Li Meihua and I live on the 3rd floor and he lives on the 2nd. Zhou Yanzi lowered her head, feeling her face getting a bit warm. "Oh my silly Yanzi, just look at you, but it's clear you like him. You should act fast. If he starts dating Li Meihua, it will be too late." Seeing Zhou Yanzi looking a bit flustered, Lu Li and Zhang Yi immediately transformed into emotional advisors, offering plans for their friend. "To capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. You can't keep looking like this. You need to dress up and attract his attention. In my opinion, you should use your charm, but don't make it too obvious or he will catch on. After showering at night, wear something nice, you know what I mean." "Oh my, you can't suggest such shameless ideas. I'm just looking out for you." The 2 emotional advisors unleashed a barrage of ideas at Zhou Yanzi, seemingly forgetting that all these suggestions came from shows and cheap literature they had seen without ever practicing them themselves. At home, Wang Mingyang and Li Meihua sat on the sofa chatting casually. Li Meihua suddenly sighed. "Alas, I can't even remember the last time I went shopping at night. How about we go out for a walk?" "Sure, I'm not used to just sitting at home after selling things every night," Wang Mingyang replied, getting up quickly from his relaxed position, and soon he and Li Meihua headed out the door. The street market was as lively as ever at night. Watching Li Meihua excitedly pulling him through various clothing stores, Wang Mingyang couldn't help but sincerely exclaim. The online experts were not wrong. As long as it's a woman, especially a young girl, no matter how tired she usually is once she's out on the street, her energy is boundless, as if powered by a nuclear reactor. Just looking without buying could keep her entertained for hours. Seeing the vibrant figure ahead, Wang Mingyang gritted his teeth for encouragement and quickened his pace to follow. After strolling from one end of the street to the other, and then back to the middle mall, Li Meihua finally bought a pleated dress and also got Wang Mingyang a shirt. At the moment he received the clothes, Wang Mingyang's smile stretched from ear to ear and all his fatigue vanished. Receiving a gift from a girl feels wonderful, especially when it's from a beautiful girl. "I'm a bit thirsty. Why don't we go have some sweet soup first?" Wang Mingyang suggested. "Sure." Li Meihua happily agreed. Wang Mingyang sighed in relief and sighed, luckily she agreed. Otherwise, who knows how long this little lady would have wandered around. After finishing their sweet soup, Wang Mingyang and Li Meihua returned home, discovering that Zhou Yanzi was already back fiddling with a pile of MP3 components. "Back? Did you go shopping?" Zhou Yanzi asked. "Yes, I felt bored, so I went out for a bit and bought a skirt," Li Meihua replied, raising the bag in her hand. "Mingyang, how about you teach me how to assemble these MP3s tomorrow? I have some free time during the day now." Zhou Yanzi looked at Wang Mingyang. "Sure. From now on, we can assemble the machines during the day and sell them at night to make a lot of money," Wang Mingyang replied with a smile. After chatting for a while, the 3 returned to their rooms to rest. The next morning, after eating breakfast cooked by Zhou Yinzi, they moved a few tables from the second floor to form a long table, setting up a simple workstation. Then Wang Mingyang began explaining the methods and key points for assembling MP3 and MP4 players, primarily addressing Zhou Yinzi, since Li Meihua was already familiar with these from her work at an electronics factory. After explaining, Wang Mingyang started to teach Zhou Yinzi how to use a soldering iron, letting her practice with some old components first. By the end of the day, Zhou Yinzi was finally able to solder some relatively simple points and components, leaving the complex parts for Wang Mingyang to handle. Once Wang Mingyang finished assembling the machines, he would hand them over to Li Meihua, who sat nearby doing quality checks. In her spare time, she would glance at the laptop in front of her to see if there were any inquiries or new transactions on the online store. With clear division of labor, the assembly speed was naturally much faster than when Wang Mingyang worked alone. After 3 consecutive days, this batch of components was assembled, totaling over 1,000 units. During this time, Wang Mingyang also sent a batch of goods to Liangming and Yanggang. With the machines assembled during the day, Wang Mingyang began visiting the bookstore to acquire new knowledge, while Zhou Yinzi had Li Meihua teach her some computer skills, starting to learn how to use spreadsheets to record sales data. This routine continued for over a week. During dinner tonight, Zhou Yinzi mentioned that she had received 3 orders for electric bicycles that needed modification, the kind priced at 1,800. Hearing Zhou Yanzi's words, Wang Mingyang was very happy and quickly picked up a bottle to fill Zhou Yanzi's cup with soda. After such a long time, they finally got a second order, bringing him a step closer to his dream of becoming wealthy. Li Meihua pretended to complain that her online store hadn't received a single order for a vehicle. As Zhou Yinzi was about to comfort her, Li Meihua suddenly changed her tone, giggling, as she said she had also received an order for a laptop, marking her first sale. This is another piece of good news. Let's raise a glass. Wang Mingyang immediately suggested, and the 3 of them laughed as they finished their cups of cola. After finishing their meal, Wang Mingyang, as usual, went out with Zhou Yinzi to the market at night. Wang Mingyang handed Zhou Yinzi an MP4 filled with songs and video materials. Watching her deliver the goods to the buyer while receiving payment, the smile on her face and her habitual action of brushing her hair back made Wang Mingyang suddenly feel that this stall resembled a couple's business. After spending 2 days, Wang Mingyang processed the 3 electric bicycle orders and earned 900. To open up the sales route for electric bicycles, he approached Chen Hong, the owner of a street bicycle rental shop, for promotion. Chen Hong was initially unwilling, so Wang Mingyang proposed to pay him 300 each month to let him display 5 or 6 electric bicycles for sale. If Chen Hong sold them, he would get an additional 100 for each bike sold. Chen Hong felt that this way he wouldn't lose out, so he agreed. After leaving Chen Hong's shop and turning the corner until he was out of sight, Wang Mingyang fiercely swung his fist, saying, "Finally succeeded with the first client." Actually, he was quite nervous when he first started negotiating, as he had never seriously done sales before, and he still felt a bit shy. The successful start of the day brought him positive energy. After cheering himself up, Wang Mingyang rode the electric bicycle to continue searching for the next target. Under the blazing sun, he ran around the nearby blocks, visiting all the rental shops and bicycle sales stores. The failures outnumbered the successes. However, by the end of the day, he managed to secure 4 successful deals. If each shop displayed 6 bikes, he would need a total of 24 bikes, so Wang Mingyang hurried to prepare the parts. When Wang Mingyang returned home, looking all sweaty, Zhou Yinzi couldn't help but feel a bit distressed. She quickly brought out the green bean soup she cooked to quench his thirst. Wang Mingyang took it and drank, letting out a sigh of relief, feeling refreshed. "Where did Meihua go? I haven't seen her around. She just stepped out to send a package. It hasn't been 5 minutes yet," Zhou Yinzi replied. "Oh, what did you do today? You're all sweaty but so hot outside," Zhou Yinzi asked Wang Mingyang. "I went out to find a market for the electric bicycles. Today I negotiated with 4 bicycle rental shops to sell our bikes there," Wang Mingyang explained. "That's great. How did you manage that? Tell me all the details," Zhou Yinzi urged. "Well, it started like this." Wang Mingyang detailed everything, and Zhou Yinzi listened excitedly, expressing her desire to join him in purchasing new bicycles tomorrow. "What were you guys talking about? You seem so happy," Li Meihua asked after returning from delivering goods. "Mingyang went out to find clients for our bicycles today, securing a few sales points. We're planning to prepare 24 bikes to display there. We're discussing going to buy suitable bicycles to modify tomorrow," Zhou Yinzi explained. "Really? Then I'm going too tomorrow." The next day, Wang Mingyang and his companions went to the bicycle shop and selected 30 bikes in one go. Since it was a bulk purchase, after some bargaining, the seller agreed to a discount of 30 yuan per bike, totaling 320 yuan, and even offered home delivery. Wang Mingyang arranged the 30 bicycles delivered to the first floor, then went to the machining shop to pick up the hardware he ordered the day before. Back home, Wang Mingyang couldn't rest and immediately started working. He felt no fatigue at all, imagining his modified bicycles selling well, energizing him. Zhou Yinzi assisted him, while Li Meihua was busy on the 3rd floor managing the online store. Working together made the tasks feel less tiring, and even during dinner Wang Mingyang remained energetic. I'll go to the market at Fuyong tonight by myself. Mingyang, you've worked all day, so you should rest at home, Zhou Yinzi said after swallowing her food. Wang Mingyang patted his chest and replied, no problem, I'm not tired at all. After I drop you off at Fuyong, I'll come back and continue working. I aim to finish the electric bicycles and deliver them to the store by 10. No need, just focus on your work at home. Zhou Yinzi shook her head, saying she didn't need it, but felt genuinely happy inside, appreciating the concern. No way the nights in Shin City aren't safe enough. You need to be more careful as a girl. I still remember the year I first arrived in Shin City. I didn't go home for New Year because I had just found a place. That New Year's Eve, after buying instant noodles, I saw two groups fighting with knives in front of my rented place covered in blood. I've never forgotten that scene. Listening to Wang Mingyang's adventure story, Zhou Yinzi and Li Meihua quickly nodded, indicating they would pay more attention to safety in the future. With all parts and tools ready, and with Zhou Yinzi and Li Meihua occasionally helping, Wang Mingyang finished modifying the 30 bicycles in 2 days. He called several shop owners one by one to notify them, and after getting responses, he hired a tricycle to make multiple trips to deliver the electric bicycles, also signing consignment agreements. After delivering the bicycles, Wang Mingyang returned home and noticed that one of the 6 bicycles he had placed there was missing, so he asked Li Meihua. After asking, he learned that Li Meihua had posted pictures of the electric bicycles in her OQ space, and a friend saw them, inquiring and buying one. Zhou Yinzi was also busy on the 3rd floor posting pictures in her space, hoping to attract new customers. Hearing this, Wang Mingyang slapped his forehead and called Chen Ming. Lao Chen, come over tomorrow with Zhu Hong and Huang Sheng. I moved and you haven't visited yet. Come over for dinner, but remember to bring gifts. The heavier your gifts, the bigger my return gift, ha. Wang Mingyang's reason for this was twofold: to let Chen Ming and the others recognize the new home, and to plan to give each of them an electric bicycle for convenience, while also advertising for himself. They had arrived in Shin City a few years earlier than Wang Mingyang and knew more friends and colleagues. The next day was Sunday. Zhou Yinzi and Li Meihua felt a bit shy when they heard Wang Mingyang's friends were coming for dinner. After buying groceries in the morning, they went out to find their own friends to hang out. Calculating the time Chen Ming and the others would arrive, Wang Mingyang went to the kitchen to get to work. When he finished frying 3 dishes, Chen Ming had arrived nearby. After receiving a call, Wang Mingyang went out to greet them. After chatting for a while, upon learning that Wang Mingyang rented an entire building and lived with 2 beautiful women, everyone felt a mix of envy and jealousy, playfully teasing him. They went up to the 3rd floor, and with the remaining dishes ready, Wang Mingyang didn't need to help anymore. Zhu Hong enjoyed cooking and took over the kitchen. Handing the kitchen over to Zhu Hong, Wang Mingyang chatted with old friends in the living room while the dishes were served. He took out beers from the fridge, handing one to each person, drinking straight from the bottle. After downing half a bottle, they started to eat and chat about everything under the sun, the atmosphere quickly becoming lively. After they were full and had enough to drink, Wang Mingyang took them downstairs to test ride the electric bicycles. They were very satisfied, and they readily agreed to help Wang Mingyang introduce customers. After sending Chen Ming and the others off, Wang Mingyang returned to his room for an afternoon nap. In a daze, he received a call from Li Meihua saying that one of her friends thought the electric bicycle was great and wanted to buy one, coming over in the afternoon to ride it home. After hanging up, Wang Mingyang lost all desire to sleep and went to the machining shop to ask Lin Sheng to make more parts for the electric bicycles, and he also notified Chun Hua about shipping the motors. In the following days, nothing particularly special happened. Wang Mingyang started going to the bookstore every day, managing to read 5 professional books a day and learn from them, showcasing his incredible learning ability. It is said that if a normal person can read more than 30 professional books in a field, their level can reach that of a semi-expert. By this measure, Wang Mingyang is now almost at that level, not only in mechanical design and automation, but also in electronic circuit design and programming. After half a month, the sales of the online store steadily increased, the products updated quickly. The MP3s gradually sold less, while 2 batches of MP4s and mobile phones were restocked. Noticing that Li Meihua was a bit overwhelmed, Wang Mingyang suggested she invite 2 old friends or acquaintances from the factory to help. The new employees would have a base salary of 2,000 yuan plus sales commissions, leading to higher income than in the factory, and the work was much easier than on the production line. Li Meihua happily agreed and soon found suitable candidates, one named Lu Fenglan and another named Li Hongmi, who was also Li Meihua's cousin. They had worked in the same factory before, so they knew each other well. She cleared one of the remaining rooms on the 3rd floor for them and used another for office space. Their daily work mainly involved helping to manage the online store during the day, packaging goods to send with Li Meihua, and occasionally assisting with assembling MP4s, given their previous experience on the production line. On the 3rd night after the new employees reported, Wang Mingyang accompanied Zhou Yinzi to the market and noticed she was in low spirits. He asked what was bothering her, but Zhou Yinzi shook her head in silence. Only after they finished selling did she show a hint of a smile during their late-night snack. That night, lying in bed, Wang Mingyang tossed and turned, unable to sleep, thinking about Zhou Yinzi's situation. After careful reflection, he realized Zhou Yinzi had been in this state for 2 days, and he hadn't noticed while he was busy with the electric bicycle market. Thinking of this, Wang Mingyang felt a bit anxious, and regardless of whether it was past midnight, he sent a message to Zhou Yinzi. "Are you asleep now? I have something to talk to you about." "Not yet," Zhou Yinzi quickly replied. Wang Mingyang invited her to the rooftop, where they leaned against the low wall. "I thought you were asleep at this late hour. What were you busy with just now?" Wang Mingyang asked Zhou Yinzi. "I was reading. The other day when I was cleaning your room, I saw those self-study exam books on your desk, and I thought about signing up to take the exams for a college diploma." After a deep conversation, Wang Mingyang learned more about Zhou Yanzi's past. Zhou Yanzi's family is in Sichuan province in southwestern Huaguo. Due to financial difficulties, she came to Xin City to work in a factory after finishing high school with relatives from her hometown. Every month, when she receives her salary, she reserves a portion for food and keeps 400 yuan for her daily expenses, sending the rest back home to reduce her family's burden. As the eldest daughter, Zhou Yinzi also wants to improve her family's economic conditions as much as she can. She has a younger sister and brother still in school, and her parents, due to long-term labor, are not in good health. They often endure minor ailments like headaches and fevers without going to the hospital, living a very tight life. It seems that the living conditions in your hometown are quite tough. After all these years, you've worked hard. Wang Mingyang felt a bit pained hearing this. It was the first time he learned about the hardships Zhou Yinzi had endured over the years. Compared to her, his past life had been so much better, and he felt the disparity without needing a comparison. It's fine. Our family's life is not particularly special compared to others in the area. Oh, everyone is the same. I didn't feel it before I came out, but after working in Xin City, I finally understand why so many villagers don't want to go back after coming out. The convenience of life is just too far apart. Now that you send so much money back every month, the situation at home should be better, right?" Zhou Yinzi brushed her hair disturbed by the night wind and smiled at Wang Mingyang, saying, "Much better. After switching jobs to a clothing factory, I spent 3 months working hard, and due to my persistence, I went from a regular worker to a supervisor, earning around 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. Now, apart from what I use for myself, I can send back 5,000 yuan to my family, and their situation has started to improve. My sister and brother no longer complain about dropping out to come work with me." Hearing this, Wang Mingyang even felt an illusion. He thought Zhou Yanzi's eyes were filled with the light of happiness and hope at this moment. "Since I started selling MP3s with you, I've been earning more every month. Besides sending money home, I can also save some for myself now. My life is no longer just about overtime, and more overtime." Thank you, Mingyang, for introducing me to so many things I had never encountered before. Looking at Wang Mingyang, Zhou Yinzi continued. As her income increased, she encountered more things, and her thoughts subtly began to change. After discussing their past, the two gradually relaxed their mindsets. Wang Mingyang naturally asked Zhou Yinzi about the reasons for her unhappiness these days. "Actually, there's nothing much. I just felt a bit uneasy when I saw the books in your room, and that Li Meihua had recruited new helpers the other day. I was one of the first to sell MP3s with you, but the sales and methods have basically remained unchanged over these past few months. On the other hand, although Li Meihua started later, she is doing much better than I am now. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep up with your progress in the future, and I feel quite lost, which is why I've been down these past few days and made you worry." After listening to Zhou Yinzi, Wang Mingyang comforted her, saying, "The online store sales are doing well because they invested in advertising. Currently, there are not many merchants willing to spend money on advertising on Taobao, which is why I could spend 50,000 yuan on advertising for 5 months, and the effects seem to be quite good now. Your stall cannot advertise, and the potential customers are fixed in one area, so the sales volume cannot match that of the online store. It's not that you're not doing well, but rather that objective conditions are limiting you. Once the conditions are ripe, we'll open our own shop, not just one but many. Then you can manage them, you'll be busy. A boss who cannot paint a big picture is not a qualified leader." After hearing Wang Mingyang's analysis and comforting words, Zhou Yanzi's emotional knot was untied, and she felt much better. The moonlight was like water, and time passed unconsciously. Zhou Yinzi looked at Wang Mingyang, who was encouraging her beside her, and a wave of warmth flowed through her heart. It felt so good to be cared for by him. The next day was New Year's Day. Wang Mingyang suggested that everyone go to the Mangrove Coastal Ecological Park for a visit, which received unanimous approval from the crowd. The 5 of them split into 2 groups to prepare for the outing. Li Meihua took Lu Fenglan and Li Hongni to buy food and drinks, while Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yinzi went to buy mats for outdoor picnics. After everything was prepared, everyone rode their electric bikes and set off. The Mangrove Coastal Ecological Park is located on the west coast of Binhai Avenue, adjacent to the Futian Mangrove Nature Reserve. To protect the mangroves and their birds, in early 1999, When the construction of Binhai Avenue was underway, the Shun city government decided to move Binhai Avenue north by more than 200 meters, converting this 21 hectares of land originally intended for construction into green space. The completed Mangrove Coastal Ecological Park was handed over to the management of the Mangrove Nature Reserve. The park was established in 1999 and officially opened to the public in December 2000, making it a great place for public outings. When Wang Mingyang and the others arrived, they looked up to see that there were indeed many men and women coming here for fun. Some even went under the breakwater to look for seashells and fish. The warm sun, the gently undulating sea, the clear skies, soaring seabirds, and the light sea breeze made people feel refreshed and invigorated. Wang Mingyang and his friends found an empty spot on the lawn, laid out the mat, and took out the items from the back seat of the car to set up. After finishing all this, the girls eagerly began to wander around, while Wang Mingyang stayed behind to watch the belongings. On the surrounding lawn, many people had also laid out mats to sit in groups of 3 or 5, some playing cards, some flying kites, and others having barbecues. Taking out his phone, Wang Mingyang called, "Chen Ming, old Chen, where are you now? Aren't you coming out to play on your vacation?" "TCH, a few grown men wandering around Shixiang Street. There's nothing to buy. I'm now at the Mangrove Park. Hurry up and come over, there are beautiful girls here." "Damn, no wonder you didn't come over last night. It turns out you were plotting to go out with beautiful girls today." Wang Mingyang recognized Zhu Hong's loud voice. Half an hour later, Chen Ming, Zhu Hong, and Huang Sheng arrived carrying things. What they saw was Wang Mingyang and 2 girls sitting on the mat chatting and laughing while 2 others were flying a kite nearby. Wang Mingyang greeted Chen Ming and the others to sit down and happily introduced them to each other. At first, everyone was a bit reserved, but soon they became familiar with each other, eating, chatting, and occasionally riding electric bikes in groups to take a spin or playing in the water off the breakwater. Everyone hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time. For beautiful girls rode fashionable foldable electric bikes in a line which attracted everyone's attention. When they returned, a few girls who looked like university students came over to Zhou Yinzi, asking her questions about the electric bikes. Seeing their keen interest, Zhou Yinzi generously offered to let each of them take a test ride. After the test ride, several female university students expressed satisfaction and even placed an order for one each. To alleviate their concerns, Wang Mingyang readily agreed that they could pay for the goods when they received the bikes without needing to pay a deposit. Going out to play and receiving new orders made Wang Mingyang very satisfied, and he had a bold idea in mind. After dinner at a street stall with everyone, Wang Mingyang called home and transferred 20,000 yuan each to his mother and sister. As parents, Wang's father and mother felt a sense of pride as their child achieved success, yet they still reminded Wang Mingyang with care. The next day, at the agreed time and place, Wang Mingyang rented a Jinbei van and delivered 5 electric bicycles to the entrance of Xinjiang University with Zhou Yinzi. Not long after unloading the 5 electric bikes, the 5 girls who had ordered them appeared together. Wang Mingyang remembered that the leader was named Liang Yihong, and the 5 were very excited to see the brand new bicycles. After testing the bikes and finding no issues, they promptly paid, indicating that they were all well off. To facilitate after-sales service, they exchanged contact information. Wang Mingyang also asked them to help introduce other students to buy electric bicycles, offering a commission for each sale. "Hey, do we look like people short on money working for pocket money?" Liang Yihong, with a playful smile, responded, "If you want us to help, you need to show some sincerity." "What do you think I should do to show sincerity, Miss Liang?" "Hee. To ask for help, you should at least treat us to a nice meal, right? It's lunchtime now, and I think the food at Ace Hike is quite good. What do you think?" That sign looks nice, and it should be delicious. Let's go, I'll treat the ladies to a meal." With that, they all cheerfully headed towards Ace Hike. After a hearty meal and bidding farewell to Liang Yihong and the others, Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yinzi strolled around the campus. Wang Mingyang was filled with curiosity about the university, especially since it was home to the well-known Xiao Ma from OQ Communications, while Zhou Yinzi looked enviously at the students coming and going, reminiscing about her own college dreams. In the following half-month, Wang Mingyang assembled another batch of bicycles and MP4 players. The sales of electric bikes were gradually increasing. Especially at Xinjiang University, driven by Liang Yihong and her friends, more and more students became interested in the compact foldable electric bicycles, as many students there had good financial means. During this period, Wang Mingyang suggested that Liang Yihong and her friends wear matching outfits, dress attractively, and take strolls around the campus to promote effectively. After persuading, Zhou Yinzi finally decided to stop selling MP3 and MP4 players at Yongfu Night Market in the evenings. Due to the popularity of electric bicycles at Xinjiang University, Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yinzi had to deliver goods there almost every day. In the evenings at home, they studied together as they were preparing for their self-study exams. This time, Wang Mingyang registered for 4 subjects, which posed some difficulty for Zhou Yinzi, but for him, it was a piece of cake. He could finish after reviewing twice, and he read very quickly. In the field of mechanical design and automation, Wang Mingyang's level was already equivalent to that of a semi-expert. Of course, this refers to theoretical knowledge, as he had hardly done Hansen work except for his previous metalworking internship in school and the recent assembly of electric bicycles. With knowledge comes confidence. Oh, every time Zhou Yinzi watched Wang Mingyang effortlessly tutoring her eyes sparkled with admiration, the kind that a struggling student has for a top achiever. Their nightly study sessions also influenced Li Meihua, who decided to join them for self-study. On January 18, 2008, after finishing the self-study exam, Wang Mingyang, Li Meihua, and Zhou Yinzi filled their stomachs at a nearby snack shop before parting ways, with Li Meihua rushing back to monitor the online store, while Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yinzi planned to stop by the metal processing shop, where they had been collaborating. Wang Mingyang estimated that the processing shop would soon take a holiday and wanted to process a batch of spare parts for the electric bicycles. Standing at the entrance of the metal processing shop, Wang Mingyang noticed a red paper posted on the central column, which read, "This shop is for transfer." "Boss Lin, what's going on? Are you leaving this business?" Wang Mingyang asked. "Boss Wang, please come in for tea." Shop owner Lin Sheng welcomed Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yinzi inside, and continued, "I've been in Xinjiang for over 10 years. My elder family members are aging and my child is about to enter middle school. I plan to go back after the new year and won't be coming to Xinjiang anymore, so I thought of transferring this place." "What will you do after returning, Boss Lin? Have you made enough money to enjoy life after all these years in Xinjiang?" "Haha, you think too highly of me, Boss Wang. I've only been running this small business for 5 or 6 years. It's all small businesses. How can one make big money? It's thanks to you and the factory bosses around that I can earn a little living. When I get back home, I'll probably return to my old business." As the water boiled, Lin Sheng skillfully started to prepare the teapot and cups while chatting with Wang Mingyang. "Have you had many inquiries since posting this transfer notice?" Wang Mingyang asked. "Sai, it's been over a week and only 2 or 3 people have inquired, but nothing came of it. I should have thought it through better. I should have transferred it earlier. Now it's year-end, and everyone is focused on returning for the new year. Who has the mind to consider taking over this?" Lin Sheng sighed. Wang Mingyang felt a spark of interest and said, "I wonder how much you want for the shop, Boss Lin. If the price is right, I could give it a shot." "Oh, you're really interested, Boss Wang. I originally wanted 28,000, but if you really want to take over, 25 will do, and I'll also give you the supply channels and customer resources I have." Lin Sheng was quite straightforward and revealed his bottom line. Sounds good. Let's take a look at the machines first." Wang Mingyang agreed after a moment of thought. Wang Mingyang was familiar with the 3 processing machines in the shop, since they had collaborated for so long. Lin Sheng's asking price of 25,000 was definitely fair for the current value of these machines, especially since he also promised to provide supply and customer resources. Lin Sheng quickly took Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yinzi on a tour of the shop, and Wang Mingyang personally operated the machines to check them. Finding that the 3 machines were functioning normally, he said, "These machines are all fine, Boss Lin. Let's sign the contract, and then we can go to the bank to transfer the money." In the shop, Wang Mingyang casually found a contract template online using Lin Sheng's computer. After modifying a few sections, they printed it out, signed it, and completed the deal for 25,000 without any hitches. "Boss Wang, here are the customer and supplier details I've accumulated over the years. Take this for now. I will personally call them to explain the situation later. I've also settled all supplier payments a few days ago, so don't worry, just reach out if you need anything in the future." "All right, thank you, Boss Lin. I appreciate your help. Let's have dinner together tonight. We've worked together for so long, but never had a meal together." "Haha, sure. Boss Wang, you helped me a lot by taking over this shop. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. No need to argue about it. I just received over 20,000, right? Then you're being generous, Boss Lin. Let's go. We'll head to the bank first." The 3 of them got into Lin Sheng's large Jinbei van, and with a roar of the engine, they drove to the nearest bank. After receiving the transfer receipt from Wang Mingyang, Lin Sheng glanced at it and tucked it into his pocket, saying to Wang Mingyang, "I wonder if you have suitable staff for this processing shop after taking over. If not, you can keep Wei Fong and He Rui. They've been with me for many years, and their character and skills are trustworthy. I originally planned to go back to the shop and discuss this with them. After spending so long with them, I believe both are good." In the processing shop, there were 2 workers, Wei Fong and He Rui, with Wei Fong being a skilled master. Once back at the shop, Lin Sheng called Wei Fong and He Rui over and informed them in front of Wang Mingyang that the shop had been transferred to Wang Mingyang. "Don't worry, Boss Wang said he would keep you here to help, and your work will remain the same. What Boss Lin said is true. Master Wei Engineer, you can continue to work here with peace of mind. Boss Wang, I'm heading back now. Remember 630 tonight at Hongjing Hotel. We won't leave until we're drunk." After tidying up the shop, Lin Sheng left with 2 bags containing personal belongings. "Okay, see you then." Wang Mingyang waved to Lin Sheng from the door as he watched him leave, then turned back to the shop. "Master Wei Engineer, starting tomorrow, you'll help me make a batch of parts. Here's the list." As before, Wang Mingyang handed over the list of parts to be processed. "Once this batch is done, if there's nothing else, you can go home for the new year. I'll cover your round-trip fare, so keep your tickets." Also, starting next year when you come back to work, your monthly salary will increase by 300 yuan. If the business grows well, I might raise it again. I hope everyone works hard. Thank you, boss. Upon hearing the new boss increased their benefits, Wei Fong and He Rui immediately brightened up their earlier anxiety about the shop transfer vanishing. After explaining some matters to the two, Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yinzi left. On the way back, Zhou Yinzi asked Wang Mingyang why he spent so much money to take over the processing shop, leading to a discussion about his future plans. At home during dinner, the conversation naturally turned to the self-study exam results. Hey, what's so difficult about this? For this genius, it's so easy. I passed all 4 subjects with no problem. This boastful attitude earned him 2 eye rolls from Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi, while Lu Fenglan and Li Hongmi stifled their laughter, their shoulders shaking as they tried not to burst out. I can't compare to this thick-skinned guy. It all feels quite challenging. However, I managed to answer most of the questions, just unsure how many I'll pass, Zhou Yinzi replied. As the 5 of them chatted, someone mentioned that this year's Spring Festival was on February 17th, less than a month away, naturally leading to discussions about travel plans for the holiday. It's really hard to buy tickets for the Spring Festival. My aunt and the others checked the station today, and ticket prices have started to rise 80 yuan more than usual, Lu Fenglan said. It's the same every year. In another week or 2, it will be even harder to buy tickets and prices will be even higher, basically 3 times the usual rate. 3 times? That's probably because there are more buses in your area. In the last week, buses in our area can increase by 4 times, especially the last bus before New Year, which directly adds 500. Take it or leave it. This struck a chord with everyone, who lamented the difficulty of buying tickets for the Spring Festival and the exorbitant prices, all showing expressions of pain. Seeing this, Wang Mingyang had the thought of buying a car, but then realized he didn't have a driver's license. It seemed he would have to find a driving school tomorrow to sign up and see how it goes. The next morning, Wang Mingyang rode his electric bike to a driving school named Guanghui nearby, inquiring, how much is the tuition and how long does it usually take to get the license? The fee for a small car C license is 4,500, and it usually takes about 3 months to get the license, replied the receptionist at the driving school. Is there any way to speed it up? Wang Mingyang asked, can I get it before the new year? The receptionist replied, if you want it the fastest, it will take about 10 days, but it will cost more. If you get a car just for yourself, once you feel ready, we can sign you up for the exam right away, the receptionist said briskly, her attitude noticeably improving, as it seemed they preferred to offer this special service. All right, I'll sign up for this expedited service, Wang Mingyang decided. As he had paid extra, a coach quickly appeared in the reception area and immediately took him to the practice field. After listening to the coach explain the structure of the car's components and the precautions for driving practice, Wang Mingyang sat in the driver's seat and began to practice. The coach in the passenger seat guided him, keeping an eye on everything and ready to use the dual brake at any moment. How nice it is to have money, Wang Mingyang thought, watching many students waiting in line to practice while he carefully held the steering wheel. As a VIP who paid extra, he could practice alone with a car all the time. After circling the practice field for a while, thanks to his super brain's learning ability and quick reflexes, Wang Mingyang was already able to practice alone. Even while going uphill, he attempted to lightly press the accelerator, although he couldn't press down much because a metal can was under the pedal. Seeing Wang Mingyang skillfully operate the clutch and successfully start on an incline again, the coach was surprised by his progress and specifically asked if he had learned before. Noticing the coach's expression, Wang Mingyang pretended to agree and asked when he could take the exam the fastest. The coach told him, there will be an exam in 3 days. If you want, I can help you sign up, but you must practice hard in the next few days. By the way, that book I gave you should be read quickly. I'll arrange a written test for you tomorrow, or else you won't make it to the second subject in 3 days. Okay, coach, you'll go home and finish it tonight, Wang Mingyang replied. If you can't memorize all of it, you can pay extra, and we will help you with the written test. After 3 consecutive days of practice, Wang Mingyang felt his driving skills were sufficient for the exam. However, there were still some minor mishaps during the test. At first, he was a bit nervous and made a mistake, having to drive back to the starting point and wait for the examiner's signal to try again. Receiving the signal to start, Wang Mingyang took a deep breath, started the car, and re-entered the exam area. This time he passed smoothly. After signing out from the exam room, Wang Mingyang found the coach and gave him some money to help arrange the next driving test for the 3rd subject. Okay, I didn't expect you to pass the exam in one go. Wait here, I'll go arrange it, the coach said, turning to the office with the VIP fee Wang Mingyang gave him. After another 3 days of expedited process, Wang Mingyang successfully obtained his driver's license. Holding the freshly issued driver's license, Wang Mingyang bid farewell to the coach and asked if he knew where he could buy a Jinbei van nearby. What a coincidence. I have a friend who sells big Jinbei vans. I'll send the address to your phone. Just tell him I referred you. I don't know if he will give you a discount, but at least he won't dare to charge you a high price, said the coach, giving Wang Mingyang an address. Unable to contain his excitement, Wang Mingyang rode his bike swiftly to the car dealership mentioned by the coach. After parking his electric bike and entering, he immediately recognized the 2007 model Jinbei Haisher in front of him. With a length of nearly 4.8 meters, a width of 1.8 meters, and a height of almost 2 meters, the slightly rounded shape provides ample space for both passengers and cargo, making it a very practical vehicle. In the deep city stage, many companies are equipped with this model. Seeing Wang Mingyang enter, a salesperson approached and enthusiastically asked which model he was interested in. Wang Mingyang did not answer immediately, but asked if the coach's friend was in the store, saying he needed to find him. "Oh, what a coincidence. I am Hongli. Which friend referred you? Since you're one of us, I will definitely give you the best price," the salesperson said, loudly patting his chest. Wang Mingyang mentioned the coach's name. Then Hongli introduced the car's details to Wang Mingyang. During this process, they engaged in mutual testing and haggling. In the end, Wang Mingyang chose a mid-range version, spending over 1,000 as the lowest configuration he initially wanted was out of stock. After completing the paperwork and paying, Wang Mingyang waited in the store for the staff to go to the nearby traffic police station to process the temporary license plate, which took until the afternoon. Carefully folding his electric bike and putting it into the large Jinbei, Wang Mingyang cautiously drove his new car around, reminding himself that his driving skills were still lacking, but practice would help. After wandering around for 2 or 3 hours on the road, Wang Mingyang finally relaxed while driving alone and called Chen Ming to tell him about buying the Jinbei. "Come on, are you kidding me? In such a short time you got your driver's license and bought a car. I'm not buying it. My brother is learning to drive at home, and it will take at least 3 months to get the license," Chen Ming replied. Wang Mingyang had to explain in detail the effect of his financial ability and finally suggested celebrating the car purchase with dinner, but Chen Ming rejected him with, "I have to work overtime tonight and can't make it." This left Wang Mingyang with no choice but to share the happy news of buying a car with the two beauties at home, and under the company of 4 girls, painfully ate 2 extra bowls of rice and half a bottle of cola. After the meal, Wang Mingyang was recruited by the beauties to drive them around, and he was so tormented that his mouth seemed to stretch all the way to the back of his head. Consumer electronics have always updated rapidly, especially in the deep city, which has cultivated the world's largest electronic trading market in Huiqiangbai. As time progressed, sales of MP3 and MP4 began to decline, and the profit per unit also dropped significantly as the domestic market was already saturated. Although the MP3 and MP4 markets were shrinking, sales of mobile phones were growing rapidly in the country, especially counterfeit phones. Their prices are very attractive to ordinary consumers, but adhering to the principle of you get what you pay for, these cheap counterfeit phones are not always reliable in quality and have simpler functions. To adapt to the new changes in the market, Wang Mingyang decided to shift the focus of his products to mobile phones, preparing to carve out a share in the vast counterfeit phone market. To this end, he bought more than 10 phones of varying prices from the Huiqiangbai market and disassembled them one by one to examine their internal structures and circuits. During this process, Wang Mingyang learned that the internal parts and circuits of various brand phones are quite similar, with the most significant differences being in appearance and the number of indicator lights and external speakers, which are trivial matters. After a day and night of contemplation, Wang Mingyang decided to assemble his own phones. However, to create a successful product and stand out amidst the competition from various mobile phone brands, what he made could not be homogenized with market products, so Wang Mingyang had been pondering this matter for the past few days. On the streets of Huaqiang South, mobile phones capable of playing MP3 format files have already appeared, and a few manufacturers are even trying to integrate MP4 playback functionality. However, due to their own technical capabilities and pricing, successful electronic factories that achieve this are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, making them incomparable to those reputable big brands. In 2002, the global mobile phone giant Nokia launched the world's first mobile phone with video recording and playback capabilities, the Nokia 3650, thanks to its powerful technological strength. Also released that year was Nokia's first 3G phone, the 6650, which allowed users to browse the internet and watch media programs anytime and anywhere. However, these two phones were expensive, and due to the technology environment at the time, they were not widely known in the market. Only in the past 1 or 2 years, with the advancement of technology, have mobile phones that can take pictures and record videos become slightly more common in the market, with prices no longer soaring at 4,000 or 5,000 yuan. This has given consumers more opportunities to interact with them. However, these devices are still products of reputable manufacturers, priced significantly higher than counterfeit phones. Based on this idea, Wang Mingyang thought that if he could enhance the sound quality of existing counterfeit phones, improve the streaming playback functionality, and increase clarity and smoothness, this positioning would surely be welcomed by factory workers and young people. Later, he could also add photo taking and video recording features. However, achieving this camera functionality is not easy, especially when needing to ensure product quality while reducing costs. Costs determine the parts that can be used in hardware. To improve the performance of the entire device under such constraints, one can only start from the software side. However, the technical difficulty in software is much greater, and many large companies have long invested significant manpower and resources without success. To solve this problem, it is necessary to write a dedicated functional software module that integrates seamlessly into the existing mobile phone system while ensuring smooth operation. As Wang Mingyang contemplated solutions in his mind, he once again looked at the disassembled phone in his hands. To realize the new plan for improving the phone, Wang Mingyang spent a lot of time over the next period aside from his daily delivery and assembly work browsing technical forums online and gathering information. He also visited companies in Shenzhen that specialize in mobile phone solutions to purchase plans. With ample preparation, Wang Mingyang began to modify and verify his design step by step. Thanks to his brilliant mind, the progress of his new phone development was astonishingly rapid compared to ordinary people. After spending nearly half a month, Wang Mingyang finally finalized the improvement plan for his new phone, leaving only minor tweaks to be made. As the busy days approached the Spring Festival, many factories in Shenzhen began to close for the holidays. That afternoon, Wang Mingyang, along with Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi, went to the self-examination office to check their exam results. The results were quite good. All the subjects they registered for passed. Particularly for Zhou Yinzi and Li Meihua, such excellent results were somewhat unexpected, making them very happy. They all expressed their gratitude to Wang Mingyang for his guidance before the exam and promised to treat him to a big meal, encouraging him to make any requests. Wang Mingyang also played along, pretending to be a wise teacher, tilting his head back and laughing, claiming he would have to eat them out of house and home, needing 2 meals, one for each. Seeing Wang Mingyang's triumphant expression, the two girls exchanged glances and burst into laughter. The three walked and chatted, eventually deciding to eat at a popular eatery they frequented before ordering 3 dishes and a soup. It's been a long time since we ate here. Ever since we rented the new place, it's always been the two of you cooking. Thank you for your hard work, Wang Mingyang said as he picked up a piece of stir-fried beef with pickled cabbage and put it in his mouth, smiling. It's not hard at all. Cooking for ourselves is much better than eating fast food, plus it saves money, Zhou Yinzi replied, casually picking up a piece of green vegetable. By the way, when are you planning to return home for the new year? The express delivery point is about to close for the holidays, and if there are any orders, they won't be able to be shipped out then. When are you going back? He'll return on the same day as you. Wang Mingyang heard both of them respond simultaneously. What about the fellow villagers you're traveling with? It might be more convenient and safer to travel together. They took the bus back yesterday, Zhou Yinzi answered. So Yinzi, you don't have anyone to travel back with? Li Meihua said. If not, then it's fine. Oh, I can go back alone, Zhou Yinzi replied. Wang Mingyang stroked his chin. How about this? I'll drive you back. First, I'll drop off Meihua and her friends in Shanxi, and then I'll return to Shenzhen to pick you up, Yinzi, and we can go together. Both girls shook their heads in refusal, saying that they didn't want him to struggle with such a long drive all alone. However, Wang Mingyang ultimately insisted on his opinion and set the departure time with Li Meihua for the next afternoon. The next morning, Li Meihua and her friends quickly packed their bags. Wang Mingyang went to the 3rd floor to call Li Meihua out, quietly handing her a stack of RMB, all fresh and crisp, each 100 yuan. This is 10,000 yuan, your year-end bonus. Oh, so much, Mingyang, you're too good. Thank you, boss, she exclaimed as she joyfully accepted it. Li Meihua smiled as she took the money, extremely happy. After working for so many years, it was her first time receiving a year-end bonus, and such a large amount at that. After Li Meihua tucked the money away in her pocket, Wang Mingyang turned and went back inside, calling over Lu Fenglan and Li Hongni, giving them each 1,500 yuan as a bonus. This made the two very happy as well. They didn't expect that after just 3 months of working here, their young boss would give them such a generous amount for the new year, and they secretly resolved to work hard for him next year. After everyone had lunch together and finished processing the online store's orders, they went together to browse the supermarket. Each person bought some items to take back home. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, after saying goodbye to Zhou Yinzi, Wang Mingyang started the big van and set off with Li Meihua and the others. The young people chatted and laughed along the way with Lu Fenglan and Li Hongni, even teasing Li Meihua, saying that thanks to her, this year's trip home was exceptional, enjoying a private car driven by the boss himself, making Li Meihua blush. Stealing a glance at Wang Mingyang, who was driving, Li Meihua felt her heart flutter like a little deer, her face turning shy. Traveling swiftly on the highway, Wang Mingyang's driving skills became increasingly proficient, covering the 700 to 800 kilometers distance, arriving at their destination just after 1 in the morning. After exiting the highway, Wang Mingyang drove along the national road for a while, first dropping Lu Fenglan off at her home before heading to the village where Li Meihua and her sister lived. At Li Meihua's home, the warm hospitality of her parents made Wang Mingyang feel overwhelmed. After having a late-night snack, he politely declined their invitation to stay longer, explaining that he needed to hurry home and couldn't linger. Li Meihua followed Wang Mingyang out, chattering away, reminding him to drive safely and not to tire himself, and to definitely call her When he got back to Shenzhen, her face full of concern. Wang Mingyang smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, assuring her that once he got on the highway, he would stop at a service area to rest properly. Leaving the Li family, Wang Mingyang drove for dozens of kilometers on the highway before pulling into the nearest service area. After parking feeling a bit fatigued, he took a 2-hour nap inside before waking up. Stretching lazily and gulping down a few sips of refreshing soda, Wang Mingyang felt invigorated and continued driving towards Deep City. Upon returning to his residence in Deep City, he glanced at the time and saw it was already 7:40, just as Zhou Yinzi was cooking breakfast. Hearing the sound of the door, Zhou Yinzi turned around to see Wang Mingyang, and a smile that was both joyful and teasing instantly appeared on her face. "You're back so soon. Are you hungry? Here, have some noodles," she said, adding a handful of noodles into the pot without further ado. After chatting with Zhou Yinzi for a while, Wang Mingyang left the kitchen and walked towards his room to find clothes and take a shower. He called Li Meihua to report his safety and didn't forget to call Chun Ming, asking when they would return and if they wanted to travel back with him. Chun Ming replied, "The 4 of us finished our vacation yesterday and we're planning to buy tickets for tomorrow at the bus station. Since you're driving back, we won't go to the station. When do you plan to leave? Hurry up and pack your bags. If possible, let's leave around 10. A female colleague of mine will be riding along too," Wang Mingyang said. "Which female colleague? Is it Li Meihua or Zhou Yinzi? I remember their hometown isn't in our Xiguang province, right?" Knowing that Wang Mingyang was sending a female colleague home, the guys on the other end of the phone became instantly curious. Chen Ming put the phone on speaker, and the group began to tease Wang Mingyang in unison. Wang Mingyang laughed and scolded them lightly, telling them not to overthink it, and urged them to hurry up and pack their bags or buy supplies. Although he had only slept for 2 hours last night, Wang Mingyang felt completely energized, his spirits high. Perhaps his brain had also strengthened his body, he thought. After taking a shower, Wang Mingyang walked to the dining room, where 2 steaming bowls of noodles were waiting, topped with a golden fried egg. Zhou Yinzi sat nearby, and upon seeing Wang Mingyang approach, she smiled and invited him to sit down for noodles. "Have you packed your things? We can leave around 10. I have 4 friends returning with me, the ones you met before, including Chun Ming." "So soon? You just returned from Shaanxi. Don't you need to rest?" Zhou Yinzi asked. "I'm fine, I'm feeling great right now. If we leave at 10, we should arrive by 6 in the evening, and then I'll take you back to Chuanxi. How does that sound?" "Okay, sounds good." After finishing their meal, Wang Mingyang packed both their bags into the trunk, also giving Zhou Yinzi a bonus of 10,000 yuan. Zhou Yanzi's eyes squinted into a narrow slit as she received the money, and seeing her happy expression made Wang Mingyang's mood inexplicably brighten. Before heading out, Wang Mingyang called Chen Ming to let them know he would arrive in 10 minutes. Driving with twists and turns, he soon reached the intersection where he had arranged to meet Chun Ming and the others. At this point, Chen Ming and the others, each with a backpack, were already waiting by the roadside. The car stopped, and they opened the doors and climbed in, sitting in the back. 6 people in a spacious van felt quite comfortable. Having met each other many times, everyone was familiar and felt no awkwardness. In just a few words, the young people quickly started chatting, bantering, and laughing along the way, creating a joyful atmosphere. The van sped along, finally arriving in Wang Mingyang's hometown of Ana Town in Anzhou, Xiguang Province at 5:12 p.m. Hungry, the group decided to stop for a meal at a roadside stall not far from the highway exit. Zhou Yinzi got out of the car, stretching her neck and looking around as if she wanted to take in the place thoroughly. Perhaps out of love for the place, she was filled with interest in Wang Mingyang's childhood home. Wang Mingyang stretched his arms and stomped his feet to relax, glancing around, and noticing that everything looked the same as before he left home at the beginning of the year. Everything felt so familiar. The group walked into the roadside stall, where the enthusiastic owner quickly came out to greet the customers. As the year-end approached, the pockets of those returning home from other provinces were full, and they wouldn't mind the prices while eating. This was easy money to make. Feeling no longer shy about money, Wang Mingyang confidently ordered the restaurant's signature and specialty dishes, not even asking the prices. When they communicated with the owner, they all spoke in authentic hometown dialect, making sure the restaurant didn't try to cheat them. Chun Ming and the others ordered a few bottles of beer, but since Wang Mingyang still had to drive, he didn't touch a drop. He firmly believed in the traffic rules of no drinking and driving. After a hearty meal, the group went their separate ways, each returning home to their families, except for Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yinzi. Chun Ming and the others lived nearby and didn't have much luggage, so they walked back to their homes to help with digestion and see how things were back home. Wang Mingyang, feeling 90 recovered, turned the car around and headed back onto the highway, continuing towards Sichuan with Zhou Yinzi. After being on the highway for a while, as darkness fell, and with a full stomach, Zhou Yinzi, sitting in the passenger seat, began to doze off and slowly fell asleep. Focusing on driving, Wang Mingyang thought about how Chun Ming and the others had already returned home to reunite with their families, and his heart felt a surge of warmth, wishing the van could fly back to Sichuan immediately. Driving through the night, they reached a service area in Guizhou province where Wang Mingyang stopped for gas, and the two had a late-night snack, with Zhou Yinzi suddenly energized and chatting with Wang Mingyang. During the spring festival travel season, there were many more cars on the road than usual, with everyone rushing home moving swiftly. Continuing their journey the next afternoon, Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yinzi finally arrived in Yibin City, Sichuan, known for its famous liquor Lu Liangyi. During their conversation on the way, Wang Mingyang learned that Zhou Yanzi's father enjoyed drinking, so he bought a few bottles of Lu Liangyi at the service area, each costing over 1,000 yuan. He gave 2 gift box bottles to Zhou Yinzi and planned to take the rest home for his father to try. In the past, their family's financial situation was not good enough to afford decent liquor, but now he could buy some brand-name products for his father to taste. After leaving the service area, they drove a short distance, exiting the highway and taking a long county road before bumping along a rural road for a while. By around 4 p.m., following the directions, they finally arrived at Zhou Yanzi's home. A small car had come into the village, and the people by the roadside turned to watch, their curiosity piqued. Once the car was parked, Zhou Yinzi got out, and seeing the familiar faces of neighbors and elders, quickly smiled and greeted everyone. Watching this scene from the car, Wang Mingyang felt like he was being watched and felt quite embarrassed. Hesitating for a moment, he had no choice but to harden his resolve and get out of the car, wearing a standard enthusiastic smile, nodding slightly to anyone who looked his way. After greeting everyone, Zhou Yinzi walked to the back of the car, opened the trunk to get her things, and Wang Mingyang hurried over to help her carry the luggage, determined to finish unloading quickly and head home. However, what happened next was beyond Wang Mingyang's expectations. According to the local hospitality customs, the enthusiasm of Zhou's parents was overwhelming and impossible for Wang Mingyang to refuse. At that moment, while repeatedly shaking his head to decline Zhou's parents' invitations, Wang Mingyang subtly gestured to Zhou Yinzi, hoping she would speak on his behalf. Little did he know Zhou Yinzi not only refused to help, but also joined her parents in a strong effort to keep him there, ultimately leading to Wang Mingyang being unable to escape and staying for dinner. "Uncle Annie, just to be clear, I can stay for dinner, but I really can't drink. I have to get home later," Wang Mingyang said. When Wang Mingyang made this statement, Zhou's parents seemed either not to hear or chose to ignore it, smiling widely and thanking him for bringing Zhou Yinzi back from so far, insisting he should eat and drink well. "Hey, why didn't you help me talk to your parents earlier?" After others left, Wang Mingyang held a teacup, took a small sip of the steaming tea, and gently touched Zhou Yanzi's arm. "You've been driving for so long without a break. I can't help but worry if you just head back like this," he added. Back at home, Zhou Yinzi seemed different from usual. Her confidence noticeably increased. As she spoke, her eyes locked onto Wang Mingyang's without the shyness she previously displayed. In the end, Wang Mingyang pretended to nonchalantly look away, sighing as he realized he had lost this round of staring contest. Looking out the door, he saw Zhou's father smiling as he let a few people into the house, all of them enjoying the cigarettes Zhou Yinzi had brought back, seemingly in high spirits. "Hey, who are those people next to your dad? Are they relatives?" Wang Mingyang asked, trying to make conversation. "The first on the left with the hat is my uncle, the second is my great-uncle, and the oldest with the pipe is my grandfather," Zhou Yinzi introduced. Zhou Yinzi quickly introduced each family member to Wang Mingyang. Soon they both stood up to greet the elders present. After greeting his father, uncles, and 3 brothers, Zhou's father smiled and went out again. Watching his back, Wang Mingyang felt a shiver and asked, "Is your dad going to invite more people again?" "Invite people?" Zhou Yinzi frowned slightly, quickly understanding, "Yes, he is going to call more relatives over for drinks." "Oh, it seems your parents really care about you. They have prepared such a grand welcome feast just for your return. Is this how it is around here?" "Not really. Usually when I come back, it's just my family and my grandparents having a meal together. This time we invited people from the village because you're here. A distinguished guest has arrived, and we must celebrate to show respect," Zhou Yinzi explained. Zhou Yanzi's words made Wang Mingyang feel a bit of a toothache. "What kind of distinguished guest am I? I can't accept this. It's just a simple meal to fill our stomachs, and I have to head home soon." With a sly smile, Zhou Yinzi thought to herself, you won't be able to escape this time." In the time it took to sip a cup of tea, more and more people were welcomed in by Zhou's parents. The 5 or 6 tables in the yard were filled with guests. Seeing the gathering getting larger, Wang Mingyang felt increasingly uneasy, sensing something was off. "Let's go. I'll first take you to the room to rest a bit. I'll call you down when it's time for dinner." Seeing Wang Mingyang starting to yawn, Zhou Yinzi led him to her brother's room for a quick nap. Not sure how long he slept, Wang Mingyang was awakened by someone calling him. When he followed Zhou Yinzi to the yard, he found several large tables filled with dishes. Many people were gathered around, chatting and snacking on sunflower seeds, creating a lively market-like atmosphere. He's out. Look, he's quite handsome." Exactly, no wonder Yinzi rejected all those boyfriends introduced to her before. It turns out she already has someone. "Indeed, I think this one Yinzi chose is much better than all those you introduced her to before. I just asked Yinzi, and that car outside is his own, costing over 100,000. He's a businessman. But that girl is so reluctant to admit he's her boyfriend, she's really shy. An aunt seemed pleased to have insider information, appearing quite proud. Hey, it's true, during the new year, who would go so far to send her back if he weren't her boyfriend? Aunt Ming is right. Oh, I remember when my husband sent me home. Due to his keen hearing, Wang Mingyang caught every word from the nearby crowd, but he could only pretend not to have heard anything at that moment. Whenever someone greeted him, he would respond with a foolish smile. The short distance felt very challenging for Wang Mingyang, as he found himself both amused and bewildered by the enthusiasm and gossip of everyone. Soon the feast began, and the waves of enthusiastic toasts made it impossible for Wang Mingyang to refuse. The bowl filled with rice in front of him was eventually replaced with a drinking cup. Amidst the joyful laughter and the clinking of cups, Wang Mingyang was solidified in the role of Zhou Yanzi's boyfriend. As the frequency of refills increased, so did the enthusiasm of the guests. Wang Mingyang, feeling slightly tipsy, occasionally glanced at Zhou Yanzi, only to find her looking back at him each time. After being caught by Wang Mingyang, Zhou Yanzi hurriedly pretended to look elsewhere, her cheeks slightly flushed, unsure if it was from shyness or the alcohol. The small gestures between Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yanzi did not escape the observant eyes of Zhou's parents, who were smiling broadly, with eyes twinkling, unable to hide their delight. After a long night of welcoming and toasting that lasted until after 11 p.m., Wang Mingyang, struggling against the intoxication, finally managed to escape to his room by claiming he needed to drive early in the morning, aided by Zhou Yanzi's support. Naturally, waking up in the morning, Wang Mingyang saw it was already past 7 a.m. and quickly got up. When he stepped outside, he found Zhou Yanzi and her family had already prepared breakfast waiting for him, making him feel a bit embarrassed. After washing up and having breakfast amidst Zhou's family's warm send-off, a large pile of local specialties filled Wang Mingyang's golden cup car. After saying goodbye again, he started the engine and slowly drove away. Not long after leaving the village, his phone rang. When he checked, it was Zhou Yanzi calling. The girl had been too shy to talk much in front of her family, but now called him privately from her room. Feeling the concern from the other end of the line warmed Wang Mingyang's heart. Just after finishing the call with Zhou Yanzi, another call came in, this time from Li Meihua. Wang Mingyang's heart raced, and he cautiously spoke to Li Meihua, feeling as if he had done something wrong. After a winding drive, Wang Mingyang finally hit the highway. After refueling in the service area, he called his mother to let her know he would arrive home around 5 a.m. the next day, making her extremely happy on the other end of the line. After chatting for a bit, learning that Wang Mingyang was driving back, his mother reminded him to drive safely, not to rush, and to rest if he got tired. Listening to his mother's earnest reminders, Wang Mingyang agreed wholeheartedly. However, after hanging up, he couldn't help but press the accelerator harder, speeding towards home. At 5 a.m., Wang Mingyang finally returned to his hometown. Seeing the familiar surroundings outside the car made his heart swell with excitement, washing away the fatigue of the long journey. The car drove through the streets and finally arrived at his home. Just as Wang Mingyang parked the car, his parents quickly rushed out upon hearing the commotion outside. Seeing the smiles on his parents' faces, Wang Mingyang excitedly shouted, "Mom and Dad. Good boy, you finally came back," his parents said, their eyes scanning him from head to toe. His father, who was not good at expressing himself, patted Wang Mingyang on the shoulder, while his excited mother grabbed his hand, mumbling, "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." After a few simple exchanges, Wang Mingyang turned to open the trunk of the car and started moving things out. His parents, seeing this, came over to help. After several trips back and forth, they finally moved everything into the house. Although his parents often remarked on Wang Mingyang spending too much on so many things, their smiles never faded. Once everything was moved, his parents walked around the car and asked, "Did you buy this car? How much did it cost? You must drive safely from now on." Wang Mingyang replied, "Yes, I just bought it recently for 1300, all with my own money. I've been running a small business for the past 6 months and earned some money, so I bought this for convenience in transporting goods. This car is great, it can carry both people and goods. When I was in Deep City, I often delivered goods to clients. It was inconvenient to hire a vehicle before, and it was costly, but now it's much more convenient with this car. Now that I can earn money, you two don't have to be too frugal at home anymore." As soon as Wang Mingyang finished speaking, his father's voice chimed in, "You have the ability now and can earn money. We are very happy, but remember to save wisely and be cautious with spending. Don't get carried away just because of temporary success. That's how you can sustain it long term." Wang Mingyang nodded in agreement, following his parents into the living room. He noticed that the dining table was already set with a lot of delicious food, and his parents had prepared breakfast for him. It seemed that they had gotten up early to prepare for him, and thinking of this moved Wang Mingyang's heart once again. After finishing breakfast under his mother's attentive urging, Wang Mingyang was about to clear the dishes when she waved him away, telling him to go take a shower and rest. He obediently complied. Wang Mingyang, who woke up in the middle of the day, felt his stomach rumble as he stepped out of his room. He saw his parents and sister watching TV on the couch, so he went over and sat down chatting about family matters. After a few exchanges, Wang Mingyang learned the reason he hadn't seen his sister when he returned home that morning. She had worked the night shift and only returned home after 8 a.m. Before long, his mother said to Wang Mingyang, "We've all eaten, you should hurry and have lunch. Don't go hungry." Wang Mingyang stood up, took a bowl of rice, and sat down at the dining table to eat, while chatting with his family, creating a warm atmosphere. As they chatted, the topic naturally shifted to Wang Mingyang. They began asking about the business he was currently running. After chewing and swallowing the meat in his mouth, Wang Mingyang shared the details of his business in Deep City, including the electronic products he was selling, their prices, and which items were selling best. Lastly, he casually mentioned some situations in Deep City and the world's largest electronic consumer market, Huiqiangbai, providing his family with a basic understanding of his life and work in the city. After discussing his matters, Wang Mingyang asked about his sister's situation, whether she was busy at work, and how difficult her job was. Before his sister could respond, their mother interjected, saying, "Aunt Lee from your sister's workplace thinks she's quite nice and wants her to marry her son." Wang Mingyang, taken aback, asked, "Oh, when did this happen? What's the situation now?" He felt a bit reluctant to let go of his sister, but still inquired. "That was about 4 or 5 months ago. Aunt Lee's son is named Guobin. He graduated from Huqing University with a master's degree 2 years ago, and now works at a software company in Deep City, which seems to be owned by a billionaire from Hong Kong. Have you met him? What's he like?" "I haven't met him yet. We just chat on OQ. As for my impression, he seems fine. He should be back tomorrow, and I've arranged to meet him," Wang Mingyang said somewhat shyly. The family continued to chat about daily life, and Wang Mingyang gained a more detailed understanding of their current situation. Upon hearing that the neighbor next door wanted to sell their house to live with their son out of town, Wang Mingyang felt a spark of inspiration and said, "Dad, why don't you find a time to talk to Uncle Lin? If the price is right, we can buy it. We could demolish the old house along with this one. On the street side, we could have 4 storefronts. You and Mom could start a small business, which would surely be better than working odd jobs all the time. No need, we don't have that much money to buy it now. Besides, even if we buy it, we'd need to demolish and rebuild, which would cost another 200,000 to 300,000. Your mother and I can't scrape together that much money. Hey Dad, don't you remember your son has made some money? I can still take out 300,000 now. Dad, since my brother has said this, you should go talk to Uncle Lin. If his asking price isn't high, we can buy it. Even though our house is on the street, it was built before the street renovation, and we can't even run a business there. If what my brother said can really happen, you and Mom can run a store and also rent out the storefronts. Rent. We definitely want to keep it for our own business." Wang's mother, who had been a street vendor selling small goods for years, hoped that the store would be for their own use. Hearing everyone's opinions, Wang's father said, "All right, I'll go talk to him shortly." After dinner, Wang Mingyang sat with his family for a while before returning to his room. He opened his laptop, thinking about the video phone project he wanted to do next year. Wang Mingyang began to open the software and write code, continuing to refine his ideas for the new phone software. As Wang Mingyang entered a state of concentration, his mind became active and the ideas for the new software kept flowing. The functional details and logic needed for the software transformed into lines of code flashing in his mind. With his fingers flying across the keyboard, Wang Mingyang's envisioned mobile software kept taking shape. He maintained this high-efficiency work state until the evening. Before finishing work, Wang Mingyang reviewed the code he had written that afternoon. After confirming there were no errors, he saved the file and shut down the computer, stepping out of the room to have dinner with his family. For 3 consecutive days, apart from spending time with his family, Wang Mingyang was busy with his mobile software, rarely stepping out of the house. Wang Mingyang also took the time to meet Aunt Lee's son, and they felt quite good about each other, matching the impressions they had developed through chatting on OQ, officially establishing their romantic relationship. The day after establishing their relationship, Aunt Lee's son Guobin brought a large number of bags to the Wang family for dinner, and the Wang family got to know him better. After careful observation, Wang Mingyang noticed that Guobin perfectly embodied the typical image of a tech-savvy IT guy. He was somewhat shy while talking to the Wang family, speaking little, but with clear logical reasoning. Wang Mingyang clicked well with him, especially in terms of software design, where their ideas resonated perfectly. Guobin was also amazed by Wang Mingyang's concepts for achieving certain software functionalities, calling it a genius idea. After learning that Wang Mingyang was developing mobile software, they discussed the current state and future direction of mobile software, agreeing that future phones would gradually become intelligent, possessing most, if not all, functions of a computer. This has been the goal pursued by the world's most influential software giant, Microsoft, for many years, but as of today, this goal has yet to be realized. Currently, there are semi-smart Nokia Symbian system phones available on the market, but they have not achieved full intelligence and still have significant room for improvement. It is said that a company called Apple in America and another called Google are also making efforts in this area, but there are currently no finished products to show. On the 25th day of the lunar calendar, after completing the writing of the new mobile software, Wang Mingyang finally stepped out of his home. Looking at the bustling crowd on the street filled with the sounds of commerce, the entire market was infused with the spirit of the new year. Wang Mingyang felt excited, wanting to join the flowing crowd to enjoy the festivities. After several negotiations, Wang's father and Uncle Lin next door had agreed on a price for the house sale, 1,500 yuan, and they were now just waiting for the money to arrive to handle the transfer procedures. The first thing Wang Mingyang had to do today was to go to the bank to transfer the house payment to Uncle Lin. After struggling to get to the bank along with the crowd, the lobby inside was as crowded as the street outside, with several security guards and the lobby manager guiding the public to take numbers in queue. Fortunately, Wang Mingyang's bank card is a VIP gold card, which spared him the trouble of waiting in line. Under the envious gaze of everyone, the lobby manager led Wang Mingyang directly into the VIP room, and the young lady handling his business looked at the over 1 million balance in his account with an even brighter smile. After filling out the forms and waiting a few minutes, Wang Mingyang finally managed to transfer the funds. After receiving the receipt, Wang Mingyang called his father. "Dad, the money has been successfully transferred. Please remind Uncle Lin to check it and then proceed with the house transfer procedures." "Okay, son, I will call him right now." Excited Wang's father immediately took action after hanging up the phone. Standing at the bank's entrance, Wang Mingyang looked at the bustling crowd on the street and thought of Chun Ming and the others pulling out his phone to notify them to go to the restaurant together for a meal. Everyone had been helping out with the big cleaning at home these past few days and hadn't seen each other yet. Upon hearing that Wang Mingyang was at the bank's entrance, they all said they would arrive shortly. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Wang Mingyang saw Chun Ming and his brother Chen Liang walking over, and after a few brief exchanges, Zhu Hong also arrived, followed closely by Huang Sheng. After chatting for a while about their recent situations at home, Chun Ming suggested everyone take a stroll since it was still early. The group, eager to join the festivities after a long time, happily agreed. From the beginning of the street to the end, strolling through East Street and West Street, by the end of the round, everyone had several bags in their hands filled with spring couplets, cookies, candies, snacks, and firecrackers. By now it was past 4 in the afternoon, and the crowd in the market gradually dispersed. Wang Mingyang and the others looked at the large bags they were carrying and decided to head home to drop off their things before going directly to the restaurant, since it was close to home and wouldn't take much time. After about 20 minutes, everyone arrived at the restaurant entrance, asked the boss for a small private room on the second floor, and started ordering dishes, with each person choosing one plus some beer. Delicious food and drinks were served, and the group began boasting and joking with each other. Curiosity piqued among Chen Ming and the others as they all eagerly asked Wang Mingyang about the romantic details of sending Li Meihua and Zhou Yanzi home. After managing to handle everyone's curiosity, Wang Mingyang shifted the topic to the amusing stories from each person's work over the past year, finally leading to everyone's expectations for the coming year's work and life. "Old Chen, does your factory produce phones? Next year, I want to find a manufacturer to produce phones here," Wang Mingyang asked Chen Ming. "No, our factory doesn't produce phones, just MP3s and MP4s. Making phones is more complex with a higher technical threshold that our factory can't manage," Chen Ming replied. "Nowadays, electronic products update too quickly. Our factory's products are now sold domestically much less than before, and most are exported. If we can't find suitable new products next year, the boss will face difficulties," Chen Ming added. "If you want to know which products are in demand, it's not hard. Just take a stroll around Huaqiangnan and you'll know what's popular and which products sell best now," Zhu Hong said. "Huaqiangnan is all about phones now. Look at those knockoff phones and netbooks, they sell like hotcakes. If it weren't for the higher manufacturing threshold for phones compared to MP3s and MP4s, our boss would have changed our main products long ago," Chen Ming responded. "Mingyang, do you want to make phones? I think if there's a steady demand, you might as well hire a few people to produce them yourself, which could lower costs. The place you're renting now is perfect for starting a business. I could just set up a few long tables and hire a few people," Zhu Hong suggested. "I do have an idea to make phones, but am uncertain about the sales volume right now," Wang Mingyang admitted. "I've designed a phone that includes MP4 playback functionality and plan to start production as soon as I return to Shenzhen after the new year," Wang Mingyang stated. "The electronic products on the market update too quickly. MP4s probably won't sell for long like MP3s did. The mobile phone market is so hot right now, it should sell well," he added. "Before making a product, you need to think carefully about the sales channels, as that's the key to stability. In Shenzhen, a city with a complete electronic industry chain, producing ordinary items isn't hard. The challenge lies in sales," Zhu Hong and Chen Ming advised. "My anticipated sales channel mainly relies on online stores on Taobao. If I spend money on traffic promotion, there should still be quite a few buyers," Wang Mingyang replied. At this moment, Huang Sheng, who had been sitting beside them, remarked, "Wow, it's so impressive. Making phones requires very high technology. This thing is much harder to fix than MP3s and MP4s. If you can produce it and the price isn't too high, it will definitely sell well. Over the past year, I've frequently gone to Huaqiangnan to buy and trade phones, so I have some understanding in this area. Why don't you try renting a counter in Huaqiangbei when the time comes?" Zhu Hong suggested to Wang Mingyang. "If you get a few big orders, you'll hit it big in no time," Zhu Hong who has been making a living by reselling electronic products in recent years, gave Wang Mingyang this advice. That sounds good. If conditions allow, I'll rent a counter in Huaqiang, then to give it a try. Lao Zhu, how about this? If I really do rent a counter in Huaqiang, then will you come help me? Wang Mingyang joked. Sure, just cover my food and lodging, and I'm in Zhuhong, said with a laugh. Everyone had a great meal, and they stayed until after 9 p.m. before finally dispersing. Upon returning home, Wang Mingyang inquired about the transfer of the neighboring house with his father. Wang's father replied, "Everything has been taken care of. Uncle Lin finished packing his things this afternoon and has gone to celebrate the new year with his son. The keys are now in my hands. I discussed with your mother, and when we go to your grandmother's house for the new year, talk to your second uncle about building the house. He has been a contractor for over 10 years and has experience in this area. Ask him to help us estimate how much it will cost to build the house, and then we can make specific plans." Wang Mingyang continued, "That sounds good. Oh, let's make a plan. I still have some money here, and I'll transfer it to you later." Wang Mingyang chatted with his parents for a while. When he heard the door open, it was his sister returning home. Wang's mother asked her daughter how things had been with Guobin these past few days. From the conversation between his parents and sister, Wang Mingyang learned that they were getting along quite well. After taking a shower and lying in bed, Wang Mingyang recalled the plans discussed with a few friends during dinner. His heart surged with excitement, and feeling wide awake, he quickly got up and grabbed his phone to dial Chun Ming's number. Once the call connected, Wang Mingyang said directly, "Old Chun, I've been thinking. Regarding the production of mobile phones, I still want to take a chance and produce them myself. If successful, I'll start a factory. However, I currently lack enough manpower. Do you want to come and help me? If not, can you find a few production workers? Also, your brother, A Liang, wasn't he working on the production line at your factory? Ask him if he's willing to come over. Additionally, I plan to go back to Shenzhen after the new year to seek an agency to help me register a company and apply for a trademark, slowly building my own brand. Do you have any resources in this area?" Wang Mingyang finished expressing his ideas in one breath. "Yes, our factory is currently hiring an accounting agency for tax matters, and they also handle company registrations. Having worked in this electronics factory for so many years and seeing many colleagues venture into entrepreneurship, I actually want to find a suitable opportunity to try as well, but I lack funds." Hearing Chen Ming say this, Wang Mingyang felt delighted and said, "All right, let's talk in detail tomorrow to finalize this matter." After ending the call, Wang Mingyang mentally organized the current businesses he had. One was a Taobao online store, primarily selling MP3s, MP4s, mobile phones and laptops managed by Li Meihua, with Lu Fenglan and Li Honi assisting. The second was the modification and sales of electric bicycles. After the new year, sales could be managed by Zhou Yinji, while production would still need to be managed by himself. The last part is a machining shop, primarily producing parts for electric bicycles managed by the previous shop owner Wei Feng. After the new year, he could consider hiring a few more people to move all electric bicycle production there. If Chun Ming and the others come over, they could set up the electronic factory structure. At that time, Chun Ming could oversee production, while Huang Sheng could handle technical maintenance, fitting his expertise. Then rent a booth at Huiqiangbai for Zhu Hong to handle sales, while I focus mainly on technical research and development, leveraging my unique advantages. As for the main product of the factory, mobile phones, features like video playback and improved sound quality can be added first, followed by video recording capabilities. Step by step, this can differentiate our products from the counterfeit mobile phones currently on the market. Current electronic products are quite similar due to hardware system limitations. For me, the area with the most potential for differentiation and the lowest cost is software. Good algorithms and processing logic can make software run faster and more powerful. Wang Mingyang silently contemplated his new plans for the coming year. Finally, he calculated his available funds. There were over 1.2 million in his bank account. It seemed like a lot, but he felt it was a bit tight when it came to actually starting something. The new mobile phone after the new year must succeed, or all the money will go down the drain, and he'll have to start over. Before sleeping, Wang Mingyang motivated himself. The next morning after breakfast, Wang Mingyang returned to his room, opened his computer, and enthusiastically began searching for information online. While referencing materials and jotting down ideas, he focused on the software for the video recording function. Lost in work, he didn't realize it was already noon until his mother came in to call him for lunch. After lunch, Wang Mingyang helped with a thorough cleaning of the house until after 3 p.m. After packing the trash into bags, Wang Mingyang invited Chun Ming and the others to a small eatery where they ordered a booth. After having a drink, Wang Mingyang officially shared his thoughts about starting a factory and hoping everyone could come help him. After hearing the specifics, Chun Ming and the others agreed without much hesitation. Wang Mingyang shared the salary details and asked for their opinions. Everyone nodded in agreement. The salary was almost 1.5 times their previous pay, and Wang Mingyang mentioned that if the company performed well, they would receive corresponding bonuses at the end of the year, which was more hopeful than the previous fixed salary. After discussing for a while, they clarified their respective work focuses. They talked until around 5 p.m., then dispersed, agreeing to meet again for barbecue in the evening. In the following days, Wang Mingyang stayed home busy with the software development work. Not only was he processing streaming media files, but he also had to consider future modifications to hardware, electronic circuits, and software. He worked tirelessly until the morning of New Year's Eve, when the basic framework of the software was finally established. Stretching, Wang Mingyang stepped out of his room. The family was already starting to prepare for the New Year's Eve dinner, and he needed to help too. In the evening, after a joyful New Year's Eve dinner, Wang Mingyang and his father brought a ladder to the front door to post couplets. As soon as the couplets were up, the festive atmosphere was immediately uplifting. After finishing these tasks, the family sat on the living room sofa, watching the Spring Festival gala, chatting. The content on TV didn't matter much, it was all about the atmosphere. Around 10 p.m., the number of people outside setting off fireworks began to increase. The sound of firecrackers echoed into the house, making it hard to hear the TV. Wang Mingyang also felt the urge and encouraged his family to join him in setting off fireworks. Carrying the box of fireworks he bought a few days ago, Wang Mingyang noticed many neighbors around, most of whom brought their children. After greeting each other, he found a relatively flat spot and set down a cake of fireworks. After reminding the neighbors to keep a safe distance, Wang Mingyang lit the fuse of the fireworks, hearing a hissing sound, and hurriedly ran back. With a whoosh of fireworks shot into the sky, leaving a trail of light. The onlookers held their breath as the subsequent loud bang, accompanied by colorful bursts, lit up the night sky, creating a breathtaking scene that left everyone in awe. With a series of whooshes, as one firework fell, another would rise, creating a continuous display of light that made the surrounding children cheer excitedly. Joy possesses a magical power that allows people to forget the passage of time, and soon it reaches midnight. As the New Year bells chime, everyone welcomes the arrival of a new year. The sound of firecrackers suddenly fills the entire town, drowning out all other noises. Conversations between people require raised voices to be heard over the cacophony. The crackling of firecrackers bids farewell to the old year, while the blossoming fireworks greet the new year. The sound of firecrackers continued for over 20 minutes before it began to subside, but the explosions of fireworks continued, expressing everyone's beautiful hopes for the new year. After finishing with the fireworks, Wang Mingyang returned indoors, bent down and bowed to his parents and sister to wish them a happy new year, presenting them with heartfelt blessings. His parents and sister generously gifted him red envelopes, wishing him good health and success in all endeavors. The next morning, Wang Mingyang woke up naturally. After breakfast, he drove with his family to visit relatives for New Year greetings. Looking at the brand new shiny Jinbei, relatives felt it was of a higher class than the legendary Luling magic car, and they began to inquire about the price from Wang's father or mother, both openly and subtly. Although the two elderly spoke modestly, their proud expressions revealed their true feelings as they remarked, "I don't know much about cars, but I heard Mingyang said it cost over 1.30, which isn't too expensive." "Oh, so expensive. No wonder it looks so much better than the Luling. One of these cars is worth 2 or 3 Lulings." Relatives praised Wang's father and mother for having such an accomplished son. For the first time in his life, Wang Mingyang became the ideal child that others spoke of, making his parents smile from ear to ear, energized to visit relatives. Nothing makes parents prouder than having a successful child. For 3 consecutive days, Wang Mingyang drove his family around visiting relatives. After completing these social visits on the 4th day of the new year, Wang Mingyang drove his family to a scenic spot dozens of kilometers away. Now that he had a car, everything felt different, and traveling was much more convenient. Aside from spending time with family, Wang Mingyang did not neglect his work. In a flurry of activity, he soon found himself at the 10th day of the Lunar New Year. After several days of high-efficiency work, he finally completed the coding of a new function module for a mobile application. The next step was to modify the hardware design. Since there were no corresponding electronic components or testing instruments in his hometown, the next phase of work would need to be conducted in Shenzhen. Thus, Wang Mingyang and Chun Ming agreed to travel to Shenzhen the next day. With aspirations for a better future for himself and his family, Wang Mingyang and Chun Ming bid a reluctant farewell to their families and set off for Shenzhen once again. The next day in Shenzhen, Chun Ming took Wang Mingyang to the agency company he had contacted earlier. After consulting about the relevant services, Wang Mingyang found it satisfactory and decided to collaborate with a firm called Yongxin Accounting to handle the registration of their company and trademark. Once the company is registered, they will also handle the external accounting and taxation work. Wang Mingyang's company was named Jiji Technology Co., Ltd., and the trademark was the same, just with an added logo. After leaving Yongxin Accounting, Wang Mingyang and Chun Ming headed to Huaqiang South. It was only the 11th day of the Lunar New Year. Many shops were still closed, and there were few merchants buying goods, making the area feel a bit deserted. In order to conduct research more efficiently in the future, Wang Mingyang decided to buy a more powerful desktop computer with a faster operating speed. After negotiating with several computer assembly shops, Wang Mingyang finally settled on the configuration and price of the computer, also requesting the installation of licensed electronic circuit design software. This computer cost Wang Mingyang 2,800, nearly equivalent to a small workstation. Back at his residence with Chen Ming's help, Wang Mingyang quickly set up the computer. After connecting the power, Wang Mingyang eagerly began to work. He first copied the mobile electronic circuit diagram bought from the design company onto his computer, opened it, found the corresponding circuit modules to modify, and slowly began to try and either delete or modify the electronic components or add parts in suitable positions according to his vision. In order to support more functions and ensure the smooth operation of the new phone, Wang Mingyang needed to replace many electronic components in the old design with better performing models available on the market. These changes are interconnected, requiring repeated calculations of the circuit's voltage and current matching and signal response, which involves a massive amount of computation. Fortunately, the design software installed on the computer had simulation capabilities, which saved the designers a lot of effort. While Wang Mingyang was busy, Chen Ming was also out on his electric bike looking for a suitable place to rent for product production. Since the company was just starting out and had limited funds, Wang Mingyang and Chen Ming planned to rent a private house like they did when they made the MP3 and consider moving to an industrial area once they grew bigger. Starting a business requires a step-by-step approach, and being cautious is essential, as Wang Mingyang's funds only allowed them to take one shot. After 2 days, Chen Ming rented a house that was larger than the one Wang Mingyang currently lived in. It was 5 stories high, with the bottom 2 floors for production and the upper 3 for dormitories and dining. Chen Ming also conveniently terminated the lease on the place he used to live, with Zhu Hong planning to move everything to the new place when the 3 of them arrived in Shenzhen. Focusing intently, Wang Mingyang placed the last electronic component, checked the parameters, and after clicking the simulation run without errors, he saved the work. Checking his phone for the time, it was already 5:10 p.m. Thinking of Li Meihua's long-distance bus arriving soon, Wang Mingyang told Chen Ming and hurried out to drive to the bus station. His heart ignited at the thought of Li Meihua's sweet and charming face. Upon arriving at the bus station, Wang Mingyang found a spot to park and quickly walked into the parking lot inside the station, glancing around eagerly, yet he did not spot the figure he was eagerly waiting for, so he found a place to sit and wait. He took out his phone and sent a message to Li Meihua, "I've arrived at the station, where are you?" Moments later, he received a reply from Li Meihua, "The bus just exited the highway and will arrive shortly." After about 10 minutes, Wang Mingyang's phone rang. It was Li Meihua calling. She asked, "The bus is already in the station, where are you?" Wang Mingyang hurriedly stood up and looked ahead. About 20 to 30 meters away, there was a large bus just parked. The doors had just opened and passengers were gradually walking out. Wang Mingyang quickly walked over, and halfway there, he saw Li Meihua appearing at the bus door. She was also looking around for Wang Mingyang. After a moment, her slightly anxious face broke into a smile, happily waving in Wang Mingyang's direction. Wang Mingyang reached Li Meihua's side and asked, "Are you tired from sitting on the bus for so long?" With 2 sparkling big eyes under her gently arched eyebrows, she smiled broadly, "Not tired." Li Meihua's voice was as sweet as ever, leaving Wang Mingyang feeling refreshed and excited, thinking, although they chatted daily on OQ, seeing her in person felt completely different. "Where's the luggage?" "He'll get it. Let's go have a nice meal to welcome you." Wang Mingyang carried the luggage, and the two chatted as they walked to where the Jinbei was parked, then drove back to their rented place. Wang Mingyang helped Li Meihua carry the luggage to the 3rd floor and then called Chen Ming. The 3 of them agreed to go to a nearby upscale restaurant and ordered a private room, each choosing a dish and adding a soup, chatting as they ate. They started by sharing interesting stories from their New Year celebrations at home, and then naturally transitioned to discussing their work plans for the new year, spending 2 hours over dinner. As they left the restaurant, Chen Ming playfully said to Wang Mingyang, "I have things to do, I'll head back first." He turned to Wang Mingyang and cheekily winked at him while facing away from Li Meihua. Watching Chen Ming walk away, Li Meihua turned to Wang Mingyang and said, "It's still early, let's go for a walk." On the streets of the city during the Spring Festival, the streets were sparsely populated as most people had gone home for the holiday, a stark contrast to the usual bustling scene. The early spring night wind blew, bringing a hint of chill, adding a touch of desolation. 2 young figures strolled leisurely down the street. Li Meihua, wearing a beige sweater and fitted light jeans paired with dark brown ankle boots, looked youthful and full of energy. Perhaps the excitement of their reunion made her talkative as she kept chattering away and would turn to look at Wang Mingyang every few seconds, appearing lively and charming. Wang Mingyang, a step behind, looked at the girl in front of him, his face beaming with smiles, his eyes filled with her image. He listened happily to her talk about the trivialities of life, finding it anything but dull, occasionally chiming in as if they had endless things to discuss. Walking beside Li Meihua, Wang Mingyang felt the air was sweet and he was filled with joy. Unknowingly, they had walked quite a distance when Li Meihua stopped in front of a KTV and said to Wang Mingyang, "How about we go sing some songs?" At this time the prices should be reasonable, and I haven't been to KTV yet. Sure, Wang Mingyang readily agreed. I couldn't ask for more than to sing with such a beautiful girl. I wish you really thought, that Li Meihua playfully retorted. The KTV business had not been good lately with few customers, and not all staff back to work, making the prices much cheaper than usual. Entering the small private room on the third floor, Wang Mingyang ordered some snacks and drinks. Just as the server was about to leave, Li Meihua suddenly called out for a few bottles of beer. Wang Mingyang curiously asked, I haven't seen you drink beer in a long time. Oh, what's gotten into you tonight? Li Meihua replied, I'm just happy tonight. Before long, the server brought in everything they ordered and placed it on the low table, saying if you need anything else, just call us at the door, before exiting the room. Wang Mingyang held the remote control, unsure of what kind of songs Li Meihua liked, so he chose several songs by Kai Yilin. This was a popular female artist lately, and he thought Meihua would like it. At first, Li Meihua was a bit shy to sing, but with Wang Mingyang's encouragement, she gradually loosened up. She picked up the microphone and started singing, and to Wang Mingyang's surprise, she sang quite well. After each song, Wang Mingyang applauded enthusiastically, praising Li Meihua's singing. His exaggerated gestures made her laugh heartily. As the atmosphere warmed up while Li Meihua sang, Wang Mingyang occasionally picked up the microphone to add some playful comments to liven up the mood. When it was Wang Mingyang's turn to sing, Li Meihua mimicked his earlier antics, and the two of them clinked glasses and took a sip of beer, clearly having a great time. As time passed and the drinks on the table dwindled, Wang Mingyang suggested, it's getting late. Let's head back. Next time, if you want, I'll accompany you again. Li Meihua nodded and agreed, standing up. Seeing her sway a bit, Wang Mingyang quickly stood up to support her, concerned, take it slow, be careful. Li Meihua looked up at Wang Mingyang and said, I didn't expect to drink too much. My head is a bit dizzy, but I can hold up. Seeing the dazed look in Li Meihua's eyes, Wang Mingyang said, let's wait a bit before heading back. Let's sit down and have some tea to recover. After Li Meihua settled back on the sofa, Wang Mingyang went to the door. Waiter, please bring us a pot of tea. Once Wang Mingyang received the tea, he closed the door and returned to his seat next to Li Meihua, pouring her a cup and handing it over. Li Meihua took the cup, carefully sipped a few times, then placed it down, leaning back against the sofa. Before long, Li Meihua gradually leaned toward Wang Mingyang. He quickly adjusted his posture to make her more comfortable. Wang Mingyang lowered the music volume, and they sat in silence, the atmosphere gradually becoming a bit ambiguous. Li Meihua, resting against him softly, said, it would be great if we could stay like this forever. Thinking back to the time spent at home for the new year, she wondered when it started and why, but she kept seeing his figure in her mind, wanting to talk and chat with him. She recalled him driving her home and how happy that made her. But then she learned that he had taken Zhou Yanzi home and even stayed there overnight, which kept her awake all night, leaving her feeling empty, a sensation that was indescribably painful. Every night before sleeping, she found herself repeatedly looking through their past chat records. Until one night she dreamt of him, and upon waking the next day, she suddenly realized she had fallen for him. Do you like me? Li Meihua asked. Wang Mingyang straightened up slowly, turned to look at her, and found her gazing back at him. After a moment of staring, just as Wang Mingyang was about to speak, Li Meihua shyly lowered her head, appearing somewhat anxious. Yes, I definitely like you, Wang Mingyang replied. Unconsciously, their hands intertwined. Feeling the softness of her hand, Wang Mingyang's heart was filled with joy, and Li Meihua felt the same, the intoxication of wine fading significantly. They sat close together for a long time until the KTV staff indicated it was closing time. Only then did Wang Mingyang and Li Meihua reluctantly get up, holding hands as they strolled back to their place. Back at home, Li Meihua stopped at her room's door, and their hands finally parted. However, her next sentence startled Wang Mingyang, making his heart race. Do you still like Zhou Yanzi? Hearing this, Wang Mingyang froze, his body stiffening, as if electrocuted, his mouth agape, wanting to say something, but unable to make a sound. Li Meihua saw Wang Mingyang's awkward expression, rolled her eyes at him, let out a playful humph, and turned around, slamming the door shut. Wang Mingyang, standing there in a daze, soon heard the sound of laughter coming from inside the room, imagining Li Meihua rolling on her bed, laughing heartily. A flood of question marks and exclamation points filled his mind. This girl just played me, Wang Mingyang thought, feeling both amused and exasperated. Frustrated, he turned to go downstairs, but then felt a wave of unease wash over him. He grabbed a glass of water and took a few sips to calm himself. A few minutes later, his phone received a new message. Wang Mingyang picked it up to find it was from Li Meihua. I don't blame you, I really had a great time tonight. Looking at those lines, Wang Mingyang felt a swirl of emotions, as if he had 1,000 words to say to Li Meihua, but he didn't know how to start. The figures of Zhou Yanzi and Li Meihua flickered through his mind, and all his unspoken words finally condensed into one sentence. I'm sorry. He replied to Li Meihua. All right, it's fine, I'm going to take a shower. I'm a bit tired after sitting in the car all day. You should rest early. Upon receiving Li Meihua's reply, Wang Mingyang finally felt relieved. The next morning, Wang Mingyang, still in a daze, was awakened by the sound of his phone ringing. Upon answering, he recognized Zhou Yanzi's voice and suddenly perked up. Zhou Yanzi's voice on the other end sounded a bit excited. Hey Mingyang, guess where I am right now? I'm at the security bus station getting ready to take a bus back. They'll see you soon. You must have quite a bit of luggage with you. It might be inconvenient to take the bus. Wait for me there, we'll drive over to pick you up. After chatting with Zhou Yanji for a while, Wang Mingyang hung up, grabbed his car keys, and hurriedly left the house. As he started the car, he nervously glanced up at the third floor, noticing the lights were still off, indicating Li Meihua likely hadn't woken up yet. The van turned a corner and drove straight towards the security bus station. Fortunately, there were few cars on the road during this time, and it didn't take long for Wang Mingyang to reach the bus station. Upon entering, he quickly spotted Zhou Yanji. You should have called me earlier so I could pick you up sooner. After sitting on the bus for so long, you must be tired. Make sure to eat something and get some rest when we get back, Wang Mingyang said with a smile to Zhou Yanji. It was too early and I was afraid of waking you up, so I couldn't help but call you after getting off the bus. I was really tired, but now that I see you, I feel energized. Zhou Yanji smiled at Wang Mingyang, her face beaming. Wang Mingyang felt a sudden jolt in his heart, sensing that Zhou Yanji seemed a bit different from before when she was with him. While chatting with Zhou Yanji, Wang Mingyang did not forget to pick up the 2 large bags of luggage beside her as they walked out of the bus station together. Wang Mingyang walked slowly behind, while Zhou Yanji cheerfully flitted around him like a joyful bird, chatting animatedly. Wang Mingyang thought that Zhou Yanzi's voice at this moment was even more melodious than that of a lark. Suddenly, Wang Mingyang felt a slight weight on his left arm. It turned out Zhou Yanji had linked her arm with his. With a hint of shyness on her face, she mustered the courage to say, "Everyone thought you were my boyfriend when you were at my house last year. It saved me a lot of trouble, as I didn't have to go on blind dates like before. That's really unfair. You're so beautiful, why would you need to go on blind dates?" Wang Mingyang exaggeratedly laughed in response. "It's like that in our place. Most people my age are already married. I used to think that I would also find someone to marry and have children when I reached that age, then continue working. But after meeting you, my thoughts changed. You made me understand what it feels like to like someone. I don't know when it started, but I fell for you." Hearing this, Wang Mingyang felt a mix of joy and panic, as another girl had said the same thing to him just yesterday. As Wang Mingyang pondered how to respond to Zhou Yanji, he heard her voice again. "Phew. Finally, I've said what I've been holding in my heart. I feel so much lighter now. No matter if you like me or not, at least you know my feelings," Zhou Yanji said with a smile. Wang Mingyang was deeply moved by her words, wishing he could drop the luggage in his hands and give Zhou Yanji a big hug. However, thinking of Li Meihua's lovely figure made him feel guilty. Last night, he had been unable to sleep, thinking for half the night, and still couldn't make a choice between the two. He didn't want to give up either, fearing his actions would hurt both, which might be why he cared so much for them. Wang Mingyang carefully conversed with Zhou Yanji until they reached the parking area. He first placed the luggage down, then bought Zhou Yanji breakfast from a nearby shop before starting the car towards home. Upon returning to the residence, Wang Mingyang helped Zhou Yanji carry her luggage up to the 3rd floor, discovering that Li Meihua was already awake and cooking breakfast in the kitchen. "You came at just the right time. I was about to call you to wake up for breakfast. I made oatmeal porridge." What are all these things you're carrying?" "I didn't call because it was too early and I was afraid to wake you up. I originally planned to take the bus back from the station, but Mingyang insisted on picking me up," Zhou Yanji answered with a smile. Wang Mingyang, watching the 2 beautiful women chat, dared not say a word, feeling a cold sweat forming inside. Nervously sipping on oatmeal porridge, Wang Mingyang felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, and after a while of small talk between the 2 women, he quickly excused himself back to his room. After taking a few deep breaths to calm his nerves, Wang Mingyang called Chun Ming to ask about the progress on their end. Chun Ming said, "I've already recruited 7 or 8 people, most of whom are former employees from the factory, and many are our fellow townsfolk. They're reliable workers, and I've arranged for them to come after the Lantern Festival. The phones will take some time to produce. We can go to Huaqiang South to buy some MP4 parts. Once the workers arrive, we can start with those to keep them busy," Wang Mingyang replied. After discussing work matters, Wang Mingyang hung up the phone, took his bank card from the drawer to withdraw some cash from a nearby ATM, then drove to pick up Chun Ming, and the 2 headed to Huaqiang South together. On the way, Wang Mingyang suggested that Chun Ming take time to learn how to drive, mentioning that he would delegate the task of buying components to him in the future. He also said that the company would reimburse the driving lessons. Chun Ming was quite pleased with Wang Mingyang's suggestion and agreed without hesitation. "When are Lao Zhu and your brother coming over? They can also get their driver's licenses together. There will be plenty of chances to drive in the future," Wang Mingyang added. "They'll be over in a couple of days. Lao Zhu wanted to come earlier, but he got arranged for a blind date by his family," Chun Ming replied with a smile. As soon as Chun Ming finished speaking, Wang Mingyang burst into laughter. Lao Zhu finally got his comeuppance. He used to brag about how handsome he was, and now he's stuck on a blind date. I can't wait to see how he behaves in front of us after this." Chun Ming joined in the laughter, reminiscing about their funny school days. Their conversation became lively, filled with animated gestures and smiles as they shared stories from their school days. They chatted all the way to Huaqiang South, where Wang Mingyang led Chunming straight to the counter they had cooperated with multiple times, picking up various models and quantities according to their inventory list. Every time he visited a shop, Wang Mingyang would not forget to introduce Chunming to the shop owner, saying that he would come to pick up goods in his place in the future and asking everyone to take care of him. The shop owners, who had dealt with Wang Mingyang multiple times, had watched him grow from a small trader to where he was today. The amount of goods he picked up was increasing, and naturally they all patted their chests, assuring him that the quality and prices would remain the same as before. As he left Huaqiang South, the big golden cup was filled to the brim with goods. Under Wang Mingyang's control, the vehicle departed from the valuable parking lot of Huaqiang South, merging into the flow of traffic heading towards the outskirts. Back at the newly rented house of Chunming, Wang Mingyang, and he moved all the electronic components they bought into the first floor and arranged them properly. Wang Mingyang checked the time. It was already mealtime. However, thinking of Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi at home, he decided it was better to return later and have lunch with Lao Chen outside. "Let's go find a place to eat." Wang Mingyang called Chunming to join him as they left the restaurant. While eating, they discussed the general arrangements for their upcoming work. "How's the development of the new phone going? This technology is quite challenging. Should we start with a standard plan first?" Chunming understood how difficult it was to develop a new electronic product, especially a mobile phone. Other companies had a large team of researchers, while they had only Wang Mingyang. Although he always appeared confident, Chunming and the others still felt uncertain. "I can almost confirm the plan." Wang Mingyang assured Chunming that he would quickly resolve the new phone development in the coming days. After finishing lunch and bidding farewell to Chunming, Wang Mingyang returned to his rented room. Just as he entered and prepared to start working, Li Meihua came down from the third floor, smiling as she asked, "Have you had lunch? Your meal is still waiting for you in the dining room on the third floor." "I cooked today," she said playfully. Wang Mingyang replied, "I just had lunch with Chunming outside. I went with him to Huaqiang South this morning to buy a batch of components. When the workers arrive in a few days, we will first assemble the MP4S. The phone will take a bit longer since some areas here are not yet ready. Our online store received quite a few orders during the Spring Festival, mostly for MP4S. Very few people buy MP3s now. It should be phased out soon. I think we should only focus on MP4S going forward," Li Meihua said. "This morning Yinzi and I were busy packing. We just shipped a batch through the courier, but there are still many orders to handle. We need to send out another batch this afternoon since our stock from last year is running low. Yinzi must be tired from sitting in the car all night. Let me help you pack. Let her sleep a little longer," Wang Mingyang suggested. "You've learned to care for others so quickly," Li Meihua's voice floated over from behind. Hearing the tone of Li Meihua's voice, Wang Mingyang immediately turned around to see her smile had vanished, replaced by a hint of grievance. Wang Mingyang's heart ached as he realized his mistake. He approached and embraced Li Meihua, whispering in her ear, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Li Meihua stayed silent in Wang Mingyang's embrace, burying her head. After a while, she pinched his waist and said, "As long as you know." Then she turned and headed upstairs, and Wang Mingyang followed her. In the third-floor workspace, Li Meihua filled out forms based on the client's addresses on the computer, while Wang Mingyang packed nearby. Zhou Yinzi returned from shipping goods during lunch and went back to her room to catch up on sleep. To ease the awkwardness, Wang Mingyang had to make small talk with Li Meihua. He asked her, "When will your cousin and Lu Fenglan return to work? This Spring Festival, the online store must have received a lot of orders. Can you three handle it?" Li Meihua replied, "They should be back the day after tomorrow. With 3 of us, we can manage the workload. This Spring Festival, let me see. We sold a total of 1623 units, which is a bit more than usual. I can speed things up in the next 2 or 3 days and handle everything myself," she said. Wang Mingyang calculated the profits in his mind. Over 1600 units meant a gross profit of about 15000. Not too bad. You need to develop the phone and produce it, which will require a lot of money. Are you in a tight spot financially? I have 3000 yuan saved. Why don't you take it for now? Li Meihua looked up at Wang Mingyang. Wang Mingyang tore the tape off the sealed box and replied, "No need to, I've calculated it. It should be enough. I didn't expect our Meihua to be a little wealthy, saving up several tens of thousands of soft currency. If this phone venture fails, you'll have to support me," he joked. "So you need to treat this little rich lady well, or I might get upset and refuse to feed you, leaving you starving." Li Meihua pouted, pretending to be fierce. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, and her right thumb and forefinger pinched Wang Mingyang's waist hard. Someone pretended to be in pain, saying, "Ouch, it hurts, please spare me, queen." This made Li Meihua think she had pinched too hard, and she quickly released her grip and began to comfort Wang Mingyang. After Wang Mingyang's deliberate jest, the atmosphere between him and Li Meihua became more relaxed, and they chatted and laughed while working together, feeling very pleasant. With the collaboration of both, they packed over 300 MP4 units by 5 p.m. Wang Mingyang and Li Meihua found several large bags and packed the finished products into them. After making 2 trips back and forth, they managed to send all the machines to a nearby courier point. All right, today's work is finally done. Let's go for a nice meal. Can you call Yanzi? There's no need, dining out is too expensive. Let's buy some ingredients and cook at home, Li Meihua replied. All right, our Meihua knows how to manage a budget, Wang Mingyang conceded. Who is your Meihua? Despite her words, the corners of Li Meihua's mouth curved up like an AK, firing continuously, impossible to suppress, and the hand held by Wang Mingyang was equally unshakable. The two strolled leisurely towards the vegetable market. Li Meihua's hand felt soft and smooth, making it comfortable to hold. Wang Mingyang had no intention of letting go, feeling as joyful as a thief who succeeded in stealing a chicken. After buying vegetables and returning home to the 3rd floor, they found Zhou Yinzi preparing to cook. Turning at the sound, she saw Wang Mingyang and Li Meihua holding hands as they entered, and her expression became somewhat awkward, instantly turning a bit resentful, with a hint of grievance in her eyes as she looked at Wang Mingyang. Feeling guilty under her gaze, Wang Mingyang quickly said, I suddenly remembered I have some things to do, so I'll head back to my room. Call me when it's time to eat, before escaping back to the 2nd floor workspace. Sitting on the chair, Wang Mingyang took a while to stabilize his slightly flustered emotions. After a moment, Wang Mingyang calmed his mind and took out the phone he bought from Huaqiang South years ago, swiftly dismantling it. He carefully examined the components and circuit layout on the circuit board, visualizing the images in his mind for analysis, then cross-referencing them with his newly designed phone circuit, preparing to replace any components that did not meet the specifications. As the soldering iron danced in his hand, the circuit board on Wang Mingyang's workbench gradually transformed into the shape he envisioned. After reassembling the circuit board with the phone case and uploading the modified software system, everything was ready, and an exciting moment was about to arrive. Wang Mingyang pressed the power button on the phone, and soon the screen lit up. Yes, it booted up normally. Step 1 was a success. First, he checked the basic functions of the phone. After confirming everything was normal, Wang Mingyang eagerly tested the 2 new features. He developed video playback and recording. He operated the phone to play an MP4 music video, finding no issues with the functionality and smooth playback. Wang Mingyang nodded secretly, then recorded a short video and played it back with no faults appearing. Instantly, Wang Mingyang felt overjoyed, looking at the counterfeit phone in his hand, filled with joy. Excited, he wished he could look up and howl, announcing his masterpiece to the world. After calming down, Wang Mingyang eagerly finished transforming and assembling the 2nd prototype. He hurried to the 3rd floor, presenting a device to Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi, saying, This is the new phone I told you about, which has video playback and recording functions beyond ordinary phones on the market. Test it out for a few days and see if there are any areas for improvement. Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi happily accepted the phone's great. Let me give it a try. The two examined the phones, finding the appearance quite ordinary, not much different from the counterfeit models with 8 running lights on the market, so they tried out the new features Wang Mingyang mentioned. Wang Mingyang added later, you can post about the new phone's features on OQ Space, see what your friends think, and gauge the market's reaction. I think the phone's exterior could look better so that more people would like it. Right now it looks just like those counterfeit phones, which greatly affects the purchase desire, Li Meihua said. The current prototype is modified from a counterfeit phone bought at Huaqiang South. Once we finalize the design, we will create our own mold and use higher-end materials to make a more appealing shape. It should attract many young girls, as this demographic enjoys taking selfies, Wang Mingyang replied. If sales go well, we can make a version geared towards boys. Our main sales channel will be online, with the target customer group being young people around 20, Zhou Yinzi chimed in. Wang Mingyang listened and looked at Zhou Yinzi, saying, That's a great idea. It seems you've done quite a bit of homework at home lately. I thought of this while studying self-taught materials out of boredom at home, Zhou Yinzi replied. It seems that over the past 6 months, the 3 of us have changed significantly compared to before. With money in hand and exposure to many things we couldn't access before, our horizons have broadened and our thoughts have changed. Of course, the biggest change is within myself. Watching the 2 girls discussing product sales methods, Wang Mingyang pondered. Suddenly, Zhou Yinzi exclaimed, Oh no, the fish seems to be burning. She hurriedly got up and rushed into the kitchen to quickly take the fish out of the pan. After a busy time, all the dishes were ready, and the 3 of them immediately started to eat. Since Wang Mingyang said this dinner was to welcome Zhou Yinzi, he ordered several dishes, making it quite lavish. While eating, Wang Mingyang reminded Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi about the key points to test the new phone, instructing them to record any issues they found so that he could improve. After dinner, everyone cleaned up the dishes. Li Meihua suggested taking a walk, and the other 2 happily agreed. The 3 strolled to a nearby park and wandered through the night market street. At that moment, the street was not as lively as usual, so Wang Mingyang and the others bought a few things and returned home. After putting things away, Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi continued packing goods according to the online store's orders for shipping the next day. Wang Mingyang continued working on the prototype in the 2nd floor workshop. He planned to make several more prototypes for Chun Ming and the others to use to quickly identify potential issues with the new phone and address them in time. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Wang Mingyang called Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi and also phoned Chun Ming, inviting him to join them for barbecue skewers. Although it was the first month of the lunar year, the deep city in southern China was not cold. Everyone wore just a long-sleeved shirt, feeling perfectly comfortable sitting at the street-side stall. Old Chin, your brother is coming tomorrow, right? What time will they arrive? Let's go pick them up together. And about the new phone I gave you earlier, you should give one to each of them to try out. Have you registered to take the driving test these days? Wang Mingyang asked Chun Ming. Their bus is scheduled to arrive at around 9:10 a.m. I've been busy buying long tables and chairs from the second-hand market for assembly, as well as other tools, so I haven't had time to register yet, Chun Ming replied. Why don't you ask them tomorrow if they want to register together? The more people, the better for bargaining. By the way, Yinzi Meihua, you should also join in the learning, Wang Mingyang suggested. What? Oh, okay, Zhou Yinzi nodded, while Li Meihua shook her head, saying it's too difficult. Can I learn later? After much persuasion, Wang Mingyang finally convinced Li Meihua to agree to register together. Your cousin is also coming tomorrow, right? What time will they arrive? If it's convenient, let's pick them up together, Wang Mingyang asked Li Meihua. They will arrive at noon. Then he'll go to the station with you at noon, Wang Mingyang replied. After discussing work-related matters, the boss just brought out the grilled food. They all started to enjoy the skewers. Wang Mingyang and Chun Ming ordered beer, and the two girls also tried a bit as the atmosphere gradually became lively, chatting about everything under the sun. Only after midnight did they stagger back home. The next morning, Wang Mingyang first went with Chun Ming to the bus station to pick up people. After bringing Zhu Hong and others back for a while, Wang Mingyang and Li Meihua went to the station. Upon arriving at the station, Li Meihua called Li Hongmi, who informed her that the bus was running late, probably half an hour later than scheduled. Wang Mingyang and Li Meihua had no choice but to sit in the car waiting, snuggling together and chatting endlessly. Time passed quickly and Li Meihua's phone rang. It was Li Hongmi saying the bus had arrived. After hanging up the phone, Li Meihua hurriedly urged Wang Mingyang to walk towards the station. After picking up Li Hongmi and Lu Fenglan, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Wang Mingyang took everyone back to a nearby place, and after eating on the street, he sent them back. Seeing it was still convenient, he contacted Chun Ming and the others and took a car full of people to register for driving lessons. Upon hearing Wang Mingyang mention that 6 people wanted to register together, the driving instructor became enthusiastic. They haggled with the instructor and eventually agreed on a discount of 200 yuan per person. After paying part of the tuition, Wang Mingyang left the group behind and drove back. After receiving feedback from testing, Wang Mingyang learned that the new phone occasionally lagged during video playback, and he intended to investigate the cause. Back at his residence, Wang Mingyang first disassembled the phone case, then repeatedly played videos hoping to replicate the malfunction. After several attempts, he discovered that only videos recorded by the phone itself occasionally lagged, while playing MV was perfectly smooth. Through repeated operations and constant observation and comparison of data, Wang Mingyang invested considerable effort in analysis and validation, ultimately realizing that the phone's processor performance was inadequate. The solution was straightforward with 2 options. The first was to replace the processor with a more powerful one, but due to current hardware constraints, upgrading to a higher-end processor would significantly raise the phone's cost, resulting in poor market competitiveness. The second option involved modifying the video processing software to eliminate certain image data imperceptible to the human eye, only capturing information visible to the eye. This way, the recorded video data would be significantly reduced, alleviating the processor's workload without impacting user experience. After careful consideration, Wang Mingyang decided to adopt the second method, which was his strength and greatest advantage. To perfect the software algorithm, he spent the next 2 days gathering information at the bookstore. He specifically sought information on mature image processing algorithms to cutting-edge technological directions, thoroughly studying them. To better understand future trends and developments in technology, Wang Mingyang specially ordered several scientific journals from the bookstore, all professional publications from abroad that featured the latest articles and topics. After integrating the newly learned material with his own ideas, Wang Mingyang significantly enhanced his understanding of software algorithms and technical logic. After the initial coding and continuous modifications over 4 days, Wang Mingyang finally resolved the software issue. He updated the software on all prototypes, and during subsequent testing, these phones no longer experienced lag. Adjustments in the hardware circuit were also quickly resolved with Huang Sheng's assistance. In the days that followed, Wang Mingyang, Chen Ming, and Huang Sheng visited several circuit board manufacturers to order a batch of phone circuit boards. After discussing and comparing, they selected the most suitable trading partner and placed an order for 2,000 units. Alright, the PCB issue is resolved. Next is the shell. Everyone think of some good designs that are cute and feminine, Wang Mingyang said after leaving the Hengqiang PCB processing plant. However, this was not something Chen Ming and Huang Sheng were good at, and they couldn't provide effective suggestions, only advising Wang Mingyang to try contacting a design company. Thus, the three of them quickly contacted several design companies explaining their product needs, only to be shocked by the quotes. "Dear bosses, our quote is absolutely very reasonable. You are looking for a fashionable and cute phone, and good designs require both artistic cultivation and timely inspiration, which are rare and invaluable," said a certain artistic guru. After leaving the Aisheng design studio, the words of the artistic guru echoed in their ears, leaving them perplexed, feeling that design was a noble art that ordinary people could not engage with. Back near his residence, Wang Mingyang felt something was off and immediately bought several fashion magazines from a street stall, flipping through them and sketching several designs with a pen. Then he took these sketches to ask for opinions from Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi, saying, "Everyone come and see which design you like the most. If our new phone looks like this, would you buy it?" The four girls immediately gathered around, taking a look at the drawings in Wang Mingyang's hand. "I think this one is cuter, I like it. This pink one is better, I prefer this one." The hall immediately became lively with chatter. In the end, they reached a consensus and selected a design they thought was most suitable for Wang Mingyang, offering some minor modification suggestions. Wang Mingyang directly wrote and sketched on the chosen design paper with a pencil, making minor adjustments according to the girls' suggestions, concluding only when everyone nodded in agreement. "Old Chen, old Huang, the phone design is ready. Come over now, we need to find the processing plant." Early in the morning, Wang Mingyang called Chen Ming and Huang Sheng. Zhu Hong was busy renting a counter at Huiqiangbai these days, so Wang Mingyang hadn't invited him to join them. The three of them, armed with the design drawings, began searching for processing plants, selecting materials, and discussing prices. Initially, when they approached larger manufacturers, the few orders they placed were either rejected or quoted at a high unit price. With no other option, Chen Ming had to rely on his previous knowledge to take Wang Mingyang and Huang Sheng from factory to factory, eventually signing a contract with a small-scale factory. The boss of this processing plant, Zhao Song, had been in Shenzhen for many years and had recently started his own business, so he paid close attention to Wang Mingyang's order of 200 units. After a round of communication, they considered aspects like design, materials, and colors, and finalized the entire plan after spending considerable time on the details. After leaving the processing plant, Wang Mingyang and the others had lunch and then continued driving to Huiqiangbai, needing to hurry to prepare other components. After wandering around most of Huiqiangbai for several hours, the three of them finally exited the Gusai electronics market carrying bags, and it was already dusk. Since they had never produced a phone before, on the way back, they continually discussed various anticipated production details. In this aspect, Chen Ming was the main decision-maker, as he had been working in production management for many years. From the car to the restaurant, after finishing their meal and unloading the purchased items, Wang Mingyang finally returned home after another busy and fulfilling day. Upon arriving home, Wang Mingyang sank into the sofa, and not long after, he heard the sound of the door opening. Turning his head, he saw that it was Zhou Yinzi and Li Meihua. Since Li Hongmi and Lu Fenglan moved in, Wang Mingyang had rarely gone up to the third floor at night to avoid suspicion. He gave Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi each a key to the second floor. The two who approached seemed to have just finished showering, their long hair still gleaming. One wore a white, thin, long-sleeved top and tight jeans, looking cute and charming. The other wore a brown fleece top with white edges and fitted black pants, exuding a sexy and alluring vibe. Wang Mingyang was stunned, having been too busy lately to notice beautiful women, which was why he was so taken aback now. "Yes, that must be it," he told himself. "Ladies, your visit has graced my humble abode. Ooh, I am truly honored," Wang Mingyang said with a smile. Hearing Wang Mingyang's words, Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi both smiled happily. Women dress up to please those they admire, and their efforts had evidently paid off. Wang Mingyang sat up straight to make space on the sofa, and Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi took the opportunity to sit down. Zhou Yinzi asked, "Do you have time tomorrow? The electric bikes have orders. They were introduced by Liang Yihong, and 5 bikes need to be delivered tomorrow." "Sure, I can help you deliver them, and we can treat Liang Yihong and the others to a meal too. School has started, so the sales of the bikes should gradually increase," Wang Mingyang replied. "Yes, but there aren't many electric bikes left in stock. We need to prepare for production," Zhou Yinzi added. "Lately, I've been busy with the phone issue and haven't been able to focus on the electric bikes. After we deliver the goods tomorrow, you and I should go to the machining shop together. In the future, we need to stock up on bikes. Just tell the head of the machining shop, Wei Fong, to produce them while you manage the sales, okay?" Wang Mingyang said to Zhou Yinzi. "Okay," Zhou Yinzi replied. "Yinzi, how about we rent a shop at Deep City University to sell electric bikes? This way sales should increase. We can ask Liang Yihong and the others for help with promotion. We can give each of them exclusive coding cards. Buyers who present the coding card will get a 50 yuan discount. Each week, we can calculate commissions for the promoters based on the number of cards received." Wang Mingyang's eyes gleamed as he came up with a new idea, and after considering its feasibility, he shared it aloud. "Great idea, especially the coding cards concept. With the cards Liang Yihong and the others won't have to bring people over each time, it will be much more convenient. Zhou Yinzi agreed with Wang Mingyang's idea. Seeing Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yinzi getting more engrossed in their conversation, Li Meihua interjected, "How about trying this coding card method for the promotion of the new phone as well? Didn't you ask us to post information in the OQ space before? Many friends are inquiring about when the phone will be on sale, and a lot are interested. I think opening a phone store at the university would be great too." After Li Meihua spoke, the discussion between the three became even more lively. In the end, Wang Mingyang made the decision to rent 2 shops near Deep City University, one for Zhou Yinzi to sell electric bikes, and the other for Li Meihua to sell phones. He also planned to hire a few more female employees to help when opening branches in the future. The three continued discussing until after 11 o'clock, when Wang Mingyang said he was hungry but didn't want to go out for a late-night snack, so he asked what food was left at home. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yinzi asked if he would like some boiled noodles and went upstairs after she got a positive response. After a while, Zhou Yinzi brought down 3 bowls of steaming egg noodles, a gesture that warmed Wang Mingyang and Li Meihua's hearts. The next morning after breakfast, Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yinzi loaded the electric bikes onto the big van. After Zhou Yinzi made a call to Liang Yihong to confirm the time, Wang Mingyang drove out. 40 minutes later, the big van arrived near the entrance of Deep City University. After meeting Liang Yihong and her classmates to hand over the bikes, Wang Mingyang shared his idea of opening a store at Deep City University with Liang Yihong and asked her to help guide him and Zhou Yinzi around the campus to find suitable shops. As they walked around campus, Liang Yihong enthusiastically and thoroughly explained the surroundings to Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yinzi, especially the foot traffic situation that the two were most concerned about. When opening a business, foot traffic is the most important. After some deliberation, Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yinzi settled on 2 adjacent vacant shops by the roadside. Although the location was not in the busiest area, the rent was relatively cheap and the space was just right. After discussing, Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yinzi decided to rent them. With Liang Yihong's help, Wang Mingyang contacted the rental manager and they quickly met. After some discussion, Wang Mingyang paid 3 months' rent on the spot and signed the leasing contract. After finishing everything, it was just noon, so Wang Mingyang invited Liang Yihong and her classmates to have lunch together to thank them for their help. During lunch, Wang Mingyang shared his idea of the coding cards for business promotion, which everyone agreed was very feasible. Wang Mingyang took the opportunity to encourage everyone and painted a few big pictures exciting Liang Yihong and the other university students, who eagerly agreed to come back for the cards in a few days. After lunch, Wang Mingyang drove Zhou Yinzi around near Deep City University. They found a renovation company and explained their plans to renovate the 2 shops. After the renovation company got the approximate shop area and Wang Mingyang's style requirements, they promised to provide several renovation design drafts in 2 days for Wang Mingyang to choose the scheme. After settling the renovation matters, walking along the path surrounded by greenery, the early spring sun made Wang Mingyang feel warm and relaxed. He gently turned his head to glance at Zhou Yinzi's smiling face beside him, feeling that everything was so beautiful. The two strolled side by side on the path, and without knowing how long had passed, Wang Mingyang couldn't help but reach out his hand, and Zhou Yinzi, as if sensing it, placed her hand out as well. Their hands found each other. This wonderful feeling made the two deeply immersed in it as they slowly walked along. Wang Mingyang looked ahead at the large characters not far away and said to Zhou Yinzi, "Let's go have some fun at the Happy Valley up ahead." "Sure. I haven't had a chance to play since coming to Deep City for so many years," Zhou Yinzi replied, happily turning to look at Wang Mingyang, her slightly smiling face and sparkling eyes captivating him. After buying tickets at the entrance of Happy Valley, the two noticed that many attractions had long lines. Wang Mingyang held Zhou Yinzi's hand and walked straight inside, trying to find attractions with shorter lines. They walked all the way to the roller coaster, finding that the queue wasn't too long, so they stopped. Under the staff's guidance, they sat on the roller coaster and fastened their seat belts. After the Happy Valley staff checked everything and confirmed safety, the roller coaster started to move slowly, first climbing slowly, but soon it rushed down the first steep slope. The roller coaster tracks twisted and turned, rising high and low, occasionally spinning 360 degrees. Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yinzi, like other passengers, excitedly screamed. After the roller coaster ride, they went on the pirate ship. Afterward, the childlike Wang Mingyang pulled Zhou Yinzi to ride bumper cars. As they played, they relaxed, wanting to try every attraction in the amusement park. "There's a haunted house ahead, let's go." "Hee hee," Wang Mingyang mischievously urged Zhou Yinzi. "Let's go, who's afraid of whom?" Seeing that Wang Mingyang had ulterior motives, Zhou Yinzi straightened her back proudly, her modest hill turning into a towering mountain, making Wang Mingyang beside her drool, his eyes fixed. Wang Mingyang's strange gaze was quickly noticed by Zhou Yinzi, who rolled her eyes at him and pinched him hard, saying, "You naughty boy." Feeling punished, Wang Mingyang quickly reacted, pretending to be heartbroken and miserable. Seeing Wang Mingyang's pitiful appearance, Zhou Yinzi, both annoyed and amused, let him off, but couldn't help feeling a little happy inside. As the two entered the haunted house, they initially did not find it too frightening, occasionally commenting on the appearance of the ghost, discussing how this ghost's teeth and tongue should look. As they ventured deeper, the environment inside the cave gradually became ghostly and eerie, with flickering dim lights and ethereal sounds. The ghostly figures were no longer static, occasionally weaving in and out, appearing abruptly around them. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Yanzi's steps gradually slowed, and her grip on Wang Mingyang's hand became tighter. Suddenly, a ghost with a gaping, bloody mouth and blood streaming from its 7 orifices lunged out from the thick fog, floating towards Zhou Yanji in a biting motion. With a startled gasp, Zhou Yanji jumped into Wang Mingyang's arms, clinging to him like an octopus. Wang Mingyang instinctively embraced her tightly, lifting her completely off the ground. Seeing this, the staff dressed as ghosts quickly retreated. Wang Mingyang felt the softness in his arms, softly comforting Zhou Yanji, while secretly giving a big thumbs up to the staff for their performance. Like a victorious general, Wang Mingyang slowly walked through the haunted house, with Zhou Yanji in his arms, and no more evil ghosts disrupted their journey. It seemed that the staff had good judgment. Upon exiting the haunted house, Zhou Yanji took a moment to adjust to the bright and lively surroundings before stepping down from Wang Mingyang. To disguise her embarrassment, she playfully pinched Wang Mingyang's flesh with 2 fingers and spun around 360 degrees, causing him to feel both pain and joy. Next, the two enjoyed many attractions, and when they felt hungry, they casually grabbed some snacks from the shops inside. They only left when Happy Valley closed, satisfied with their day. On the way back, both were still in high spirits. "Did you have fun today?" Wang Mingyang asked Zhou Yanji. "Yes, I haven't been this happy in a long time," she replied. "Which attraction did you enjoy the most?" "They were all fun. What about you?" "Hee, I think the haunted house was the best," Wang Mingyang replied mischievously. "Why?" Zhou Yanji asked, initially not realizing his meaning. But soon she playfully lunged at Wang Mingyang, laughing uncontrollably, and the two playfully teased each other all the way home. Upon returning home, they unexpectedly found Li Meihua studying self-examination books on the 2nd floor, clearly waiting for Wang Mingyang. After greeting Li Meihua, Zhou Yanji went up to the 3rd floor. As Zhou Yanji disappeared up the stairs, Li Meihua leaned in, sniffing Wang Mingyang's scent. "Honestly, did you do anything bad today?" she asked. Wang Mingyang, feeling tense, immediately flashed a flattering smile and nervously replied, "No, what bad thing could I do? Please, my queen, judge me fairly." "If you know what bad things you've done," Li Meihua replied, performing a flawless 2-finger zen on Wang Mingyang. "Did you find a suitable shop today?" Li Meihua asked. "Yes, I found 2 adjacent ones, signed the contract, and even contacted a renovation company. You should come and check it out in a few days to finalize the design for the phone shop," Wang Mingyang explained. "Great. Are you hungry?" Li Meihua asked again. "Not really, I just ate outside," Wang Mingyang replied. Just as he finished, he felt a pinch on his side. "No, you're hungry. You want to eat barbecue?" Li Meihua's voice whispered in his ear. "Well, our Meihua is right, I'm hungry, and I really want to eat barbecue. Would you like to join me, my queen?" Wang Mingyang asked. "You should wash up first, then we can go out." "I can wash up after eating to avoid smelling like barbecue later," Wang Mingyang suggested. "I can't smell that unique scent you have from Zhou Yanji right now," Li Meihua remarked. Her words immediately made Wang Mingyang shrink back, his posture slumping as he replied, "You're right, hygiene is the most important thing. I'm a clean person, I'll wash up right away." Without waiting long, Wang Mingyang emerged after changing clothes. Seeing Wang Mingyang with wet hair, Li Meihua found a clean towel, leaned closer, stood on her tiptoes, and tenderly dried his hair like a gentle wife. Feeling Li Meihua's affection, Wang Mingyang opened his arms and gently embraced her. Time around them seemed to slow down. The hands drying his hair gradually stopped and wrapped around Wang Mingyang's back. They sat in silence, savoring the beauty of the moment. After a while, their eyes met, and in a daze, Wang Mingyang leaned in for a gentle kiss. As their lips met, an electric sensation spread through both young hearts, soft and sweet, with a hint of youthful shyness. Time seemed to move slowly, and as the shyness faded, only sweetness remained. After a long moment, they parted lips. Li Meihua gazed at Wang Mingyang with watery eyes and asked, "Do you really like me?" "I really do like you," Wang Mingyang replied. "What about Yanji? Do you really like her too?" Li Meihua asked. Wang Mingyang fell silent. "Do you like me or her more? What do you want to do in the future, eh?" Wang Mingyang remained silent again. After a pause, Li Meihua hesitantly said, if you had to choose between me and Yanji, who would you choose?" Wang Mingyang's mind felt like it exploded, chaotic and agitated. Even with his exceptional intellect, he couldn't find an answer, feeling that Li Meihua's question was too hard to respond to. "I don't know. I know this is wrong, but I just can't control the thoughts in my head. Many nights I've imagined both of you leaving me, but no matter which of you it is, my heart would ache, as if it were hollowed out." As soon as Wang Mingyang finished speaking, he felt a sharp pinch on his arm, more painful than ever, and a foot stomped on his instep. Li Meihua turned and headed upstairs, leaving behind a choked remark, "Big bad guy, you can't even make me happy." Watching Li Meihua's retreating figure, Wang Mingyang's heart became uneasy, filled with anxiety and uncertainty, replaying the earlier scene in his mind, struggling to make sense of it. With no other choice, he took out his phone to call Li Meihua. "Hello. Meihua, didn't you say you were hungry and wanted to go out for barbecue?" "Not going anymore. I'm full from being angry at you." Li Meihua's voice came through the phone. "What do you want to eat? How about I get something to bring back for you?" Wang Mingyang asked again. Whatever, came the sound of the dial tone as she hung up. It seemed that the latter's anger had not subsided. Wang Mingyang felt flustered and decided to head out, quickly arriving at their usual barbecue stand to order a bunch of items. These were all Li Meihua's favorites. After about 30 minutes of anxious waiting, Wang Mingyang finally returned home with the barbecue tiptoeing as he called Li Meihua, relieved that she picked up right away. After a while, Li Meihua came down to the second floor, and Wang Mingyang quickly greeted her with a smile, starting to eat barbecue together. To make her happy, Wang Mingyang pulled out all the stops, finally managing to cheer Li Meihua up, allowing a huge weight to lift off his heart. Unbeknownst to them, the two had gradually become inseparable. Li Meihua gently asked Wang Mingyang, "Does the spot where your arm was twisted still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore." Then I will head upstairs." After Li Meihua said this, she slowly got up and went to the third floor. It was already late at night, and she needed to hurry back to sleep. The book stated that only women who get enough sleep will not age quickly and can retain their lover's heart. The next morning after breakfast, Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yinzi left for the machining shop. Inside the shop, Wei Fong and He Rui were watching over things. It was early in the year, and there wasn't much work. When Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yinzi arrived, the two were chatting, having just come to Deep City the day before. Wang Mingyang introduced everyone and then unloaded 2 bicycles and some modified parts from the car with Wei Fong and He Rui, starting to teach them how to assemble electric bicycles. With many hands, the 2 electric bicycles were quickly assembled. Wang Mingyang said, "Wei Fong, He Rui, from now on you will be responsible for assembling the electric bicycles. When you need to assemble them, Zhou Yinzi will inform you how many to prepare." Then he turned to Zhou Yinzi and said, "Please keep Wei Fang's and He Rui's phone numbers for better communication in the future. When it's time to assemble bicycles, well, prepare the parts and bicycles and bring them here for you." Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yinzi chatted with Wei Fong and He Rui in the machining shop until mealtime, and everyone had lunch together. During lunch, Wang Mingyang didn't forget to discuss some matters regarding the shop. After lunch, Wang Mingyang took Wei Fong and He Rui back to the machining shop and then went with Zhou Yinzi to Chen Ming's place. The newly rented house had already been arranged as a small workshop resembling an electronics factory. The first and second floors were production workshops and warehouses, while the third and fourth floors served as dormitories with the rooftop used as a kitchen. Zhu Hong, who loved cooking, was temporarily in charge of preparing meals. With 8 employees and Chen Ming, there were a total of 12 people. When Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yinzi arrived, the workers were taking their lunch break. The 4 of them chatted and drank tea in the separated office. When work hours began, Chen Ming went out to organize the workers who were currently producing MP4 players. Wang Mingyang and the others followed him to understand the situation. Chen Ming's younger brother Chen Liang had also joined the production line. Wang Mingyang carefully observed each workstation and found that the workers hired by Chen Ming had decent skills. The soldering points were neat and round without cold joints or false soldering, and the screws were tightened appropriately without stripping. Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yinzi stayed at the factory until 6 o'clock and then had dinner with everyone on the rooftop. The enhanced dinner made everyone excited, and amidst the clinking of glasses, they all became familiar with each other. Zhou Yinzi, who had been following Wang Mingyang, was soon recognized by the workers as the boss wife. This made her feel sweet and a bit shy, and the charm in her gaze nearly left Wang Mingyang mesmerized. After drinking, Wang Mingyang did not drive back that night, as the place he and Zhou Yinzi stayed was not far from there. They returned on foot in no time. The next morning, Wang Mingyang went to the electronics factory and stayed until noon. He instructed the workers to load the assembled MP4 players onto the Jinbei van, and Wang Mingyang, along with Zhu Hong, took the MP4 players back to their residence to hand them over to Li Meihua so she could pack them according to the orders from the online store. After giving a few instructions, Wang Mingyang and Zhu Hong went to Huaqiang South to finalize the rental of the counter there. The two turned around, and under Zhu Hong's guidance, after a busy afternoon, they finally secured the counter rental. When they returned to have dinner with everyone that evening, Wang Mingyang said to the group, "Today at Huaqiang South, Zhu Hong and I rented the counter. My idea is that we can start selling goods there tomorrow, since the daily rent is over 200 yuan. Old Zhu, you will be responsible for sales in Huaqiang South from now on. What do you think?" "That works, but we need 2 people to watch the counter at Huaqiang South. You need to arrange another person for me, preferably a woman," Zhu Hong replied. "Does anyone have suitable candidates?" Wang Mingyang asked again. After some discussion, it was Li Meihua who persuaded Li Hongni to come and help. As for the staffing gap at the online store, Zhou Yinzi recommended a woman who was a distant relative of hers and was currently looking for a job in Deep City. After considering it, Wang Mingyang asked for Li Meihua's opinion, and without hesitation she agreed. After handling this matter, Wang Mingyang inquired about the progress of the preparation for mobile phone spare parts from Chunming. Chunming said, "The circuit boards will be ready for pickup from the outsourcing factory in 2 days, and the other electronic parts have already been purchased. The packaging factory said they would deliver tomorrow afternoon. After finishing this batch of MP4s, we can arrange for the trial production of mobile phones. The packaging boxes and the bodies have our company's trademark and logo on them, right? From now on, our company will be called Jiji Technology Co., Ltd., and the product trademark will be Jiji," Wang Mingyang stated. "The registration has already been handled," Chun Ming replied with a smile. "Alright, our company's employees should also have uniforms like those at other big factories. Why don't you take charge of this matter, old Chun? Since the phone isn't out, yet it's not too busy. Li Meihua and Zhou Yanzi's staff will be included. Let's start with 50 pieces, and if we hire new employees later, they'll be ready to use. That works. Let's make 10 large sizes, 10 small sizes, and the rest medium sizes, printing Jiji Technology on both the front and back," Chun Ming replied briskly, as he was quite familiar with making work clothes. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Wang Mingyang drove to pick up Zhu Hong and Li Hongni along with several hundred MP4 players heading towards Huachang South. It happened to be rush hour and traffic was heavy with Stopango conditions. By the time the Jinbei van reached Huachang South, it was already past 9:30. After setting up the counter, Wang Mingyang, Zhu Hong, and Li Hongni stayed until noon eating fast food together before leaving. Then he went to the bookstore where some of the books and journals he ordered a few days ago had arrived. In the bookstore, flipping through the latest journal in his hand, Wang Mingyang's expression seemed a bit awkward as he thought to himself, "I thought my powerful brain was unbeatable, that studying these cutting-edge technology books in English would be a piece of cake, but it seems I was mistaken." Comparing it to reading translated Chinese books in the past, his current reading speed and comprehension were worlds apart. Although he was still much faster than the average person, it felt a bit slow for him. The reason for this was that his English foundation was too weak. Moreover, these top journals contained a large number of technical terms that made him pause frequently to think about their meanings, which wasted time. To improve his learning in the future, as Wang Mingyang left the bookstore, he held a thick Oxford dictionary in his hand, realizing that he could only accumulate knowledge of technical terms through extensive reading. On the way back, Wang Mingyang took the opportunity to pick up Zhu Hong and Li Hongni. While driving, he asked about the sales situation at the counter today. Zhu Hong said the sales were quite average, neither good nor bad. Wang Mingyang replied, "The first step is always the hardest. Selling so many units on our first day is quite impressive. If we keep it up, I believe it will only get better. By the way, how is everyone doing with their driving lessons?" he asked Zhu Hong. Zhu Hong replied that among them Huang Sheng and Chun Liang had more time, so they learned faster while he and Chun Ming were taking turns attending, and their skills were about the same. The three chatted all the way home, and when they arrived, Zhu Hong went to report today's sales data to Li Meihua, who was now responsible for compiling all the sales statistics. Zhou Yinzi has already brought her relative Zhou Li to work. While everyone was exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Yinzi introduced Zhou Li to everyone present and instructed her to follow Li Meihua's arrangements in the future. After chatting for a while, everyone headed to the 4th floor to eat. After the new year, Li Hongni and Lu Fenglan returned, and Wang Mingyang had turned the 4th floor into a large dining hall. Now more and more people were moving and making it inconvenient to set the dining hall on the 3rd floor. Everyone finished their meal with laughter and chatter, and Zhou Li, who was new to the group, was no longer as reserved as she had been at first. After saying goodbye to everyone, Li Meihua took Lu Fenglan and Zhou Li down to the 3rd floor to continue discussing their work by the computer, while Wang Mingyang and the others went to the hall on the 2nd floor. Zhou Yinzi spent her days at the mechanical shop observing the assembly of electric bicycles, and Wang Mingyang discussed some shop matters with her. Everything is normal in the shop. Wei Fong and He Rui are working hard and nothing particularly unusual has happened. This batch of electric bicycles should be assembled soon. Hearing Zhou Yinzi's words, Wang Mingyang turned to Chen Ming and said, "Old Chun, how's the electronic factory doing? The MP4 parts that came back last time should be nearly finished, right? How's the mobile phone project coming along?" "The MP4 will be finished by tomorrow. The trial production of the new mobile phone has already begun, and Huang Sheng is planning the process flow. Once the materials arrive, we will make some minor adjustments based on the actual situation, and the workers should be able to get started quickly." Lastly, Wang Mingyang asked everyone about their progress in learning to drive, encouraging them to get their driver's licenses soon. "You all need to work hard to get your certificates quickly. Once you do, the cars will be parked in the factory, and whoever needs to go out can drive them. No matter who it is, as long as someone gets their license, I will treat them to karaoke to celebrate." This remark caused a stir, with Chun Liang boldly declaring that he would be the first to succeed. After the brief meeting, Zhou Yinzi returned to the 3rd floor, while Chun Liang played games on the computer next to Wang Mingyang's workstation. The remaining four, looking excited, took out 4 decks of cards to play a game of do di ju. On the card table, there was also erguo too, and they took a small sip every time they lost a level. As per the old rule, Wang Mingyang and Chun Ming formed one team, while Zhu Hong and Huang Sheng formed the other. As they dealt cards, both teams shouted about wanting to defeat the other. This was a signature program for the four of them. After battling for over 4 hours, the four finished 2 bottles of erguo too, and Chun Ming and Zhu Hong staggered back slightly tipsy. Wang Mingyang, after taking a shower to refresh himself, felt a bit hungry, so he called Li Meihua, and the two prepared to go out for food. Holding hands, they walked out for over 10 meters and saw Zhou Yanzi and Zhou Li appearing with some items. It seemed they had gone out to buy daily necessities for Zhou Li. "Yanzi, let's go eat some late-night snacks. This guy said he's hungry," Li Meihua said to Zhou Yanzi. "No, we just ate," Zhou Yanzi replied, then smiled at Wang Mingyang, her expression showing no signs of discomfort. The worry of someone who had just thought about food was finally put to rest. When they reached the street corner, Wang Mingyang asked, "What do you want to eat?" Li Meihua gently shook their hands and replied, "Anything is fine, but let's browse a bit first. We haven't shopped together in a long time." "All right, let's browse first, then head to that Chow Mountain clay pot porridge at the end of the street." They walked for about 20 minutes, slowly making their way to the clay pot porridge shop. As soon as Wang Mingyang placed his order, he heard someone greeting him. Turning around, he saw Chun Hong, the owner of the rental shop at the end of the street, who had just returned to the city after spending 2 days in his hometown for the new year. Wang Mingyang walked over and sat down next to Chun Hong. They started chatting. During their conversation, they mentioned that only one electric bicycle was left from the ones Wang Mingyang had given him to sell before the new year, and Chun Hong asked Wang Mingyang to deliver 10 more tomorrow. Since Chun Hong discovered that the folding electric bicycle sold, well, he switched to buying directly from Wang Mingyang to sell himself rather than having Wang Mingyang supply products for him to sell and take a commission as he did at first. Even during a late-night snack, encountering business opportunities that come to your door makes Wang Mingyang feel particularly good. He opened a few bottles of beer with Chun Hong. The next morning, Wang Mingyang took Zhou Yanzi to deliver the electric bicycles to Chun Hong's shop and settled the payment for the last batch of goods. Although the money he received wasn't much, it made Wang Mingyang very happy, and he hummed a tune all the way back. After dropping Zhou Yanzi off at the mechanical processing shop, Wang Mingyang returned home. Once home, he checked himself in the mirror on the 3rd floor before going to his room to read the Oxford Dictionary, eager to improve his English skills. By noon, before lunch, Wang Mingyang had already mastered the dictionary reading and writing skills, surpassing those of an average American, though his spoken English lagged behind. After lunch, resting until 2 o'clock, Wang Mingyang contacted the advertising company, which confirmed that the renovation plans for the 2 stores at Xinjiang University had been completed, asking him to drop by to confirm and proceed to the next step. Time is money. After hanging up the phone, Wang Mingyang immediately called Li Meihua and Zhou Yanzi, saying, "The renovation company said the design drawings are ready, and we need to go pick one out." "All right, let's head out," Li Meihua replied. The three rode their electric bicycles there, enjoying the smooth ride without any traffic jams. Upon arriving at the renovation company, the designer presented several pre-prepared plans to Wang Mingyang and the others, explaining the characteristics of each plan. After discussion, Li Meihua and Zhou Yanzi each selected their preferred renovation plans for their stores. Subsequently, they took the renovation company representatives to the storefront at Xinjiang University. After inspecting the site, the designer made some minor adjustments to the plans, and both parties finalized the construction plans on the spot. At Wang Mingyang's request, the renovation company promised to start work the next day and finish in 3 days. As they exited the store, the renovation company representatives showed great interest in the electric bicycles that Wang Mingyang and others were riding. They felt that riding them in the city was very convenient and inquired about them. "Haha, Lianggong, these electric bicycles are our company's own products. They operate on a 48-volt system using lithium batteries with a top speed of 35 kilometers per hour. They can be folded, and the battery pack can be removed for charging. A full charge allows for a range of 60 kilometers. If you want even more range, you can increase the battery size." Faced with potential customers, Wang Mingyang eloquently presented all the advantages of the electric bicycles. "Oh, so it's a product from Boss Wang's factory. Can we take it for a test ride?" The designer and the renovation workers were intrigued and asked to try it out, to which Wang Mingyang readily agreed. After trying out the bicycles, they immediately decided to purchase 5, with the payment for the bicycles being deducted from the renovation costs. After sending off the renovation company representatives, Wang Mingyang contacted Liang Yihong, who was at school, arranging to meet at a nearby chicken restaurant. While enjoying drinks, Wang Mingyang suggested hiring a few part-time students for the store opening. Liang Yihong and a few others promised to ask their classmates when they returned. In the evening, while Wang Mingyang was reading in his room, Chun Ming called, saying, "The external factory notified me that the mobile phone circuit boards are ready. Do you have time to drive over tomorrow? If not, I will hire a truck to bring them back from there." "Okay, then please get a car tomorrow. I need to deliver goods to Xinjiang University in the morning." After bringing back the circuit boards in the morning, we should be able to try producing the mobile phones in the afternoon, right? Sure, we'll get a car tomorrow. There should be no problem in the afternoon. We will have finished mobile phones off the line before the end of the day. After chatting for a bit, Chun Ming hung up the phone. The next morning, Wang Mingyang took Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi to Xinqing University's store early. First, they delivered the 5 electric bicycles to the renovation company representatives. Then, after observing the workers at the renovation site for a while and finding no issues with the construction, they hurriedly left. When Wang Mingyang and the others arrived at the electronics factory, only Chun Ming was in the office. Upon inquiry, they learned that Huang Sheng had taken Chen Liang to the subcontracting factory to pick up goods and had not yet returned. Several people sat on the sofa chatting casually, while Chun Ming occasionally went to inspect the workshop. Around 11:30, Huang Sheng and Chen Liang finally returned with the delivery truck. Chun Ming hurriedly arranged for the workers to unload the goods from the truck and move them into the warehouse, completing the inventory check and documentation. After finishing all this, it was nearly 1 o'clock. Wang Mingyang quickly invited everyone to go out for lunch, including a few workers who had just helped unload the goods. After lunch, Wang Mingyang felt a sense of impatience. This was his first true product, and it was of considerable technological significance. If this phone succeeds, it would signify that his company has the capability to independently develop truly high-tech products. A few of them brought some phone components to the office where Huang Sheng had all his tools. Wang Mingyang took the initiative while the others watched. With his hands flying up and down like flowing clouds and flowing water, he quickly assembled 3 phones. Everyone took turns examining the phones. With their smooth luster, elegant designs, excellent workmanship, and high-quality materials, they were all enamored far better than the counterfeit samples Wang Mingyang had previously shown them. While the texture of this phone is really great, it feels completely different from those cheap knockoffs. Exactly, just based on the material quality, it's already on par with first-tier domestic brands. The design is really appealing and my friends on social media will definitely love it. Yes, this pinkish yellow and pink really look adorable. Everyone, don't just focus on the appearance. Try out its other functions. These phones are for you to test and see if there are any issues. After assembling 3 units, Wang Mingyang paused. Huang Sheng took over, slowly assembling the remaining parts as he needed to write the production process documents for the workers. In the afternoon, Chen Ming first had the workers finish assembling the remaining MP4 players on the production line before starting the trial production of the new phone. He monitored several critical workstations closely while Huang Sheng assisted by providing guidance. The 8 phones assembled in the office were distributed among everyone for testing. If no issues arose in the next 3 days, they could be put on sale. After trying out the phone, Li Meihua took it home. She needed to update the product information in her online store to include the new phone details for a quick update when it officially launched. For 2 consecutive days, Wang Mingyang spent his working hours at the electronics factory observing the production of the phones. Initially, the workers were not very fast, and they easily scratched the phone bodies, resulting in a higher loss rate of the shells. Fortunately, after some adjustments and the addition of shell protection measures, the losses gradually decreased and the assembly speed improved as these workers had years of experience in the electronics factory. In a student dormitory at Yangqing University, Lu Yan sat at her desk chatting with her roommates. I just dropped my phone in the cafeteria and the screen has a few cracks. I want to get a new one. Does anyone have any good recommendations? Yan, you must be wealthy to change your phone after less than half a year. If it were me, I would only get it repaired, her roommate Yuan said. Our Yan is a little rich lady. Isn't it normal to get a new phone? I say just buy an expensive one, not just any good one, added Li Xuan. Lu Ku, who had been listening to music with headphones, took them off and said, Yan, the little rich girl is renewing her gadgets. This is a good thing. We should celebrate, right? Haha, this is great. We found another excuse to go out to eat. The roommates chimed in with their opinions, leading to a lively discussion. Lu Yan laughed and habitually opened her laptop to browse products on Taobao. After browsing, she did not find any clothing that caught her eye immediately. Lu Yan had a thought and clicked into the electronics section, looking at various phone models in the category. They all seemed similar and none stood out. This made her lose interest, thinking it would be better to buy a phone in a physical store. Just as Lu Yan was about to close the current page, she saw a floating ad: can play MV and shoot videos. The Extreme smartphone lets you live vividly. The ad featured a pinkish yellow phone that piqued Lu Yan's curiosity. She clicked on the ad and the screen quickly switched to a store named Extreme Smart Technology. At this moment, a small video was automatically playing at the top of the screen, a pretty girl enjoying the beach while recording a video with her phone, sharing the happy moments with friends afterward. This instantly excited Lu Yan. After quickly browsing the product details, she couldn't help but exclaim, come look, there's a phone that can shoot videos and play MVs. You won't need to carry an MP4 anymore. The others in the dormitory immediately gathered around to look at the detailed product introduction on the computer screen, discussing how appealing both the design and functionality were. The phone's description sounds great, but I've never heard of this so-called extreme smart technology. It's probably similar to knockoff brands. That's really possible. Plus, since it's sold online, I'm skeptical if it's as good as advertised. You might end up with a product that doesn't match the description, and good luck trying to return it. With video recording and playback features, which leading brands have such capabilities without costing over $3,000. This one is only $1,500. I doubt its authenticity. This is a no-name brand priced $500 to $600 more than typical knockoffs. At $1,500, I wonder if it's a scam. Yon, I think you should reconsider. We'll go with you to a physical store tomorrow. The dormitory sisters expressed their opinions, causing Lu Yan to hesitate for a long time, but in the end, she still placed the order. If the phone truly performed as advertised, it would be worth it. If not, she wouldn't lose much money anyway. After all, having money allows for some indulgence, especially since the phone's design was to her liking. Thanks to Wang Mingyang's advertising expenditure on Taobao, situations like Lu Yan's were happening across the country. Looking at the nearly 10-day sales statistics for the phones handed over by Li Meihua, Wang Mingyang felt a wave of relief. The pressure from recent days lifted. As long as the sales continued, this phone could be considered a success. With numerous high ratings and reviews from online shoppers, the Extreme smartphone's reputation began to spread. Young people who had bought the Extreme smartphone would boast about it and recommend it to those around them, leading to a gradual increase in sales. As the shipments increased, the funds recovered from product sales also grew, and Wang Mingyang's previously tight finances became more comfortable. The situation seems quite good. Thank you, Meihua, for your hard work these days with the online store. Given the shipping volume, we might be a bit short-handed. Why don't you hire a couple more people? Li Meihua shot a glance at Wang Mingyang and said, Who is your Meihua? I was just about to mention hiring. I've been busy running around these days, and I haven't even had time to open the store at Shunqing University after the renovation. Liang Yihong and the others have asked me several times. Oh right, the mobile phone store over there should be opening soon. Isn't Yanzi helping to set up the display cabinets these days? Let's take the equipment over tomorrow to start selling. Her electric bike shop has been selling around 10 units every day since it opened. She seems really busy coming home late every day. It's hard to find suitable people right away, so we can only do it this way for now. It's getting dark and it might rain soon. Remember to drive to pick her up later. We don't want Yanzi to get wet. Li Meihua looked out at the dim sky, and after speaking reached out to give Wang Mingyang a hard pinch. He immediately reacted with a grimace. Suddenly a loud rumble of thunder echoed, and lightning flashed as it started to rain outside. Wang Mingyang, having escaped the clutches of the situation, drove towards the Shunqing University store, preparing to pick up Zhou Yanzi. When he arrived, Zhou Yanzi was sitting alone with a box eating fast food. Her surprise at Wang Mingyang's appearance made her jump up, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Why did you come? Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? They'll go buy it for you, she said excitedly, her words tumbling out rapidly. The weather's bad, and it's not convenient to ride the electric bike, so I came to pick you up. Have the 3 part-time students you hired gone home? Yes, they went back. Usually one comes in the morning and another in the afternoon, so their schedules don't overlap with classes. This won't work long-term. You'll be too busy on your own. Let's post job ads online. It should be more effective than putting up notices at the entrance. The students coming and going here are generally not willing to work as salespeople. That's true. I hadn't noticed this before. I thought just posting a job ad would suffice like in other places. Without hesitation, Wang Mingyang took Zhou Yanzi's laptop, logged onto the recruitment site, filled out the information, and posted the job ads. Not just for the electric bike store, but also for the mobile phone store. After finishing this, he went nearby to buy a KFC bucket to share while chatting with Zhou Yanzi. By the time Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yanzi returned home after closing the store, it was already 9:30 in the evening. Wang Mingyang barely sat on the sofa when Chun Ming called, inviting him for a late-night snack while discussing staffing at the factory. When Wang Mingyang arrived at the barbecue stall, Chun Ming was already there with Zhu Hong, Huang Sheng, and Chun Liang enjoying the skewers. After a few sips of beer, Chun Ming told Wang Mingyang, the shipment of mobile phones has increased, and we're short on staff at the factory. We need to hire more people. Just hire as many as you need. You manage it, Wang Mingyang replied. After discussing a few matters, Wang Mingyang shared his thoughts on staffing for the next phase at the factory. In addition to continuing to hire production workers, I want to adjust the roles of a Liang and a Sheng. Both of them have obtained their driver's licenses. Chun Liang will be responsible for the material warehouses, receiving and shipping, and he won't need to work on the production line anymore. Huang Sheng will continue with the previous production processes and product repairs, but I want him to also handle material procurement and business with external factories. Lao Chen, you will still oversee the electronics factory business. If the company needs a car, a Sheng and a Liang can also take turns as drivers. After the launch of the GG mobile phone, Zhu Hong made a small advertisement board to place next to his counter in Huaqiang South. As time went by, the new phone sales in Huaqiang South were good, and several sharp-eyed small vendors came to restock. However, these people had limited funds and made small, frequent purchases. The neighboring mobile phone counters noticed Zhu Hong's good business and occasionally came over to socialize and gather information, but Zhu Hong and Li Hongyi managed to handle them. Every mobile phone counter here is backed by a manufacturer, and everyone is a competitor. Some things shouldn't be known by too many people. Sometimes the more mysterious you are, the more people feel your strength and scale are formidable. Moreover, GG mobile phones have advanced features that other brands do not, naturally establishing a grand image in the minds of competitors. During this time, Zhu Hong's work was filled with chatting and joking with the girl Li Hongmi, while also having business opportunities coming in. His life was quite enjoyable, making Chen Ming and Huang Sheng, who were busy all day, envious. With the factory matters being managed by Chen Ming, Wang Mingyang spent the next few days coming and going with Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi. After some preparation, the mobile phone store at Xinjiang University was finally ready to open. The students at school, including Liang Yihong, helped a lot. Wang Mingyang sent out 5 mobile phones, and they praised him as a good boss, joking that he would definitely make a fortune in the future. After Liang Yihong and the others returned with the phones, they bragged to their classmates, attracting quite a bit of attention. The beautiful design, powerful features, and great price deeply attracted these female college students. This led to many classmates coming to the store on the opening day alongside them. Watching their classmates eagerly make purchases, Liang Yihong and her friends couldn't stop smiling, calculating their commissions in their hearts. Inside the store, the part-time student employees were busy introducing phones to their peers. Li Meihua, with a beaming smile, was issuing receipts, while Wang Mingyang, sitting at the counter and counting money, was equally joyful. Within a day or two, news spread among students that the newly opened store selling GG mobile phones, which had video recording and playback functions and was reasonably priced, was well known. Many students came just to take a look, boosting sales of electric bikes next door as well. Zhou Yinzi urged Chun Liang to run deliveries several times a day, and the machine shop was also calling for more staff. Wang Mingyang let the store manager Wei Fong recruit more staff, just inform him when it's done. He still needed to be busy purchasing parts for electric bikes all over the street. Chun Ming's electronic factory was also continuously hiring, specifically former workers who had previously worked under him. They returned to Xinjiang after the new year to look for work, and Chun Ming proactively contacted them. The employee dormitories on the 3rd and 4th floors of the electronics factory had changed from 2 people per room to 4 and finally to 6. To avoid delaying production, Chun Ming even specially hired an aunt to cook. Huang Sheng didn't spend much time in the electronics factory during the day because Wang Mingyang had sent him to the external factory to place additional orders. After 5 days of helping in the store, Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi finally hired suitable salespeople, 3 for each store, allowing Wang Mingyang to stop guarding the store every day. After dropping off Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi in the morning, Wang Mingyang stayed in the store for a while before heading to the bookstore, leaving them with the new employees to get familiar with their tasks. The more books Wang Mingyang read, the greater his knowledge reserves became, making him realize that the mobile phone he was developing had enormous room for improvement. The most apparent issue was that the current mobile operating systems could only perform relatively simple functions, falling far behind the smartphones proposed by the major international giants. With the gradual maturation of the domestic 3G network, Wang Mingyang began considering integrating the popular QQ chat software into the phone, allowing people to communicate anytime and anywhere, even sharing with friends. However, to achieve these functionalities, the entire mobile operating system would require extensive modifications, almost akin to a complete reconstruction. Today's mobile giants Nokia and software giant Microsoft have been dedicated to building a truly intelligent mobile operating system, but so far they have not been successful. It is said that another tech giant, Apple, is also striving in this direction under the leadership of Steve Jobs, but the results have been lackluster. The so-called smartphones on the market are still essentially Nokia's feature phones with intelligence levels that leave much to be desired, and this system is only featured on high-end models. Based on his research during this time, Wang Mingyang believed that modifying the free and open-source Linux system might be feasible. There are already companies abroad researching this area, though no mature products have been released yet. That company is called Google, a tech giant from America renowned for its search business. Since he decided to do it, he would take immediate action. After dinner that evening, Wang Mingyang locked himself in his room, analyzing the Linux open-source code, while selecting the necessary lower-level function module code segments. The original Linux system was primarily designed for computers and mainframes, which are too bulky. Now attempting to port it to a small device like a mobile phone would certainly be limited by the phone's processor performance and battery capacity, setting numerous conditions for the new mobile operating system. Overall, the goal was to compress the code size, modify the operational logic and algorithms, enhance efficiency, and reduce power consumption. Although Wang Mingyang knew his extraordinary brain was impressive beyond belief, it would still require a lot of effort and dedication to accomplish. With a highly tense work state lasting for 2 days and nights, Wang Mingyang finally selected the basic module codes he needed. The selected modules functioned like independent entities and could not seamlessly integrate for functioning tasks. Integrating these code modules to work together to achieve specific functionalities was the next challenge Wang Mingyang had to tackle. Establishing efficient links between these modules to ensure the system could smoothly call the corresponding codes was a monumental task. Other companies needed a large and highly skilled technical team to accomplish this, while the currently small Gigi technology could only rely on Wang Mingyang alone. Given his company's current situation, attracting high-level talent was impossible. Moreover, considering the current domestic software development standards, if anyone knew Wang Mingyang was developing a smartphone operating system, they would surely think he was crazy. In the morning, Wang Mingyang, still in bed, felt a tickle in his nose, couldn't hold back a sneeze, and slightly opened his eyes to find Li Meihua teasing him with a feather that had fallen from a chicken feather duster, so he pretended to turn over and face the other side. Li Meihua quickly moved closer, bending down with the feather in hand, trying to tickle Wang Mingyang's nose again, but he suddenly turned and hugged her waist. Caught off guard, Li Meihua let out a surprised scream and fell onto Wang Mingyang, who triumphant chuckled at her, leaning in towards her rosy lips. On the fourth floor, Zhou Yinzi, who had just finished breakfast, saw Li Meihua rushing in and asked, "Aren't you supposed to call Mingyang up for breakfast?" "What? He hasn't come up." Ignore that bad guy, let him starve for now," Li Meihua said, annoyed. "Then let's not worry about him. Come on, let's eat first," Zhou Yinzi said, cheerfully coaxing Li Meihua, serving her a bowl of oatmeal porridge. Li Meihua quickly finished her oatmeal porridge and drank a box of milk, feeling much better. She then said to Zhou Yinzi, "Yinzi, why don't you go see why that guy hasn't come up yet? Maybe take him a bowl of porridge." "All right," Zhou Yinzi smiled and turned to the kitchen to scoop porridge. She knew that Wang Mingyang had been busy with work these days and hadn't slept well, feeling a bit heartbroken. Going down to the second floor, she saw Wang Mingyang on the phone. "Oh, sorry, boss Liang. I forgot to tell you, we are no longer making MP3s. We're now making MP4s and phones. Our new phones can play videos and record videos. The brand is Gigi, and the quality is absolutely guaranteed a legitimate product. If you still want to get into MP3s, you'll have to look for someone else. I'm really sorry. Do you want to try selling our MP4s? Oh, the price. The MP4 with 512 megabytes memory is 400 yuan, and the phone is 1,300 yuan, which is the wholesale price. The retail price is 1,500 yuan. Yes, our phones are a few hundred yuan more expensive than average knockoff models, but they are definitely worth it. All right, I'll deliver them to you shortly. See you soon." After finally hanging up the phone, Zhou Yinzi immediately urged him to eat breakfast quickly and not to starve. Wang Mingyang chuckled as he took the oatmeal porridge. Boss Liang from the street food market asked to deliver 20 MP4s and 5 phones. "Are you coming with me later?" "It's him. I thought he stopped contacting us for deliveries," Zhou Yinzi said. He only just returned to Shenzhen in the past few days. Many workers hadn't come back to work at the factory, so he didn't have much business before. "That's true. Fuyong's store contacted me yesterday afternoon to send over 15 vehicles, saying the ones we delivered before the new year have already sold out." "So you're not going to the store near Shenzhen University today?" Wang Mingyang asked. "It's fine to deliver the vehicles to Fuyong first, and then go there. The new employees can handle it," Zhou Yinzi replied. "All right, I'll go deliver with you later." After finishing his porridge, Wang Mingyang went up to the third floor, reported the numbers to Li Meihua, and then took the MP4s and phones before driving off with Zhou Yinzi. First, they went to the night market street to deliver the goods to Boss Liang, where Wang Mingyang chatted with him to strengthen their connection and introduce the features of the Gigi phone. After Boss Liang fully understood Wang Mingyang, and Zhou Yinzi hurried to the machine processing shop. Zhou Yinzi had already informed Wei Fong to prepare the electric bicycles for shipment, and as soon as Wang Mingyang's delivery van arrived, they would load the vehicles. Upon arriving at the entrance of the machining shop, Wang Mingyang immediately noticed a sign displaying a job advertisement. After getting out of the car, Wang Mingyang praised Wei Fong and He Rui, saying they had done an excellent job during this period and that he would give each of them a bonus of 300 yuan when salaries were paid next month. This surprised Wei Fong and He Rui, making them work even harder while loading goods onto the car. After delivering the electric bicycle to Fuyong, Zhou Yinzi rode her bike to the store near Xincheng University, while Wang Mingyang returned to his room to ponder over code, creating objects and writing functions. As he gradually entered a productive state, his thoughts flowed smoothly, and his hands flew across the keyboard, the code appearing on the screen like water bursting forth. In the following days, Wang Mingyang entered a state of seclusion, rarely leaving his room, determined to not stop until he succeeded. He spent all day coding in his room, even pausing his usual activities of flirting with the 2 girls and going out for barbecues. Wang Mingyang worked tirelessly, even neglecting to shave his 2-inch-long beard. During this time, Zhou Yinzi took Huangsheng to handle the procurement of electric bicycle parts. The busy and fulfilling days lasted for over half a month until Li Meihua came in to tell Wang Mingyang that salaries would be paid the next day, prompting him to slowly stop his work. After receiving the salary statistics form from Li Meihua and glancing through it quickly, he asked, "Are the workers at the electronics factory getting this much salary?" "I remember there were only a dozen workers," he added. "How long has it been since you last visited the factory?" There are nearly 40 workers now, and we're still hiring. The dormitory is not enough to accommodate everyone, and the newcomers don't require lodging. Zhu Hong and Hong and I received several orders for over 1,000 units in Huacheng South. The sales of mobile phones are much higher than before. How can you as the boss not know this? Li Meihua remarked. Can we handle all these orders? Wang Mingyang asked. It's manageable. Old Zhu was worried about the speed, so we agreed on staggered deliveries with the clients to manage it, Li Meihua replied. Oh, let me take a look at these reports. I will inform Chun Ming and Old Zhu about the meeting at the factory at 7 p.m. later, he said. Also tell Yinzi to come back early this afternoon. Let's go out for dinner together. It's been a while since we had a proper meal together, he added. Surely, Meihua replied, her lips curling up into a smile, her eyes squinting with joy, her willow-shaped eyebrows looking lovely. Wang Mingyang flipped through the report, noting that the ultra-intelligent phone had sold over 3,700 units since its launch a month ago, including the orders received by Zhu Hong, with 1,200 units already delivered. Overall, the sales of mobile phones increased rapidly as time went on, and over 2,600 units of MP4 were sold, with 1,000 sold from the counter in Huacheng South. Wang Mingyang estimated the gross profit to be over 2 million, and after deducting salaries, about 180,000 remained. With this calculation, he realized that his net worth was approximately 2,800,000, barely qualifying him as a part of the entrepreneurial miracle in Xinjiang. Feeling extremely excited, Wang Mingyang stood up and hugged Li Meihua, passionately kissing her so fervently that she almost gasped for air. Just then his phone rang. It was a call from his family. Mingyang, have you been busy lately? We discussed with your second uncle and decided to start demolishing the old house for reconstruction tomorrow. Your mother and I have rented a place on Jianhua Road for now, and we will move back once the new house is built. We plan to build a 2.5-story house, just letting you know. Okay, I've been a bit busy lately. However, building only 2.5 stories seems a bit low. It could be troublesome to add more later. How about building 5 stories instead? I will transfer 500,000 to your agricultural bank card tomorrow. Alright, I will have your second uncle revise the plans for 5 stories. If that's all, I will hang up. Their conversation was straightforward, typical of the communication style between fathers and sons in Huagua. After ending the call, Wang Mingyang continued to embrace Li Meihua, affectionately losing track of time, until Zhou Yinzi returned and entered the room, causing them both to jump up as if pricked by a needle, creating an awkward atmosphere. Finally, it was the bolder Wang Mingyang who smiled and said, Yinzi, you're back. You've worked hard today. Let's go out for a big meal. It's been a while since we had a proper outing together. The two girls quietly followed Wang Mingyang out. During dinner, Wang Mingyang's lively jokes helped dissipate the awkwardness among the three. After the meal, the three of them happily exited the restaurant, leisurely walking towards the factory. Wang Mingyang timed it well, arriving at the factory exactly at 7 p.m., where Chun Ming and Huang Sheng were busy arranging for workers to do overtime. Wang Mingyang didn't want to disturb them, so he and Li Meihua, along with Zhou Yinzi, directly entered Chun Ming's office to wait. Zhu Hong and Chun Liang were also inside sipping tea. Well done, old Zhu. You've been quite impressive lately, bringing in several big orders, Wang Mingyang said with a smile. Hey, seeing you so happy, these aren't even big orders. Trust me, there are even bigger ones coming. I'm going to work old Chun and the others to death, Zhu Hong said, playfully flipping his hair and striking a pose he thought was cool. As soon as Zhu Hong finished, Chun Ming and Huang Sheng, who had just entered, looked at him disdainfully, causing everyone present to burst into laughter. Once everyone was seated, Wang Mingyang remarked, I didn't expect the factory to grow so quickly. This building isn't enough. We need to find a larger place. Old Chun, how is the rent calculated for the factory you used to work in? The rent is calculated per square meter. Factory buildings in this industrial zone typically cost between 10 to 12 yuan per square meter, while dormitories are generally 600 yuan per room, Chun Ming replied promptly. How many square meters do you think we should rent? Moving to the industrial area would make hiring much easier. Our current mobile phone model is selling well, but its design is a bit feminine. We should consider creating a more masculine version that would require more manpower, he added. How about renting 1,000 square meters first? That should be the smallest factory in the industrial area, Chun Ming suggested, concerned about the potential expenses. Let's rent 3,000 square meters and go bigger. 1,000 for the electric bicycle side and 2,000 for the electronics factory. Having them together will make management easier. We can accommodate 8 people in one dormitory, so let's rent 20 rooms for now, and we won't cancel the current building just yet. Old Chun and the others can continue living here, Wang Mingyang contemplated. I will check out the nearby industrial area tomorrow. Ah Sheng can keep an eye on the factory, Chun Ming replied. I'll go with you tomorrow. You all have your driver's licenses now, or should we buy another car? There are more and more places needing vehicles now, Wang Mingyang asked further. Sure, everyone cheered at the prospect of buying a car, especially Chun Liang, who was particularly eager, having been the most active in visiting external factories with Huang Sheng recently. Let's buy a big Jinbei, or it can carry both people and goods, Chun Ming suggested. Alright, let's get this one. Work hard, and when we make money I'll find you all a girlfriend, Wang Mingyang joked. TCH. This time Wang Mingyang was the one who was ridiculed by Chen Ming and Zhu Hong, while only Chen Liang, who was a bit slow on the uptake, nodded in agreement, being the honest good kid. However, Huang Sheng grinned mischievously and deliberately directed his words towards Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi, saying, "Old Wang just said he's going to find us a girlfriend from outside." As a result, Wang Mingyang, who was feeling quite proud, ended up in a comedic predicament. After discussing matters, Li Meihua and Zhou Yinji went out shopping together, while Wang Mingyang and Chen Ming continued to drink tea and chat in the office. It wasn't until 10 o'clock, when the workers were arranged to finish their shifts, that everyone went out for a late-night snack together. The next morning, Wang Mingyang first went to the factory and waited until 9 o'clock for Chen Ming to arrange the work before heading out to the nearby Yongfeng industrial zone. The two went directly to the management office of the park, where they were warmly greeted by a middle-aged man who called himself Golden Big. "You two bosses have definitely come to the right place in our Yongfeng industrial zone. Our industrial zone has convenient transportation, complete facilities, and everything for daily life, including dining halls and shops. Workers here will absolutely love the park like home. We charge the factory water and electricity fees according to normal industrial rates, plus 10% for losses, and will not overcharge. The property management service level will definitely satisfy you." Surrounded by Wang Mingyang and Chen Ming, Golden Big rambled on about the advantages of the park, giving the impression that renting a factory here for production would definitely lead to success and fortune. Based on previous knowledge, Wang Mingyang and Chen Ming knew that the factory buildings in this industrial zone were 3 stories high, most of which had already been rented out, and their options were limited. Under the guidance of Golden Big, the 3 rode electric scooters around to check several locations and ultimately chose a standalone factory in a corner with 3 floors and a total area of 3,500 square meters. Wang Mingyang planned to use the first floor for electric bicycles and the second and third floors for mobile phones and MP4s. Since the business volume for electric bicycles was currently low, he also planned to set aside a space on the first floor for a network marketing department for the management of online stores. It is worth mentioning that there is also a courier company within this industrial zone. With the large volume of orders from Gigi Technologies' online store, they can pick up the goods directly, and a favorable monthly rate can be negotiated. After returning home that night, Wang Mingyang and Li Meihua discussed and finalized the arrangements. After returning from Yongfeng Industrial Park, Wang Mingyang and Li Meihua went to a nearby agricultural bank outlet to transfer wages to the workers according to the statistics. Chen Ming, Zhu Hong, Huang Sheng, Li Meihua, and Zhou Yinji each received 15,000 yuan. Additionally, Wang Mingyang withdrew 20,000 in cash and also transferred the payment for the ordered parts to the outsourcing factory. After completing all these tasks, the two returned to the factory. When it was time to get off work, Li Meihua handed out the payslips to the workers and informed them that their salaries had been transferred to their cards, allowing them to check. "I used to wait to receive my salary, but now giving out salaries feels a bit strange for the first time. You'll get used to it after doing it a few more times, dear manager." You don't speak properly." After the workers left, Wang Mingyang called Chen Liang, who was about to leave with his colleagues. The two arrived at the office, where Wang Mingyang handed Chen Liang an envelope containing 3,000 yuan in cash, saying, "This is your bonus for this month. Remember not to spend it recklessly and to play less online games." After receiving it, Chen Liang happily nodded and said, "Got it. Next month you'll be promoted to warehouse supervisor, and I'll have your brother help you recruit 2 people. Wang Mingyang patted Chen Liang on the shoulder and then turned to Chen Ming and the others, saying, You all have a share too. Come and get your bonuses, 1 for each of you." Everyone laughed and gathered around, but Zhou Yinji was not there, so Wang Mingyang planned to keep hers to give her later that night. During this time, Zhou Yinji had been working hard, taking the 2 newly recruited female salespeople out every day to promote electric bicycles. Although the results were not very obvious, there was still some effect. Today, since the factory was distributing salaries, Chen Ming understood the workers' feelings and specially arranged for no overtime tonight, allowing everyone to enjoy themselves. The workers, having received their salaries, were very happy, as the amounts exceeded their previous estimates, being more than twice what they earned at the old factory. Therefore, in response to Wang Mingyang's request to eat lavishly, they loudly expressed their willingness to fulfill his wish. They even temporarily increased the budget and decided to go to KTV after dinner, with the expense covered by Chen Ming this time, and the next month, it would be someone else's turn. During dinner, everyone also discussed the factory's relocation, planning to allocate responsibilities for each person and preparing to take action the next day, because time is money and the current demand for Gigi mobile phones exceeds supply. After leaving the restaurant, Wang Mingyang walked to KTV with Chen Ming, their shoulders linked, while behind them Li Meihua and Li Honi looked at these carefree individuals with a mix of amusement and disbelief. After selecting a private room, Li Meihua called Zhou Yinji to let her know to come after finishing her work. Upon learning she hadn't had dinner yet, Li Meihua ordered a serving of Yangzhou fried rice and some snacks. Zhu Hong's favorite singer is Zhang Yoshua, and he often hums a few lines of his songs for no reason. Now at KTV, he transformed into a singing star, starting with his favorite song. Recently, Wang Mingyang felt a special connection to the song The Outside World sung by Qin Shi, so he chose it. As for Chen Ming and Chun Liang, they have broad interests and can sing anything. After downing a couple of beers under everyone's cheers, they randomly picked an upbeat song and howled along, bringing much joy to everyone. Huang Sheng's off-key singing also drew laughter from everyone, while Li Meihua, Li Hongni, and a few girls whispered together while eating Yangzhou fried rice. After an unknown amount of time, the atmosphere in the private room changed. Chun Liang fell asleep on the sofa while Wang Mingyang and Chun Ming played cards loudly, and several girls sang. The next morning, Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yinji went to the machining shop and informed Wei Fong and the others about the relocation so they could prepare. The current machining shop includes Wei Fong and a total of 5 people, and they recently recruited 3 new employees. Wang Mingyang took Wei Fong to the newly rented factory to plan the layout of the machine tools. Old Fong, please put in more effort in these 2 days to arrange for the relocation. The electrical connections of the machine tools must ensure safety. If you have any uncertainties, just call me. Starting next month, your salary will increase to 8,000. Since you've been renting a place outside the factory, we'll also give you a 500 yuan subsidy. From now on, this place will be called Jiji Machining Factory, and remember to put up a sign. From now on, you will be the factory manager. For the layout of the new workshop, apart from leaving space for the e-commerce department, you should also create a separate office area. Remember to bring back the expense receipts for reimbursement. Also, if you think Hirue is suitable, you can let him be your assistant to cultivate. When the time is right, you can promote him to a higher position. After such a long time, Wang Mingyang realized that Wei Fong was a good worker. He never cut corners, completed the tasks assigned to him very well, and enjoyed reading and constantly learning new knowledge during his free time, showing a sense of responsibility. Hearing that the boss was promoting him and raising his salary, Wei Fong was excited. Okay, boss, I will take care of all this well. After Wei Fong left, Wang Mingyang said to Zhou Yinji, now that the sales of electric vehicles have increased, it's not cost-effective for us to keep buying bicycles from retail stores. See if you can find a factory that makes bicycles. We can negotiate directly with them for purchases, and the prices will definitely be cheaper. We can also have them modify the designs according to our requirements for custom models, saving us from having to process some parts ourselves after receiving the goods. I know of a bicycle factory in Guangqing. A fellow villager of mine used to work there. However, later on the workload decreased, and he left. I remember he mentioned it was over in Chang'an. Also, we can buy the batteries for these bicycles directly from the factory without going to Huiqiangbai. I've inquired, and the batteries made by BYD are quite good. Many electronic products now use their batteries, Zhou Yinji said. BYD just released an electric car this year, and they have some research on power batteries. Let's go see if we can buy batteries from them. You've been coming and going early and late. Lately, have you been running around to many shops? Just around the surrounding areas. Now there are more than 10 stores wanting our goods. The new stores we just negotiated with used to sell electric motorcycles, and we are the only ones providing a foldable and flexible type, so they are also willing to add another product category to their stores. Thank you for your hard work, my dear Yinji. Come here, let me give you a hug. Gradually, the conversation between the two was led astray by Wang Mingyang. Wang Mingyang deliberately spent a day and a half referring to many magazines to design a new mobile phone shape, which is more geared towards men. As before, once the design was complete, he took the drawings to talk to Zhao Song, the boss of the processing factory he had been collaborating with. Boss Zhao, here is a new design for a mobile phone. Shall we call it Model 002, with all dimensions marked on the drawings. Please create a separate mold for this. The material should be the same as Model 001. Can you estimate the price and give me the most economical quote for 5,000 sets? Also, I would like to add 3 more colors to the original Model 001. Is that okay? Adding colors to Model 001 is no problem. Let me check with the technical department for the costs of Model 002. After Zhao Song left with the drawings, Wang Mingyang and Li Meihua enjoyed some tea. After about 10 minutes, Zhao Song returned with a price. Can you offer a better price? We have been cooperating for so long. I think you're quite straightforward. If possible, I plan to hand over all the shell business of the factory to you in the future. Wang Mingyang began to negotiate. This is the best offer, Boss Wang. You know the costs of rent, utilities, labor, and other miscellaneous expenses add up. I need to have a reasonable profit too. A sustainable business must ensure everyone profits. We also need to invest a lot of capital for materials, which also incurs interest. Let's do this. You won't settle the payment monthly for this batch. I'll pay you in full upon delivery. What is the lowest price you can offer? This is essentially a cash-and-delivery deal, which is hard to find in the current market environment. Zhao Song frowned, pondered for a moment, and said, if it's cash on delivery, I can give you another 5% discount. That's my limit. If the defect rate is not up to standard, I will still lose money on this quote. Wang Mingyang calculated in his heart, knowing the other party was close to the truth, and extended his hand with a smile. It's a deal. After bidding farewell to boss Zhao, Li Meihua asked Wang Mingyang, "Where are we going next?" "To Yadi. Let's see if we can buy some batteries." Wang Mingyang drove to the vicinity of Yadi Company, but couldn't find the main entrance, so he bought 2 bottles of water from a roadside newsstand and took the opportunity to inquire. With the guidance of the newsstand owner Wang Mingyang and Li Meihua finally found the place. At the entrance, Wang Mingyang stopped the car and asked the security guard directly. Upon learning that Wang Mingyang was there for business, the security guard, who had originally had a stern expression, finally showed a hint of a smile. "Please register first, boss. Go straight in until you reach the end, turn right, and walk about 30 meters. There is a 3-story building, and the business department is on the first floor with a sign at the entrance." "All right, thank you." After registering, Wang Mingyang put the documents aside and drove according to the directions to the Yadi Battery Business Department. "Hello, how can I assist you?" Zhang Ming from Yadi Battery noticed someone visiting and immediately stood up enthusiastically to greet them. "Hello, we came to buy some batteries." "Welcome. What model of battery are you looking for? Or which products will the batteries be used for? Is it for electronic products? Our Yadi lithium batteries are well known in the industry. Even Nokia and Sony use our products, ensuring absolute quality. We plan to use them in 2-wheeled electric bicycles." "Oh, for 2-wheeled electric bicycles, the 18650 battery would be more suitable. The new energy vehicles we released this year use this, and the quality is guaranteed." "How many are you looking to purchase?" Zhang Ming thought it was rare for someone to buy power lithium batteries, wondering how much profit could be made from an electric bicycle using these batteries. "What is the price of the 18650 battery? And how much for a regular lithium polymer battery?" Wang Mingyang knew that the 18650 battery was first introduced by Sony, the pioneer of lithium batteries, and remembered that its price was quite high, which might not be suitable for his foldable 2-wheeled electric bicycle unless he went for a high-end product line. The price of the 18650 is XX per piece, with a minimum order of 5,000 pieces. The lithium polymer battery is priced at XX. After more than half an hour of discussion, Wang Mingyang decided to go with the lithium polymer batteries, calculating that the price was almost 10% lower than what he had previously paid in Huiqiangbai. After signing the contract, Wang Mingyang turned and noticed 2 Yadi F3 cars parked outside, feeling a sudden urge to inquire about their prices. Finally, Wang Mingyang bought a Yadi F3 car in full, and Zhang Ming gave him an internal employee price. "After a day out, my wallet has shrunk by hundreds of thousands. It really hurts. Meihua, please comfort me." As soon as he sat in the car, Wang Mingyang said this. Li Meihua heard it and laughed. "Just keep pretending to look at how smug you are." However, she leaned in and gently kissed Wang Mingyang on the cheek. "All right, are you feeling better now?" "Hee, this medicine really works. I'm so happy now, I don't want to go back. Let's go to the mangrove area and stroll around, a bit of romance." Saying that, he stepped on the gas and the big golden cup sped out. The mangrove area was bustling as usual, filled with young couples enjoying themselves. Wang Mingyang and Li Meihua walked hand in hand, strolling slowly. The spring breeze brushed their faces, and they looked at the blue sea and sky and the joyful crowd, feeling extremely relaxed. "Meihua, the sales at the branch store in Shunqing University are doing quite well. Let's open another one in Yanqing University town, since there are many more students there than at Shunqing University." Actually, apart from Shunqing University, we can also open more stores in other places in Shunqing. There are many people in large industrial areas. "I have considered that too. A large industrial area has at least tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of people. We can definitely open a store in every industrial area. But right now, to quickly expand the number of stores, we face the main problem of not having enough staff to manage them. Indeed, staffing for the stores is an issue. I have a preliminary idea. Let's hire a batch of people at the Shunqing University store to familiarize themselves with the business. When opening new stores, they can become managers. The specific tasks of each store will be handled by the managers, while you and Yinzi will supervise tallying sales data and checking accounts. This way, you should be able to manage about 30 to 40 stores. If supervisory staff are insufficient, we can also bring Old Zhu over. Li Hongni from Huiqiangbai should also be capable of managing independently and can train new staff. That's workable. I'll run around the stores with Yinzi more for the online store. I'll temporarily hand it over to Lu Fenglan. I'll let everyone know tonight and finalize it. But this means you'll have to be as busy as Yinzi now. Not too busy. 20 stores per person means 1 store a day. That's only 20 days in total. However, Yinzi still has to manage the sales of electric bikes. It might be a bit difficult for her to look after 20 mobile stores. We should bring Zhu Hong over. That's true. My Meihua always has good ideas. Wang Mingyang's commercial flattery made the beauty laugh heartily. During the meeting in the evening, Wang Mingyang shared his idea of opening a new store, and everyone expressed their approval. Old Zhu, as we discussed just now, you will assign Huqiang South to Li Hongni, but the supervision work there will still be your responsibility. As the new store has not yet opened, you and I will first go to 80 Company tomorrow to retrieve the batteries and the new cars. This new car will be for your use. You need to make the rounds quickly and rent a shop in every major industrial area. The shop doesn't need to be too large, around 40 square meters will suffice. In a moment, I will give you the phone number of the renovation company. After you rent the shop, you can discuss the renovation. Each shop style needs to be unified, creating a chain store model. Meihua and Yinzi have been primarily focusing on recruiting and training new staff. Once the new store is renovated, it can open and quickly get on track. Old Chin, you still need to ensure production is running smoothly. I have already placed an order for 5,000 sets of the 002 phone cases. Sheng, remember to increase the order for the circuit boards. Next time you can talk to the boss over there. If we pay cash, what kind of discount can he offer us? It needs to be at least 5%. Wang Mingyang was assigning tasks to everyone one by one. The next day, after hiring a truck to transport the batteries back to the new factory in Yongfeng Industrial Zone, Wang Mingyang and Zhu Hong drove the new 80 F3 around. A small car is definitely more comfortable than a large Jinbei. It's much easier to steer. After running around for an entire afternoon, Wang Ming and Zhu Hong finally managed to rent 2 shops. It was difficult to find vacant stores in medium to large industrial zones. Standing inside the newly rented shop, Wang Mingyang thought that the electronic factory had only 2 types of mobile phones and the product range was too limited. Therefore, he decided to also sell electric bicycles. After receiving Wang Mingyang's call, the renovation company's personnel arrived quickly. Since both parties had worked together before and there were cases to refer to, the renovation plan was quickly settled. Moreover, knowing about Wang Mingyang's chain store plan, the other party proactively offered to reduce the price by 10%. After 10 busy days, everyone finally completed the factory relocation. Both factories quickly entered a stable production state. Seeing this, Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yinzi took some time to plan a visit to the bicycle factory in Guanxing to discuss bicycle procurement. The factory named Yangon was struggling due to the shrinking bicycle market and mainly relied on producing children's bicycles to survive, teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. Therefore, they were naturally overjoyed at the order Wang Mingyang brought to them. During the cooperation talks, Wang Mingyang's requests for modifications to the original frame were completely met, and the price was even 100 yuan cheaper than what he had purchased in the store before. Through practice and learning during this period, Wang Mingyang gained new insights into the power management circuit used in electric bicycles, and he made some improvements based on the original design. After multiple tests and verifications met the standards, Wang Mingyang instructed Huang Sheng to go to the circuit board processing factory to update the procurement list, adding another product to the inventory of Gigi Electronics. Through everyone's efforts, the 3 newly established Gigi technology stores quickly opened, all located in medium to large industrial parks. Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi went to check daily, worried that the newly appointed store managers and salespeople might not be familiar enough to avoid issues. Zhu Hong still drove his allocated F3 every day, searching for suitable stores to rent and manage renovations, aiming to open more Gigi technology stores in the shortest possible time. To support the expansion of the stores, Wang Mingyang only kept enough funds for daily operations and invested everything else. Gigi Technology's recruitment advertisements have been posted on the bulletin boards in the industrial area, whether at electronic factories or machinery factories. On Huang Sheng's suggestion, Ming also recruited a few people to form an after-sales service department, which included customer service personnel and repair workers, also managed by Huang Sheng. Ming assigned a pretty assistant to Huang Sheng to help him handle reports and statistical work. All of the company's operations were proceeding in an orderly manner, entering a fast track for development, allowing Wang Mingyang to settle down and continue his software coding work. That afternoon, Wang Mingyang was typing away at the keyboard as usual when Zhou Yinzi walked in and said to him, "The self-study exam registration starts today. I just saw the announcement when I passed by the examination center. Let's go register together. I just spoke to Meihua on the phone and shall be back soon." "Oh, great. Are you still registering for 4 subjects this time?" Wang Mingyang shifted his gaze from the computer screen and looked up. "Yes, I finished reading those books long ago, and I've completed the exercise book, so there shouldn't be any problem." Zhou Yinzi made an okay gesture, looking very confident. After a long period of subtle transformation, her overall temperament compared to before was incomparable, a fact she might not even have noticed herself. Before long, while Wang Mingyang was chatting with Zhou Yinzi, Li Meihua returned. The 3 of them took their documents and went to the examination center. "Time flies so fast, it's already the end of May," Li Meihua said as they finished registering. "Yes, it has passed so quickly while we have been busy, but we haven't been idle. We have already opened the 7th specialty store, and the 002 phone model has been successfully launched, with sales rapidly increasing. Even the new folding electric bicycle is more popular and sells better than previous models," Zhou Yinzi chimed in. "You all have worked hard these days. Tell me what you want to eat tonight as a treat," Wang Mingyang said, generously waving his hand. "It's still early. You should go get a haircut first." Your hair is too long now, we can talk about food later. Li Meihua pointed at Wang Mingyang's hair. Hee. Wang Mingyang scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. During this period, he had been so absorbed in writing the smartphone operating system that he hadn't taken the time to manage his scruffy beard. After getting his hair cut, Wang Mingyang saw the two women idly chatting in the shade nearby, and suddenly inspired, he said, "It's been a long time since we went out. Let's go check out the window of the world. It's a little after 2, we can get there by 3, and there's still time to buy tickets and look around." Alright, I've passed by there often since coming to Shenzhen, but I've never gone in to take a look. The ticket is 150 yuan. Ooh, I could never afford to spend that before. If I were still working in the factory, I probably wouldn't be able to afford it now either. So many people come to Shenzhen to make a living. We are quite lucky because this guy. Li Meihua and Zhou Yanzi were just expressing their feelings when Wang Mingyang, who had returned after buying the tickets, pulled them into the scenic area. Hey, don't say anything. The details of this Eiffel Tower are quite well done. That pyramid is also nice. This Lesan giant Buddha seems a bit thin. It's not really round. The group walked along, commenting occasionally. Looking at these replicas of world-famous landmarks and recalling some related books he had read in the past, Wang Mingyang felt a surge of ambition and said to the two women beside him, "In the future, I must take you both to travel around the world and see all these sights. The most romantic thing I can think of is to travel the world with you both and behold its beauty," Wang Mingyang said, passionately lost in thought. The two women were so moved by his words that for a moment they couldn't help but feel deeply touched. However, soon after, they playfully performed a finger technique on Wang Mingyang, one on each side. Their skills made Wang Mingyang feel that it was quite profound. Such effects could not be achieved without at least 20 years of practice. Watching the two women suddenly change their demeanor and walk ahead, Wang Mingyang shook his head in self-deprecation, realizing he still had a long way to go. Isn't it said that many men in factories have several girlfriends? Why is it so difficult for me? Forget it, I'll just go with the flow. After spending half a day out, everyone felt a sense of relaxation from the tension built up over the past few days and returned to a full state of energy. Around 7 in the evening, Wang Mingyang and two women headed to the factory where the workers were working overtime. Oh, has the closed-door training finally ended? Chen Ming teased Wang Mingyang. Hee, my skills have reached great heights and am ready to unify the martial world, Wang Mingyang replied. Don't tell me you've been practicing the sunflower scripture, Huang Sheng chimed in mischievously. Sitting across from him, Zhu Hong couldn't help but spray the tea in his mouth, most of it splattering onto Huang Sheng's feet, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Heaven's punishment can be forgiven, but self-inflicted suffering cannot be lived through, Wang Mingyang retorted. After a few more jokes, Chen Ming led Wang Mingyang to inspect the two workshops on the 2nd and 3rd floors. How many workers are currently at the factory? Wang Mingyang, who hadn't been there for several days, asked Chen Ming. There are already more than 180 people now. 70 workers are assigned to produce models 001 and 002, while the remaining are divided into two groups, one for producing MP4S and the other for circuit boards for electric bicycles. However, the group making the circuit boards is not working overtime tonight. Are the current orders manageable? I saw on the report that this month's volume is nearly double that of last month. We've already made the production plans. The day after tomorrow is the May Day holiday, so we plan to give one day off. Well, as long as you arrange it properly. The newly recruited workers haven't worked on mobile phones before and are not yet proficient. After a while, the production speed will be even faster, especially since we are still hiring people now. The company can now recruit technical researchers. Have your assistant post an announcement on the talent website to hire about 7 to 8 people for mobile hardware development and 3 to 4 for software and hardware integration, so I can have an easier time in the future. The salary can be slightly higher. After all, our company is still small and lacks attraction, so we can only focus on compensation, Wang Mingyang added. You'll need to handle the interviews yourself as the technical skills of others in the company are still lacking, Chen Ming said. Okay, no problem. We need to prepare our staff now, so when the software is ready, we can immediately start on the hardware-software adaptation work. Alright, I'll arrange it shortly. The two chatted about work arrangements as they walked to the e-commerce department's office door. Inside, Li Meihua and Zhou Yanji were inquiring about work matters with Lu Fenglan. Wang Mingyang walked in, casually observing the employees at work, while Chen Ming returned to his office. Due to the nature of its work, the e-commerce department arranges customer service staff to stay until 1130 p.m. and the on-duty personnel receive corresponding allowances. Looking at the sales data displayed on Li Meihua's computer, Wang Mingyang discovered that so far the majority of purchases of their mobile phones were made by university students. Many people left messages in the review section. I bought this unknown GG001 pink phone with a try-it-out mentality. Apart from being cute, its unique video recording function is really useful. Whenever something fun and exciting happens, I can record it and share it with my good friends around me. After my strong recommendation, they also switched to GG phones. I bought a white 001 for the birthday of a girl I have secretly liked. I pre-recorded a confession video inside, and when she saw it later she agreed to be my girlfriend. I was so excited that I couldn't express myself. If they release a male version, I will definitely buy it as a couple's phone. Without being modest, I am a seasoned tech enthusiast. I paid attention to the GG002 male version as soon as it was released, and personally bought one for testing. For a detailed testing article, please see the podcast Seasoned Tech Enthusiast Langbo. I dare say this phone's functionality is absolutely top-notch, and is the first brand in the country to implement video recording features. It's awesome. The naming of this GG phone is too casual. Just calling it 001 and 002 is a bit embarrassing. Every time I take out my phone to show off in front of my classmates, it lowers my prestige level. I strongly urge them to change to a more impressive name. I am an electronic product reviewer. I have taken this phone apart for inspection. The hardware is similar to ordinary brand phones, but the system's smoothness is on a whole different level. Its functionality is more powerful, yet the price is lower, which shows that the R&D strength of GG technology is quite impressive. I highly recommend it, as this is definitely the most cost-effective phone. Looking at everyone's comments, especially the technical insights, Wang Mingyang felt a sense of pride fill his heart. Unknowingly, his technical research and development capabilities have reached a top level in the country in certain aspects. Compared to industry professionals abroad, he likely doesn't fall too far behind. The achievements gained during this period feel like a dream. Wang Mingyang took a deep breath to calm the excitement in his heart and encouraged himself. Since the establishment of the online store, over 50,000 products have been sold, with more than 3,000 phones sold this month, and the MP4 sales are about the same. It seems the bonus for the e-commerce department this month will be substantial. After encouraging all the employees present, Wang Mingyang returned to the second-floor office to continue discussing work with Chun Ming and others. Old G, you should go check out Yangqing University Town tomorrow and open a store there. There are many college students, and one store's sales volume could likely match several industrial zone stores. Alright, I'll go there tomorrow. After you rent a storefront, find a local company for renovations, and find a hotel to stay at. Once the store is renovated, transfer 3 salespeople from Shenzhen to open for business. Okay, I understand. Time passed quickly, and soon it was May Day. Today the factory had a holiday, and Wang Mingyang and a few others decided to go to Yangqing University Town to explore the store rented by Zhu Hong. Upon arriving in Yangqing, Zhu Hong first took everyone for a tour of the store and looked at the surrounding environment. Everyone felt that the location of the store chosen by old Zhu was quite good. Alright, we finished today's main tasks. Where shall we go next for fun, old Zhu? Wang Mingyang asked. Not far from here is Huangpu Military Academy and Lingnan Impression Garden. It's up to you where you want to go. I haven't been to either, so I don't know which is more fun. Wow, Huangpu Military Academy, the legendary place. I want to see it. Chun Liang jumped in excitement. Then old Zhu will drive us to Huangpu Military Academy, and you 3 can drive to Lingnan Impression Garden, Chun Ming suggested. Wang Mingyang silently gave Chun Ming a thumbs up in his heart. Wang Mingyang, Li Meihua, and Zhou Yinji shared a car following the signs and directions from passers-by. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Impression Garden. After purchasing tickets, the 3 of them were immediately captivated by the scenery inside, with authentic Lingnan Republic-era architecture coming into view. Lingnan Impression Garden is a theme park showcasing Lingnan culture and traditional architectural styles located in the Panyu district of Yangqing City, Dongguan Province, covering an area of approximately 8,000 square meters. Inside, a wide variety of exhibits are showcased, including wooden structures, brick and tile buildings, landscape gardens, and Lingnan cultural heritage. In addition to showcasing Lingnan traditional architectural culture, the garden also offers various unique entertainment projects. Furthermore, the food street within the garden is a great place for visitors to taste various Lingnan specialty dishes. As one of the most representative attractions of Lingnan lifestyle and culture, it is a must-visit for tourists coming to Yangqing. The 45 yuan entrance fee made Wang Mingyang and the others feel it was worth every penny. In the Lingnan Impression Garden, Wang Mingyang and his companions eagerly ventured deeper, exploring the garden that instantly filled their hearts with joy, occasionally stopping to take photos with their phones. Although the camera function of their intellect phone was far inferior to that of a professional camera, the 3 remained undeterred and enjoyed themselves. Not far ahead, they noticed a crowd gathered lively and bustling and moved closer, discovering a stage performance taking place. Wang Mingyang and his friends found a bench to sit down and ordered several bowls of tofu pudding from a nearby stall. After chatting with a staff member, they learned that there were several similar stages in the garden, with performances scheduled every hour or 2. The performances were diverse, featuring puppet shows, shadow plays, lion dances, etc., and visitors could freely watch them at no charge. After hearing the staff's introduction, Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi couldn't help but lament that there were too many shows to watch in a single day. After watching the performance at Lianxi Grand Stage and enjoying the smooth tofu pudding, Li Meihua excitedly insisted on renting traditional costumes nearby for photos. Zhou Yinzi was equally interested, and the two dragged Wang Mingyang into the store. Sitting nearby, Wang Mingyang watched as the stylist worked on Li Meihua, and Zhou Yanzi's looks slowly becoming captivated by them. Li Meihua chose a female college student outfit from the Republic of China, graceful and sweet, while Zhou Yanzi's qipao showcased her curvy figure, perfectly youthful and charming, yet elegant, leaving Wang Mingyang almost mesmerized. After finishing the photo shoot and settling the bill, Wang Mingyang couldn't resist slamming the money on the table, saying, "Boss, wrap up those two outfits and buying them." The shop owner, grinning, quickly wrapped up the items and handed them to Wang Mingyang, thinking that he had caught a big fish today. On the charming streets filled with the essence of the Republic of China, Li Meihua and Zhou Yanzi strolled ahead, enjoying their freshly bought candy figures, entering and exiting various historic buildings, fascinated by the vintage items. Seeing old items they had only seen in movies, the two girls occasionally squealed in excitement, insisting on taking pictures. At such moments, Wang Mingyang transformed into a photography master, pressing the shutter at the girls' command. As they continued their exploration, Wang Mingyang lagged behind, admiring the graceful figures of Li Meihua and Zhou Yanzi ahead, feeling joyful and completely at ease. Lingnan Impression Garden, this ticket is truly worth it, Wang Mingyang thought. After wandering from one end of the garden to the other, the three felt unsatisfied and made another round, resting whenever tired, enjoying shows and sampling local snacks. Having eaten until full and taken numerous photos, just as the park was about to close, Wang Mingyang and his friends left. After exiting, he contacted Chen Ming and the others, agreeing to meet at the dock opposite Huangpu Military Academy. Upon seeing Wang Mingyang and his friends, Zhu Hong and the others were also full of excitement, insisting on pulling Wang Mingyang to showcase their spoils from visiting Huangpu Military Academy. To their surprise, they had bought several handcrafted artillery shells from a specialty shop, with the shell and body assembled towering over half a person. Looking at the 4 shiny artillery shells neatly lying in Zhu Hong's car, Wang Mingyang cheekily asked, "Which one is mine?" "Dream on, there are only 4 here, none for you," Chen Ming said with a mischievous grin. "Want one?" "Yes," replied Wang Mingyang. "Hey, race, an idea, you can buy one yourself next time." Ha ha. The group of heartless friends burst into laughter. 3 days later, Zhu Hong informed Wang Mingyang that the store in Yangqing University Town had been renovated and the display cases were set up ready to transport products for the grand opening. After hanging up the phone, Wang Mingyang flipped through the old calendar and noted that tomorrow was a good day for business. Thus, he asked Li Meihua to arrange for 3 willing salespeople to head to Yangqing, while he and Chun Liang each drove a van loaded with goods. The next day, they placed several flower baskets at the store entrance, and the Intellect exclusive store in Yangqing University Town opened. The prominent signboard at the store entrance caught the eye, displaying Intellect phones and high-end portable electric bicycles for passerby to see. "Hey, Intellect Phones has opened a store in our university town," a female student said to her dorm mate. "Let's go check if there are any new products. The phone I bought online has been used for a while, and Intellect's quality is quite good," she replied. Curiosity drove many students into the store. "This is really the Intellect phone we use. Oh, look, that model is identical." "Yes, and look, they have some bicycles on display that look quite nice. Since the dorm is so far from the classroom, I might buy one if it's suitable. This way I can save some time on my way to class, no need to wake up so early, and I can get to the cafeteria faster after class." As a result, some students who had only heard of Intellect phones but had never purchased one switched to new models after trying them in store, with many existing users also buying electric bicycles. To ensure sufficient stock in the store, Chen Liang made another trip to Deep City to replenish the inventory. To observe the sales situation after the store opening in University Town, Wang Mingyang and Li Meihua decided to stay in Yangqing for 2 more days and found a nearby hotel to stay in that night. After a busy day, Wang Mingyang finished his shower, opened his laptop, and began writing software. As inspiration struck, his fingers danced across the keyboard, lines of code flashing on the screen at lightning speed, almost keeping up with the rapid pace. Since he began writing the operating system for smartphones, Wang Mingyang had been continuously filling it with his envisioned content whenever he had the time. Uncertain how much time passed, the doorbell rang, and Wang Mingyang got up to answer the door, finding Li Meihua standing before him in a light blue dress. Having just taken a shower, her face was rosy and her long hair hung slightly damp behind her, making Wang Mingyang's heart race. Li Meihua looked at him with bright eyes and said, "I'm a bit hungry. Let's go get a late-night snack." "Sure, but wait a moment. Oh, I have something important to take care of first." Wang Mingyang quickly closed the door, pulled Li Meihua into his arms, and kissed her. As their passion intensified, they slowly fell onto the bed. "There is a message board here for everyone to freely express themselves." After a long while, the rustling of the blankets on the bed gradually slowed down, returning to calm as Wang Mingyang held Li Meihua in silence, both enjoying the afterglow of their passion. Having tasted the sweetness of their first experience, the two forgot about the late-night snack. That night, wonderful things kept happening, and by the time they arrived at the store the next day, it was already around noon. The staff looked at them with the same usual gaze, but Li Meihua felt as if they had been caught doing something wrong, while the thick-skinned Wang Mingyang appeared completely indifferent. After spending 3 days in Yanqing seeing the new store had settled into a routine, Wang Mingyang and Li Meihua returned to Deep City. The 3 employees working in the Yanqing University Town store were all transferred from Deep City and were able to handle the daily tasks on their own. On the morning after returning to Deep City, Wang Mingyang went to the factory, taking his usual round on the first floor to check the e-commerce department and the machinery workshop before heading up to the electronic factory office. Chun Ming entered the office holding some documents and said to him, "You're just in time. These are the shortlisted candidates for the RD engineer position that I've filtered through. Please take a look and then arrange a time for the interviews." Wang Mingyang took the documents and replied, "Let me take a look first. If everything checks out, I'll inform them to come for the interview tomorrow at 9 in the morning." As he received the resumes, Wang Mingyang quickly flipped through them, scanning through the details at a glance, all the information already etched in his mind. These candidates all had extensive experience in electronic product development, and a few had previously worked on mobile phone development. Wang Mingyang nodded to himself. However, what surprised him the most was seeing his former boss Lu Xianxing among the documents. Wang Mingyang was aware of Lu Xianxing's work capabilities and technical skills. If he could really join Gigi Technology, then they would have a candidate for the head of mobile hardware development. Wang Mingyang handed the documents back to Chun Ming and said, "Let's proceed with this. Have your assistant notify them to come tomorrow." After Chun Ming left the office, Wang Mingyang eagerly dialed Lu Xianxing's number. After 3 beeps, the call connected. "Hello, Lu, where are you now? It's been a long time since I've seen you." "Haha, where else could I be? I'm still over here in Songgang." "Are you still working at Shenghua Company? Is it busy?" "Still at Shenghua, but it's not as busy as before. This year, due to the financial crisis, the factory's foreign trade orders have been significantly affected and the volume has decreased a lot. The worst part is that I've heard there's some external funding that the factory hasn't been able to recover." After chatting on the phone for a while, Wang Mingyang arranged to have dinner with Lu Xianxing later that evening, mentioning that he happened to be on a business trip in Songgang. After hanging up, Wang Mingyang picked up the report on his desk and began to read it. The factory's production and sales figures were doing well, steadily increasing, and the number of direct sales stores had reached over 10. Zhu Hong had also returned to the city, and Wang Mingyang had assigned him an assistant to help him quickly lease storefronts for new shops. Li Meihua and Zhou Yanzi, as planned, were responsible for daily inspections of the stores and continuously recruiting and training new staff. Everything was progressing smoothly with his business, which made Wang Mingyang quite satisfied. However, he soon thought that it was necessary to buy 2 more cars for Li Meihua and Zhou Yanzi. With the number of stores he needed to manage increasing, it was not practical for them to ride electric bikes to work all the time. He called for Li Meihua and Zhou Yanzi to meet him outside the office, and then they took a taxi to the car dealership. Ever since returning from Yanqing, Zhou Yanzi had keenly sensed that the relationship between Wang Mingyang and Li Meihua was more intimate than before, and sometimes her gaze towards Wang Mingyang carried a hint of grievance. "What are we doing here? Mingyang, are you planning to buy a car?" As soon as they got out of the taxi, Li Meihua asked. "Yes, to spare our 2 beauties from the wind and sun in the future, I've decided to bite the bullet and buy them a car." "Who do you think we are? You're taking advantage of us." Both women rolled their eyes in unison, but deep down they felt quite pleased. "Welcome." As they entered a car dealership, a well-dressed salesgirl approached them, her smile and attractive figure making them feel very comfortable. After looking around the store, Li Meihua and Zhou Yanzi were not satisfied with any of the car styles inside, so they exited and went to the neighboring Dezong 4S store. Once inside, both women were captivated by the design of the Polo hatchbacks. The rounded shape was somewhat cute, and for girls, looks are the first priority when buying things. After inquiring about the price, it was just over 100,000. "Miss, if I place an order for this car now, when can I pick it up at the earliest?" Wang Mingyang asked the salesperson. "Sir, this model is a hot seller and the manufacturer has tight supply. If you place an order now, you should be able to pick it up in about 2 months. What's the minimum price for the lowest configuration model?" Zhou Yanzi asked, not wanting Wang Mingyang to spend too much money. "I'm sorry, but the manufacturer is not producing the lowest configuration right now. Only the mid to high configurations are available." Seeing Zhou Yanzi directly ask for the lowest configuration, the salesperson secretly ridiculed her, thinking that someone without money still wanted to buy their Dezong cars. Now they couldn't even get a car without paying extra. "When can I get the car at the earliest? Can you guarantee it within 2 months? Seeing that his sister liked it, Wang Mingyang asked again. "Sir, I apologize, but we cannot guarantee that. All orders are queued, and if you really want to pick it up quickly, you can pay extra, and we will try to push your order to the front." The salesperson's attitude made Wang Mingyang very unhappy. Today, the story he had heard about paying extra to get a car happened to him, but as long as his sister was happy, he grudgingly accepted it. Just as Wang Mingyang was about to place the order, Zhou Yanzi refused. She shook her head at Wang Mingyang and said, "Forget it. If I have to pay extra to get the car, it's not worth it. Let's go check out other brands." Li Meihua also echoed, which instantly brightened Wang Mingyang's gloomy mood. It seems that our girls are good at being frugal. With a smile, Wang Mingyang turned around and left the Dazong 4S store with the two women. Welcome. As they entered the adjacent Guangbin store, the salesgirl there also greeted them with a smile. Inside the store, the two women immediately took a liking to the Fida showcased in the hall beside Wang Mingyang. To be fair, the yellow and red Fida models were more appealing to girls compared to the previous Dazong Polo, and the price was also more affordable, with no extra fees for pickup. After some bargaining, Wang Mingyang bought two cars, a yellow one for Li Meihua and a red one for Zhou Yinzi. He immediately paid the full amount with his card. Seeing the notification on his phone showing that he still had over 6 million left in his account, Wang Mingyang felt a surge of confidence, marveling at the joys of being wealthy. Thinking about how his company was making a substantial profit every day, Wang Mingyang fantasized about becoming a billionaire soon and marrying the two beautiful women by his side. As the saying goes, money strengthens a man's courage. If it were in the past, Wang Mingyang wouldn't have dared to entertain such greedy thoughts. After completing the payment, the salesperson informed Wang Mingyang that the cars still needed to be registered, and if everything went smoothly, he could pick them up the next day. Wang Mingyang nodded in acknowledgement, then took the two women back to the factory by taxi, and everyone returned to their respective tasks. At 5:30, after finishing a lengthy piece of code, Wang Mingyang stretched and called Li Meihua to invite her to join him for dinner with Lu Xinxing and Songgong, and he informed Zhou Yinzi as well. Originally, Wang Mingyang wanted to take a taxi, but Li Meihua felt that even with money they shouldn't spend extravagantly, so they eventually took the bus. Sitting together, they held hands while walking, enjoying a romantic journey. Upon reaching Shiyan, they found a nice restaurant near the industrial area where Lu Xinxing worked, requested a private room, and Wang Mingyang sent the specific location information to Lu Xinxing, also calling to inform him. Holding the menu, Wang Mingyang ordered 3 dishes that Lu Xinxing particularly liked. Then he handed the menu to Li Meihua, looking at her fondly, allowing her to choose 2 dishes she liked, and finally ordered a soup. Before long, Wang Mingyang and Li Meihua heard a knock at the door, and soon they saw Lu Xiangxing's figure. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Xinxing took a seat. I didn't expect Li Meihua to come with you. So you two are dating now? It seems the rumors from back then were true. I remember when I asked Mingyang, you were still vigorously denying it. Back then I had the desire, but not the courage, but my handsome looks still managed to charm her. She's now my girlfriend, and I plan to promote her to the position of housekeeper in the future. Wang Mingyang replied with a playful smile. Hearing her beloved say he would upgrade her to the role of housekeeper, Li Meihua felt as sweet as if she had just drunk honey, her mind involuntarily painting a picture of herself in a wedding dress marrying Wang Mingyang. In the next moment, she had even thought of what to name their child. You kiddo back, then there were so many people in the factory wanting to pursue her, yet you, the latecomer, were the one who picked this flower. Well, what can I say? My charm is just that powerful. I don't know about anything else, but I can tell the person who can say this has a rather thick skin. Watching the two jest, Li Meihua shrugged her shoulders, her eyes squinting into a narrow slit, and her slender willow leaf eyebrows looked particularly beautiful. Where are you two working now? At the Fengrun Industrial Park in Hezhou Village. The factory mainly makes mobile phones now. We have very little work on this side now, and the wages are lower than before. Many people have left, and I also plan to look for opportunities elsewhere. Recently, I submitted my resume online also for a job in mobile phones, and they asked me to go for an interview tomorrow. That factory seems to be in the Hezhou area too. That said, many electronic factories in Deep City have started making mobile phones, which has led to an overwhelming amount of counterfeit products on the market with quality varying widely. The dishes have already been served, and everyone dislikes drinking alcohol. The cups are filled with delightful fizzy drinks, which pair perfectly with the boiled fish on the table. After hearing Lu Gong speak, Wang Mingyang suppressed a laugh and said, "Is the company that notified you for the interview called Jiji Technology? Their mobile phone brand is Jiji." What? How did you know? I'm not that talented. Oh, I work at Jiji Technology, and Meihua does too. Well, it's a joy to be colleagues again. Let's have a toast. Lu Xinxing raised his glass. After a few rounds, even though they weren't drinking alcohol, the reunion still brought joy to everyone, and they talked without reservation. When Li Meihua learned from her that the Jiji Technology she was interviewing for was founded by Wang Mingyang, Lu Xinxing was even more shocked. While this is truly a case of 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. My former boss is now going to be a subordinate. It seems I need to flatter you more, or else I won't get promoted or have my salary raised. My dear Lu, you don't have to go for the interview tomorrow. You come interview others with me instead. You will be the head of hardware development at Jiji Technology, and I'll increase your salary to 15,000 with bonuses calculated at the end of the month. How about that? All right, I'll stick with you from now on. Let's have a toast. Now that you're the big boss, you have to foot the bill for this meal. Oh, I won't fight you for it. After the meal, Wang Mingyang and Lu Xinxing found a place to continue discussing work, while Li Meihua invited a few good female friends from her previous factory to go shopping and drink milk tea. Meihua, where are you working now? What's your salary? You bought 5 cups of this expensive milk tea, spending 75 yuan. This isn't like the old you at all. Exactly back, then we would only drink the kind that cost 2 or 3 yuan a cup, and you were reluctant to add pearls. However, this 15 yuan milk tea is indeed much tastier than those from before. It's fragrant and has a much richer milk flavor, and even the decor of this shop is at a different level. The girls sat at a table chatting excitedly, full of youthful energy, yet a few of them wore light blue work clothes, making them stand out in this shop, where the clientele was mostly young affluent women. Although Li Meihua now earns over 20,000 a month, she didn't want to show off. She simply said her basic salary plus commission could reach around 10,000, and that was under good performance conditions. Upon learning that Li Meihua currently earns nearly 10,000 a month, everyone was filled with astonishment and envy, showering her with compliments about her capabilities. The envious and admiring gazes of her former girlfriends made Li Meihua involuntarily think of the fickle-hearted man who brought all these changes to her life, a person she loved and hated at the same time. The next morning around 9 o'clock in the conference room of Jiji Technology, Wang Mingyang and Lu Xinxing faced the upcoming interview candidates, casually handing out several mobile phone circuit boards. They were asked to draw a simple circuit diagram based on the circuit boards and label the function of each part of the circuit. After about 20 minutes, the results were out. 5 people had successfully passed. Then Wang Mingyang went to the repair department to get a few faulty devices for them to fix. In the end, all 5 of them successfully repaired the phones. Wang Mingyang nodded with satisfaction, giving them a week to handle their resignation procedures at their original companies and to come back to work then. After work at noon, Wang Mingyang and Lu Xinxing bid farewell after having lunch. Lu Xinxing also needed a few days to handle his resignation matters. A week passed quickly, and today was the day the Research and Development Department of Jiji Technology was officially established. Wang Mingyang briefly spoke to everyone, and then announced Lu Xinxing as the supervisor, telling everyone that the current task of the RD department was simply to familiarize themselves with the company's main product, the mobile phone. After becoming sufficiently familiar, everyone needed to develop a next-generation product with stronger hardware performance based on the continuously updated electronic components in the market, especially the chips. Besides this, Wang Mingyang also spent considerable time explaining the design concepts for the next-generation phones to everyone. The new next-generation product will be equipped with an intelligent operating system, making it smarter than the current products with vast room for improvement as long as everyone can unleash their creativity. Wang Mingyang's passionate speech stirred the hearts of everyone present, making them feel they had joined a company with infinite prospects. After painting a grand vision, Wang Mingyang looked at the enthusiastic technicians who seemed eager to work 25 hours a day and left with satisfaction. Painting big visions. Our old Wang is also quite skilled at it. Years later, the 6 members of the RD department recalled today's events, unanimously agreeing that the boss had initially drawn the vision too small, as they had received far more than originally expected. The hardware development team members were now in place. To enable them to start substantial work quickly, Wang Mingyang entered a crazy mode, tirelessly writing code, even struggling to find time to go shopping with girls. At the same time, Wang Mingyang did not forget to have Lu Xinxing recruit software engineers online. Although Lu Xiangxing's strength was hardware development, he still had some technical abilities in integrating software and hardware. After a month and a half, Wang Mingyang finally completed the new operating system, which he named Jiji. To protect his intellectual property, Wang Mingyang decided to apply for a patent for the Jiji system. Through the accounting agency hired by the company to facilitate connections, Wang Mingyang got in touch with a law firm in Hong Kong. Perhaps the price offered by Wang Mingyang satisfied the other party, as they sent someone to Deep City for a face-to-face meeting the next day, demonstrating high efficiency. In the company's conference room, Wang Mingyang outlined his requirements to the lawyer responsible for registering the patent. According to Wang Mingyang's requirements, the patents for the new system were registered in multiple major countries worldwide. The lawyer providing services for Wang Mingyang was named Liang Liqing, who was well-versed in all matters within the professional field. During their communication, he provided Wang Mingyang with many professional insights, allowing Wang Mingyang's patent registration to be more comprehensive and saving a lot of funds. Wang Mingyang and Liang Liqing spent the entire day in the conference room discussing providing a large amount of documentation. The global patent registration matter finally reached a conclusion. Meanwhile, to facilitate future patent registrations, Wang Mingyang also entrusted the other party to register a company in Hong Kong called Jiji Technology. After the patent registration succeeded, all patents would be placed in this company and then authorized for use by Jiji Technology. This morning, Wang Mingyang arrived at the company and went to the first-floor machining workshop as usual to check on the production of electric vehicles. The person in charge, Wei Fong, saw the boss arrive and came over to greet him, then led Wang Mingyang for a tour in the workshop while reporting, "As our sales of electric vehicles continue to rise, I've recently hired quite a few new workers, and we have developed 2 new models of vehicles. Currently, the factory's normal production capacity is approximately 180 vehicles per day, and if we push for production, we can reach around 250. The space in the workshop is basically fully utilized, and this is the maximum capacity. Yes, I've reviewed the factory's data. Currently, we have nearly 30 stores of our own, and the number of customers is continuously increasing, so sales will definitely rise. How about you take some time over the next few days to see if there are any suitable places in this industrial area? We can rent a larger facility to scale up electric vehicle production. Also, you need to train a few people to take over the specific management of the workshop so you can focus more on organizing the research and development of new products. Only by continuously improving our products and technology can our factory move further in the future. Wei Fong listened and said, the design development of the vehicle's appearance is not very difficult. I've researched various electric vehicles on the market, and I believe the core aspects are still in power and range. To create electric bicycles that are ahead of other brands, we need to improve in these two areas. The key to solving these problems is a better motor and a superior battery. Currently, all manufacturers of electric bicycles on the market source these two core components externally, so there isn't much difference in essence. What do you think we should do then? After my research and comparison, I found that our biggest advantage lies in the power management module, which allows for more balanced charging and discharging of the battery, extending its lifespan and enhancing safety. Yes, you are right. In the short term, we can only focus on this aspect. For the motor and battery, it is still more suitable to purchase them externally. Of course, if the opportunity arises in the future, we can also try to develop other components. Wang Mingyang was pleased that his subordinates could think independently. After affirming Wei Fang's points, he continued, once things calm down over the next few days, he'll think about areas where the power management circuit can be improved. However, the main task of the machining factory now is still to rent a new factory and purchase additional equipment. Currently, the new machine tools released in the country have a much higher degree of automation than what we are using now. Keep an eye out for suitable ones, prepare a report, and then we will go by them. The two returned to Wei Fang's office, where Wang Mingyang called a few management personnel for a brief meeting. During the meeting, someone raised the issue that the machining factory processes a large volume of goods daily, but there is no designated person responsible for these matters. It's always left for manager Zhou Yanji to handle, which feels a bit abrupt and chaotic. We should separate this business and assign someone specifically to it. The person who proposed this was Zhang Qiu. After hearing it, Wang Mingyang slapped his forehead in frustration for having overlooked this. Usually, he focused more on the electronics factory and subconsciously thought that the current electric vehicle production was still like before, with low production and sales and simple tasks. After consulting Wei Fong and He Rue, Wang Mingyang immediately appointed Zhang Qiu as the supervisor of the warehouse department in the machining factory, allowing him to select 3 workers to assist. Thus, the warehouse department of the machining factory was established, responsible for the receipt and dispatch of goods. Wang Mingyang also mentioned that Zhang Qiu should contact several small trucks to routinely deliver goods to the factory with monthly invoices for reconciliation. After the meeting, Wang Mingyang called Zhou Yanji to inform her about the establishment of the warehouse department in the machining factory. On the other end of the call, Zhou Yanji was driving to inspect the stores. After hearing Wang Mingyang's message, she also agreed, saying that she had thought of such an idea a few days ago, but hadn't had the time to choose suitable candidates. After leaving the machining factory, Wang Mingyang went to the second floor and entered Chun Ming's office, finding him and Huang Sheng discussing trivial matters about the factory. Wang Mingyang plopped down on the sofa, took a sip of water, and said to the two, "Old Chun, have someone notify the RD department to come to the meeting room. We need to hold a meeting. I've completed the new mobile operating system, and we can now proceed with the actual development of the new phone." A short while later, the members of the RD department arrived in the meeting room. After a brief introduction, Wang Mingyang began to write and draw on the blackboard behind him, explaining the new mobile system to everyone. During this process, he also assigned tasks for the upcoming development. In summary, starting today, the RD department has 2 main core tasks. The first is primarily hardware development. We need to create a mobile phone that is compatible with the new operating system GG, ensuring that GGOS runs smoothly on the new phone. Secondly, we need to rewrite the software. A good product cannot rely solely on hardware, it must also have supporting software. This approach is relatively simple. It involves modifying some commonly used entertainment software on computers to reduce file sizes, allowing the new phone system to run them smoothly. I particularly emphasize one point: the currently popular chat software OQ. We must ensure that it is well adapted, even enabling the functionality to access OQ space and perform actions. As long as we can achieve this, I believe it will be difficult for our new phone not to be a hit once it hits the market. Mr. Wang, according to your statement, the GGOS that our new phone will run on can be considered a smart operating system, which is entirely different from the feature phone systems we've dealt with before. I think our RD department needs to increase manpower. The timeline for developing this new phone is tight, and the tasks are heavy. Relying solely on our current team will be quite challenging. No problem with increasing manpower. Lu Gong, you prepare a job recruitment plan and he'll figure out the rest. However, the current market competition is fierce and technology is advancing rapidly. Falling behind by even a step means falling behind in every aspect. We cannot afford to delay the R&D of our new phone. It must commence immediately. During this period, if anyone encounters technical difficulties, feel free to approach me, and we will work on solutions together. As for software rewriting, Qinggong and Zhonggong, you two pay attention to your emails when you return, as I will send you some interface parameters and function calling methods shortly. As the meeting progressed, discussions flowed alongside Wang Mingyang's explanations, and the skilled engineers of the R&D department began to increasingly appreciate the greatness of the GG system. Several top companies worldwide are developing smartphone systems, yet no word of a mature product has emerged. In the domestic software realm, not a single competitor stands out. Now, however, our boss has managed to accomplish this on his own, showcasing his incredible technical prowess. As they pondered, their admiration for Wang Mingyang elevated him to the highest level of technical prowess in their minds. Their respect for him surged like an unstoppable river, endless and overwhelming. By the end of the meeting, it was already lunchtime, yet the members of the R&D department left energized, as if they had been injected with enthusiasm, with no thoughts of taking a break. Having worked at GG Technology for nearly 2 months, they had mostly been handling minor tasks. When they applied for the job, the company had such high requirements for individual technical abilities. They thought it was merely to enhance the company's image, not realizing that the boss was preparing something significant. After hastily grabbing a bite to fill their stomachs, Wang Mingyang and Chun Minghuang returned to the office. The group sat in their chairs sipping tea and discussing some matters concerning the factory. The company's production and sales of mobile phones have now reached over 1,000 units daily. With the increase in store numbers, the sales are steadily rising, clearly visible to the naked eye. In addition to the storefronts and online shops, they also receive occasional orders through counters in Huiqiangbai, mostly from merchants from other provinces purchasing in bulk to take back for sale. There are also foreign trade orders being shipped abroad, though they are quite sporadic and not many. In the electric vehicle production workshop on the first floor, Lao Fong just told me there's not enough space. I instructed him to find a suitable place for relocation. Lao Chen, can you check with the management office of the park to see if there are any vacant factories? We can communicate with Lao Fong later. This time we should rent a larger space, moving the entire machining factory over, leaving the first floor for the electronics factory. By then we need to expand the R&D department on the 3rd floor, as we will need to hire more developers to accelerate the development of new mobile phones. Okay, you'll check with the management office this afternoon when work starts. I was actually thinking about this space issue myself. In a while, once the new mobile phone launches, the current space will definitely not be sufficient. Now that we have the first floor area, it can significantly increase production capacity once set up. This year's global economic crisis has left many factories with few orders, so finding an empty factory should not be difficult, Chun Ming replied. How's your brother doing in the logistics department? I didn't see him today. Did he go out to deliver goods? Since the number of specialty stores has increased, Chun Liang's role has also changed. He is now the supervisor of the recently formed logistics department, while the original warehouse management of the electronics factory has been assigned to another trustworthy veteran employee. Recently, he's been driving to deliver goods to the stores daily. We need to buy 2 more Jinbei vans. The current vehicles are a bit insufficient, and we also need to hire more drivers. Our products are so valuable. Each phone is over 1,000 yuan, and a truckload is worth hundreds of thousands. It's not safe to rely on outside vehicles for transportation, Chun Ming replied. Then I'll go with Ashang to take a look later and buy 2 more Jinbei vans, Wang Mingyang said. By the way, I plan to allocate another vehicle for you guys. It wouldn't look good if either of you or Ashang went out to handle business without a vehicle. What kind of car do you want? How about getting an Audi F3 like Lao Zhu? The company is still in its startup phase, so we shouldn't spend too much, Huangxing suggested. Huangxing mentioned that he and Chun Ming had not had many opportunities to drive since getting their licenses, and he felt a bit eager. The Audi F3 isn't suitable. It doesn't convey enough status when meeting clients. How about we buy a more substantial Passat for now, as there's still some money in the company account? Wang Mingyang shared his thoughts. The funds currently sitting in the account exceed 10 million yuan, which is after some recent payments for raw materials. Otherwise, the figure would have been even higher by a few million. Although the company was only established earlier this year, its business has been thriving, and Chun Ming and others' salaries and commissions have been rising accordingly. Both were quite pleased with Wang Mingyang's decision to allocate a vehicle worth over 200,000 for them. In the future, they would also be people who had their own vehicles. This level of car might seem ordinary in Shenzhen, but if they drove at home during the holidays, they would definitely be the most eye-catching in the neighborhood, quickly becoming the talk of the town. By the way, I haven't visited my parents at home for 3 to 4 months. Once I get the car, I'll ask for a few days off from Lao Wang to visit the elders. First, I want to clarify that this is definitely not to show off in front of my classmate Shui Lan from the village. I'm thinking of how you used to ignore me back. Then Huang Sheng's mind flashed through countless memorable scenes. Wang Mingyang thought about it and decided to buy another vehicle for the machining factory, which could boost morale. Around 4 in the afternoon, after finishing the tasks at hand, Wang Mingyang and Huang Sheng took a taxi to the Jinbei auto sales store. The manager, seeing Wang Mingyang, a returning customer, greeted him with a wide smile. Accompanying Wang Mingyang and Huang Sheng, the sales manager briefly showed them some cars and offered a discounted price like last time. Wang Mingyang quickly swiped his card to pay and signed the contract, asking the manager to help drive the car to his factory after processing the paperwork, just like last time. After leaving the Jinbei dealership, Wang Mingyang and Huang Sheng continued to the Daezong 4S store, where the sales staff were friendly and sincere. However, the initial discount offered wasn't significant until Wang Mingyang mentioned wanting to purchase 3 or more vehicles. The attractive saleswoman's eyes lit up as she said she would apply for a discount from the store manager. Wang Mingyang noticed that the smile on the saleswoman's face became even brighter when she said this. Moments later, the saleswoman returned. After further negotiations, she finally brought the price down to Wang Mingyang's desired level. While swiping his card to sign, the saleswoman warmly asked for Wang Mingyang's OQ number, saying he could consult her for any vehicle-related issues in the future. Wang Mingyang casually provided Huang Sheng's number. However, looking at the saleswoman's alluring figure in her professional outfit, Wang Mingyang felt a small sense of vanity satisfied. As Huang Sheng and Wang Mingyang left the 4S store, Wang Mingyang instructed him to remember to come by the next day to pick up the cars and to leave one for Wei Fong at the machining factory. Back at his residence in the evening, Wang Mingyang sat in a chair contemplating various issues. As the company grows, the financial transactions have increased as well. I need to find someone to specifically handle this area, or else I'll have to personally manage transfers, which takes time away from focusing on RD, especially since the development of the new mobile phone is at a crucial stage. In a few days, once Lao Zhu has opened most of the stores in the main cities of Dongguan province, I can shift his focus to the daily inspections and supervision of the stores and assign him a few people as well. If everything continues to be supervised by Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi, there will always be times when it becomes overwhelming. For other cities or provinces, we can adopt an agency system, and once the after-sales service center is established, it will be sufficient. Once Lao Zhu's supervisory team successfully transitions, I can have Meihua return to be my dedicated assistant. In a black professional outfit with a curvy figure, he thought, wouldn't that be delightful? It has been a while since he could properly embrace his charming companion. Additionally, I need to adjust Zhou Yinzi's responsibilities to oversee all procurement work. This is a crucial position, and it's essential to have someone trustworthy in charge. There is another important task that needs to be implemented. To improve the efficiency and transparency of the company's management, it is essential to develop an internal management system suited to the company's specific situation. At the same time, a dedicated VPN network must be established to connect all specialty stores equipped with computers and the management system. In the future, the company office will be able to view sales data and stock levels in real time, quickly knowing the funds in the stores, which will greatly prevent store personnel from committing fraud against the company, thus making Zhu Hong's supervision work much easier. As Wang Mingyang contemplated the upcoming plans, he scribbled down his thoughts on paper. After completing everything, he called his sister. She studied financial management during her university years and now works at a private enterprise back home in this field, making her the most suitable candidate. He wanted to ask if she could come to Shenzhen to help manage the finances. After the call connected, Wang Mingyang first chatted with his sister about family matters and inquired about the recent situation at home. His sister informed him the house has already been constructed to the 2nd floor, and we are now preparing to start building the 3rd floor. According to my second uncle, it will take another 2 months to completely finish the 5-story structure and then start the decoration. Additionally, my parents said that once the house is ready for occupancy, they will hold a wedding for me in Guabin, but that won't be until October. I am currently preparing to resign, and after the wedding with your brother-in-law, I plan to move to Shin City and look for a job there. Upon hearing this, Wang Mingyang felt a surge of joy. It was like a timely gift. He quickly said, "That's perfect. My company is getting busier, and I am struggling with the accounts. Your coming over will be a great help in managing the finances. I heard that your brother-in-law is very skilled in software. Could he also come over to help? I would like him to be in charge of developing the company's product software." His sister immediately replied, "I can come to work for you, but I need to ask your brother-in-law for his opinion." After finishing the call with his sister, Wang Mingyang felt a wave of happiness and called his mother, having missed her nagging after a while. On the phone, they discussed family matters. His mother told Wang Mingyang that Aunt Zhang next door had recently married off her daughter-in-law and that someone was bringing their girlfriend home. Finally, she mentioned that someone wanted to introduce a match for him and asked if he had time to come back and take a look. If he was too busy, he could just provide a phone number or QQ number for initial contact. Upon hearing this, Wang Mingyang quickly asked his mother to decline the offer. he was still thinking about the two good prospects he had his eye on and couldn't afford to be distracted. After chatting with his mother, his father chimed in with a few words before the call ended. Just as Wang Mingyang was about to put his phone back in his pocket, it rang again. It was his future brother-in-law calling. With his sister's assistance, his future brother-in-law agreed to come and work. However, he was currently employed at an IT company in the Sandan Technology Park, and it would take some time to go through the resignation process. After hanging up, Wang Mingyang felt something was amiss. He pondered for a moment and suddenly had a realization. He had been overlooking the issue of the company's office location. In today's Shin City, most high-tech companies would choose to register their locations in technology parks, whether for greater prestige or for convenience in business activities. However, Gigi Technology has placed its office and research facilities in a remote industrial area outside the city, which sounds less prestigious and is often perceived as a regular electronics manufacturing plant. No wonder it was so difficult to recruit high-skilled talents. Moreover, a company registered in a technology park should have some policy advantages, at least in terms of tax incentives. Thinking of this, Wang Mingyang quickly contacted an accounting agency and expressed his intention to move the company's registration to the Sandan Technology Park. The agency staff patiently explained the policies related to the technology park and advised him to confirm the specific address before proceeding with the change. After discussing with the agency, Wang Mingyang continued to jot down notes in the office. Before leaving work, he stopped by the R&D department and found that Lu Xianxing and the others had already detailed the work plan for developing a new mobile phone this afternoon, with specific tasks and progress allocated to individuals. After learning about these developments, Wang Mingyang nodded in approval. It seemed that the R&D team led by Lu was working efficiently and effectively. After briefing Chen Ming about the meeting scheduled for the evening, Wang Mingyang rode his electric bicycle back to his rented apartment. Since renting the factory space in the industrial area, the other residents in the building had moved out, leaving only Wang Mingyang, Li Meihua, and Zhou Yanzi living there just like at the beginning. In the small courtyard on the first floor, Wang Mingyang saw only Zhou Yanzi's red Fido bike parked at the entrance, indicating that Li Meihua had not yet returned. Climbing up to the third floor, he found Zhou Yanzi busy in the kitchen, still in her professional outfit, her graceful figure fully displayed, making Wang Mingyang's heart flutter. He slowly approached and gently hugged Zhou Yanzi from behind. Feeling Wang Mingyang behind her, Zhou Yanzi's body trembled slightly before she relaxed and pretended nothing was wrong, continuing to wash the vegetables in her hands, both enjoying the sweetness of their love in silence. Suddenly, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor startled Wang Mingyang, waking him from his reverie. Li Meihua had returned. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and Wang Mingyang quickly withdrew his hands, stepping aside to pretend to help wash the vegetables. Just as his hands got wet, Li Meihua appeared at the kitchen door. "You're back," Wang Mingyang greeted her with a smile as usual. After chatting for a bit, Li Meihua wanted to turn and go to her room to change shoes, but she noticed Zhou Yanzi, who was washing vegetables, looked somewhat unnatural. Her woman's intuition immediately sensed something was off. So without making a sound, she walked inside and took the opportunity of talking to Wang Mingyang to subtly sniff him, then stated she needed to change shoes and walked out, which relieved both Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yanzi secretly. Li Meihua quickly changed into her slippers and came back into the kitchen to help, even sending Wang Mingyang out, saying that it was enough for her and Zhou Yanzi to prepare dinner together. Leaning against the doorframe, Wang Mingyang watched the two lovely figures busy at work while chatting with them, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. During dinner, Wang Mingyang shared his thoughts from the factory with Li Meihua and Zhou Yanzi, discussing adjustments to their work, and both girls readily agreed. However, Zhou Yanzi mentioned that she could still find time to go on store rounds after finishing her procurement tasks, and Wang Mingyang immediately agreed, saying, "Since you can manage it, just go ahead, but don't overwork yourself. There isn't much time left before the next self-study exam, so I need to prepare for that as well." The two girls quickly replied in unison, "This time's exam will be no problem. During this period, while you've been busy, we've been staying home every evening studying. We've memorized the content in the books thoroughly and have done a lot of practice exercises. You are truly diligent and ambitious. You deserve a chicken leg each," Wang Mingyang said, placing a chicken leg in each of their bowls, making both of them laugh with his serious tone. After dinner, Li Meihua drove her Fido, taking Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yanzi to the factory. By the time they arrived, it was already 7:30, and the workers were all in place working overtime. Once all the management personnel arrived at the meeting room after receiving the notification, Wang Mingyang first announced the adjustments to Li Meihua and Zhou Yanzi's job positions, and then he discussed the plan for the R&D department to move to the technology park. This news made Lu Xianxing and the others very happy. Others felt that their company was becoming more prestigious, no longer just an electronics processing factory, but a true high-tech company. Even Wei Fong and He Rui from the mechanical processing department felt the same. In this day and age, those who can work in a technology park are regarded as high-end talents that ordinary people admire. According to Wang Mingyang's arrangement, Chen Ming's next task is to continuously recruit more staff to expand the production scale of the electronics factory. After the research and development department and the mechanical processing factory on the first floor are relocated, new production lines will be acquired. After the meeting, Wang Mingyang followed Lu Xianxing and others to the research and development department to understand the progress of the new mobile phone's development. After a discussion, Wang Mingyang summarized, "When designing the new mobile phone, we can refer to the design of handheld PDAs on the market, aiming for a larger screen while eliminating unnecessary physical buttons. However, the current touchscreen technology is not very mature, so we still need to include a stylus. Our new system can truly integrate a handheld computer and a mobile phone into one, but there is a prerequisite: our hardware development must keep pace to fully leverage the software's advantages. The country's 3G communication network is gradually maturing and internet fees have decreased significantly, allowing more people to afford these costs. Therefore, we also need to develop a suitable mobile browser that allows users to browse the internet for news access, chat software, and social media, and include music playback and video recording features. These basic entertainment functions must be included, and in the future we can consider porting some simple games or even developing our own compatible games. I calculated yesterday that if we want to achieve all these features, the hardware requirements will be quite high, which will raise our costs," Lu Gong interjected. "Yes, you are right. With such specifications, our new mobile phone will need to be priced over 4,000 yuan to ensure our profits. However, we can also develop a mid-range version that does not require a fully touchscreen interface, retaining most physical buttons while maximizing screen size. We will use mainstream components, and slightly lower performance won't matter, which will significantly reduce costs. Once the new mobile phone is developed, I will optimize the software system to ensure both models can run the pre-installed software smoothly, albeit with lower resolution graphics for the lower-end model." Wang Mingyang provided a new solution. It was another night of hard work, and at 3 in the morning, many places in the city were still brightly lit. This is a city full of dreams and miracles, as well as fierce competition. To become a part of the successful entrepreneurial legends, everyone must push themselves forward. No one can succeed without effort except those who are exceptionally talented. Just when Lu Xianxing and the others were about to give up, Wang Mingyang and they finally confirmed the basic functions of the two new mobile phones. In the coming days, they still need to determine the specific parameters of various components and select suitable parts, which will involve a lot of calculations. As others could no longer hold on and lay down on their mats to rest, Wang Mingyang remained busy in the research and development department, working more efficiently alone than the entire team combined. Since his brain mutation, Wang Mingyang's physical abilities have significantly improved, nearly 3 times that of an average person. According to Wang Mingyang's own feeling, if he further enhances his training, his physical abilities could improve even more, but given his current condition, his existing level is already sufficient. Every time he lies in bed with Li Meihua discussing life, they would continue until late into the night, eventually reaching the peak together. The next morning, Wang Mingyang hurriedly ate something and returned to the research and development department to work. By the time Lu Xianxing and the others gradually woke up, Wang Mingyang had already completed a significant amount of circuit calculations and solved several difficult problems. "Come over, everyone. I want to share some key points regarding circuit design," Wang Mingyang said. Hearing this, everyone quickly gathered around, focusing on the PPT behind their boss as he explained. After more than an hour, Wang Mingyang finished his explanation and scanned the room, asking, "Are there any parts that are still unclear?" "Mr. Wang, we all understand it," they replied. "Good, then go wash up and eat something to fill your stomach before coming back to work," Wang Mingyang instructed. After saying this, Wang Mingyang turned and left the research and development department. Could it be that the boss calculated all this data so quickly? Lu Gong asked. Under normal circumstances, how many months would these data keep the 5 of us busy? Looking at Wang Mingyang's back, Lu Xianxing's assistant Zhao Ji couldn't help but express his admiration. Despite mentioning Lu Xianxing's name, he was actually inquiring about all the colleagues around. Just for verifying these data, it would take at least a month for the 5 of us, as it involves a lot of telecom signal balancing issues. But as for the time spent on the problems Mr. Wang just discussed and his proposed solutions, that is hard to say. If done the normal way, trying them one by one, we can't even fathom how long it would take, Lu Xianxing remarked, holding the data in his hands, also feeling amazed. Not only is the boss technically superior, but his energy is astonishing. We were exhausted after discussing the plan last night, yet he can work through the night so efficiently. Truly, it's frustrating to compare ourselves to him. Haha, Xiao Qian, you shouldn't envy this. Which successful entrepreneur is not a person of extraordinary energy? Such individuals can be said to possess a natural talent for entrepreneurship, while we ordinary people are merely born to be workers. Hee enough talk about that, I'm starving. Let's wash up and go find something to eat, said one of them. Soon around 20 people streamed out of the research and development department, heading towards a nearby restaurant. At this moment, Wang Mingyang was in the office sitting with Chun Ming and a few others drinking tea and chatting, showing no signs of fatigue. That night, after continuing to resolve several technical issues for Liu Xianxing and the others in the research and development department, Wang Mingyang left the company to go home. He has now started consciously adjusting the way he collaborates with the company's R&D personnel. Although it is not too difficult for him with a super brain to develop a new product or technology, it is merely a matter of how much time and energy it consumes. However, Wang Mingyang is just one person. If he tries to handle everything personally, the company's growth will be limited even if it manages to develop. To maximize the use of his advantages, Wang Mingyang will focus his main energy on resolving some programmatic and critical issues. Take this new mobile phone development as an example. He resolved the most challenging issues concerning the smart operating system and the design ideas and key points for the hardware. The remaining specific work will be left to Liu Xianxing and his team in the R&D department for detailed adjustments and testing. In this way, the researchers under Wang Mingyang can seek answers within the defined scope and direction, greatly increasing the success rate of the research while reducing the time and financial cost involved. Moreover, under this collaborative approach, the researchers working with Wang Mingyang do not need to possess top-tier technical skills to be competent in the company's R&D tasks. Of course, if he can get top talent to assist, Wang Mingyang would be very welcome to that. Unfortunately, his company is just a small venture and cannot afford to attract industry-leading experts. Considering everything, Wang Mingyang believes that his current collaborative approach to R&D is the most suitable. Ordinary talent can meet his work needs, and the salaries paid are much lower than hiring top experts. This is crucial for a company that survives through commercial activities. Shorter research times and reduced research costs can lead to lower product costs, which is the core secret behind why extreme intelligence technologies products are currently priced so low while still generating enough profit. With Wang Mingyang's golden touch, the research expenses for the company's new products are remarkably low, almost negligible compared to normal tech companies. Returning home, it was already late. Wang Mingyang thought that Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi were asleep, so he didn't go upstairs to disturb them. After taking a shower on the second floor, he picked up a book on software algorithm research and began to read. His eyes sparkled with brilliance as he read rapidly. The content on the pages was as if it were being printed directly into his mind. The feeling of absorbing knowledge through reading thrilled Wang Mingyang, so he read whenever he had a chance. The empty room on the second floor had already accumulated a couple of thousand technical books he had read through. With the accumulation of professional knowledge, his speed of understanding and absorbing new information had markedly increased. After about an hour, Wang Mingyang had absorbed all the knowledge from the book in his hands. Just as he was about to put it aside and pick up another, he heard a sound from the door. Looking up, he saw it was Li Meihua, who was quietly preparing to come in. At this moment, Li Meihua had her long hair cascading down to her waist, wearing a nightgown that barely reached her thighs. The sash around her waist was tied in a symmetrical bow, accentuating her slim waist and curves, making her look like a charming little fairy, which instantly energized Wang Mingyang. He sprang up like a hungry wolf and embraced her, saying, "Why aren't you sleeping so late?" while inhaling the faint, unique fragrance of Li Meihua. "It's all because of you, you bad guy. Don't think I don't know what you did to Yinzi yesterday afternoon. I wanted to find you last night, but you were working overtime at the company." As Li Meihua spoke, she didn't forget to give Wang Mingyang's waist a hard pinch, making him grimace. It was unwise to deny a woman's words at such a moment. Wang Mingyang could only tighten his embrace around Li Meihua, transforming his hands into claws, and gently kissed her ear. Caught off guard, Li Meihua forgot to question him, leaning softly in the embrace of her beloved. The author wishes to detail their conversation, but unfortunately ran out of ink at a critical moment. Please wait while I go buy a refill. If you can't wait, feel free to imagine it yourself. A comment board is provided for your thoughts. The next day, Wang Mingyang drove with Li Meihua and Chun Ming in the newly acquired Passat to the South Mountain Science and Technology Park. The group first familiarized themselves with the surrounding environment before seeking out the management personnel to express their intent to rent an office. It must be said that the economic boom in Deep City has its reasons. The efficiency and attitude of public departments differ greatly from many other places. Upon knowing the intentions of Wang Mingyang and his group, the management personnel warmly received them and quickly helped them select a suitable location, completing many preliminary procedures. As for the company documents that were not brought today, they could be submitted during the next visit. After completing various procedures and exiting the management office, the three returned to the newly rented office, which spanned an entire floor with a total area of over 700 square meters. Looking at the internal structure of the space, Wang Mingyang and the others began discussing the arrangement of office equipment and other items. Wang Mingyang intended to expose Chun Ming and Li Meihua to more experiences, planning to have Chun Ming handle comprehensive work in the future, while Huang Sheng would take over Chun Ming's previous duties in factory production. This way, many routine matters would no longer require Wang Mingyang to run around solving them, allowing him more time to stay in the RD department and focus on technological advancements. Unknowingly, it was noon. Wang Mingyang remembered that his future brother-in-law was currently working at a company in the science park, so he quickly took out his phone to call and invite him to lunch. After meeting, they found a nearby restaurant and ordered a few dishes. In the private room, they chatted while eating. Guobin asked Wang Mingyang about the reason for their visit to the science park. Upon learning that Wang Mingyang had just rented a place here and planned to move the company's RD department and office over, his future brother-in-law was very pleased. Previously, he had only agreed to work at his girlfriend's brother's startup company, but today his future brother-in-law surprised him. It seemed that his company had some strength to rent an entire floor in the science park. Although it couldn't compare to those large companies, it was still at a medium level. Many companies in the science park do not have such strength. During the conversation, Guobin provided Wang Mingyang with many pertinent suggestions. After all, he had rich experience in software research. He had been leading projects for many years and was familiar with the layout and equipment needs of IT offices. In the following days, Chen Ming and Li Meihua were busy arranging the office in the science park to expedite the moving process. Wang Mingyang took on the role of a half-retired manager, spending his days in the RD department discussing and resolving software and hardware issues encountered in the development of new phones with Liu Xianqing and a group of RD personnel. At Extreme Intelligence Technology, any problems encountered during the research and development process would quickly yield solutions once Wang Mingyang organized and analyzed them. After Wang Mingyang's explanation, everyone felt it became clear and straightforward. This significantly improved the speed of the RD personnel responsible for implementation, and Wang Mingyang's exceptional technical abilities once again impressed everyone. Especially Liu Xianqing, who had always been aware of Wang Mingyang's abilities, now felt a sense of awe seeing how much his former subordinate had grown. Liu Xianqing felt pressured as his former junior surpassed him greatly, compelling him to work harder and learn new knowledge while juggling responsibilities. To keep up with Wang Mingyang's pace, the members of the RD department voluntarily worked overtime until late at night. Seeing this situation, Wang Mingyang realized even more that his company needed to increase the recruitment of engineers. Although a few new members had joined in recent days, they were still familiarizing themselves with the work and currently assisting the old employees. A week later, Chen Ming reported to Wang Mingyang that the office in the science park had been arranged and they could begin the relocation process. According to the customs of their hometown, Wang Mingyang and the others found an old almanac, flipped through it, and finally selected the nearest auspicious day, which was in 2 days. With the relocation date set, Wang Mingyang held a meeting with the company's management to formally inform them that the company would be divided into 2 parts. One part would consist of the company's administrative management and RD departments located in the science park. The other part would be the manufacturing production center, divided into an electronics factory and a machinery processing factory remaining at the current location. The administrative management work of the RD center would temporarily be managed by Li Meihua, while Chen Ming would be responsible for comprehensive management of the manufacturing center. Thus, Chen Ming officially took full control of all affairs related to the electronics factory, machinery processing factory, and e-commerce department, with Huang Sheng appointed as the factory manager of the electronics factory and Wei Fang responsible for the machinery processing factory, making Chen Ming their superior. Zhu Hong was still responsible for product sales and supervision, while Zhou Yanzi handled all procurement tasks for the company, and Li Meihua served as Wang Mingyang's assistant. With the increasing sales of products from the 2 factories, the materials to be procured also increased. Zhou Yanzi officially established a procurement department, hiring a few new individuals to share the workload. Chen Liang returned to the warehouse department as the supervisor, and the previous logistics personnel were all assigned to the warehouse. After the meeting, Wang Mingyang returned to his office, sitting in his chair and reviewing the data statistics for the month. The company's business is currently on the rise, with the number of self-operated stores reaching 43. According to the last plan, Jiji Technology aims to open stores in economically prosperous cities such as Xinqing, Guangqing, Yangqing, Zhongqing, Zhuqing, and Huiqing, with a total of 100 stores. At that point, it would mark the completion of Jiji Technology's layout in its home base of Dongguan Province. Due to the company's own capabilities, Wang Mingyang and his team believe it's best to firmly grasp the basic market in Dongguan Province, while other areas can adopt an agency model. After all, the company's mobile phones and electric vehicles are relatively unique products in the market, still having a specific customer base. Especially the mobile phones, the counters in Huaqiangnan have recently received quite a few large orders. Subsequently, Wang Mingyang looked at the funding statistics table. Now the company's cash flow is increasing significantly. Thinking about Zhou Yanzi and Li Meihua needing to reconcile accounts and pay suppliers, as well as handle the daily collection of payments, Wang Mingyang increasingly anticipated his sister's arrival. Fortunately, his sister has resigned, and will soon come to work at the company with her future brother-in-law, one handling finances and the other responsible for software development. By then the issue of manpower shortage will improve somewhat. Especially in finance, a formal finance department can be established, allowing him to offload the counting work, feeling assured with his sister overseeing it. Those who haven't experienced it won't understand the pain of counting money until one's hands cramp. As money increased, Wang Mingyang had many strange experiences compared to before. Recalling the business management books he saw at Shenzhen Book City a few days ago, several analyzed Weiwa Technology Company. They mentioned that Weiwa's CEO consulted and invited top management personnel from a leading IT company in America, ABIAMU, to assist in reshaping Weiwa's internal management model. The book stated that although this endeavor was costly and required substantial effort for the Weiwa team to adapt to the changes, it held immense significance in the company's history. It enabled Weiwa Technology to truly achieve modernized information management, laying a solid foundation for future rapid development. ABIAMU's management system achieved remarkable results in both its own company and Weiwa, with one core aspect being the extensive use of electronic information systems, optimizing task distribution and evaluation processes in many areas, thus significantly reducing repetitive manual labor. This ABIAMU management system is not like the ERP systems used by many companies today, merely scratching the surface of company management. It is far more comprehensive, with greater strength and functionality. Thinking along these lines, Wang Mingyang decided to install computers in each store under the company and prepare to write a dedicated management system for real-time data monitoring and statistics with certain regulatory functions. When the data obtained by the system differs significantly from the usual conditions, it will trigger alerts in the backend. Upon receiving flagged information, the company's regulatory personnel will personally inspect the stores, greatly reducing the chance of staff deceiving the company. This system not only has cash register functions, but also connects all stores. The regulatory backend can see the sales and inventory of each store in real time, what items need to be restocked, and whether the items and models align with the data entered. In addition, there should be a cash statistics function. Every afternoon, store managers must go to nearby bank outlets to deposit the day's sales into the company's designated account and upload the deposit receipts to the system. The system will automatically summarize and calculate whether the recovered payments and sales figures match, making it clear at a glance. To enhance the system's security, Wang Mingyang plans to establish dedicated servers and purchase a domain name, which is not difficult to handle. Thinking of this, Wang Mingyang hurriedly called over sales manager Zhu Hong and several sales supervisors to explain the plan he was about to implement. The group listened with shining eyes, praising their boss' idea as perfect and creative. After the sales department left, Wang Mingyang checked the time. It was already past 5. Li Meihua and Chun Ming went to move some items to the technology park in the afternoon and have not returned yet. After thinking for a moment, Wang Mingyang went up to the 3rd floor to the exclusive office of Li Meihua and Zhou Yanzi. This office is not very large, and only Zhou Yanzi is present at the moment. She is looking at the report in her hand, tapping away at the calculator to tally the data on the purchase order. Seeing Wang Mingyang enter, Zhou Yanzi smiled sweetly, indicating that she would finish up shortly, and asked him to sit aside for a while. Sitting in the chair, Wang Mingyang felt bored with nothing to do, occasionally glancing around. There wasn't much to see, so his gaze naturally shifted to Zhou Yanzi. From the side, her well-fitted white shirt and black pants perfectly accentuated Zhou Yanzi's curvaceous and elongated figure, exuding femininity. Her graceful curves, smooth skin filled with collagen, combined with a slightly rounded oval face, made Wang Mingyang feel he could never get enough of her. Occasionally, while busy, Zhou Yanzi would glance over, always finding a pair of eyes watching her, transitioning from initial shyness to profound sweetness. As time passed with their exchanged glances, it became 6:30, and everyone else had already left work. Zhou Yanzi finally finished her tasks. "Phew, finally done. I'm hungry, let me go buy some groceries to cook." Zhou Yanzi locked the documents in the cabinet and said to Wang Mingyang, "No need, you've been busy for so long. Let's eat out, no need to tire yourself out too much." "As you wish." I mentioned to Zhu Hong this afternoon that I plan to equip each store with a computer and install a dedicated internal management program. This will greatly improve management efficiency, enhance oversight, and reduce loopholes. This can also apply to your side's procurement and warehouse management, so everyone won't have to work so hard. As they walked, Wang Mingyang explained the functions and management flow of the system to Zhou Yanzi until they reached the food stall. Zhou Yanzi grasped the idea after going through it in her mind and couldn't help but secretly admire it as a brilliant thought. However, writing such a management software system is quite challenging. But the guy she loves is a genius in software development. Such tasks are hardly a challenge for him. As they ate, their conversation shifted from work to other trivial matters in life, and Zhou Yanzi's laughter always captivated Wang Mingyang. After dinner, the two held hands and strolled down the street. Walking along, they looked like an ordinary couple. Who would guess their immense wealth? Upon returning home, Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yinzi found the house dark and quiet, clearly indicating that Li Meihua had not yet returned. Wang Mingyang, feeling uneasy, called Li Meihua, who said she was still busy with the new office at the technology park and would return home later. Just as he held Zhou Yanzi's hand, he immediately called Li Meihua. Truly a fickle heart. Wang Mingyang quietly blamed himself in his heart, humbly looking at Zhou Yinzi beside him. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Putting his phone back into his pocket, Wang Mingyang suddenly realized and cautiously apologized to Zhou Yinzi. It's all your fault, it's all your fault. Since you have her in your heart, why are you still bothering me? Zhou Yinzi said angrily, her two fingers occasionally pinching Wang Mingyang, her expression almost in tears. You just bully me because I like you, don't you think I don't know she sometimes spends the night in your room? Zhou Yinzi felt increasingly wronged as she spoke, her eyes glistening with tears. Wang Mingyang's heart ached, standing there in a daze, unsure how to speak. After feeling Zhou Yinzi lightly hit him a few more times, he dared to lift his head to look at her. At that moment, Zhou Yinzi looked utterly heartbroken, making Wang Mingyang's heart tremble. With his mind blank, he reached out his hands and embraced Zhou Yinzi, repeatedly saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Not knowing how many I'm sorry Wang Mingyang had uttered, Zhou Yinzi finally vented the grievances she had bottled up for so long, feeling somewhat relieved as she stopped crying. Wang Mingyang straightened his body, gazing at Zhou Yinzi, gently wiping her tears with his right hand, while continuously apologizing. This is all my fault, I didn't mean to provoke you. I just don't know when it started, perhaps when I met you not long ago, or maybe after knowing you for a long time, but somehow you gradually settled in my heart without me realizing it. When I see you, I feel very happy, but when I don't see you, my heart feels empty, and I miss you. I really want you to stay in my heart forever. It's said that girls are most susceptible to flattery from scoundrels. After hearing Wang Mingyang's cheesy lines, Zhou Yinzi quickly stopped crying and even retorted, smooth talker, you bad guy. She looked incredibly tempting with her tear-streaked face. Wang Mingyang couldn't help himself, transforming into a wolf, leaning in to kiss Zhou Yanzi's lips until they parted breathless. As their emotions deepened, they couldn't get enough of each other, cuddling on the sofa while watching TV. It wasn't until Li Meihua returned that Wang Mingyang went downstairs to wash up and sleep. After several days, everyone finally moved the research and development department and administrative office to the technology park. Li Meihua even specially made a beautiful plaque to hang at the company entrance. This plaque looks much more upscale than the one hanging at the industrial park factory. The words Extreme Intelligence Technology Co. Ltd. are quite pleasing to the eye. This morning, upon arriving at the company headquarters, Wang Mingyang first went to the R&D department to answer some questions from the technical staff before returning to his office to write the company management system he had conceptualized a few days ago. After careful consideration, Wang Mingyang decided to integrate aspects like store sales, warehouse management, and production management into this system. Later, he would assign appropriate permissions to each position. However, for system security, proper module isolation must be implemented. System security must be taken seriously. For this reason, Wang Mingyang put in extra effort and added specialized code to the system, incorporating confidentiality and anti-decompilation features. To enhance the management functions of the system, Wang Mingyang made another trip to the bookstore, bringing back several bundles of books on modernized corporate information management for study. This was exactly what Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi wanted. As the number of tasks to manage grew and the levels involved became more complex, they gradually felt overwhelmed. After all, more than a year ago, they were still ordinary workers, but now they are already senior management personnel in the company. To keep up with Wang Mingyang's pace, they also made efforts to find time to study. How about this? You too keep an eye out for any organizations offering training in company management or expert lectures during this time. We can all sign up together, including Chunming and Zhu Hong, to learn and improve together. Wang Mingyang said to Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi, who were sitting at the nearby desk. Since renting a proper factory, the other residents in the building have also moved out, leaving only Wang Mingyang, Li Meihua, and Zhou Yinzi living here. As the number of tasks increased, the third-floor hall naturally turned back into a place for the three to handle tasks and chat after dinner, just like when they first moved in. I'll inquire tomorrow. There should be plenty of information about this around the tech park. Many expert lectures are indeed held for private company owners. Li Meihua said. By the way, how are you adapting to your new position at the tech park these days? Zhou Yinzi asked Li Meihua. You wouldn't believe it. As the administrative manager of Extreme Intelligence Technology Co., I never thought I could reach such a position. It's not that I'm not happy, but gradually you'll realize that managing a company involves so much more. There are many things I don't understand at all, and I don't know how to handle them. The pressure is quite high, and if it gets too overwhelming, I can only turn to him. Li Meihua glanced towards Wang Mingyang. Yeah, I never thought I'd also be a company executive today. The entire company now has over 500 employees, and we are still continuously recruiting. Zhou Yinzi replied. I have several people under me who are university graduates and have work experience. Every time I speak to them at meetings, I feel a bit nervous. Zhou Yinzi responded. You two don't need to be afraid. No one is born a successful person. I don't believe those billion-dollar company bosses were born knowing all this. Everyone climbs up step by step. Wang Mingyang reassured them. As the company grows larger, the more things you encounter, the more you learn new things, and eventually, you will gradually form your own set of management methods to improve company management. You have already passed most of the self-study subjects, and by the second half of this year, you will obtain your college diploma. By then, we can continue studying for a bachelor's degree next year. This self-study program has good credibility, unlike those correspondence courses. Take it slow, there's no need to be afraid. With me around, we can learn and progress together. If you're saying that, then the two of us will just follow you, the big boss. You have to provide us with good meals, haha. Don't worry, with me you won't just be fed, you can eat well every day. If you want, I can promote you to the position of Chief Financial Officer. Wang Mingyang said with a grin. Of who wants to be your Chief Financial Officer? The two women exclaimed in unison. What? You don't want it? That hurts my feelings, sob. Since that's the case, you'll just have to agree to the matchmaker's introduction for a blind date, despite my sincere feelings for you two. Wang Mingyang pretended to be heartbroken, looking dejected. You dare? Who said we don't want it? As soon as Wang Mingyang's words fell, Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi immediately responded with slight annoyance. Seeing Wang Mingyang with a crafty smile, the two women exchanged glances and immediately launched an attack on him, one on the left and one on the right. Using a two-finger Zen technique, they pinched and twisted with their fingers, then let go, each quickly returning to their rooms. Girls still have a bit of shyness. Unfortunately, this scoundrel Wang Mingyang yelled at their backs. Dare to hit your husband. Be careful, he'll discipline you later. The two women, feeling embarrassed, had their hearts racing like dozens of little deer bumping around. They were worried he wouldn't come, yet afraid he might cause trouble. Recalling the two women's expressions, Wang Mingyang felt a surge of heat in his heart, energized, as if he were playing an online game, sword in hand, claiming the world. He instantly resolved to work hard to build a significant family business. Otherwise, if the two chief financial officers took their positions and there wasn't enough to manage, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Deciding to take action, Wang Mingyang immediately returned to his room on the second floor, opened his laptop, adjusted his posture, and began typing rapidly on the keyboard. Inspiration flowed out with his fingers flying over the keys, lines of code appearing quickly on the screen. Unbeknownst to him, time passed, and soon it was 7 in the morning of the next day. Wang Mingyang closed his laptop and let out a long sigh, rubbing his eyes. After an all-night effort, Wang Mingyang finally completed the management software. Stretching and yawning, Wang Mingyang glanced at the small plush toy on his desk and couldn't help but think of the two girls on the third floor, feeling a steady sense of happiness in his heart. After last night's playful antics, Meihua and Yinzi should have understood his intentions towards them. The two did not strongly oppose. Had the chances of the long-desired good thing succeeding should be quite high. The future truly seems promising. Wang Mingyang, filled with prideful fantasies, revealed a lewd smile as he hummed a song while heading downstairs to buy breakfast: soy milk, youtiao, tea, eggs, and buns. Returning home, he hurried up to the third floor in a few steps, only to find that the two girls were already up getting ready. Wang Mingyang set the food he was carrying on the dining table and sat down, waiting for Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi to come over. The two girls quickly finished washing up and came over after applying a little skincare and lip balm. The three of them sat around the dining table, chatting and laughing as they began their breakfast. Today, being able to enjoy breakfast prepared by Wang Mingyang put Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi in great spirits, as they usually prepared meals for him. Moreover, after last night's events, knowing his feelings towards them, their previous worries and speculations had diminished significantly. Regardless, they finally understood his clear intentions. Now, which wealthy boss doesn't have a few so-called mistresses by their side? At least their situation seems better. The main reason is that she can't bear to leave this bad guy. As for future matters, they can be discussed later. Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi had thought a lot last night, tossing and turning in bed, already comforting themselves several times. After breakfast, Wang Mingyang called out to Li Meihua, who was preparing to head to the tech park, and the three of them went to the factory together. After Chen Ming, Huangsheng, and Wei Fong from the machining factory finished arranging production tasks, everyone gathered in the conference room for a meeting. During the meeting, Wang Mingyang showcased the management system he had compiled overnight using a projector. With great enthusiasm, he explained the system's management functions and the benefits of using it to the attendees. Everyone was very interested in this system. As a high-tech company, it is essential to have this information management system, so they expressed their desire to deploy it as soon as possible. However, when it came time to select a specific person in charge of the implementation, everyone realized a significant issue. The company currently lacked dedicated personnel and departments for computer networking and information management. In the past, similar situations were resolved by temporarily reallocating personnel from the R&D department. Now, to deploy this management system, it would be essential to have dedicated staff overseeing it. Wang Mingyang hesitated, slightly feeling embarrassed. How about this, Meihua? You take charge of posting a recruitment notice on the talent website for someone knowledgeable in network security, information management, and database maintenance. I will send you the specific requirements shortly. In the future, maintaining the company's management system for long-term stability will require dedicated personnel. Also, we need to contact the telecom company to rent a server. At the end of the meeting, Wang Mingyang reminded everyone to prepare for the deployment of the management system once they returned, with specific implementation times to be announced. After the meeting, Wang Mingyang listened to Chen Ming's report on some daily work matters, then left the factory, with Li Meihua heading to the tech park headquarters. On the way, Wang Mingyang detailed the specific requirements for the positions in the recruitment, information management, and maintenance department. As the second half of the year approached with the booming counterfeit mobile phone market nationwide, GG Technology's phone also entered a state of high demand. Chen Ming's primary task was still to continuously recruit workers to expand production capacity, while Zhu Hong was also busy opening new stores every day. According to Wang Mingyang's plan, Zhu Hong aimed to complete the company's store opening strategy in the shortest possible time, seizing more of the provincial market. Under Li Hong's management, the online sales department was also thriving. In addition to the initial Taobao store, the Jingdong store also opened recently, with sales steadily climbing thanks to effective marketing. Although GG smartphones currently cannot compare with first-tier brands, they rank first among second-tier brands and show signs of shedding their counterfeit image. Despite the impressive sales of the 001 and 002 phones, Wang Mingyang was eager to finalize the development of a new smartphone to seize the top position in the domestic market, which would positively impact the company's brand. Based on information gathered online, the competition for smartphone development abroad was fierce, with conditions changing rapidly. Their own company needed to tighten up and act quickly. Additionally, they must also have the law firm cooperating from Hong Kong apply for their own patents promptly. Furthermore, acquiring patent licenses from other companies is equally important, especially from foreign giants like Nokia, Motorola, Ericsson, Qualcomm, and Alcatel. These globally renowned giants have been in the communications industry for years and hold numerous technology patents related to mobile phones. Although GG Technology's products have been in high demand recently due to constant expansion, the money earned has been rapidly spent, especially on renting storefronts, which is quite costly. Currently, in several economically developed cities in Dongguan province, the cost of opening a small shop is substantial. Particularly this year, due to the global economic crisis, the government released 4 trillion yuan, and housing prices nationwide began to show signs of rising, with rental costs increasing gradually, as well as worker salaries. Earning more also meant spending more. Now only 4 million remained in the company's account. In a few days, when salaries are paid, half of it will disappear, which is stressful to think about. Wang Mingyang shook his head, took a deep breath, organized his emotions, and quickly walked into the RD department. After briefly greeting everyone, he started to check the overall progress of various projects with Liu Xinxing, then inspected each position one by one. Whenever he encountered problems, he would explain his thoughts and solutions to the other party, trying to resolve the issues on the spot. If that didn't work, he would promptly gather everyone for a quick meeting to discuss. After leaving the RD department, Wang Mingyang returned to his desk to read books and acquire new knowledge. This was his daily routine at the company's RD department, where he also held the position of technical director. The announcement for recruiting information and network security management personnel had been posted online for 4 to 5 days, yet no suitable candidates had been found. In the meantime, several candidates were interviewed, but they were all former internet cafe managers with only basic knowledge of security technology, which did not meet Wang Mingyang's requirements. As a result, he had to pull 2 strong individuals from the RD department, and along with himself, the 3 spent a day setting up the server. Afterward, Wang Mingyang spent some time teaching Chen Ming and Zhu Hong how to install and deploy the management system. Seeing Chen Ming and Zhu Hong operate without errors after a few tries, Wang Mingyang instructed Zhu Hong to take a team to all the exclusive stores to deploy the computers and management system and to teach the staff how to use it. For the factory, Chen Ming would handle it, with Zhou Yinzi assisting. Initially, everyone was not very familiar with the new management system, often encountering various small issues. However, after 3 to 4 days of training, they finally managed a smooth transition, and the management system gradually began to take effect. Wang Mingyang thought to himself that in due time everyone would get used to and come to love this system. Early this morning, Wang Mingyang did not go to the company as usual, but instead drove his Passat to the most famous urban village in Deep City by Shizhou. The resignation process for his future brother-in-law Guobin has been completed, and he is now classified as an unemployed person. Wang Mingyang was contemplating having his future brother-in-law start working at his company the next day when his sister called, informing him that she had also completed her resignation procedures and was just waiting for her future brother-in-law to return home to register their marriage. The wedding would be held later this year once their house was built. Upon hearing the news, Wang Mingyang felt a mix of emotions. He was happy that his sister had found a suitable life partner, yet he was reluctant to see her get married and leave home. After a long sigh of contemplation, Wang Mingyang managed to calm his emotions and went outside to start the car, preparing to follow his sister's instructions to pick up his future brother-in-law and return to their hometown. When he got out of the car to greet his future brother-in-law, Wang Mingyang clearly sensed that Guobin was a bit excited, yet slightly nervous. He brought a variety of gifts, including fine cigarettes, alcohol, tea, and some nutritional supplements for the elderly. Standing at the intersection, Guobin initially did not notice Wang Mingyang. He thought that Wang Mingyang had come in a big van and was unaware that Wang Mingyang had switched to the Passat. After parking the car in an empty spot not far from Guobin, Wang Mingyang got out and waved at his brother-in-law. They first loaded the things into the car and then had some rice rolls for breakfast by the roadside. With their stomachs filled, Wang Mingyang drove Guobin back to their hometown. On the Guangcoin Expressway, the black Passat sped along, pushing the speed limit and creating gusts of wind. Around 3 in the afternoon, Wang Mingyang brought his future brother-in-law back to their hometown. The parents of both sides were naturally very happy, especially since this was a celebratory occasion. In the evening, the families of Wang and Guo gathered for a meal, excitedly discussing the marriage registration of Wang Mingyue and Guobin. Mother Guo said, "Dear in-laws, I have already consulted a fortune teller about Mingyue and Bin's compatibility. Tomorrow is an auspicious day. Yes, let them go to the Civil Affairs Bureau at 10 in the morning to handle the procedures. It's a good time. Once they return with the marriage certificate, we can all have a nice meal to celebrate." At the dining table, the elders from both families discussed some details, while also giving the newlyweds some advice for good luck. After finishing their meal and leaving the restaurant, Wang Mingyue and Guobin decided to stroll around, while Wang Mingyang returned with his parents to their temporary rented place, chatting about family matters. "How is business at the factory lately? You need to take care of your health. It'll look at you, you've lost weight. Tomorrow morning I'll buy some pigeons to make soup for you." Mother Wang looked at her son kindly. Although Wang Mingyang had not lost weight and had actually gained a few pounds, a mother's love is great and selfless, leading her to always feel her child is thin. Mothers always worry that their children are suffering or working too hard. Every time they return home, they switch to nurturing mode, which is a common trait among Chinese parents. "Everything is quite good. The products in the factory are selling well and am constantly recruiting workers. I've made quite a bit of money in the past 6 months, so you and Dad can rest assured. I bought 2 cars just today." To reassure his parents, Wang Mingyang only mentioned the good things, although in reality his business was thriving. "How much was this car? Even if you have money, you should save it," Father Wang asked at this moment. After all the expenses, it cost over 2,000, mainly for business trips. In business, it's hard to negotiate without something to impress. People will think you lack strength. Well, just manage it well. The house is already built up to the 4th floor. It should be fully completed by around the Mid-Autumn Festival, and then we can move back in. By the end of the year, find a time to finalize your sister's wedding. I need to tell you something. In a few days, my sister and brother-in-law will go to Deep City, and they will both work at my company. My sister will help manage the accounts, and my brother-in-law will be the head of software development. Yes, your sister has already told us. It's good to have family manage such a big company, but you must not treat your brother-in-law poorly, Father Wang said. I understand the benefits will definitely be better than at his previous job, and there will be a year-end bonus. When my sister has a little nephew or niece, I'll give them some shares. My sister said that once they move to Deep City, they will buy a house there, ensuring they have a real place to settle down. My brother-in-law said he has saved some money over the years, and with a loan he can afford a 7,080 square meter house in the suburbs. Housing prices in Deep City have exceeded 10,000 now. Oh, it's really expensive. Yes, when I graduated and first went to Deep City, the price of homes near my workplace was only 7,000 to 8,000. Now it has risen to over 11,000. I think it will continue to rise. I still have some money. How about I give my sister $1 million as a wedding gift? Let her and her husband choose a bigger house in a good location, preferably in a community with a kindergarten and elementary school, so they can settle comfortably. Our Mingyang is doing well. He mentioned $1 million as if it were nothing. Hearing her son's words, Mother Wang felt both surprised and immensely proud. It seems this child is making big money. $1 million is just a casual mention. Such money is something ordinary people might never earn in their lifetime, yet her son gives it to help his sister buy a house without blinking an eye. A child who can earn big money and is also caring for family, what more could one ask for? As they chatted, Mother Wang suddenly said, "Your sister is getting married. Aren't you getting a bit old? Do you have a girlfriend now? If not, I can ask the matchmaker next door if there are any suitable candidates and introduce you later." "Mom, there's no rush for this. I'm busy with business right now, and it's a critical time. Let's put the matchmaking on hold for now." After casually responding to his mother a few more times, Wang Mingyang hurriedly rushed out the door to meet old friends for a late-night snack, determined not to return home before midnight. The next day was an auspicious day. Wang Mingyue and Guobin successfully obtained their marriage certificate, and both families reserved 3 tables at the best restaurant in the area, inviting only the closest relatives. According to the customs of their hometown, newlyweds cannot travel far for 3 days after marriage, whether it's for registration or celebration. So during these 2 days, Wang Mingyang drove his parents around to explore. Mother Wang and Father Wang visited a nearby temple to pray, expressing gratitude to Buddha for blessing the Wang family with such a wonderful child. The elders had worked hard for most of their lives and had never ridden in such an expensive car. On the way back, Wang Mingyang asked his parents how the car felt. The two elders were so happy that they probably forgot their true feelings. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed, and it was soon time to return to Deep City. Under the eager gaze of both families, Wang Mingyang drove the Passat, carrying his sister, brother-in-law, and a large number of local specialties on the journey to Deep City. Brother-in-law Guobin was driving in front. He only got his driver's license last year. With few cars on the highway, now he managed to handle it well at a slower speed. Sister Wang sat in the passenger seat making small talk, while Wang Mingyang sat in the back chatting with Li Meihua and Zhou Yanzi on Okyu. Having not seen them for a few days, he missed them a bit. In the afternoon, after running for 7 hours, the Passat finally arrived at Shenzhen. Wang Mingyang got off at the tech park, waved goodbye to his sister and brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, my sister has never been to Shenzhen. You should take her around these days to familiarize her with the city. There's no rush to start work. You can also look at some houses and pick a good one. As I always say, as long as the location and environment are suitable, I have plenty of money here and I can buy without needing a loan. Wang Mingyang said before leaving. All right, I understand. You go ahead and get busy. Wang Mingyang waved goodbye to her brother. Upon returning to the office, Wang Mingyang saw two familiar smiling faces waiting for him. His heart couldn't help but race. If it weren't the office, he would have certainly pulled them in for a hearty kiss, or rather several. After chatting with Li Meihua and Zhou Yanzi to ease his longing, Wang Mingyang went to the R&D department to find Lu Xinxing to understand the progress of the new phone's development. The circuit design for the hardware has basically been finalized. We are just waiting for your approval. If you find no issues, we can start making a prototype. However, the mainstream PDA screens on the market use resistive screens, which are not very responsive to touch. We still haven't found a better alternative material, so this issue cannot be resolved for now. Another issue is the screen scratch resistance. The screen protectors sold in Huaqiang market are not ideal. We would need to pay a higher price to customize them from the manufacturer. I think we can apply the screen protector before the phone leaves the factory. This would enhance the product's durability and could also serve as a selling point. Lu Xinxing said to Wang Mingyang, currently the biggest hardware issue is this screen problem, isn't it? If we customize from the manufacturer, we should aim for the performance to match the best products on the market and then check the price. We can calculate the cost later. By the way, I have another idea. The current system only supports single-point touch. If we could develop it to support multi-touch, that would significantly enhance the product's advancement. If we succeed in this, we could potentially create the world's first device of its kind. Just think about it, the honor of having the world's leading technology. Wang Mingyang expressed his thoughts, the world's first. Who in tech development doesn't want that? However, given the current situation, it seems we can only dream about it. Currently, the mainstream electronic technologies in the world are mostly from the United States and Japan. Our country started late, and even the teaching materials we use were written by foreigners. It's quite daunting. Lu Xinxing continued, at this stage, we are only suitable for single-point touch. Multi-touch can wait for the next version update. Handheld computers have been around for decades without a true success, largely due to hardware performance being inadequate. Our new phone has already achieved a top-tier level in the world, and that's thanks to your guidance and the development of the operating system. Otherwise, we wouldn't have anyone competent in the country. When the company's product hits the market, I'll shock my old classmates. Hehe. Wang Mingyang teased Lu Xinxing. You have no idea about the pain I felt during our class reunions. Everyone in electronics talks loudly about the advanced electronic products their companies have developed, claiming to reach top domestic or international levels or mentioning awards from expos. It's quite impressive. As for me, I could only sit quietly on the side gazing up at them. Even when female classmates asked me questions, I felt too embarrassed to respond. I simply lacked the capability to show off. Ha ha ha. Listening to Lu Xinxing, Wang Mingyang burst into loud laughter without any restraint. That day, after a long day at work, Wang Mingyang received a call from his college friend Li Quan. Hey Lao Wang, I quit my job. I just successfully interviewed for a new position this morning and will report in 3 days. Want to come hang out? Sure, I'll call you tomorrow morning. How far is your place? What bus should I take to get there? Thinking that it had been a while since they last met, Wang Mingyang agreed and prepared to visit Li Quan the next day. Li Quan now lived near Yantian Port, and there was a direct bus to the terminal. However, Wang Mingyang couldn't quite remember which route it was, as it had been quite some time since he last visited before his brain underwent changes. After chatting with Li Quan for a while, Wang Mingyang couldn't help but smile after ending the call. What a coincidence. He had just mentioned a class reunion to Lu, and here he was planning to meet up today. He thought about his close college friends in Shenzhen and wondered if they should meet up for a meal this weekend. It had been over half a year since they last saw each other, and he was curious about how they were doing. The next morning, Wang Mingyang arrived at the office, spent over an hour dealing with various tasks, and after saying goodbye to Li Meihua, he left the company and headed to the nearest bus stop to take a leisurely ride to Yantian Port. It had been a while since he took the bus, and now that he relaxed on the way, he felt quite comfortable. Especially around Wudong Mountain, the environment was completely different from the industrial haze outside the city. Vibrant greenery filled his sight, and the air became much fresher, causing a jolt of energy within Wang Mingyang. While admiring the scenery on both sides, he unknowingly arrived at the terminal. When Wang Mingyang got off the bus, he scanned the area and spotted Li Quan at the supermarket entrance drinking soda while waiting for him. Li Quan, tall and slender, hadn't changed much, though he appeared a bit darker than before. He was waving excitedly at Wang Mingyang, clearly thrilled to see his old friend. As Wang Mingyang approached, Li Quan handed him a cold bottle of cola. Wang Mingyang eagerly took it, unscrewed the cap, and took a big swig. On a hot day, the ice-cold soda was refreshing. "Let's find a place to eat first." Li Quan waved his hand, and he and Wang Mingyang strolled down the street, pointing out and introducing various shops, showing he was very familiar with the area. As they walked, they discussed what to have for lunch, while sharing updates about their recent lives. Li Quan previously worked at a shipping company, mainly responsible for maintaining the company's vessels. Occasionally, he was assigned to go out to sea along the Southeast Asia routes, which had tanned his skin quite a bit. He has now quit his job and plans to return to his hometown in Xiguang province for work. Li Quan's family is also in the shipping business, but they have been fishermen since his grandfather's generation. Their fishing boat is over 20 meters long, and when he graduated, he even invited Wang Mingyang to stay for a week, treating him to seafood feasts, which Wang Mingyang thoroughly enjoyed. Upon hearing that Wang Mingyang was starting a mobile phone business, Li Quan was delighted. After enjoying an authentic spicy hot pot, the two strolled down the street. Not long after they arrived near a shopping mall, Li Quan suggested going to the cinema, and Wang Mingyang casually agreed, realizing it had been over a decade since he last visited a theater. The ticket was 35 yuan, and the film being screened was Death Sniper. The movie was quite thrilling, and after it ended, the two discussed the plot enthusiastically, eventually bringing up Li Quan's favorite movie star, Nicolas Cage. When it came to talking about his favorite movie stars, Li Quan became even more animated. Li Quan immediately began to educate Wang Mingyang about the life and representative works of this American superstar, repeatedly expressing his intention to take Wang Mingyang to watch movies starring him in the future. Amidst their laughter and chatter, the spirited Wang Mingyang and Li Quan headed to a nearby internet cafe to fire up two computers, planning to play Frozen Throne, reminiscing about their glory days of slaying monsters at the school internet cafe. On a whim, they called their old classmate Pang Chung, who was working as an internet administrator at an internet cafe in Guangqing. Through the battle.net platform, the three of them played games for an entire afternoon. As they reached the peak of excitement, shouting and cheering as if they were back in college, hanging out at the internet cafe, these beautiful moments were truly nostalgic. Later that night, Wang Mingyang stayed over at Li Quan's rented room. The two chatted lazily until midnight, with topics revolving around the fun stories from their past. The next afternoon, the two casually cooked a pot of noodles for lunch in the rented apartment. After their meal, Wang Mingyang and Li Quan called Meng Hua and Fan Shi, also classmates living in the city, to join them for dinner, and the two quickly agreed and set a location. In the afternoon, Li Quan took Wang Mingyang to hike Wudong Mountain, and by the time they came down from the mountain, it was almost time for dinner. In a small private room of a Sichuan restaurant, Wang Mingyang and the others enjoyed chilled beer alongside spicy hot pot, animatedly chatting about the happy times they spent together in previous years. Speaking of which, among our group, who studied mechanical manufacturing and design, only Li Quan and Yunan, who is now working in Guangqing, are in related fields. I am currently in medical device sales. Fan Shi is in technical support at a communications company, and Pang Chung is now working as an internet administrator at an internet cafe, Meng Hua remarked after a few beers, reflecting on their current jobs. Yesterday, I was at the internet cafe playing a few rounds of Frozen Throne with old Wang and old Pang, Li Quan continued. At this moment, Fan Shi, nicknamed Little Fatty, chimed in. Actually, I really admire old Pang. He has been self-studying network security knowledge. When he didn't have a computer, he went to the internet cafe. While we were there to play games, he was there to learn, which is quite impressive. After graduating, he went to work in a factory in Guangqing, but old Pang stayed true to his original intention, spending all his free time at the internet cafe. Later, the cafe owner noticed his diligence and technical skills, hiring him as an internet administrator, and he quit his factory job. It's truly inspirational that old Pang was able to utilize the computers at the internet cafe to achieve success and pass the CCNA Network Security Engineer Assistant certification. Recently, I heard he also participated in the CCNP Network Security Engineer exam, but the results haven't come out yet, so we don't know if he passed. That would be impressive. If he passes the CCNP certification this time, he will definitely change jobs, as this certification holds quite a bit of value, Meng Hua said. Wow, just a few months, and he's become so capable without even a call from me. I need to give him a call. Wang Mingyang said, quickly dialing Pang Chung while on speakerphone. After a few rings, the call connected. The group, while enjoying hot pot, took turns chatting with Pang Chung and teasingly bragged about how the Sichuan hot pot they were enjoying tasted just like the one back in school. In the end, Wang Mingyang mentioned that his company was hiring a network security administrator and asked if he wanted to come over. Pang Chung declined, stating he wanted to find a job based on his own abilities and did not want to rely on connections. Old Wang, after I get my certification, I will move to the deep city. Just save a place for me to sleep at your place, Pang Chung said. Okay, no problem. I will even take care of your meals, Wang Mingyang readily agreed. 2 days later, Wang Mingyang received a call from Li Quan saying he would be returning to Hebei City by long-distance bus that afternoon, suggesting Wang Mingyang and the others visit him when they have time. After bidding farewell to Li Quan, Wang Mingyang focused back on his work. 3 days later, Wang Mingyue called Wang Mingyang saying she had bought a house for 1.8 million, a nearly new second-hand house that was already renovated, 143 square meters, located near Nantu Pass, not far from the technology park, where she worked, inviting Wang Mingyang to dinner that evening. This made Wang Mingyang very happy, thinking that with his sister and brother-in-law having bought a house, he should be able to start working at the company soon. Currently, it was a crucial time for the development of the new smartphones. With his sister managing the finances and his brother-in-law focusing on software development, Wang Mingyang could devote more energy to R&D. The two new smartphones currently in development were products that Wang Mingyang had led the team to create from scratch, holding significant meaning. If successful, it would demonstrate that extreme intelligence technology has the ability to conduct independent research and development, truly becoming a tech enterprise rather than a counterfeit technology company that merely buys and assembles products. However, although the development of the operating system for the new smartphone was progressing smoothly, there were still some minor issues during the hardware-software integration phase. As of today, about 10 prototypes had been made, and the R&D team was simultaneously testing, identifying issues, and making improvements. Meanwhile, the patent application and authorization process was also underway. At 5 p.m. after saying goodbye to Li Meihua, Wang Mingyang sneaked out of the company early, bought some fruits at the mall, and headed to their new home according to the address his sister had sent. Upon entering the house, Wang Mingyue took Wang Mingyang on a tour of the property. The house was over 140 square meters, with a portion of the area given as a gift, leaving a usable area of 128 square meters. After subtracting the shared spaces, it seemed over 25 square meters had vanished, which made Wang Mingyang sigh about the darkness of the real estate market. The suite had 4 rooms and a good layout, giving a spacious feel. However, what Wang Mingyang liked most was the large balcony, 3 meters wide and over 8 meters long. In this 30-story building, having such a living balcony allowed for leisure activities like drinking tea, reading, or enjoying the scenery, which could brighten one's mood. For this new house, Muvian, Wang Mingyue, and Guobin did not plan a grand feast, just a simple ceremony for offering incense to the gods, and they had only purchased a few large pieces of furniture. That evening, Wang Mingyue personally cooked several good dishes for the 3 of them, and they chatted and ate until 9:30 p.m. when Wang Mingyang finally stood up to leave. Wang Mingyue quickly urged him to stay, saying she had reserved a room for him to sleep in, so he wouldn't have to stay in a rental anymore, as she thought he was only renting a regular single room in the urban village. Wang Mingyang thought about Li Meihua, and Zhou Yanzi hurriedly shook his head to decline his sister's kindness and waved goodbye as he left. Soon 2 more days passed. Today, Wang Mingyue and Guobin began working at the company, and Wang Mingyang specially called a morning meeting to introduce everyone. After the meeting, he went to the R&D department to discuss issues as usual. Besides daily affairs, the company's primary focus was the development of the smartphones. During a discussion about the progress of the smartphone development, someone suggested to Wang Mingyang whether they should focus on completing one of the 2 new smartphones to launch it first. Upon hearing this suggestion, Wang Mingyang quickly inquired about the reason. President Wang, here's my thought. There are too many manufacturers making smartphones in the market now, and the speed at which everyone is launching new products is rapid. You just need to pay attention to Huiqiangbai to know that. Currently, the company only has 2 models for sale, which have been on the market for nearly half a year. We should continue to launch new models to seize the market. If we really wait for both new smartphones to be completed before pushing new products, is that a bit too slow? Engineer Lee, you've raised a good point. I overlooked that. The market changes are indeed something we need to consider. Let's discuss whether we should adopt the strategy you just mentioned based on our current progress. Wang Mingyang pondered for a moment before speaking up. This cannot be blamed on Wang Mingyang's carelessness. After becoming accustomed to his own rapid learning and development speed, he overestimated the capabilities of ordinary human technicians when considering the speed of new product development. In the end, everyone accepted Engineer Lee's suggestion and decided to focus on producing the low-end model internally, named Extreme Intelligence 03. This Extreme Intelligence 03 smartphone features 26 letters occupying most of the body, with a large screen, resembling the black coal of maple leaf country akin to the model used by the current president of America, Obama. In everyone's plan, they aim to quickly launch the Extreme Intelligence 03 to warm up the market for the Extreme Intelligence system before releasing the fully touchscreen Extreme Intelligence 04. After the meeting, Wang Mingyang went to his sister's office to discuss some routine financial handling and transfers and also asked Li Meihua to assist her in the meantime. Exiting the finance office, Wang Mingyang went to find his brother-in-law to discuss issues. The prototype of the new smartphone has been created. Based on the results of my earlier meeting with the RD department, we now need to focus our main efforts on the 03 model. Brother-in-law, you should familiarize yourself with this as you will be responsible for coordinating the software development. Now let's go find Lu Gong. They'll have him introduce you to the specific project details. In just half a month, the testing and improvement work on the 03 prototype has officially concluded. With Wang Mingyang leading the charge, all the previously identified issues have been resolved, and they are now conducting testing on the second batch of prototypes. During lunch, Wang Mingyue smiled and told her brother, "I think Li Meihua has a great personality. She's lively and cheerful, and she looks good too," with a sweet smile. "Yes, just like what everyone says about a peaceful and prosperous face, it looks pleasant. How about it? You don't have a girlfriend right now, or should I help you connect? Since your financial situation is good now, it's time to consider starting a family. I believe she has good character and will take care of the household, and she is not bad with social interactions." At that moment, Wang Mingyang was so stunned that he almost spat out his porridge, quickly swallowing the food in his mouth and waving his hands, saying no need, his face flushing red and pale. Wang Mingyang thought about telling his sister that Li Meihua was his girlfriend, but remembering Zhou Yinzi, the words got stuck in his throat. "What's the matter? Don't you like her? The procurement department has another Zhou Yinzi who is also single. Should I ask about her? Her personality is different from Li Meihua's lively cuteness. She's more traditional, but knows how to take care of a family." Wang Mingyue didn't notice Wang Mingyang's expression and continued, "Don't like this one. How about considering Lu Yating from the administrative department? She's an independent type from the new era." Seeing that her brother didn't respond, Wang Mingyue continued to mention several others she had personally evaluated during this time. Wang Mingyang had to admire his sister's impressive communication skills. In just a few days, she had figured out the situations of several beautiful single women in the company. He shook his head with a bitter smile, wondering if his sister was in finance or secretly gathering intelligence. Wang Mingyang waved his hand again, refusing, "No need, you don't have to worry about this. I will handle it myself." That evening, when Wang Mingyang had dinner with Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi, they discussed this matter, and both women were astonished, bursting into laughter until they almost rolled on the floor. After they laughed enough to stop, someone started to suffer, getting hit by the combined finger technique of the two women. The scoundrel pretended to be pitiful, admitting his fault and begging for mercy to escape the disaster. The next day, Wang Mingyang thought everything at the company headquarters was on track, and since he had nothing urgent to handle, he tagged along in Zhou Yanzi's car to the factory. It had been several days since he last saw old Chun, and it was good to catch up while Li Meihua went to the company headquarters as usual. Upon arriving at the factory, he first chatted with Chun Ming in his office, then went to visit Wei Fang's machining factory. The machining factory has been continuously hiring due to the strong sales of the newly designed convenient electric bicycles, and 3 new production lines have been added recently. "Mr. Wang, our company has developed 5 models of electric bicycles, each with different endurance ranges. We have continuously purchased advanced equipment and improved our processes to enhance the processing accuracy of each component. Now the quality of our products far exceeds that of similar competing products on the market." In the workshop, Wei Fang, the person in charge, walked alongside Wang Mingyang, introducing the workshop situation. "Oh, are there similar competing products on the market now, Mr. Wang? Although the portable 2-wheeled electric bicycle was developed first by our factory, its sales have been quite substantial after hitting the market. Other manufacturers of electric bicycles saw the potential in this sector and have started launching similar products. Deep City is a place that values money and efficiency. As soon as a new product that consumers love appears, manufacturers will quickly follow suit, much like the electronic products that are hot sellers in Huiqiangbai." Wei Fang was telling Wang Mingyang about the new market developments during this period. Looking at the finished products coming off the assembly line with their shiny new bodies and unique stylish designs, Wang Mingyang felt delighted and said to Wei Fang, "Great job, Factory Director Wei. We need to continuously improve our technology and launch new products to maintain competitiveness in the market. Next month, all those involved in the development of the new models will receive double bonuses. Please prepare the list and submit it to finance for my approval. By the way, I just saw that the personnel selecting battery consistency need more hands. The efficiency of testing one by one like this is too low. Arrange for engineers to design a batch of specialized testing tools to make it easier for the workers. Also, for the next new vehicle, we can incorporate an energy recovery system during the design phase to improve endurance. For electric bicycles, the core issue is endurance, though other components are relatively similar. Thank you, Mr. Wong. I believe everyone will be very happy to hear about the double bonus news. Of course, I'm also very happy, ha. I will arrange the battery testing tools right away, but we cannot handle the electronic circuit part. I will arrange that. After some thought, Wang Mingyang added, the battery management system currently used in the vehicles has not been changed for over a year. I might as well improve it this time. Now that new electronic components have better performance and higher accuracy, we must update our circuit design accordingly. Besides improving the efficiency of workers, Wang Mingyang also planned to enhance the performance of their products. After staying at the machining factory until lunchtime, Wang Mingyang invited Zhou Yanzi and Chen Ming to have lunch outside. In the afternoon, back at the factory, Wang Mingyang opened the EDA software to study the circuit for the battery testing fixture. Since gaining the support of the super brain, this kind of task was so easy for him, posing no difficulty at all. Using both hands, left hand on the keyboard and right hand on the mouse, a flurry of clicks and taps ensued as Wang Mingyang collaborated the keyboard and mouse skills, quickly bringing his mental design onto the computer screen. After a final check, he concluded, okay, that's done. After saving the design files, Wang Mingyang casually wrote a short segment of control code for the microcontroller, which would allow the battery tester to have some automatic detection functions. Stretching and yawning, Wang Mingyang walked into Chen Ming's office, handing over the modified circuit board and software to Chen Ming, asking him to arrange for a small batch to be produced and delivered to the machining factory. In the past few days, Wang Mingyang has not gone to the headquarters of the Technology Park Company, but has instead been working at the factory. The daily affairs at headquarters are managed by Li Meihua, the assistant to the boss and administrative manager, and Wang Mingyue, while the RD department's work is progressing according to plan. This finally allows Wang Mingyang to find time to stay at the factory and chat with Chen Ming and the others. There are only a few trivial matters for Wang Mingyang to handle at the factory, giving this rogue plenty of leisure time to flirt with Zhou Yanzi. In the evening at home, it is inconvenient to make small moves with Li Meihua around, so Wang Mingyang cherishes the opportunity to be alone with Zhou Yanzi at the factory. At noon, taking advantage of everyone's absence in the boss-exclusive office, Wang Mingyang holds Zhou Yanzi in his arms, inhaling her hair fragrance and whispering sweet nothings. However, as they were talking, the mood suddenly shifted. Li Meihua is now mostly working at the company headquarters, and to make it convenient, Wang Mingyang plans to rent an apartment near the technology park for her to live in. During dinner at home tonight, Wang Mingyang voiced this idea. Are you going to move there as well? Upon hearing Wang Mingyang's thoughts, Li Meihua's immediate concern was this rather than the convenience of commuting. Wang Mingyang instinctively wanted to reply yes, but just then, he noticed Zhou Yanzi's chopsticks had suddenly stopped just above the plate of spicy stir-fried beef. At this moment, the tips of the chopsticks were only a mere 1 centimeter away from the top piece of beef. For some reason, Wang Mingyang suddenly felt that this piece of beef was in extreme danger. Not just me, Yanzi should also go. After all, there will be more and more matters at the company, and we will be working at the technology park more often from now on. We don't need to cancel the lease here, or we can keep it. Wherever we work, we'll just live there. What do you think? Is this okay? The original words were swallowed back by Wang Mingyang, who with his brain whirring at high speed, quickly found a reason and rephrased it in a negotiating tone. Having two people use the two fingers in technique is better than making one of them unhappy. The rogue man gazed at Li Meihua and Zhou Yanzi beside him, hoping to find the answer he wanted on their faces. Okay, let's do it this way. The two women exchanged glances and nodded. All right, tomorrow we will go together to find a house, renting a larger one with a big balcony for comfort. Having solved a life and death question without being on the receiving end of the two fingers in, Wang Mingyang was overjoyed. He first picked up a piece of stir-fried beef for Zhou Yanzi, then a piece of spicy fish head for Li Meihua, and even told a few jokes that made both women laugh heartily. Indeed, the atmosphere of tonight's dinner is so good that he could give his performance a score of 99, leaving 1 point behind just to avoid being too proud. Looking at the harmonious coexistence of Li Meihua and Zhou Yanzi, Wang Mingyang felt a tinge of pride, but more so happiness. Time flies during the busy moments, and it has been some time since the second batch of prototypes for the Smart 03 has been produced. However, during the trial period, everyone was still not satisfied with the operation interface, so Wang Mingyang and the RD team worked overtime every night discussing and revising plans like diligent little bees. Even so busy, sometimes when he returned home in the early morning, Wang Mingyang still couldn't rest immediately, because Li Meihua would still need to discuss issues with him at night. Wang Mingyang was very willing to work overtime like this. Soon it was June 3, 2008, and after many revisions, the Smart 03 phone was finally finalized. Wang Mingyang called all the heads at the factory for a meeting to finalize the production of the new phone. As usual, Huang Sheng contacted the subcontractor for the shell processing, circuit board manufacturing, and other technical communications. Zhou Yinzi was responsible for placing orders and inspection, while Chunliang's warehouse department assisted, and the finance department handled payment settlements and fund transactions. The entire company was bustling with activity, everyone eager to contribute, each with their roles, all hoping for the new product to achieve great success. The machinery factory also participated in phone production for the first time, processing a batch of small hardware parts. In the evening, to celebrate the successful development of the new phone, Wang Mingyang asked Li Meihua to arrange several banquet tables to create a lively atmosphere in the restaurant. Everyone has worked hard these past few months. The success of the Smart 03 phone has ushered our company into a new stage of development. Everyone has gained experience, and our company's technical level has taken a great leap forward. I can proudly say that the technical standard of this new phone is world-class in the industry. Once the product is successfully launched, everyone will receive a hefty bonus. Wang Mingyang raised his glass. "Let's all drink together," he said while leading everyone in 3 toasts. With glasses clinking and laughter echoing, everyone wore happy smiles, and the atmosphere became increasingly lively. That night, several members of the RD department got drunk, with one brother-in-law being supported home by his sister. Wang Mingyang was also made dizzy by the toast from everyone leaving the restaurant, with Li Meihua and Zhou Yinzi supporting him on either side. The 2 women were wholeheartedly taking care of Wang Mingyang, unaware that their inadvertently affectionate gestures were noticed by Wang Mingyue. As Li Meihua drove Wang Mingyang and Zhou Yinzi away, Wang Mingyue withdrew his gaze, pondering as he started his car and slowly left. Back at his place after taking a shower, Wang Mingyang sobered up, thinking about taking advantage of Li Meihua in her room. As soon as he opened the door, he found Zhou Yinzi sitting on the living room sofa pretending to watch TV. His heart skipped a beat, so he made an excuse to get a glass of water and obediently returned to his room to sleep. The preparations for the launch of the Smart 03 phone quickly commenced. The e-commerce department contacted Taobao and Jingdong Mall to increase ad spending. The images and detailed descriptions of the new phone were also updated. The storefront advertisements of the offline stores were also continuously updated, and the introduction of new products in the factory was successfully completed, with quality and output gradually improving, just waiting for the official release in a few days. In addition, the company's software department set up a server to allow Smart 03 customers to install their favorite games or apps, which can be downloaded through the Smart software store on the phone. The apps in the software store were rewritten or newly created by Guobin and his software team, all of which could run smoothly on phones equipped with the Smart operating system. Although the quantity is not large at present, the common mobile applications on the market are available, and some are even exclusive mini-games specially designed to promote the Smart system. Despite appearing confident in front of everyone, Wang Mingyang felt considerable pressure inside. If the Smart 03 phone does not achieve great success, it will have a huge impact on the company's future development strategy, potentially causing all of Wang Mingyang's efforts over the years to go to waste. In order to ensure the successful launch of the new phone, Wang Mingyang put in a lot of effort, brainstorming several times with everyone, coming up with many good marketing ideas, one of which was to create exclusive casual mini-games for the smartphone. On the afternoon of June 18th, in a male dormitory at a polytechnic university in Yanqing University Town. After lunch, Zhang Ming was texting his girlfriend while squatting in the bathroom, when suddenly his Nokia 3100 slipped from his hand and fell into the toilet, leading to a scream, "It's over my phone." Amidst the concerned but slightly amused reassurances from his roommates, Zhang Ming pinched his nose and bravely fished out the phone with pliers. Despite a series of rescue attempts, he ultimately couldn't save his old phone. Dejected, Zhang Ming sat at his computer desk and started browsing for a new phone online. At first, Zhang Ming habitually browsed Nokia phones. After all, this brand is well known for its quality, even suitable for cracking walnuts, and it offers models at various price points, making it the best-selling phone brand in the world. While Zhang Ming was struggling to compare different models, his 2 roommates disdainfully remarked, "The current Nokia prices, the cheap ones lack entertainment features, and the ones that can record videos and take photos are ridiculously expensive. They're hardly better than the Gizmo phones we bought 2 months ago, which are cheaper and have more features perfect for students like us." After being bombarded with his roommates' comments, Zhang Ming couldn't help but opened the Gizmo store on Taobao, where the striking advertisement for the Gizmo 03 phone caught his eye. "Wow, Gizmo has released a new phone. Let's take a look," one roommate chimed in. This Gizmo 03 looks pretty innovative, a bit like the Black Rose from Maple Leaf Country." Black Rose? That's known as the safest phone in the world. Even the President of America uses it. Although the Black Rose phone is a niche product in China, Zhang Ming, as an IT student, was aware of it along with his classmates. Let's check the features first. By the way, Gizmo still has a casual approach to naming. If it were me, with such a flashy design, I would definitely give it a grand name. Like what? Handsome. Owning it means you're already handsome, a big step closer to being rich and handsome. Old Zhang, your imagination makes me want to bow down to you while wearing a big label on your head that says genius. Haha, just average, ranked 3rd in the world. Hey, we're looking at phones. Don't let your banter tip the building over. Wow, it says this phone uses Gizmo's newly developed intelligent operating system. Isn't that just bragging? Such advertisements can only fool novices. We science students know the difficulty of developing a new phone operating system. There's hardly anyone capable in the country. Just take a look at it. He probably just modified some existing phone systems and changed the skin. The core code is likely the same. Currently, only Nokia, Apple, and Microsoft are developing smartphone operating systems worldwide, and there's also some old company called Gyuj. These are top-tier tech giants. Other companies shouldn't even think about it. They lack the capability. But this Gizmo 03 claims it can browse the web and chat on QQ. Wow, it can even open QQ Space. Isn't that impressive? If I remember correctly, this is the first phone with QQ Space functionality. Yeah, these features are even more advanced than Nokia's. It seems that when the Gizmo phone was launched last time, some of its features were also quite advanced, surpassing Nokia at that time. As for the price, let's check. 1999 yuan, a bit pricey, but if it were Nokia, it would definitely be over 4,000 yuan. For such an expensive item, is it safe to buy on Taobao? And can these features really be realized? Isn't there a Gizmo store in our university town? Just go and take a look. Sure, let's go to the store. Wait, let me change my clothes, I'll join you. Soon Zhang Ming and his roommates arrived at the Gizmo store. Excuse me, could you please show me the Gizmo 03? Sure, please wait a moment. The staff felt excited seeing several students coming in to check out the Gizmo 03. These young people are the most accepting of new things. Perhaps soon they would each buy one. After receiving the Gizmo 03, Zhang Ming and his classmates grew fonder of it with each look. The device was a rectangular shape with slightly rounded corners. The screen occupied most of the body, and the lower part featured 26 physical buttons. The materials used felt premium, giving it a high-end quality. After trying it out for a while, and finding that the features matched what was advertised, Zhang Ming gritted his teeth and pulled out his bank card to purchase the Gizmo 03. So I bought mine too early. If it weren't for my Gizmo 02 that I've only used for less than 2 months, I would have gotten the Gizmo 03 too. I really regret it. Miss, could you also get me a Gizmo 03? Said Qian Tong, who had come with Zhang Ming. From the upper bunk, he seized the moment. Get me one too. This was Zhao Long from the lower bunk of Qian Tong. Within 10 minutes, the staff had sold 3 Gizmo 03 phones. Although it fell short of the imagined 5, thinking of the commission made Lili cheer inside her smile even brighter. News of Zhang Ming and his friends buying new phones reached the neighboring dorm, and everyone curiously took turns trying it out. After a round of testing, the phone's ease of use and smooth operation left many engineering students in admiration. The development team of this operating system must be a group of big shots. The technology of domestic phones has finally made significant progress, giving us a bit of leverage to compete with foreign products. Yeah, if this really is developed by Chinese people, that would be incredible. It's better than Nokia's current system. I haven't used Microsoft's, so I won't comment, but let's not forget that Nokia is the world leader in the phone industry. Strangely, although we hang out on IT forums every day, we haven't seen any information about this system in the country. It feels like the Gizmo system just popped up out of nowhere, which is hard to believe. Who cares if it appeared suddenly? As long as it's made by Chinese people, that's what matters. This is a groundbreaking achievement. Now we finally have something to show when we confront those who idolize foreign products. Exactly. Quick, let's post on the forum to promote this Gizmo system. These IT students are all passionate young patriots. When Zhang Ming and his friends confirmed with the Gizmo tech support that the operating system was developed by Chinese people, a sense of pride surged within them, and they clamored to go online to vindicate Chinese technology. However, their voices were soon drowned out by the numerous doubts online, and they failed to make a significant impact. It seems that breaking the stereotype of China's technological backwardness will require more effort from everyone. After watching the sales data for days, Wang Mingyang finally relaxed his anxious heart as he saw the sales figures rising rapidly, gradually replaced by excitement. By entering Gigi phone in the search bar on Chengdu, he found not only a plethora of positive reviews about the product, but also some technical posts on professional forums. Several prominent figures in domestic forums wrote technical posts analyzing the operating system of the Gigi phone, positively claiming that its emergence could potentially change the course of smartphone development. Although Gigi Technology was previously an inconspicuous small company, even up to now it remains easily overlooked, but the launch of the Gigi OS, which runs smoothly on mobile devices, has truly amazed me. Experiencing the Gigi 03 phone from text input to browsing the web and using major chat tools like MSM and OQ, I felt a hint of using a mobile computer. Perhaps years from now, when we look back on this ordinary day, we will truly understand the significance of the Gigi OS's emergence in the history of smartphone development. Without a doubt, in terms of usability and functionality, the newly emerged Gigi OS surpasses the current Symbian system. Although Nokia as a current giant in the mobile phone industry has been developing Symbian for many years, it still has a long way to go to achieve a truly intelligent mobile operating system. In the past, we would conclude at technical discussion meetings by saying that Symbian had achieved semi-intelligence and would soon achieve full intelligence. Nokia will continue to maintain its position as the dominant mobile phone provider, but the emergence of GGOS might just be a small ant-hole that could bring down the dam. Of course, this could also just be my overthinking, but the advantages of the GG03 phone equipped with GGOS are indeed enormous. As a senior IT commentator who has been following the development of the mobile phone industry for many years, I have been closely observing the research progress of major foreign intelligent operating systems. The concept of putting computers into personal handheld mobile devices was first proposed by Bill Gates of Microsoft, whose ultimate goal was to unify desktop computers and mobile devices under the Microsoft system. Gates and his large team of engineers have been working towards this goal, but unfortunately, until today, the WM system released by Microsoft still has numerous defects and is far from practical. Another noteworthy one is Nokia's Symbian system, but perhaps due to inherent flaws or other reasons it has yet to achieve true intelligence in mobile phones. As everyone can see, even with Nokia investing considerable resources to improve the operating system over the years, its phones can only reach a semi-intelligent level. The final step remains uncertain. Another notable company is Apple, which is also a technology giant led by the renowned figure in the IT industry, Steve Jobs. According to reports under Steve Jobs' direct leadership, Apple has been researching intelligent operating systems for mobile phones for many years. As for the results, glimpses can be seen from their recently released iPhone 3, which has the flavor of a smartphone, but is still not strong enough, reaching only Nokia's level at best. However, whether it is Nokia or Apple, to amortize the research costs of intelligent operating systems, their phones are priced very high, making them unaffordable for ordinary consumers. Finally, I want to particularly mention another company, Google, yes, the famous search business company. Although this company does not have its own hardware business, its two founders are very passionate about exploring new technologies. Google acquired a team specializing in researching operating systems for mobile devices. Their ultimate goal in researching this system is to enable all electronic controllable devices to use the same operating system, truly achieving seamless data exchange and transmission between all devices. I must say this is a grand vision, but we currently have no way of knowing the progress of this system's research. We only learn from snippets online that it has been named Android, with the primary goal also targeting mobile devices. While major tech giants strive to achieve their respective goals, GGOS has emerged out of nowhere, and it has already launched mature products, leaving one in awe of the team's research strength. Their background appears very mysterious, having revealed nothing prior to this. As a Chinese person, I sincerely hope they are scientists from our country, but rationality tells me that the probability of this hope coming true is very low. Because developing a truly intelligent mobile operating system is incredibly difficult, akin to Li Bei's The Road to Shu is tough, and perhaps even more challenging. Finally, I once again express my admiration for the emergence of the GGOS, and I hope that my fellow IT colleagues in our country will strive to improve our technological level to world-class standards, achieving national rejuvenation. Regarding the emergence of GGOS, there are supporters praising it, and naturally, there are detractors belittling it. To say that GGOS is a true intelligent mobile operating system is something that some people actually believe. If you understand even a little about this area, you would know that this is an impossibly fake thing. Which of the world's major tech giants is not renowned globally for their technological prowess? How many years have they been developing? Are there any successes so far? Not to mention companies with lesser strength. Others haven't even reached the threshold of development. Only a tech novice would believe such absurd news. As a seasoned industry observer, I stand by my words. I have been working at a certain IT giant XXX company in Deep City for many years, currently serving as the head of the R&D department. I just want to say that unless you are a true insider, you cannot truly understand the difficulties involved. Having engaged in software development for many years, the higher I go, the better I can understand the level of domestic engineers and the truth of the industry, and I increasingly realize the technical gap between domestic and foreign industries. This is not to belittle my domestic colleagues. The truth is sometimes so cruel that it can be despairing. It is truly laughable that some still dare to say this system was made by domestic people. Anyone making such a claim is either completely ignorant of technology or an industry fool. If the boss of GG Technology stood in front of me, would he dare to claim in person that this technology was developed by them? Let me tell you, some things can be bought with money and then put in front of you disguised as self-developed achievements. There have been precedents in the past in our country. I hope everyone will open their eyes to see the truth and not be deceived again. I just have one more question. How could foreigners agree to quietly sell such high-tech items to the domestic market, giving up their chances for fame and success? If the reality is as I suspect, then the person buying this technology must have paid an unimaginably huge amount of money. Therefore, it can be seen that the means behind Gigi technology must be extraordinary, and its background is undoubtedly profound. At the beginning, everyone at Gigi Technology, including Wang Mingyang, felt quite pleased and proud to see numerous articles and comments filled with praise and support. However, as articles filled with doubts and disparagement increased, the positive content was gradually overshadowed, leaving everyone feeling aggrieved and indignant, wishing they could slap those unfounded skeptics. Thus, whenever they had the time these days, the team at Gigi Technology would go online to post or reply underneath some disparaging comments, hoping to clear their company's name. Yet all their efforts ultimately proved to be in vain. Ultimately, it comes down to the fact that China's economic and technological strength is insufficient, and the impression given to everyone has always been that of a low-end product route, with hardly any high-tech items available. As a result, the majority of people online still do not believe in the truth of the facts. Wang Mingyang felt anxious and impatient, spending his days either arguing online or on his way to argue with others, yet he could not turn the situation around. Even the supportive comments for Gigi Technology would quickly be drowned out by the opposing voices. The multitude of voices destroys the truth, and the reality is obscured. Seeing Wang Mingyang upset these days due to the online comments, Li Meihua and Zhou Yanzi felt deeply pained, cursing those rumor mongers in their hearts countless times. However, to help Wang Mingyang feel less gloomy, they came up with an idea. During dinner that evening, Li Meihua said, "I heard that Fenghuang Mountain has recently created many attractions which should be fun. It has been a long time since we climbed a mountain. Mingyang, let's go play tomorrow." "Oh right, tomorrow is Sunday. Let's climb Fenghuang Mountain. I haven't been for a long time, and the view from the top is quite nice," Zhou Yanzi chimed in. "Tomorrow, huh? I think I might be busy," Wang Mingyang responded. As soon as Wang Mingyang's words fell, Li Meihua began to act cute. "If you don't have anything particularly important, just join us for some fun. You know, with the new phone launch, both Yanzi and I have been swamped. Tomorrow we finally have a day off, and I just want to get out for a bit." Linking her arm with Wang Mingyang, Li Meihua looked at him with sparkling eyes while Zhou Yanzi played along. Thinking it over, he realized that everyone had been working hard for the new phone project. It wasn't good to be cooped up all the time, everyone needed to relax a bit. Thus, Wang Mingyang agreed to go climb Fenghuang Mountain together the next day. After all, it is better to enjoy happiness together than alone. Since they were going out to play, he thought he might as well invite Chen Ming and his friends to avoid them constantly, saying he prioritized romance over friendship, even though sometimes it really seemed like that was the case. With that in mind, after consulting with Li Meihua and Zhou Yanzi, Wang Mingyang called Chen Ming and the others. The group arrived at the parking lot at the foot of Fenghuang Mountain after having breakfast. As soon as they got out of the car, Wang Mingyang and Chen Ming called everyone to assign tasks for carrying things up the mountain. They had agreed last night to have a picnic on the mountain, bringing a ton of food. The weather was nice today with a cloudy sky and a breeze. The path up the mountain was shaded by lush trees, bringing a refreshing coolness. Many people were visiting Fenghuang Mountain, most of them young men and women around 20, either in pairs or groups, mostly factory workers. Wang Mingyang and his group chatted and laughed, quickly reaching the halfway point up the mountain. At this point, everyone had worked up a slight sweat. Standing by a pavilion on the roadside, they gazed into the distance, taking in the view of the clusters of buildings below. Close by were industrial areas and factories, while in the distance stood tall buildings, showcasing the strong economic foundation of the deep city. They continued their ascent and soon arrived at an ancient temple on Fenghuang Mountain. This temple, named Fengyan Ancient Temple, was founded in the early Song and Yuan dynasties by a descendant of Wen Tianxiang to commemorate him, with a history of over 700 years. Having gone through several renovations, the building that Wang Mingyang and others saw now was rebuilt in 1983, situated halfway up Fenghuang Mountain. Many who come to climb Fenghuang Mountain stop here to explore and light incense to seek blessings, wealth, and peace, and Wang Mingyang and the others were no exception. Whether one believes or not, it is always good to pay respects when visiting someone else's place. After all, politeness costs nothing. Wang Mingyang held the incense in his hands, bowed 3 times before the statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva, then neatly placed the incense in the incense burner. He stepped back, bowed again, and silently recited a prayer, his expression solemn. After making a complete circuit and paying respects, Wang Mingyang relaxed and strolled around, visiting the ancient temple. Chen Ming and Zhu Hong had been to Fenghuang Mountain multiple times before. After the worship, they continued on with their things towards the summit. Inside the Guanyin Hall, the Bodhisattva gazed down at all beings with slightly lowered eyes, which suddenly brought Wang Mingyang a sense of peace. The restlessness he had felt for days began to calm. Thinking about some philosophies in Buddhism that encourage kindness, non-contention, and an open-minded approach to life, Wang Mingyang felt a sudden clarity in his heart. He found the behavior of angrily arguing online with those keyboard warriors over the past few days somewhat laughable, realizing he was merely creating trouble for himself. When one's strength or conditions are not sufficient, it is better to develop quietly and earn money in a low-key manner. There's an old Chinese saying that hits the nail on the head: the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Anyone with a bit of sense knows that the GGOS and GG phone technology created by them are far ahead of their competitors and have enormous economic potential. If he were not cautious, he might end up with some people seizing opportunities, and he would have nowhere to cry for help. It's better to follow the example of the Ming dynasties. Zhu Yuanzhang: build high walls, store grain, and take your time to become king. Having thought it all through, Wang Mingyang gratefully bowed to the Guanyin statue again, feeling lighthearted as he walked out with Li Meihua and Zhou Yanzi. Of course, during his worship, besides expressing gratitude for the guidance, Wang Mingyang also greedily wished for the Bodhisattva to bless him and the two women to be able to walk hand in hand together in love forever. Upon reaching the summit, Wang Mingyang quickly found Chun Ming and the others. Near some large stones not far away, there was just enough flat ground. Chun Ming and the others had already laid out a mat, set up a small table and chairs, and brought out various foods and drinks. Except for Chun Liang, everyone else was holding a bottle of beer, enjoying the scenery and chatting. Huang Sheng had even climbed to the highest rock, raising his hands high and striking a pose full of bravado for someone to take his photo. Wang Mingyang, Li Meihua, and Zhou Yanzi quickly joined the group, laughing and playing together. The morning after returning from Fenghuang Mountain, Wang Mingyang held a meeting urging everyone not to obsess over the online debates. No matter how much the online trolls criticize us, it won't change the fact that our technology is advanced. However, advanced technology doesn't necessarily guarantee market success. We need to focus on producing good products and providing excellent service. Good products and services not only bring us revenue, but also create a good reputation, helping our products succeed and making the GG technology brand more renowned. From now on, no one is allowed to post comments about GGOS online. We must remain low-key until we are strong enough. Otherwise, we would be like a child walking in a bustling market, holding a gold nugget, easily attracting robbery. I think everyone understands what I mean. Upon hearing Wang Mingyang's words, the attendees felt a chill in their hearts. Indeed, the social environment is so complex that how could they not have thought of this before? The boss really thinks things through. They need to find a way to convey Wang's meeting spirit back to their department, but in a gentler way. Some things cannot be said too plainly as they concern the company's development strategies. After concluding a meeting with the main personnel of the company and issuing new directives, Wang Mingyang's thoughts shifted to the circuit improvements for the electric bicycle. He had promised Wei Fong from the machining factory a few days earlier to upgrade the bicycle circuitry. Taking a moment to organize his thoughts, Wang Mingyang quickly had a rough idea in his mind. He went to the warehouse to pick out some electronic components before returning to his office to get to work. Sitting in front of the computer, Wang Mingyang opened the electronic circuit design software and swiftly sketched out a circuit diagram. Following his pre-planned settings, he input various component model parameters. With his superbrain, it didn't take much effort to complete the new circuit diagram, which he finished in just one afternoon. That evening, Wang Mingyang worked a bit extra and took a soldering iron to create the physical prototype. He estimated that testing could take place the next day and also took the opportunity to modify some code in the control program. The newly designed power management circuit system included more thermal sensors to improve the accuracy of battery temperature detection and feedback signals. If anything went wrong, the circuit would be cut off immediately. This was a matter of personal safety, so there could be no negligence. Additionally, Wang Mingyang added an energy recovery module that would allow the bicycle to perform kinetic energy recovery and improve its endurance. The next morning, Wang Mingyang brought the circuit board directly to the machining factory to find Wei Fong. Old Fong arranged for the factory engineers to install the vehicle for testing. If the test passes, we can proceed to mass production. Okay, President Wang will arrange it right away. I didn't expect the boss to be so efficient. The new battery management system has been developed so quickly, and it even has energy recovery features. Let's see how you imitators can keep up this time. Wei Fong joyfully left after receiving the 5 circuit boards handed to him by the boss. Speaking of which, Wei Fong has been doing quite well in his role as the factory manager, able to take the initiative and actively lead the newly hired engineers to develop several products of varying quality with good market responses. Currently, the machining factory doesn't require Wang Mingyang to invest too much energy. Its daily operations are stable and improving, continuously generating profits for the company, and the factory has also upgraded a batch of the latest equipment. With matters at the factory temporarily settled, Wang Mingyang returned to the headquarters of the technology park to work, spending his days busy with the research and development department. After some time, with the number of segmented research and development projects increasing, Wang Mingyang realized that as the technical director, he had more and more tasks to handle, and the manpower was feeling a bit stretched. There was no other choice. He could only intensify the recruitment efforts, and even started having the engineers in the company contact their former colleagues to see if anyone was looking for a new job. Even his brother-in-law was persuaded by Wang Mingyang to reach out to old classmates. After all, those who graduated from Hucking still had strong technical skills, and they were all talents desperately needed by the company, which made Wang Mingyang envious. Unfortunately, too many of Guobin's college classmates had gone abroad, and after inquiring around, he was only able to contact less than 10, with only 2 willing to come to Gigi Technology to try it out, ready to leave if it didn't suit them. If it weren't for Guobin mentioning that the company had developed a smart operating system, those 2 tech-savvy classmates wouldn't have been willing to come and give it a try. Having spent a significant amount of money, the talent network also helped find a few relatively skilled candidates for interviews. The company had already sent out position offers, but ultimately less than half showed up for work, with only 4 reporting for duty. The rest likely looked down on Wang Mingyang as a young boss, or this small company, or perhaps both. However, Wang Mingyang managed to hire over 20 software developers and hardware engineers, quickly increasing the company's headcount by more than 30. This led to a significant rise in payroll expenses, prompting Wang Mingyue, who managed finances, to remind her brother multiple times to pay attention to the balance of income and expenses. Fortunately, the company's business was still developing well, with daily revenues exceeding 100,000, or else there would have been some real pressure. To help the new personnel integrate better and faster into the team and create efficiency for himself, Wang Mingyang utilized the strategies he learned from attending management expert lectures and organized team-building activities. He organized everyone to climb Wudong Mountain and visit Xiameisha. After a day of eating, drinking, and having fun, everyone's relationships indeed became much more harmonious. With more hands on deck, the progress of each project finally showed signs of miraculous advancements in the following days. The development of the all-touchscreen GG04 smartphone accelerated significantly, especially as the new hires observed their colleagues receiving substantial bonuses from the GG03 development, which motivated them. This made Wang Mingyang smile broadly, and he immediately promoted them to official project leaders, allowing them to lead teams in their areas of expertise. In these extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken to ensure that the all-touchscreen GG04 smartphone could smoothly open the OQ space and even the vegetable picking game within it. Wang Mingyang led everyone to optimize the OQ program repeatedly, and even personally took Li Meihua and the lawyer to negotiate cooperation and authorization matters with OQ company. Being cautious would prevent major mistakes, avoiding a situation where someone became a defendant after their Coral version of OQ became popular. Compared to the current giant OQ company, Wang Mingyang's Gigi Technology was just an obscure little company. Thinking about how he could promote the OQ software without spending a dime, the head of OQ company was very willing. The department head responsible for relevant business casually arranged to receive Wang Mingyang and his team, and they signed the authorization contract without even glancing at Wang Mingyang. After securing the OQ deal, Wang Mingyang also sought out Taobao, intending to pre-install it on the GG04. Under the leadership of Ma Yun, Taobao has developed rapidly in recent years, filled with vitality and eager to collaborate with more people and companies. Thus, they had a very good attitude towards Wang Mingyang and his team when they approached them. Upon learning that Wang Mingyang had been advertising on Taobao, the boss Ma Ge even took the time to chat with them. Perhaps it was because he now had more money in his account, or perhaps due to the high-profile people he had interacted with in recent months. Wang Mingyang and Li Meihua no longer felt the initial shyness and awkwardness when meeting Ma Yun, appearing very composed. In the past, upon encountering someone like Ma Yun, a legendary figure, Wang Mingyang and Li Meihua would have been overly excited for a long time. After running around for a few days and returning to Shenzhen, Wang Mingyang couldn't rest and personally took the lead in writing a browser for GGOS. The previous browser installed on GG03 was a modified version of Microsoft's IE, which wasn't a perfect fit. The new browser, named GG Window, was tailor-made for the new smartphone's GGOS system, consuming fewer resources, requiring less data flow, and responding faster. To emphasize the significance of the GG04 smartphone for the company, in the hope that it would usher in a new atmosphere in the smartphone industry, everyone voted in a meeting to name this phone GU01, meaning superior intelligence. After a series of busy activities, it was already August, 2 months since the last release of the GG03 smartphone. Under Wang Mingyang's attention, the new GU01 smartphone has completed all preparations for its market launch. Wang Mingyang decided to release the GU01 both online and offline on August 18th, the day of the Olympic Games opening ceremony. Since the launch of GU01, and despite the company's advertising efforts being greater than any previous model, the sales have not skyrocketed, possibly due to its high price of 4,599 yuan. After all, the current market still gives a low-end impression of domestic smartphones, making it difficult to establish a high-end image. Moreover, most of the loyal users accumulated by Gigi Technology are young and not affluent. Many had just switched to the GG03 2 months ago, making it unrealistic to expect them to switch to the more expensive GU01. However, after the launch of GU01, The comment section of the newly established official forum of Gigi Technology was filled with lamentations from users regretting their purchase of the Gigi 03 just 2 months prior. Some people complained about why Gigi Technology did not release the excellent GUS 01 phone earlier. Noticing this situation, Wang Mingyang temporarily assigned several employees to act as customer service representatives, continually replying to certain comments to provide explanations. Although the sales were poor, GUS 01 still caught the attention of some individuals in the domestic IT circle, especially those who had previously tested the Gigi 03, who eagerly purchased the GUS 01. As the first brave customers emerged, word of mouth slowly spread within the IT community, and the sales of the new phone finally turned around, increasing day by day. Although the growth curve was gentle, it was still a positive sign. The new phone has already been launched and sold, but the R&D department's work has not stopped as they need to continuously optimize some minor issues that arise during use and prepare for the next generation of GUS smartphones. At the same time, they need to develop a GUS youth version priced at 2,599 yuan to target a wider consumer base. With the development experience of GUS 01, creating a lower-spec youth edition is not too difficult. Wang Mingyang believes that under his leadership it can be accomplished in a month. He hopes that the launch of this version will attract more young people to make purchases. Learning from the lesson of GUS 01, Wang Mingyang plans to space out the release of new models by at least 6 months in the future, ensuring quality while allowing hardware to upgrade significantly. By then, the next generation GUS 02 will have greatly improved performance in all aspects compared to the current 01. After all, the update speed of electronic products is incredibly fast with rapid iterations in hardware performance like CPUs. As long as the R&D department follows the established work plan and progresses steadily, everything will be fine. To quickly build the ecosystem of GGOS and establish its own moat, Wang Mingyang has increased the recruitment of software engineers. This is to ensure that more applications can be ported or developed in the shortest time possible, forming a competitive advantage before potential industry competitors react. At the same time, several engineers responsible for the company's network security also need to be hired. Now it's time to start building a dedicated data center to provide suitable apps for the Gigi system to be freely downloaded onto everyone's phones. This can increase customer loyalty and is part of the moat building plan, possibly even generating profit in the future. This idea is really good, even I have to admire myself, Wang Mingyang thought to himself, feeling pleased with his plan. What are you thinking about? Mom just called and said that the house has been built and is preparing to hold a relocation banquet on September 28, asking us to go back then. Just as Wang Mingyang was lost in his world, Wang Mingyue entered with a stack of documents that needed his signature and said to him, having worked in the company for a few months, Wang Mingyue, who manages finances, naturally knows that her brother now earns over 5 million a month. She is very proud of her brother's success within less than 2 years. Okay, we will return a few days early on September 25. I will transfer 300 yuan to Mom to help them buy furniture later. It's up to you, just call her and tell her yourself. After his sister returned to her office, Wang Mingyang in a great mood sat in his boss chair and began to rock back and forth while humming a tune. By the way, I think I saw an advertisement the other day saying Principal Tan is coming to Xinjiang for a concert. When is it? I always listen to his songs, but have never seen him in person. I must go take a look this time. I must buy tickets, preferably the VIP seats in the front row. Thinking of this, Wang Mingyang picked up his phone and called his beautiful assistant Li Meihua to ask her to help buy a few tickets. How many tickets do you want to buy in total? Li Meihua asked on the other end of the line. Wang Mingyang silently calculated, how many should I buy? Mi Lao Chun, Lao Huang, Lao Zhuang. Lao Zhu loves Jackie Chung the most, should I not bring him? Forget it, let's buy 10 tickets for now and distribute them later. Li Meihua's voice brightened upon hearing that Wang Mingyang was taking her to see the concert of the big star from Hong Kong. Wang Mingyang, holding his phone, could envision her smiling with her eyebrows curved. Meihua is really beautiful. After hanging up the phone, the certain scoundrel fell into daydreaming again. After staying in the office for a while, the courier delivered the latest issue of IT World magazine. This is a top-tier technical journal published in America that Wang Mingyang had subscribed to at the Xinjiang Book City. After signing for it, Wang Mingyang began to browse through its contents. Suddenly, an article introducing the latest research results from Boston Dynamics on intelligent robotic dogs caught his attention. According to the article, although the capabilities of current robotic dogs are extremely simple and rudimentary, far from the finished product envisioned by Boston Dynamics, the information revealed still greatly shocked Wang Mingyang. After carefully reading the article again, Wang Mingyang's thoughts suddenly opened up. Artificial intelligence. Yes, this is it. As far as he knew, currently no institution or company in China is involved in this field, which will be a crucial technology in the history of human social and technological development. Impatiently, Wang Mingyang searched online for a lot of information, but there wasn't much publicly available, and even less that was useful. Where should I start? After thinking for a while, Wang Mingyang did not find a good entry point. Forget it. When in doubt, go to the bookstore. Wang Mingyang plans to first go to the bookstore to find some books to read to recharge himself on this topic. The chess battle games he played before belonged to a relatively basic type of artificial intelligence. He plans to first look for the design logic and algorithm analysis of these types of games. After informing Li Meihua, Wang Mingyang left the company. He was too lazy to drive and directly took a taxi to the bookstore, which cost over 100 yuan. Now that he has money, he can afford it. The service staff at the bookstore had a deep impression of Wang Mingyang, who often comes to buy books. They nodded in greeting, and Wang Mingyang skillfully made his way to the relevant book section, quickly flipping through the corresponding books. Immersed in the ocean of knowledge, Wang Mingyang was soon oblivious to the time. When he looked up again, it was already past 6, and he noticed that there were few people around the bookshelves. Coming back to his senses, Wang Mingyang quickly selected more than 10 large books from the shelves, intending to return and continue his battle. Carrying a bundle of books to the checkout, the receptionist attending to Wang Mingyang was still the girl named Lily, whose sweet smile and attractive figure made one want to get closer. You bought so many books again today. You really are ambitious. There aren't many people like you these days. There's no choice. Technology updates too fast. If I can't keep up, you'll get fired. Haha. I still don't know which company you work for after all this time. I work at Gigi Technology, making smartphones. Gigi Technology. I heard there's a new phone called Gigi 03 that works pretty well, but it's a bit pricey at 1999 yuan. It wouldn't be made by your company, would it? Is this phone really as good as they say online? This phone is indeed produced by our company, so quality is guaranteed. However, if you're considering getting a new phone, it's better to wait 2 more months. We'll be launching a better performing model priced around 2,599 yuan. Sai, I can't even afford the 1,999 yuan one, and you want me to buy the 2,599 one. The 2,599 yuan one has better performance and more features, including the ability to farm an OQ. How about this? If you really want it, I can help you buy it at the employee price when it's released. There will be discounts, and it'll be a few hundred yuan cheaper than the market price. Thank you, but it looks like I'll have to live on air for the next 2 months. Come on, don't pretend to be poor. Everyone knows the benefits of working here. It's not easy for just anyone to get in. You can't fool me. While they chatted and laughed, over a dozen books were already packed, and they exchanged contact information. Alright, I've noted down your phone number and OQ ID. Remember to let me know when the new phone is released. If it's good, I'll recommend it to my friends. Your company will give you a commission for that, right? The more the better. When I get the commission, I'll treat you to a meal, haha. After chatting for a bit, Wang Mingyang said goodbye to Lily and prepared to go home. As he reached the stairway, he instinctively turned his head to look at Lily, who was bending down with a vacuum cleaner to clean the floor. A thought suddenly popped into Wang Mingyang's mind. If only the vacuum cleaner could work automatically, people wouldn't have to waste time cleaning. Yes, that's it, an automatic vacuum cleaner. This thought spiraled out of control as Wang Mingyang walked, contemplating the feasibility of his idea. The machine would accept commands and collect environmental information through sensors. Based on the information collected, it would generate an internal bitmap, mark the original position, and plan an overall cleaning path before starting the cleaning process. During the cleaning process, it would mark the paths it had already traversed to avoid repetition, and if it encountered obstacles, it would navigate around them, potentially using ultrasonic or radar sensors, as well as visual recognition cameras. The visual recognition solution seems impractical given the current environmental conditions. Ultrasonic and radar detection would be simpler. On the way home by taxi, Wang Mingyang was filled with thoughts on how to achieve automation for the vacuum cleaner. Back at the tech park, Wang Mingyang excitedly ran to the RD department after paying the taxi fare to gather Lu Xianxing and a few others for a meeting. Fortunately, the RD tasks at the company weren't heavy during this period, otherwise the hardware development team wouldn't have been able to spare any manpower. Wang Mingyang enthusiastically presented his idea for the automatic vacuum cleaner to the attendees, analyzing the general market prospects. Watching their boss excitedly wave his hands while passionately discussing the design plan, Lu Xianxing and the others felt a bit dazed. Isn't my boss's thinking too active? The smartphone just started to gain traction, and now he wants to cross over into the home appliance industry. But the boss is right, the company's products are a bit monotonous now. Since we have the capability to create new products, trying it out is quite good. With more products, the profits will increase and the bonuses for me and my colleagues will also grow, which is a good thing, isn't it? An hour later, Wang Mingyang had clearly laid out his design proposal in front of the meeting attendees. Once everyone nodded in agreement, Wang Mingyang began to assign tasks, asking them to allocate some personnel from hardware development to work on the hardware for the smart vacuum cleaner. As for the software side, Wang Mingyang confidently stated that he could handle it all by himself without bothering the software development team, allowing them to focus on developing the mobile app. Wang is really impressive. He went to the bookstore and came up with such a great idea, crossing over from the communications industry to the home appliance industry. The prospects for this vacuum cleaner should be quite good. Not to mention, when the product is launched, I'll definitely buy one to take home, Otherwise, my wife gets so tired bending down to sweep the floor every day. I also want to buy one, no two. One for my wife and another to send back home for my mom. She has a protruding waist and her back isn't great, so it takes her a long time to clean the house. Xiaoyang is right. I also want to buy one. With it, my rented room won't only get cleaned once a week, haha. You guys see, Wang managed to come up with the design plan for this vacuum cleaner in just a few hours and made it so comprehensive. What incredible strength. Xiaoming, you think too highly of those appliance companies. Even if they are good at hardware, can they handle software? The algorithms involved aren't something just anyone can manage. Xiaoming, you've just joined the company, so you might not know some things. Wang's software skills are much stronger than his hardware abilities. Our company's GG operating system was entirely developed by him. Just think about it, how terrifying is such strength. The software development team, including the top talent from overseas, look at Wang as if he's their totem. He, of course, Liu, and I also admire Wang's technical prowess. A group of people led by Liu Xinxing walked back to the hardware development department while chatting softly. On the third day, the hardware development team submitted the specific design plan for the smart vacuum cleaner. Wang Mingyang took the materials and flipped through them, reviewing them in his mind as he went along. No problems. All the required functions are present. But why does it feel like something is off? Meihua, what do you think of the design of this vacuum cleaner? How does it look? Wang Mingyang asked Li Meihua, who was sitting at the adjacent desk. Li Meihua leaned over to take a closer look and said, why does it look so ugly? The functions are good, but the appearance is too ugly. It needs to be changed. How should it be changed? The hardware development side is filled with a bunch of engineering guys, and the company currently doesn't have anyone specializing in exterior design. Why don't you recruit 2 industrial designers through a recruitment site's custom service to take charge of the product's design in the future? Alright, I'll contact the recruitment site soon. Let's use the design of this vacuum cleaner as the interview topic. It's a win-win. A kiss for you first. Our Meihua is very thoughtful. The beautiful Li Meihua, dressed in a white shirt, knee-length fitted skirt, and black high heels, had captured Wang Mingyang's heart. You're going to get in trouble. We're at work now. The beautiful young lady began playfully punching someone. However, the force in her playful smile made it seem more like a couple's teasing. There's no one else in this room. Besides, what's wrong with kissing my own wife? It's not illegal. Who's your wife? Humph. Although the appearance of the sweeping robot had yet to be modified, Liu Xinxing and others still managed to create a prototype. Wang Mingyang carefully reviewed the machine and the test report, finding no issues, then handed the control software for the sweeping robot to Liu Gong for copying and further work. Today is August 30, the day of Principal Tan's concert. Wang Mingyang and Li Meihua left the company at 5 p.m. to drive to the factory and pick up Zhou Yinzi and Chun Ming, making a total of 10 people. The group first went to a nearby old spot to have a meal at a food stall before joyfully arriving at the Shenzhen Sports Center. Before reaching the destination, they encountered heavy traffic just a few hundred meters from the stadium. It seems Principal Tan's superstar influence is undeniable, as so many people were flocking there. Wang Mingyang and his group finally parked the car with the guidance of security personnel, then slowly followed the flow of the crowd. The excitement on the faces of the surrounding crowd was indescribable, with several scalpers trying to sell tickets along the way. Wang Mingyang and his friends had purchased the best central seats, showing no interest in the scalpers' pitches. After finally checking their tickets, they found their seats in the central third row according to their ticket numbers. Each chair had a glowing stick placed on it, flashing with the words Tan Yonglin 2008 concert. Not long after everyone sat down, the lights dimmed and rhythmic lights on the stage began to flash. The fast-paced and familiar music made their blood rush, activating every cell in their bodies with excitement. For Wang Mingyang and the others who were watching a celebrity concert for the first time, everything was filled with curiosity and inexplicable excitement, leading them to spontaneously stand up and sway their glowing sticks with the surrounding audience. Before long, they couldn't help but take out their phones to record videos, one hand holding the phone and the other swinging the glowing stick. After the concert, they left feeling unsatisfied and engaged in lively discussions. Tonight's concert was spectacular. The lighting and sound effects were excellent, and the audience was very enthusiastic. Principal Tan frequently interacted with everyone, and under the influence of his passionate and joyful singing, most of the audience stood up singing loudly together throughout the concert. Even Wang Mingyang and his friends were no exception. The atmosphere was simply fantastic, and everyone felt a great sense of enjoyment, experiencing a feeling of exhilaration. During the late-night snack time, Wang Mingyang and the others were still discussing the concert. Little did they know that the smartphone they used to film videos during the concert would soon stir up a whirlwind within Tan Yonglin's fan club. During the concert, while Wang Mingyang and his friends were recording videos, audience members nearby noticed their unique smartphone and even approached them with inquiries. Through conversation, they learned that Wang Mingyang's GUS-01 smartphone was touchscreen controlled and packed with features, most importantly, allowing video recording at their favorite star's concert. One fan named Li Chi was envious and wished to buy the GUS01 smartphone from Wang Mingyang and his friends immediately, but this request was of course declined. After the concert, Li Chi returned home and as usual discussed Principal Tan's spectacular performance in the fan club group. Of course, he couldn't help but tell everyone about encountering the GUS01 smartphone, praising its built-in video recording feature, and stated that he would definitely go to replace his old phone tomorrow. This statement ignited a wave of interest in the group, with some starting to inquire about the specifics. While Li Chi was responding to others' queries, one or two fans occasionally mentioned using the GUS01 smartphone to record videos that night, quickly drawing attention and excitement from fans with disposable income. The next day, as the staff at multiple Gigi smartphone stores opened their doors, they found a continuous stream of customers inquiring about the latest GUS01 smartphone. Although priced at 4,599 yuan, the sales rate of the GUS01 today was noticeably higher than usual. Staff members smiled brightly at the thought of their commissions. Wang Mingyang, who had no idea about all this happening at the stores, looked at the sales statistics sheet handed over by Li Meihua after the morning meeting and felt unsatisfied with the data for the GUS01. Sales were indeed increasing, but the growth rate was still too slow. Some suggested a price reduction, but Wang Mingyang rejected the idea, thinking that lowering prices shortly after launch would damage the company's high-tech image and be detrimental to future development. Wang Mingyang considered paying some advertising fees to a few media outlets specializing in smartphone reviews, asking them to write testing reports about their phone to give the GUS01 a boost. Now that he had some extra cash, he felt it was time to invest more in advertising. After thinking, Wang Mingyang called Chen Ming. "Hey Lao Chen, are you busy? Hey Race, the thing, our GUS smartphones have seen slow sales recently, and I want you to find some media outlets that specialize in smartphone reviews and invest some advertising fees so they can help us promote. The content doesn't need to be exaggerated, just stick to the basic facts, mainly aiming for a good position. As for the cost, let's budget it at 2 million for now." Chen Ming, receiving this new task over the phone, sighed and grabbed his hair in a mix of pain and joy. "These days have not been easy for me. Although the specific production work at the electronics factory has been handed over to Huang Sheng, the number of tasks on my plate has only increased. I need to deal with the management of the industrial park to rent more factory space for increased production capacity, coordinate production schedules between electronics and machining factories, and constantly think of ways to recruit and even poach talent, especially technical staff. On top of that, I also have to squeeze in time to attend night school and participate in various expert management seminars. I'm so busy that I don't even have time to visit my favorite herbal tea shop and check on the little sister there, while this blackheart old friend has 2 girlfriends doting on him. Thinking about it makes me angry." Chen Ming took a deep breath and thought, "Forget it, recalling the salary and bonus he received last month, I can endure it. Okay, I'll arrange it as soon as possible." As Chen Ming was about to hang up, Wang Mingyang's voice came through again. "Oh, by the way, our GUA Youth version is about to be launched. Why don't you check with the Shenzhen bus company about getting some ads for city routes on their display screens? The youth version is targeted at the general public, and we need to ramp up our promotional efforts to avoid a repeat of the GUS01 situation. If advertising costs on bus routes are not too high, we should give it a try. A few days ago, I took bus 303, and the new screen inside was constantly showing ads for Yibao, so I guess everyone in Shenzhen knows about Yibao water by now." That bus advertising plan sounds good, haha. I never thought I, Lao Chun, would have a chance to step into the Shenzhen bus company to discuss cooperation in my lifetime. Just thinking about it feels grand. Do you remember Zhang from the factory where I used to work? I ran into him a few days ago when I went to that industrial area to discuss something. He no longer calls me Xiao Chun, but Chenzong now, huh? Speaking of which, our Gigi technology company has gained a certain reputation in the electronics sector around here. This is just the beginning. Stick with me, and it'll continue to help you shine and soar. Humph, when I say you're fat, you start a pant. Can we have some dignity? A couple of years ago, who even knew who was leading who? Cough cough. I heard someone has taken a liking to the girl from the herbal tea shop number 09. Do tell. Listening to this teasing tone, Chen Ming knew that the person on the other end must have a lewd expression. During work hours, how can we chat about so much nonsense? I have to get busy. There's a mountain of tasks waiting for me, so that's it.